Ning Xi suffers from mild dermal thirst, and she refrains from romantic entanglements out of fear that a moment's weakness might reveal her secret. After years of maintaining her chastity, who could have anticipated that she would step onto a tour bus only to find herself thrust into the fantastical realm of beastmen? In a moment of desperation, Ning Xi exclaimed, "Hurry, let me touch you." The cold-eyed python Xian shot back, "Oh, where shall I touch?" Without a second thought, Ning Xi dashed into the embrace of the gigantic serpent man, leaving Python Xian utterly stunned. In the days that followed, Ning Xi was pleasantly surprised to discover before her lay an abundance of handsome men and beautiful women, all the females of the beast world united as one. Males would bear the offspring and care for them. They would manage all aspects of sustenance and even provide remedies for ailments. Tooth-cleaning fruit that also served as ginger tea, it was simply, undeniably perfect. Ning Xi thought to herself, "I can manage this." Later on, the giant serpent inquired, "Why didn't you touch me today?" The tiger urged, "Shi, touch me, touch me." The butterfly implored, Shi, pamper me." The dolphin chimed in, Shi, come look at me." The peacock lamented, "Why won't Shi touch me? Is my plumage not smooth enough?" Ning Xi complained, "Who among you is truly afflicted with dermal thirst? Why is everyone chasing after me for affection?" Chapter 1. Crossing into the Beast World. Beast World, Northern Continent, Changshan Forest. Branches intertwined, stretching forth, vibrant life obscuring the sun. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the air. A girl, clad in athletic attire and burdened with a massive hiking backpack, plummeted from the sky into the primordial forest. The sharp cry echoed, growing closer as she landed atop a colossal tree crown. A wave of heat, infused with the refreshing scent of flora, enveloped her. Ning Xi lay sprawled, heart racing as she gazed at the verdant expanse of gigantic leaves, momentarily convinced she had entered the land of giants. Clutching the tree trunk tightly, she took a moment to breathe, cautiously turning her head to survey her surroundings. What lay before her was an expansive forest, more primal than the wildest sci-fi imagery, lush grass carpeting the ground, flowers blooming in riotous colors, an unmistakable indication of high oxygen levels. Setting aside thoughts of danger, the beauty was awe-inspiring. But could she truly dismiss the peril? Clearly she could not. Ning Xi shook her head to dispel the lightheadedness, bewildered by the cosmic twist of fate. She was but an ordinary sophomore. Merely 2 minutes prior, she had boarded a tour bus destined for the mountains, when a rotten banana peel had come flying at her. In her instinctive reaction, she stepped on it, sending her phone tumbling to the ground, and her body and bag hurtled out of the bus. Accompanied by the malicious laughter of a mischievous child, Ning Xi had cried out, "Ah! Whose child threw that banana peel?" In that critical moment, she had managed to grasp the handrail beside her, but before she could feel relieved, the ground vanished from beneath her feet. She descended through the air, a free fall into this new reality. Had she stepped onto a whirlwind? Had she ascended into the heavens? Or had her foot drilled through the earth like a power tool? Is this science? A gust of wind swept past, rustling the leaves. Ning Xi's heart tightened as her vigilant gaze scanned the surroundings, spotting her massive backpack swaying from a nearby treetop. That looks familiar. Wasn't that her hiking backpack? It was packed with provisions her friend and roommate had prepared, bulging with unknown contents. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A mosquito the size of a dragonfly buzzed around her. Ning Xi's pupils dilated, and she inhaled sharply, thankful that she wore athletic clothing and sneakers, her face being the only exposed part of her. She carefully surveyed her surroundings, ensuring the mosquito had departed before allowing herself a small sigh of relief. As she raised her gaze, she faintly discerned 2 glaring suns above, confirming her suspicion. She had indeed crossed over. Uncertain of her situation, her primary objective was to find safety. She cast her eyes forward and began to move. After an hour of strenuous effort on the tree, she finally managed to shift from the treetop to the safety of a sturdy trunk, her lips parting as she exhaled quietly. Had she known, she would never have embarked on this mountain expedition. The doctor had advised her that immersing herself in nature could alleviate her dermal thirst, and seizing the summer break, she had decided to venture out. This affliction had been diagnosed for many years without relief, yet she thought, why not give it a try? Who could have foreseen that this trial would lead her to a realm beyond the earth? She still had so much money left in her account. What a pity. Would she ever return? After 20 years of being single, was she destined to meet her end without ever having experienced love? Tears welled in her fox-like eyes, her delicate nose tinged with red. After stifling her sobs for a brief moment, Ning Xi bit her lower lip, striving to regain her composure, her fair and slender fingers pointing downward. A flicker of struggle passed through her eyes. She could not remain perched in the treetops forever. She had to find a way down. First, she needed to retrieve her backpack. With this thought in mind, she cautiously turned around, leaning against the massive branch, trembling as she peered down. The branches and leaves formed layers upon layers, obscuring her view of the ground, but she could surmise that she was close to the treetop. The trunk was quite smooth, with many beautiful, strong green vines dangling beside her. Ning Xi reached for the thickest vine. Pulling it down with all her strength, she confirmed its sturdiness before tying it around her waist, securing a knot as if preparing for a stunt. Swallowing hard, she leaned forward, clutching the branch as she crawled towards her backpack, which lay over 3 meters away. Finally reaching her backpack, she held her breath and grasped it tightly with both hands. Gritting her teeth, she yanked the pack towards her and quickly retreated to her previous position, gasping for air. After regaining her breath, a glimmer of joy crossed her eyes as she unzipped the outer pocket, almost like unboxing a surprise. Carefully, she inspected the contents. 2 hiking poles, a small first aid kit, a portable outdoor water filter, 2 magnesium fire starters, a multi-tool knife, a survival blanket, 2 bottles of mineral water, 2 small loaves of bread, a bag of Snickers, and a pack of extra-large Durex. Aside from the condoms, everything was practical. Ning Xi unhesitatingly reached for a small loaf of bread, savoring the first bite, feeling the hunger in her stomach begin to subside. Casting a glance at the colossal trunk, she hesitated for a moment, carefully storing the remaining bread and taking a small sip of water. In such uncertain times, she had to conserve her food and water.
Ding!
Suddenly, a clear bell chimed, and Ning Xi's lips curled into a smile, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Had her golden finger arrived? This was how it always played out in novels, a chime. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Hello, Ning Xi, I am the childbirth system pomegranate, and I invite you to bind with me to bear children in the beast world and receive abundant rewards. Bear children in the beast world? Ning Xi's smile faded gradually, her alluring gaze turning icy as her attention shifted, concealing her emotions behind her long lashes. She occasionally read stories of this ilk, but only for entertainment. She had no desire to become a breeding machine, even if it promised a pain-free experience. Ning Xi's eyes flickered. Can I go back? Pomegranate replied, No, I have chosen you because you suffer from dermal thirst. You are in need of a man, making you ideally suited for childbirth in this realm. Ning Xi. What the hell does needing a man mean? Pomegranate urged. Hurry, my energy can only bring you here. If you hesitate, I will dissipate, and this world will no longer have a system. Ning Xi's beautiful eyes narrowed as she sensed the system's urgency. She quickly composed herself, adopting an innocent demeanor. Bestow upon me a favor first, otherwise, how am I? To ascertain whether the rewards are indeed genuine post-binding, a flash of white light enveloped her, and the backpack in her grasp transformed into a diminutive icon that materialized upon her left wrist. Ning Xi, a seasoned gamer, deftly raised her hand to tap it open, revealing the contents of her backpack with clarity. After several attempts, she found the process remarkably effortless. With a playful smile dancing upon her lips and the corners of her eyes lifting ever so slightly, she sweetly declared in a melodious tone, I refuse to bind. The system, which had been poised to proceed with the binding process, momentarily faltered, its indignation flaring into rage. And the final fleeting moment before dissipating, it emitted a burst of white light, attempting to eliminate Ning Xi. She let out a brief, startled scream, instinctively evading the strike. Fortunately, she narrowly missed a fatal blow, but the vines entwined around her waist were severed by the luminous blast. With her footing lost, she plummeted downward. Chapter 2. The affliction of skin hunger strikes again. Within the span of a mere day, she has plummeted from great heights for the second time. The rush of wind howls in her ears. This time, it truly feels like her end has come. She should have finished the bread. A chilling sensation envelopes her. Yet the pain she anticipated does not arrive. Ning Xi opens her eyes, meeting a pair of elongated, piercing eyes. The deep forest green irises are fathomless, glinting with a frigid indifference, exuding an aura that is both dark and oppressive. In an instant, Ning Xi feels as though she has been marked by a predatory beast. The man cradles her, landing with a steady grace. Are you all right? He speaks in the tongue of the Zonghua clan. Could it be that she is still on Earth? Or does the entire universe converse in the language of the Zonghua? Stunned, Ning Xi nervously clenches her fingers, leaning towards the latter hypothesis. After the peak of tension, an all-too-familiar yearning clamors within her, rendering her limbs weak and craving the comfort of skin-to-skin contact. Her arms itch and ache. She bites her lip, her hazel eyes shimmering with embarrassment, the corners slightly reddening, her heart filled with grievance. Why must she suffer from such an affliction? Since childhood, she lived with her grandmother after her parents' divorce, while her mother and father each formed new families and had their own children, providing financial support yet remaining emotionally distant. Following her grandmother's passing during her high school years, she found herself utterly alone. Wealth abounds, yet love has eluded her. The man's embrace is cool, and Ning Xi, losing her grip on reason, lets out a soft, contented sigh, instinctively nestling deeper into his arms. A faint blush graces her cheeks, a testament to her satisfaction. Resting her head in the crook of his arm, tears glisten at the corners of her eyes, her legs draping helplessly over his arm, presenting a pitiable sight. Ning Xi's body is supple, her features exquisitely delicate. The upward tilt of her fox-like eyes adds a touch of allure, making her look particularly endearing when she cries. He notices her distress, his brow furrowing as his cold gaze scans her with a detached indifference. "What is wrong with you? Where are your kin?" A report reached him from his clan, indicating that a ferocious beast had exhibited signs of unrest in the Changshan forest, prompting his immediate investigation. Such creatures typically only stirred before the onset of winter. For them to react now, in the height of summer, could only signify one thing: a beast king, capable of awakening extraordinary powers, has emerged among them. All beast kings seek refuge in the murky marshes of the central continent, where they will remain for the rest of their days. While devoid of reason, a beast king possesses tremendous destructive capability. And to prevent harm to lower-tier beastmen along the way, it is imperative to locate and eliminate it swiftly. He dropped everything and rushed here, only to witness a female tumble from the trees. Without a moment's hesitation, instinct compelled him to catch her. Ingrained within him was the belief that a female was to be protected, regardless of her stature. This instinct has led him into a predicament. Ning Xi, her gaze cast downward, digs her nails into her arm, momentarily regaining clarity. She embraces herself to quell the yearning, her eyelashes fluttering as she dazedly scrutinizes the silver-haired man who holds her. His silvery locks cascade casually over his shoulders, his skin pale as porcelain, and his crimson lips lend an otherworldly allure to his visage, while his forest green eyes emanate a chilling aura. Clad in naught but a shimmering silver skirt around his waist, his fair skin and elongated figure exude strength, radiating a potent male pheromone that exacerbates her skin hunger. This man embodies every facet of her aesthetic ideals. Is this merely a figment of her dying mind? Beyond this notion, she can conceive no other explanation. Such a handsome man is a rarity that even the most famous male celebrities cannot rival. If this is but a fantasy, might she allow herself to indulge? How she longs to be close to him. Her consciousness begins to blur once more. Ning Xi quickly averts her gaze, her fingertips digging into her palm. A sharp pain momentarily taming the overwhelming craving that courses through her. No, this is not an illusion. The sensation is far too tangible. Despite her mental restraint, her body betrays her, her gaze irresistibly drawn to his hands, long, powerful fingers with defined knuckles, impeccably clean. If only. Ning Xi blinks fervently, struggling to extricate herself from his grasp, fearing that should she linger even a second longer, she would be unable to resist taking his hand and placing it against her face. She blinks again, mustering a harmless smile, her long, thick eyelashes fluttering like a delicate sprite. "I have no kin. Please set me down." The affliction of skin hunger is an incurable psychological malady. She has grown accustomed to concealing it, yet fate has placed her in the presence of a man who perfectly aligns with her aesthetic sensibilities. If she does not descend soon, she may lose control. Her voice, sweet yet tinged with seduction, elicits a reaction from Meng Xian. He feels a peculiar itch in his ears at her utterance, his gaze flickering before he regains composure.
"No kin?"
Did a small tribe encounter misfortune and flee? What of your partner and followers? Were they also caught in calamity? Meng Xian sets Ning Xi down, stepping back to brush off non-existent dust from his attire. His unyielding gaze fixed upon her, the forest green depths betraying no warmth. "I am Meng Xian, chief of the Changshan tribe. What is your name? Would you care to join my tribe?" A frail female, unprotected, cannot hope to survive long on her own. Ning Xi, unable to contain her restlessness, rubs her arms absent-mindedly, ignoring his inquiries as she slides down the tree trunk to sit among the fallen leaves. She presses her pale lips together, hastily searching her person, only to find no backpack. Suddenly, realization dawns. Her backpack has transformed into an icon on her wrist. What to do? She is now exceedingly anxious, desperate to clutch something. Sitting on the ground, Ning Xi digs her nails into her arm, her rationality gradually succumbing to her desires. Observing her discomfort, Meng Xian strides closer, squatting before her, his cool palm enveloping her slender wrist. What is wrong? Are you unwell? His large hand, with its prominent knuckles, causes a flicker of confusion in Ning Xi's eyes. She lifts her gaze, meeting the depths of his green eyes, which harbor both curiosity and a hint of cold detachment. Thud. The restraint in her mind dissipates in an instant. Could you allow me to touch you? The words, difficult to articulate, escape her lips, and she breathes a sigh of relief, daring to meet the gaze of the enigmatic man before her. Ning Xi, possessing a delicate beauty and a gentle disposition, stands at 1.7 meters tall with an impeccable figure. She has never lacked for quality admirers. Yet, to conceal her affliction, she has learned to observe without indulging. And this marks her first intimate encounter with a man, especially one of such exceptional grace and appearance. Ning Xi is entranced. Her lovely features express a myriad of emotions, her hazel eyes shimmering with longing yet retaining a hint of innocence. However, in the blink of an eye, that innocence fades, her beautiful eyes becoming misty with unquenched desire. Hurry, let me touch you. Meng Xian instinctively tightens his legs, his gaze fixed intently upon her, the chill and disdain in his forest green eyes palpable. Oh, touch where? A figure of great strength and a tribal leader has encountered forthright females before, yet he never anticipated one would make such a brazen request. Chapter 3. The Silver Python. Thick and long, yet capable of gentle undulations. Seeing Meng Xian's silence, Ning Xi takes it as tacit approval. She reaches out, wrapping her arms around his, pressing her face against him, relishing an unprecedented sense of fulfillment that soothes her every nerve. His physique is remarkable, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist. As her cheek rests against his arm, she can feel the tautness of his well-defined muscles. Like a cat indulging in catnip, Ning Xi sighs with contentment. Meng Xian's emerald gaze deepens further. He had never encountered such a situation before. As an innocent giant python unfamiliar with intimate relationships and devoid of close contact with females, he found himself momentarily taken aback. Python Xian furrowed his brows, instinctively reaching out to push her away, only to have his hand grasped firmly by Ning Xi. His arm tensed instinctively, and as he prepared to shake her off, he caught sight of the beast's skin slipping away, revealing her slender, pale wrist, so fragile it seemed it could be effortlessly broken. A sudden jolt of surprise coursed through him, causing his grip to loosen. Is it truly possible for a female to be so delicate? After a brief moment of comfort, Ning Xi sensed his reluctance and boldly pulled his hand closer, wrapping her arms around his waist, nestling herself into his embrace. Python Xian stiffened, unable to shake her off. He awkwardly withdrew his hand, realizing it was still caught in her grasp. Narrowing his eyes dangerously, he scrutinized Ning Xi several times, noticing the absence of any partner mark on her smooth wrist. His narrowed green eyes glinted with intrigue. Was she a mere underage female cub? Females were precious. During their youth, they were protected by family and guardians. Upon reaching adulthood, they would select 3 males from their guardians to undergo the mating ceremony, transitioning into a partnership where the males would guard and care for them. Each time a partner was received, a bead would appear on their wrist as proof of the bond and a means of control over the males. Once a bead manifested, it could not be removed. Should a partner perish, the bead would merely darken, never vanishing. She bore no partner mark, nor did she have any guardians nearby. This posed a problem. Her soft waist pressed against his cool arm, causing Python Xian to instinctively retract his arm. Ning Xi's taut nerves gradually eased. The man's arms were cool, strong, and his slightly chilly embrace provided her with a profound sense of security. In that moment, tears of happiness threatened to spill forth. No longer needing to clutch a teddy bear, curl up in on herself, or resist the urge to self-harm, a mere man had instantaneously satisfied all her desires, filling her with a happiness she had never dared to imagine. Involuntarily, she whispered, "Ah, this feels so good." Yet her waist tightened, the cold arm around her suddenly became scorching. Ning Xi furrowed her brows and opened her eyes. "You hurt me." Her expressive, beautiful eyes glimmered with a hint of accusation. "Such lovely hands. Are they made of pincers?" "Apologies," Python Xian replied, his voice slightly hoarse. A gentle breeze wafted by, carrying a bouquet of fragrances. He sensed her trembling body returning to normal, and with his pale lips slightly parted, he coldly inquired, "Are you feeling better? If so, you may let go." Hearing his somewhat frigid tone, Ning Xi, still basking in satisfaction, suddenly registered the situation, her face flushing with embarrassment. She had just embraced a man she had barely met. Summoning her courage, she lifted her gaze to meet his calm, unwavering green eyes, her heart racing as she instinctively smiled sweetly. "Much better, thank you. I'm sorry. I was just a bit frightened and didn't mean to cling to you." After speaking, Ning Xi made a slight effort to disentangle herself, and Python Xian gently set her down on the ground. Once standing, she unconsciously brushed her bangs aside, feeling a surge of grievance, her nose tingling with the onset of tears. This impulsive urge for hand-holding and hugging was often misinterpreted as a sign of sexual desperation or lack of self-respect. Who could have imagined that it stemmed merely from her anxiety over intimacy? She had not wished for this. She had concealed her feelings for so long without being discovered. Dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a glow upon Ning Xi's delicate face, accentuating her ethereal beauty. Python Xian lowered his eyelashes slightly. "Let us proceed. I shall take you to the Changshan tribe." He resolved to have her stay with other unguarded underage females for the time being and awaited the arrival of her guardian beast. Ning Xi bit her lip, then smiled gently, her eyes crescent-shaped with warmth. After a moment of inner turmoil, she obediently nodded, "All right." Given the uncertainty of her situation, she recognized that survival in this primordial forest was impossible without a safe place to spend the night. With no alternative but to follow him, she accepted her fate. As her words fell, she witnessed the tall, handsome silver-haired man before her swiftly transform into a colossal silver python over 20 meters long. His body gleamed with silver scales, adorned with subtle shimmering patterns, radiating brilliance as he moved. The enormous python lowered its head slightly, its mesmerizing emerald eyes gazing at Ning Xi with a calm intensity. "Climb on. I will take you back," she gasped, instinctively stepping back. What had she just witnessed? A living transformation. In the stifling heat of the primitive forest, she felt an icy chill envelop her, her scalp prickling. With the system in place, she realized she had been transported to a beastly realm. During her free time at school, she often indulged in novels to unwind, and thus was not unfamiliar with tales of beastmen transforming. Yet, she never anticipated encountering one so grand upon her arrival. Though the silver hue was beautiful, the sheer size was daunting. Moreover, it was a snake, a python, long, thick, and capable of constricting. She had long harbored a fear of soft-bodied creatures. Ning Xi's lashes fluttered as she nearly lost her breath, forcing herself to maintain composure. "I cannot faint. It is unsafe here." Beastmen were still human. Encountering a wild beast would spell disaster. Python Xian, sensing her anxiety, turned his head impassively, looking down at the silent little female. "We must leave this place swiftly." Ning Xi blinked, obediently responding with a soft gritting her teeth. She steeled herself and climbed onto the enormous python's tail, her heart racing wildly. Python Xian raised an eyebrow at her compliance, noting how unlike a spoiled female she appeared. Ning Xi, unaware of Python Xian's thoughts, settled herself and gazed into the seemingly endless forest ahead, softly inquiring, "Are the trees here all this tall?" Her question struck him as odd, yet Python Xian answered without hesitation, "The trees in the forest are indeed tall. Those in the tribe have been pruned to be shorter." Ning Xi's resolve to fend for herself in the forest shattered, and she smiled sweetly. "I'm ready. Let us go." Time was of the essence. Remaining in the primitive forest would surely lead to her demise, merely a matter of time. Who would choose death when life was still an option? Python Xian flicked his tail, lifting her high above his head. "Hold on tight." His calm, steady words inexplicably sent a shiver down Ning Xi's spine. Before she could utter a sound, they shot forward like lightning, the trees around them blurring into a linear streak. Chapter 4. He wasn't wearing underwear. "Ah!" Ning Xi gasped, clutching the python's head tightly. Fearing she would be flung off, falling at this speed could easily lead to severe injury or worse. Python Xian, noticing her tension, cautiously enveloped her in a transparent protective shield, slowing their pace slightly. "My apologies. I shall slow down." The silver python surged forward, cradling Ning Xi with remarkable gentleness despite the rapid speed, yet she felt slightly breathless from the velocity. 10 minutes later, they arrived at their destination. The giant python set her down, transforming once more into the tall, handsome, and aloof male. Ning Xi, utterly drained, collapsed onto the ground as soon as she was released, her face pale and her bright eyes glistening with moisture as she gasped for breath. What's wrong? His concern was palpable as he bent down, lifting her effortlessly as he would a hunted prey. I will take you to find the high priest. Ning Xi was still struggling to catch her breath when her vision abruptly rose, only to find herself face down, hoisted onto his shoulder. 2 minutes later, she was once again placed on the ground. Fortunately, there lay a hide upon the ground, sparing her from pain. She awkwardly prostrated herself on the earth and, with some trepidation, raised her gaze, her eyes falling upon long, sturdy legs. As she continued to look upward, Ning Xi felt a wave of panic and hastily diverted her gaze. Heaven knew she was a naive singleton, unversed in the ways of the world, desperately attempting to conceal her skin condition. Having lived for 2 decades, she had never encountered such a sight, not counting those glimpsed through a screen. Her cheeks flushed crimson in an instant, and overwhelmed by the day's myriad stimuli, she fainted. The serpent-like figure, Meng Xian, furrowed his brow, extending his long arms to draw her into his embrace. The young female in his arms had a flushed face, her form sliding down languidly, and, in the process, the peculiar hide upon her body slipped, revealing a delicate and fair waist. The shallow dip of her navel imparted an air of innocence. Meng Xian's emerald green eyes held a grave expression as he averted his gaze, effortlessly lifting her horizontally and addressing his friend and high priest. I discovered this female in the Changshan forest. She seems not yet to have reached maturity. Please take a look at her. A striking male, nearly 2 meters tall, dressed in a robe of sapphire feathers, adorned with mysterious totems upon his face and colorful feathers at his waist, stepped forth. The smooth beast teeth strung around his neck and matching earrings jingled as he walked, imparting a nonchalant, languid demeanor to his words. You are indeed fortunate. Such a rare female companion, and you found one without a mate. Kong Yi lowered his gaze unhurriedly, instinctively softening his breath upon seeing her, scrutinizing Ning Xi. She was remarkably thin, yet quite beautiful. His curiosity piqued as he glanced at her unusual attire, pondering the origin of the hide. It appeared rather unique. Suddenly recalling her reaction before she fainted, Kong Yi's eyes fell to his feathered skirt. Given her perspective, it was easy to surmise that she had seen it. Such a shy young female was indeed a rarity. She is unharmed. Take her back to care for her. Kong Yi straightened, casting a sidelong glance at Meng Xian. Take her back? To where? Meng Xian's emerald eyes flickered with mild confusion as he inquired calmly, is she not to be placed among the young females, living with others without mates until she finds a partner or protector? Your cave is spacious enough for her to stay for a few days. The nursery cannot accommodate her. Kong Yi elegantly turned, not looking back as he spoke. This female appears frail. Leaving her elsewhere may not ensure her survival. Given Xian's strength and meticulous nature, entrusting her to him is surely wise. Perhaps it might even foster a promising bond? Such a beautiful and innocent female is hard to come by. When Ning Xi awoke, the sun was nearly setting. She blinked hazily, momentarily believing she was still seated in a classroom, her bangs obscuring her eyes and the blackboard barely visible. After a few blinks, she opened her eyes to behold Meng Xian's cold and enchanting visage. Startled, Ning Xi scrambled to sit upright, instinctively raising a hand to touch her lips. Thankfully, she had not suffered any embarrassment. Where is this? She asked anxiously, her voice still hoarse from slumber. Meng Xian's gaze flickered, his cool voice resonating. My cave. Rest. He turned, striding towards the cave entrance before pausing to say over his shoulder, I will be at the entrance. Call me if you need anything. All right, Ning Xi replied softly, a smile gracing her lips. She had anticipated insomnia or a panic attack, yet she soon fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. Awakening the following noon, beads of sweat adorned her forehead as she opened her eyes to the dimness of the cavernous space. The barren cave, save for a large, flat stone, revealed little else. No, there was also a bed. She touched the stone slab beneath her, its chill seeping into her body. How was it that she had not felt cold while sleeping? Ning Xi blinked, her large, watery eyes filled with confusion as memories flooded back. She had traversed into another realm, having defied a childbirth system, acquiring a storage backpack, and glimpsing something quite indescribable. Yet, that was of little consequence. Ah, the backpack. With a sudden rush, she rolled out of bed, her elbow meeting the hard stone with a painful thud. What a dreadful bed, she exclaimed. Oh, you're awake? A sweet, youthful voice chimed from the cave entrance. Ning Xi warily lifted her gaze. A group of beautiful, tall, and healthy young women, adorned in leafy garments, stood against the light, their clear, bright eyes fixed upon her. Ning Xi's pupils widened in shock as she instinctively recoiled, forcing herself to maintain composure, straightening her back and curving her lips into a gentle smile. Hello, where is this? Who are you? I am Tu Dan. This is Mao Guan, and the one behind is Lu Ling. You are in the chief's cave. You are quite fortunate to have been found by him. Let me tell you, A lively girl with large eyes approached, enthusiastically introducing herself. Another petite girl with short hair also stepped forward, wearing a matching leafy bikini and walking barefoot. The last girl remained silent, merely smiling warmly at Ning Xi, revealing a row of neat, white teeth. Ning Xi's gaze dropped, catching sight of the girl stepping barefoot on a stone without a hint of discomfort, and furrowed her brow in silence. Barefoot and clad in leaves? Had she been transported to a primitive, savage era? How could she, an ordinary university student with a skin condition, possibly survive in such a barren, beastly world? Surely, she ought to have been transported to an ancient civilization instead. Well, perhaps an ancient era would be even less forgiving. Considering her propensity for illness, she would have been publicly shamed and subjected to severe punishment. As she pondered, the group of young women approached her. Chapter 5. Is there divine protection over marriage here? One of the bright-eyed females produced a large piece of beast hide from thin air, placing it on a nearby stone table. Let's call it a table for now. Lu Ling carefully unfurled the hide, revealing a generous portion of steaming roasted meat. Tu Dan cheerfully exclaimed, "This is food the chief sent for you. We heard you fainted for a day and a night, so you must be famished. This meat is quite fresh. Please, eat." Everyone was eager to see the new female, but the chief had restricted access, selecting only the three of them to converse. Talking is my specialty. Tu Dan cheerfully urged, "Please eat. This meat is tender. Roasted by the chief himself, his culinary skills are renowned. You must try it. By the way, what is your name?" As the enticing aroma of the meat wafted through the air, Ning Xi's stomach grumbled. Listening to the girl's melodious voice, she was jolted back to reality by the seemingly magical appearance of the food. "My name is Ning Xi." The three girls exclaimed in unison, "What a lovely name." The warm feeling surged within Ning Xi as she smiled, her gaze falling upon the meat, where faint traces of blood glimmered. Indeed, it was quite fresh, barely cooked. Ning Xi hesitated, meeting the gaze of a pair of shining eyes, the upward curve at their corners revealing the girl's good spirits. "Ning Qi, yo mustat. It will be less enjoyable when it cools." Lu Ling urged kindly, casting an envious glance at the meat before her, swallowing hard. That was the finest meat. Among her 7 followers, the highest rank was only 5th tier, and none had ever received such a generous reward. As she contemplated the meager supply of bread and scattered morsels in her backpack, the enticing piece of fresh meat before her, albeit undercooked, held immense allure for Ning Xi. If only she could discreetly retain it and subject it to a secondary cooking process over a fire. Her long, distinct eyelashes fluttered as she lifted her gaze, earnestly regarding the girl who had spoken. "Isn't there something I must trade for this meat?" In the novels she had read, food was portrayed as a precious commodity in the beastly realm. Accepting meat without a barter might lead to an unforeseen consequence. Although the thought of being sold was unsettling, her heart, though burdened by a sense of anxiety, would not permit her to betray herself for a mere piece of meat. Observing the cave's primitive surroundings, she imagined that should she become pregnant, complications would likely arise, a notion she had never even contemplated in her modern life, let alone here. The laughter of several girls erupted as they exchanged banter, collectively assuring her, "Of course, no exchange is necessary." "Why would you think that?" One girl added, "Rest assured. Caring for females is a point of pride for us males." Another chimed in, "Indeed, this meat is yours. You are truly fortunate. Our chieftain is the most skilled hunter of the Changshan tribe. But the most formidable is the Grand Priest Kong Yi," someone corrected. "The Grand Priest doesn't count. He hasn't taken a mate." "What do you mean he hasn't taken a mate?" "The Grand Priest simply hasn't found a female he fancies." "How do you know?" Let me tell you, my family as Python Mountain once sought fire from the Grand Priest and overheard." As Ning Xi observed the girls blushing with excitement over the gossip, her eyes sparkled with curiosity, and she leaned in, straining to glean any useful information from their conversation. However, the insights gleaned were scant. After a lengthy discussion, she learned but one significant detail. Fire was of paramount importance here, with only the Grand Priest possessing the means to create it. Other beast men had to borrow fire from his cave to prepare meals for their mates. Considering the innocence reflected in their faces, Ning Xi hesitated momentarily before tentatively asking, "Could you explain the rules of this place to me? I hurt my head in the forest and have forgotten many things." The amnesia trope, albeit cliché, was universally applicable. Of course. How tragic. The girl with the large eyes looked at Ning Xi with sympathy and eagerly began to share all she knew. The other two girls, equally sympathetic, joined in the explanation, quickly shedding their earlier shyness. From their words, Ning Xi learned that in this beastly world, males were tall, strong, and numerous, often possessing beast forms and awakening supernatural abilities. In contrast, females were rare and precious, with beast forms, but no supernatural powers. The imbalance in their numbers, approximately 30 males to every female, resulted in a polyandrous marriage system, wherein each female was required to choose 3 males as partners at her coming-of-age ceremony. This ceremony took place annually at the sacred mountain of the eastern continent, marking the first bonding ritual for females. Upon forming a bond, a bead-like mark would appear on the female's wrist, while the male would bear a representation of the female's beast form on his chest. Males bearing this mark would remain fiercely loyal throughout their lives. Betrayal would invoke divine punishment, manifesting as a mark of a vile beast man on their face, ultimately leading to expulsion from the tribe and universal condemnation. Upon hearing this, Ning Xi's eyes brightened. How wonderful! Here, marriage is protected by the beast gods. The slender female, unexpectedly beautiful, caught Rabbit Dan's attention, prompting her to excitedly divulge. Males receive blessings from the beast gods during their coming-of-age ceremony, becoming warriors. They all start at the 4th tier and, with experience, can ascend to the 5th and 6th tiers, awakening natural abilities. Rabbit Dan swallowed hard, while Catwan smiled and added, "Ascending from the 5th to the 6th tier is exceptionally challenging. Once they awaken their abilities, they can stride with confidence." Dear Ling shyly chimed in, her voice soft. "Those above the 6th tier are warriors, boasting exceptional strength and endurance. Our tribe has 2 6th-tier warriors, 1 7th-tier warrior, and a grand priest suspected to be 8th tier." Rabbit Dan's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she leaned in conspiratorially, whispering, "Hee, our chieftain is a 7th-tier warrior, the only one in the entire northern continent. He is truly formidable. With him around, you needn't worry about going hungry in winter." Listening to the girls' cheerful chatter, Ning Xi blinked thoughtfully, her mind wandering to the similarities between their tiered advancement and the cultivation practices found in Xianxia novels. Their pleasant exchange continued for quite some time. To her astonishment, Ning Xi discovered that the natural abilities referenced here pertained solely to weather phenomena, wind, water, ice, and lightning, lacking any fire or earth-related abilities, which imparted a sense of imbalance. Albeit not excessively so. A gentle breeze caressed her, bringing a refreshing coolness. Ning Xi inhaled deeply, reveling in the pristine air quality of this primitive forest tribe. It offered the illusion that each breath might extend her life by a decade. Gurgle gurgle. Rabbit Dan is hungry. Her gaze instinctively drifted toward the solitary piece of meat. Noticing that the steaming meat was nearly cold, she tugged the 2 girls beside her and headed outside, turning back to remind Ning Xi, "You should eat quickly. We're heading home now." "All right. Thank you for bringing me the meat. Come visit again sometime." Ning Xi tilted her head, offering a friendly smile as she waved goodbye. The 3 girls stared, momentarily entranced by her delicate features, puzzled by her farewell gesture. They raised their own hands to mimic her waving, curiously murmuring, "Is this how they greet in your original tribe? It's quite fun." "Yes, indeed, I find it enjoyable too." Chapter 6. Will she be beaten? After the girls departed, Ning Xi's light brown eyes grew vacant as she fixed her gaze on a point on the ground, lost in thought. What could she possibly do now? In this unfamiliar beastly world, confined within a primitive cave, she lacked any means of self-defense. What lay ahead was a mystery to her. Fleeing was certainly not an option. Standing at 1.7 meters tall, she was considered tall by modern standards but felt diminutive here, especially since the 3 girls who had just arrived appeared to be over 1.75 meters. Furthermore, the wild grass outside the tribe was taller than she, presenting a perilous prospect of being devoured alive. She possessed no survival skills. Having grown up under the care of her grandmother after her parents' early divorce and subsequent remarriages, she had been somewhat pampered, never truly experiencing hardship. Surveying her surroundings, the vast cave offered little beyond the cool stone bed beneath her and a flat stone slab beside it, with no barriers at the entrance. She had somehow ended up in the beastly realm, a world teeming with insects. But wait, there surely aren't any insects in this cave, right? The mere thought of the insects described in the beastly novels sent shivers down her spine. Clenching her hands anxiously, she tried to steady her trembling legs. Stay calm. I must consider my next step. The chieftain did not seem particularly interested in her. Perhaps when he returned, she could negotiate for a few days' lodging. If she rationed her supplies, her backpack's contents should last about a week, enough time to ascertain the situation here. As she pondered, she meticulously scrutinized the cave once more, ultimately confirming the absence of insects, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. With no insects, everything seemed manageable. She could devise alternative plans later. Armed with her backpack's provisions, she felt confident that she could ensure her safety within the tribe. Upon reaching this thought, her enchanting fox-like eyes slightly arched, and the corners of her lips curled into a delicate arc, revealing a charming yet innocent smile. Now that she was alone, it was imperative to examine the backpack she had acquired through her research. Food could be consumed at any time, but it was crucial to investigate the survival backpack without delay. She elegantly crossed her long legs and sat sideways on the edge of the bed. Casting a nervous glance outside, there was no one around, and the silence was palpable. Raising her hand, she glanced at the semi-transparent backpack icon on her right wrist, which was roughly the size of a watch. A single tap revealed 4 neatly arranged rows of small square compartments. Upon closer inspection, she discovered numerous compartments, some adorned with images while others remained vacant. Ning Xi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she noted the 4 rows and 5 columns, totaling 20 compartments. Among them, 11 displayed icons, leaving 9 unoccupied. With joy shimmering in her eyes, she leaned in, her large, glistening orbs scrutinizing the icons, which depicted the very items that had originally occupied her backpack. Tentatively, she tapped each icon in succession, confirming the quantities before returning them. Finding that they indeed matched the items in her backpack, blinking in delight, she picked up the animal hide from beside the bed and, with a flicker of thought, stored it away. The icon lit up. It was a chibi-style animal hide. Slightly larger than the previous 11 icons, it bore no other distinctions. Her golden opportunity had arrived. Was this not a small space for storage? Though she wondered if it was a static space. At that moment, she remembered the absence of hot water, and then meat. Ning Xi murmured joyfully, contemplating slicing a small piece of meat to stow away. With that, she opened the backpack and retrieved her multifunctional knife. Though not large, it was quite weighty, measuring approximately 9 centimeters when folded, with an outer shell of matte black-coated aluminum alloy. Upon unfolding, it revealed large scissors, a primary blade, a metal file, a bottle opener, and a nail clipper. As she drew out the main blade to grasp the meat, a chilling male voice resonated from the entrance. "I'm coming in." To avoid startling the timid female, Meng Xian had deliberately announced his arrival, yet he still managed to frighten her. Startled, Ning Xi instinctively retracted the knife into her backpack, causing the meat in her hand to roll to the ground, quivering as it continued forward. To her astonishment, it rolled directly to Meng Xian's feet. Ning Xi thought, is the meat toxic? The meat felt somewhat cool, and she hesitated to voice her thoughts, concerned that retrieving items from her backpack would be inconvenient. Had he seen that? "I'm sorry, I've dirted the meat," she said softly, her gaze flickering as she lowered her eyes, attempting to project an innocent demeanor. Females were rare and precious. Surely, he wouldn't harm her, would he? Meng Xian picked up the meat from the ground, lifting his gaze to regard the petite female seated beside his stone bed. Her features were elegantly charming, her skin pale and luminous, seemingly tender enough to yield moisture, with her long, dark hair cascading down her back. Dressed in peculiar animal hide, she appeared dangerously fragile. Noticing his silence as he examined the meat, Ning Xi feared she had erred, assuming he was upset about her soiling the precious food. What should she do? Nervously, she stood up, her doe-like appearance exuding obedience as her beautiful eyes fixated on his every movement. Observing her compliant demeanor, Meng Xian's previously stern brow softened slightly. He tapped the meat with his fingertip, releasing water to swiftly cleanse it, and expelled the excess water outside the cave. Taking a few steps forward, he casually placed it on a nearby wooden platform. "Eat. You're so thin. How long will it take to fatten you up?" A frail female will struggle to find a strong mate. Despite his lack of interest in raising females, he noted that she was nearing maturity, and it would be beneficial for her to gain some weight to attract robust partners. His powerful hands bore distinct veins, exuding raw strength with every gesture, creating a visual feast. However, he pondered, was he threatening her? Ning Xi's fists clenched reflexively, only to quickly release them, her long eyelashes casting shadows over her eyes, concealing her inner turmoil. What should she do? The meat still bore traces of blood, its surface marked with a warning of parasites. Should she eat it or not? After a prolonged silence, Meng Xian's curiosity prompted him to glance down at her. He observed the delicate pink of her lips part slightly, as if she wished to speak but hesitated, her lovely green eyes subtly evaluating him. The small female possessed a pair of alluringly beautiful eyes, their corners gently upturned, as if she were captivated by everyone around her, exuding charm and seduction with every flicker. Meng Xian's deep green gaze softened as he uttered, "Eat." When she lifted her head, he raised an eyebrow. The meat was uncooked. Could it be that Ning Xi mustered the courage to look up at Meng Xian and meet his unyielding green gaze, causing her scalp to tingle? She hastily redirected, "Do you have any fruits or something?" How troublesome. Meng Xian, maintaining his composure, picked up the meat, intending to venture outside to borrow fire for roasting and to gather some sweet fruits, but realized he did not even know the small female's name. He paused, turning around to articulate his question clearly and steadily. "What is your name?" "Ning Xi." The shimmering silver-white water-patterned animal hide skirt caught her peripheral vision, conjuring memories of the beastly novel she had read, where serpents typically paired. As a python, he was likely no different. Meng Xian's lips tugged into a smirk as he suddenly noticed the peculiar intensity in her gaze. He followed her line of sight, only to find her fixated on his lower half. Do you know what it means to stare at a single male's lower region? It signifies interest in mating. Clearly, she was not aware of this. Chapter 7. A simple embrace would suffice. The air was pristine, devoid of any peculiar sense of estrus. Indeed, females experienced estrus every 3 months, lasting merely 3 to 4 days. The probability of encountering such a scenario was exceedingly low. Meng Xian believed he was not that unfortunate. Throughout the year, there existed 4 seasons: the blossoming spring, the sultry summer, the bountiful autumn, and the concealed winter. The summer spanned 4 months, while the other seasons lasted 3. Calculating, a female would undergo estrus 4 times a year. Yet, what was the situation with this female? Was she merely curious? Meng Xian pondered, lifting his eyelids to gaze at Ning Xi. She suddenly met his gaze, her eyes filled with a hint of playful mischief, as bright light flickered within his deep green orbs. The scorching sunlight poured into the cave, and Meng Xian, standing against the light, towered at a height of nearly 2 meters, exuding an imposing presence. His dark green eyes were slightly lowered, radiating an inscrutable glow. Beneath his prominent nose, his thin lips curled into a subtle smile. "Where's the rift? I must hurry," Ning Xi exclaimed, her hands gesturing in denial as she feared being misunderstood. The incessant chirping of cicadas outside irked her, causing her to furrow her brows. It was unbearably hot, her skin prickling, and the hum of noise enveloped her. This was a precursor to the onset of her skin thirst syndrome. Having experienced ultimate satisfaction once, she seemed to have developed an addiction. The skin thirst syndrome had intensified. Where was her comforting teddy bear? Realizing it was no longer with her, Ning Xi crouched down, hugging herself like a shrimp. "Ning Xi?" Meng Xian furrowed his brow. Slowly, she raised her head, the cave feeling stifling and hot, a sheen of fine sweat glistening on her forehead. Her face flushed pink, and her eyes appeared somewhat dazed. This sight momentarily stunned Meng Xian. "Are you in estrus?" Yet no, there was still no scent. The air held only a faint fragrance, the aroma of the small female's body, devoid of any signs of estrus. Meng Xian felt a tightness in his chest, placing the meat aside without hesitation. Crouching down, his voice softened with a hint of compassion, he inquired, "What's wrong?" Ning Xi's eyelids fluttered lightly, her gaze falling upon the long and powerful hand before her. She had experienced the coolness of that large palm, both soothing and refreshing. Hesitantly, she extended her hand. Meng Xian, perplexed by her actions, nevertheless complied and offered his hand, palm facing upwards. The moment her warm fingertips brushed against his icy, soft palm, he grasped her hand firmly. "Why is it so hot?" "You're burning up." Each year, there were females and cubs who succumbed to fever, a malady that even the high priest could not remedy. Contemplating this, he loosened his grip on her hand. Immediately, he noticed the distinct imprints appearing on her delicate palm, with the side of her index finger slightly swollen and reddened. Meng Xian's gaze faltered, and he quickly opened his hand. A flicker of confusion crossed his green eyes. Had he gripped too tightly? He had little time to ponder. As the female's temperature was alarmingly high, it seemed a visit to Yi was in order, coincidentally to borrow some fire. As Meng Xian extended his long arm, he gathered her into his embrace. The coolness of her body felt like encountering water in a desert, and Ning Xi could no longer contain herself. She suddenly hurled herself into his arms, wrapping her arms around his neck and burying her face into him. "I'm not burning up, I just feel uncomfortable. Please, hold me just once." Struggling to articulate the last two words, tears streamed down Ning Xi's cheeks, mingling with her breath as they fell upon Meng Xian's neck. Typically, she could manage her desires without much difficulty, but encountering a man like Meng Xian, who perfectly aligned with her aesthetic preferences, proved irresistible. The dam could withstand only so much. Once it began to crack, it would inevitably burst, especially after accumulating so much water. Ning Xi knew that she was in deep trouble. They were so close that he could distinctly detect her fragrant scent. Meng Xian instinctively held his breath, listening to her pitiful sobs, and his heart softened. Throughout his life, he had encountered females who were willful and flamboyant. He had never seen one so docile and tearful. She appeared rather pitiable. Gently, he reached up to stroke the top of her head. "It's all right, I'm here. I'm feeling much better, thank you." Perhaps his voice was too gentle, as Ning Xi, in a daze, instinctively replied. The sweetness of her words made his heart flutter. "As long as you're all right, you can get up now." Meng Xian lowered his gaze, observing her frail appearance. How fragile she was. How had she managed to survive deep within the forest? Ning Xi felt a wave of relief wash over her, the heaviness in her chest dissipating completely. She had never experienced such joy before. With nimble hands and feet, she stood up, her voice sweet and sultry as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Embracing a man so comfortably was an unparalleled delight, one that stirred other thoughts within her. Feeling liberated, she considered, with such a handsome man holding me, why not seize the opportunity? In this unfamiliar place, if she fell ill, there would be no one to comfort her. With a glimmer in her expressive eyes, she recalled overhearing that this man, Meng Xian, oh no, the male, was single and without a partner. What was there to hesitate about? She resolved to act upon her thoughts, biting her lip and lifting her head, only to be met with his cold, indifferent green gaze. In that fleeting moment, the flicker of romantic interest in her heart extinguished. Perhaps she could still exercise some restraint regarding her skin cravings. This man, Meng Xian, seemed somewhat intimidating. "Ning Xi?" Meng Xian called out. Ning Xi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she lifted her delicate face to meet his scrutinizing green eyes, her expression innocent as she replied. Are you feeling unwell?" "No, I'm not unwell." Ning Xi shook her head. "All right, I'm going to roast some meat. You stay here and don't wander off," he instructed, picking up the meat. As she watched his tall figure exit the cave, her view opened up considerably. Ning Xi let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, he was gone. She glanced down at the vivid red imprints on her pale palm, her beautiful eyes narrowing in contemplation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Meng Xian approached the entrance of High Priest Kong Yi's cave, calling out, "Yi, are you there? I've come to borrow some fire." "Come in," echoed a voice from within. Meng Xian stepped inside. Kong Yi, leisurely gathering herbs, looked down intently, but upon hearing the familiar footsteps approaching, he spoke without raising his head. "Didn't you just divide the meat? Isn't it enough to eat?" "The meat is cold. I need to heat it," Meng Xian replied. "Let it be cold then. Why heat it?" Kong Yi replied, raising his head with a bemused expression as he quickly grasped for whom Meng Xian intended to warm the meat. After all, males could consume raw meat without issue. "Handle it yourself. I'm busy preparing medicine," Kong Yi said, not looking up. "All right," Meng Xian nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. He carefully approached the fire source, centering his focus as he took a handful of fine fluff grass. Igniting a flame and enveloping it with a protective barrier, a small opening was created in the transparent shield to allow the fire to breathe. He then covered it with a stone slab, leaving a few gaps. Every tribe maintained a fire source, kept within the high priest's abode. As long as the high priest was alive, the flame remained lit. Should the high priest perish, the fire would extinguish. The fire used for roasting meat was typically preserved with utmost care. In the event of an accident, the flame could be borrowed from the high priest. Some smaller tribes lacked a high priest and could only consume raw meat or rely on a neighboring tribe with a high priest, making it impossible to heat meat at will. Meng Xian nodded at his close friend and stepped back outside. The delicate female had managed to survive this long, indicating she had been well cared for in her original tribe. He would ensure she was looked after properly. Kong Yi commented, without lifting his gaze. Yes. I'll take my leave now. Thank you. The fire at Changshan tribe remained constantly lit due to Yi's presence, yet it still required cautious handling. Meng Xian carefully shielded the flame, moving quickly and steadily towards the exit. There was a little one inside waiting to eat. He needed to fatten her up and find her some strong mates to alleviate the trouble. With that thought, Meng Xian quickened his pace. Chapter 8. Does the backpack have an identification function? Recalling her delicate inquiry about fruit, Meng Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as he swiftly turned a corner, picking some fruit favored by females before hurrying back. Before long, he arrived at the cave entrance. He placed the fruit on a leaf, deftly retrieved dry twigs from a nearby crevice, and crouched down to begin roasting the meat. The fine twigs crackled as they met the burning fluff grass, startling Ning Xi within the cave, her eyes brightening with alertness. Who's out there? Ning Xi's long, thick eyelashes fluttered, and forcing herself to remain calm, she opened her backpack to retrieve a multifunctional knife, somewhat clumsily extracting the main blade. She swallowed nervously, casting a wary glance toward the cave entrance. In the next moment, she caught sight of Meng Xian's strikingly handsome face, his pale skin glowing brilliantly in the sunlight. Upon recognizing him, Ning Xi exhaled in relief, retracting the knife into her backpack and curving her lips into a sweet, innocent smile. You're back? The small female, possessing a captivating face, surprised him with her unexpectedly pure smile. Meng Xian's gaze flickered, and he strode over with long strides. Yes, the meat is ready, let us eat. He placed the golden brown, steaming chunks of meat onto a stone slab, a few bright red fruits beside them, and stood quietly. Ning Xi stared at the roasted meat, swallowing hard. It was such a large piece, and without utensils or being cut, should she just bite into it? She felt at a loss. Seeing her hesitation, Meng Xian prompted, Why aren't you eating? This cut is from the tender neck of a moo cow beast. It's succulent and delightful, even raw. A single cow yields but a modest portion, distributed only among the most formidable male hunters, much to the delight of the females. Why does she not hasten to devour it? A glance at her petite crimson lips prompted Meng Xian to furrow his brow. Was the portion too substantial? Should it be sliced into smaller pieces? Ning Xi, regaining her focus, instinctively curved her eyes into a gentle, sweet smile, her long lashes fluttering as she softly inquired. Could it be sliced into thin slices or smaller chunks? Observing her cautious demeanor, Meng Xian felt an inexplicable urge to tease her. He raised an eyebrow, remembering that males only heed their partners. The moment he uttered those words, a flush crept to his ears. What was he saying? Ning Xi, taken aback by his words, lifted her gaze in surprise. Did it mean what she thought it did? Her eyes inadvertently traced the contours of his well-defined waist, the flawless lines of muscle flowing seamlessly. Just a python, after all. Hissing was not out of the question. Just as he was about to agree, a vibrant green leaf appeared before him, artfully arranged with small chunks of roasted meat, emanating wisps of steam. A rather cool voice from above, Meng Xian said, All right, eat. Ning Xi, observing the neatly arranged pieces of meat, felt her stomach rumble audibly, and she quickly lowered her gaze, murmuring, Thank you, feeling more embarrassed than ever. With tears welling in her eyes, she grasped a piece of meat, disregarding its cleanliness, and took a small bite. The meat was firm yet springy. A subtle saltiness followed by a robust fishy flavor made her eyes widen in discomfort. She nearly gagged. Gritting her teeth, she swallowed, attempting to reassure herself. It was normal. Indeed, with limited cooking conditions, salt was the only seasoning, and the fishiness was entirely to be expected. Taking a deep breath, she chewed through the unpleasantness. The grease oozing from the meat was somewhat tough, excessively rich. After one piece, she found herself unable to continue. She forced a smile and raised her head, politely exclaiming, It's delicious, thank you. A female expressing gratitude? Meng Xian, casting a calm glance down, found her eyes sparkling with fragmented light, dazzling in their brilliance. Her elegant visage stirred something within him, and he quickly diverted his gaze, placing the meat on the stone slab beside her. Well, make sure to finish it. You mustn't leave any. It was good that she enjoyed it. She appeared so thin. Had her tribe not fed her? That rumbling stomach had surely been silent for far too long. Quite pitiful indeed. Will you finish it all? So much meat? Was this beast man merely seeking to rid himself of her by overloading her? Ning Xi hesitated, eyeing the sizable portion of meat that amounted to nearly 10 steaks. Grateful she hadn't vomited. Typically, 2 steaks would suffice for her appetite. The excess could be stored in her backpack later to see if it could be preserved. With that thought, her spirits lifted, and she discreetly glanced at Meng Xian, noting his lack of attention, swiftly stowing a piece of meat into her backpack. In that moment, a golden frame appeared before her. Moo beef, tender and delicious. Subsequently, a small icon of the meat emerged. Ning Xi's eyes widened in astonishment. Her backpack possessed an identification feature. Her gaze flitted over to the beast's skin icon, and she paused. She distinctly remembered that there had been no golden frame when she stored the beast's skin. It had simply appeared as an icon. Could it be that identification required a specific timing? Not in the morning, but perhaps at noon? Regardless, this was her boon. More exploration awaited. Suppressing her elation, she bit her lip, fearful of betraying her joy with an audible laugh. Her current mood was beyond mere words of delight. She picked up a fruit the size of her fist. It resembled an oversized cherry, its vibrant hue glimmering invitingly, looking utterly delectable. As she took a gentle bite, the succulent flesh burst open, sweet juice flooding her mouth, leaving a lingering fragrance reminiscent of cherries. Soon, 2 fruits were consumed, and she seized the opportunity to discreetly tuck away the remaining small piece into her backpack. The fruit was unwieldy to manage, but she would make do. The golden frame reappeared. Red cherry fruit. Sweet and slightly tart. Another Q-version cherry icon joined the collection. A surge of exhilaration coursed through her. With this skill, she would not perish from hunger, and foraging for mushrooms would be immensely gratifying. Indeed, the agricultural prowess of her homeland was evident everywhere. It seemed she could survive on her own. Her gaze inadvertently drifted to her wrist, recalling a crucial question. Was the backpack's icon visible only to her? In novels, it was typically the case that only the individual could see it, but given her unconventional circumstances, perhaps there were pitfalls as well. Determined to test this, she feigned warmth by rolling up her sleeves and gesturing to the remaining meat and fruit, her cherry lips parting as she sweetly articulated, "I'm full." What about this remaining meat and fruit? The delicate, pale arms of the small female fluttered before him, prompting Meng Xian to steal a few more glances. Those arms seemed as though they could snap with a mere touch. Such a fragile female. He nonchalantly averted his gaze, only to find her long lashes elegantly curled, her beautiful eyes shimmering like a tranquil spring. She looked directly at him, patiently awaiting a response. Meng Xian's forest green eyes reflected a hint of astonishment. A female was actually soliciting his opinion on food? Chapter 9. Entering the Snake Denver. Such tender meat. You may keep the leftovers. Whether to feed a male or save for later, those decisions have always been the prerogative of the female. In her home, the distribution of food is a privilege granted to the female. Even the chieftain must comply with her allocations. Huh? Are you not hungry? Please eat. I haven't touched that meat over there. It's clean. It seemed she had never witnessed him consume food. Ning Xi arched her brows, displaying a compliant smile. Then, she lowered her gaze, her long lashes concealing her delight, noting that he remained expressionless despite her prolonged display. It was evident he could not see the backpack. How wonderful! The sweet, gentle voice of the small female continued, and after finishing the meat, she obediently sat at the edge of the bed, her demeanor utterly endearing. Perhaps females weren't as troublesome as he initially thought? Meng Xian silently observed her, casting his gaze toward the stone slab where the meat lay, barely touched. Had she truly eaten her fill? With lips slightly parted, he recalled her timid demeanor and quietly closed his mouth, picking up the leaf that held her remaining meat, leisurely tossing it into his own mouth. After finishing, he turned to leave but paused at the cave entrance, recalling something, and turned back to impart a reminder. I'll clean at the entrance. If you wish to get some fresh air, feel free to step outside. He would ensure her safety while she breathed the fresh air. The small female ought to be allowed some time outside, yet she sat still, appearing rather pitiful. Meng Xian had lost count of how many times he felt pity for her, rather than the annoyance he had initially assumed. Upon hearing his words, Ning Xi's eyes sparkled with joy as she lifted her head, her watery, glistening gaze adorned with a gentle smile. All right. The abruptness of her arrival the day before left her yet to explore this place, called the Changshan tribe. With a light-hearted step, Ning Xi exited the cave. As her vision expanded, she inhaled deeply, curiously surveying her surroundings. How lofty. At present, She stands on a hillside, surveying the surroundings where, within a radius of 300 meters, there exists but a solitary cave. The adjacent peaks are adorned with lush shrubs that tower above her. Numerous caves have been carved into the 3 rock walls, with diligent males occasionally flitting in and out, while a few curious ones cast fleeting glances in her direction before quickly averting their gaze. It appears that all reside within the caves. Moreover, this place is not as primitive as she had envisioned. What lies beneath? A gentle breeze caresses her, infusing the air with the fragrant essence of flora. Ning Xi inhales deeply, instantly experiencing a clarity of mind, as if the oxygen levels were off the charts. With a light step, she advances 2 paces forward. Ning Xi possesses fair skin, a slender and delicate figure, and dons a ginger-hued athletic ensemble that perfectly accentuates her youthful allure, rendering her movements remarkably graceful. Unbeknownst to her, the gaze of Meng Xian unconsciously follows her, but upon realizing, he retracts his attention, merely perking up his ears to remain attentive to her vicinity. Curiosity piqued, Ning Xi continues forward, her gaze slightly lowered. Before her lies an expansive valley basin, embraced by towering peaks on 3 sides, with a modest stream meandering through, encircling a substantial expanse of flatland. On the ground, a kaleidoscope of plush creatures frolics and gambols, prompting Ning Xi's eyes to widen in delight. Are these the animals they keep? She had not anticipated that this place had ventured into husbandry. Surely, there must be cultivation areas as well? Elated, she gazes into the distance, where variously colored giant pythons entwine and play by the stream. Upon witnessing this, Ning Xi's pupils dilate in shock, and she instinctively takes a step back, falling onto the ground with a soft gasp. Oh! A quiet exclamation escapes her lips. Goodness, so many snakes. Her hair stands on end, and a cold sweat breaks out as she realizes she may have stumbled into a python's lair. Meng Xian, who is gathering firewood, turns abruptly at the sound, his heart tightening as he sees her sprawled on the ground. He stands and approaches, gently helping her up. What happened? How could you fall while standing so well? He remarks, somewhat perplexed by her clumsiness. Trembling in fright, Ning Xi grasps his cool hand, her voice trembling. There are so many snakes below, I'm scared. Meng Xian silently observes her petite mouth as it moves, completely oblivious to her words. He instinctively responds, Upon hearing his deep, melodious voice, Ning Xi suddenly realizes she is clutching the leader of the pythons. She shivers, lifting her head with a tearful expression, and nothing. Thankfully, it seems he did not catch her earlier words. Her delicate, heart-shaped face is framed by shimmering eyes that flicker with innocence and a hint of vulnerability. Meng Xian feels a strange flutter in his chest, momentarily tempted to embrace her and offer comfort, but he quickly averts his gaze and steps back. It's all right. Just don't get too close to the edge of the cliff. He has always considered himself inherently aloof, with little emotional fluctuation. Even when the former clan leader announced his succession, he felt it merely a nuisance. Yet a moment ago, an unfamiliar, uncontrollable sensation washed over him, as if his heart had been gently brushed by a feather, leaving a tingling sensation. Under the scorching sun, a gentle breeze brings relief. Ning Xi furrows her brows slightly, disdainfully wiping the sweat from her forehead. Soon, she regains her composure and quietly moves to an open area near the cave, her gaze unfocused upon the neatly stacked firewood. So many snakes. Are they snakes or beastmen? Should she be grateful she does not have a heart condition? Oh dear, perhaps it would be better to perish. In that fleeting moment, a thought of despair crossed her mind, but she quickly suppressed it. She still wishes to live. She stealthily picks up a piece of firewood, watching the busy figure nearby, and, biting her lip, she stows the wood into her backpack, then waits in silence. Nothing. Still nothing. No prompts, just like the animal hides. Is there a trigger for these events? Ning Xi furrows her brows in confusion, lowering her gaze to her wrist as she opens her backpack to discover a new icon, a cartoonish piece of firewood. Seizing the opportunity, while Meng Xian is distracted, she takes it out again. Unbeknownst to her, her seemingly concealed actions have been observed by Meng Xian, who now feels a tinge of pity for the poor female. Playing with mere firewood. Not only firewood, but Ning Xi, quick of hand and eye, experiments with everything around her, becoming somewhat enthralled, devouring skewers and fruits indiscriminately. It is only as the sun sets that she finally grasps the situation regarding her backpack's identification function. The prompt only appears when food is placed inside. If the food is poisonous, a large red exclamation mark appears at the end. At last, she has made some progress, and feeling lighter in spirit, she finds a stick to sit upon and rest. Having feigned busyness, Mang Xian, who has indulged her peculiarities, rises and says, "Let's go. It's time to sleep." "Okay." Ning Xi replies as she and Mang Xian make their way into the cave. The fiery sunset casts long shadows of the two, overlapping and intertwining. A glance from Ning Xi causes her cheeks to flush. She quickly gathers her wandering thoughts, pondering how she will manage to sleep tonight. Chapter 10. A follower delivered to one's door. Initially, she had thought of being self-reliant. However, upon stepping out of the cave, that notion completely dissipated. Relying on herself seemed less favorable than trusting in fate to drop a pie from the sky. With his long legs, Mang Xian walks briskly, and in mere seconds, Ning Xi finds herself lagging behind, their shadows splitting apart. Realizing this, she hastens her pace to catch up. Mang Xian, slowing his stride, raises an eyebrow. A subtle smile flickering in his eyes, one he himself is unaware of. "You can sleep on the stone bed tonight, and I will stay at the cave entrance." Ning Xi, surprised that her long-standing dilemma has been resolved so effortlessly, cannot help but smile, replying softly, "All right." The little female sits obediently at the edge of the bed, her frail form appearing quite pitiable. Mang Xian gently taps a fruit shell, releasing fresh water, and gestures towards the nearby fruits. "If you're hungry, eat some. This water is safe to drink." Though this serpent seems aloof, he is unexpectedly considerate. Cheerfully, she sits by the bed, picking up an oversized cherry to pop into her mouth. As her gaze sweeps over the gradually darkening cave entrance, she suddenly recalls a beastly novel she had read, where the temperature fluctuates greatly between day and night, making nights quite cold. "Would he feel cold?" Ning Xi blinks, directing her gaze toward the cave entrance. "Leader." A melodious voice suddenly resonates from outside, causing Ning Xi to flinch, her hand trembling and causing juice to splatter everywhere. Although she cannot see the speaker yet, she can hear them clearly. Flustered, she glances down at her sticky hands and the stains on her clothing, furrowing her brow. There are no clothes here for her to change into. What should she do? As footsteps approach, her curiosity compels her to look outside, where she vaguely sees a formidable tiger, white with brown stripes, bounding gracefully toward her, halting 10 meters from the cave entrance. The sight of the towering tiger leaves Ning Xi utterly astonished. What a massive tiger! The tiger, with its light orange eyes blinking, takes in the scene inside the cave, which is thoroughly concealed by Mang Xian. He raises an eyebrow, addressing the leader. "I have heard that the new female has neither a partner nor a follower. I am willing to be her follower. If she wishes, she may accompany me home right now." Upon seeing the petite female, the high priest Kong, he had questioned whether such a fragile creature could be sustained. Upon returning, he found himself perpetually preoccupied with thoughts of that frail little female, who appeared to be on the brink of death. He wondered if he could sustain her once he brought her home. Ning Xi, barely clinging to life. Hu Chuan grew increasingly curious about this answer. Even as he lay in bed preparing to sleep, he could not resist the urge to rush over. As a 6th-tier Thunder Elemental Tiger adept in hunting, and having just reached adulthood, he was perfectly poised to accompany the little female to the blessing and bonding ceremonies at the sacred mountain. It seemed fate had intertwined their paths. The mere thought sent a thrill of excitement through Hu Chuan, his clear eyes shimmering with anticipation. Tribe leader, why do you remain silent? Do you wish to become her follower?" Mao Xian suppressed the unfamiliar emotions stirring within him, lazily lifting his eyelids to cast a glance at the exuberant Hu Chuan. This large tiger was indeed a curious one, though his strength and warm-heartedness made him a fitting companion for Ning Xi. After careful consideration, it appeared that no one was more suitable than him. However, it was essential that the little female held a preference in her choice of partner or protector. While he was the tribe leader, he could not dictate such matters. Mao Xian turned to glance back into the cave. Ning Xi felt a shiver run through her. Her anxiety was reaching a fever pitch, and her long, pale fingers were clasped tightly over her trembling knees. "Stop. Dead legs. Oh, how terrifying. This dreadful serpent intends to cast me out." Despite her attempts to conceal her fear, Mao Xian discerned her unease with ease, letting out a barely perceptible sigh of pity. How unfortunate. He felt no shame in his sympathy. Instead, he turned to the handsome youth brimming with expectation and firmly stated, "You cannot take her away." His deep green gaze swept over the 6 stars emblazoned across Hu Chuan's chest, adding, "As for becoming her follower, you may inquire again in a few days." In a perilous world such as theirs, it was crucial to secure several formidable followers for the little female to ensure her safety. Hu Chuan would do just fine. Surely, she would not refuse him. A few days should suffice for her to acclimate. Hu Chuan paused at this, refraining from pressing the matter further. He raised his eyes to the cave, which Mao Xian had effectively shielded from his view. Very well, I shall return home. The little female will await my visit, he said, glancing back thrice as he vanished from sight. Throughout this exchange, Ning Xi remained eerily silent. It was not that she was unwilling to speak. Rather, she lacked the courage to do so. As a newcomer, she possessed no bargaining power. The more she spoke, the more she could err. Thus, she opted for silence. At this moment, Ning Xi had yet to experience the elevated status of females, unaware of the reverence accorded to them. What she did not know was that since the inception of the beast world, the belief that males should protect and cherish females was ingrained in their very genes. Not to mention the constraints imposed by the beast seals. Females, though seemingly weak and defenseless, were inherently positioned in a place of power. The beast world was not akin to the modern age, where a mere document held far less weight than a beast seal, which existed to safeguard females, while a document merely protected property. After Hu Chuan departed, Mao Xian stood at the cave entrance, gazing outside. The twilight had yet to fully descend, and he pondered whether the little female might grow hungry during the night. Perhaps he should gather some fruits for her? It seemed she had a particular fondness for red cherry fruits. With this thought in mind, Mao Xian blinked his forest green eyes, turned, and casually remarked, I shall return shortly. With that, he set forth with his long, powerful limbs, his movements transforming into a silvery serpent tail as he glided away. Ning Xi felt her heart constrict at the sight of him leaving. Darkness would soon envelop the cave, and she feared she might perish from fright alone. Quite literally. She had an intense fear of the dark, and anxiety gnawed at her thoughts. What if that tiger or another beast man returned just after he left? Mao Xian, please don't go. Ning Xi called out, her voice tinged with a pitiful plea. Mao Xian halted abruptly, a frown creasing his brow in confusion. This little female possessed a peculiar power in her voice. It felt as though he had been rendered immobile. Upon seeing him stop, Ning Xi's heart leapt with joy. And she stood, her voice tinged with trepidation as she implored, Tribe leader Mao Xian, could you please not cast me out? I can assist you with chores, cleaning the cave, cooking, yes, cooking. I am quite capable, truly. Though her culinary skills were barely sufficient to prepare a meal before she collapsed from exhaustion. She hoped to employ the universal rule of interviews her senior had imparted. If you don't know how to do something, just embellish it. Cooking? Mao Xian's incredulity turned to amusement at her outrageous claims. He pivoted sharply, retreating into the cave, gazing down at Ning Xi from a lofty vantage point. His tone was laced with an enigmatic quality as he inquired, why does a female such as yourself possess cooking skills? Were you mistreated by others? Did your previous tribe abuse you? The mere thought ignited a wave of compassion within Mao Xian. Females were meant to revel in joy and leisure. Who would dare impose labor upon them, inviting the wrath of the entire beast world? Ning Xi sensed the shift in his tone, and immediately shook her head in a compliant manner, raising her eyes to meet his with a misty gaze, unconsciously adopting a more endearing demeanor. In my previous tribe, the females also cooked, perhaps the customs differ from yours. If I have said anything amiss, please do not take offense. I did not mean to. She recalled that in some Beast World novels, females were not required to perform any labor. Was this place similar? That would be splendid. She resolved to clarify the rules at the first opportunity, ensuring no misunderstandings arose. As she contemplated this, Ning Xi's gaze flickered, and she dared to glance at Mao Xian, startled by the tenderness reflected in his eyes. What had transpired? How had the icy serpent man suddenly acquired warmth? Indeed, Mao Xian felt an unfamiliar warmth. The sight of the little female's delicate and soft demeanor stirred within him desires he had never experienced before, an urge to keep her close. To protect her. Chapter 11. The enigmatic teeth-cleaning fruit. Stay here. You may reside for as long as you wish. No one will harm you, and you need not worry about cooking or cleaning. Feel free to settle in. Henceforth, no one shall bully you, Mao Xian declared. His stoic demeanor belied by the warmth of his words. She was simply too pitiable. Ning Xi nearly believed she was being offered refuge, but she shook her head to dispel her fanciful thoughts and smiled gratefully. Thank you. As she observed his unusually pleasant expression, she seized the moment to inquire, could you share with me the rules of this place? The perspectives of females and males differed significantly. Merely relying on what Rabbit Dan and the others had told her would not suffice to fully comprehend their customs. Seizing this opportunity, she was determined to clarify the regulations governing her new environment, facilitating her next steps, whether that meant self-sufficiency or seeking a partner. Very well. His cool voice now carried a hint of warmth, and Mao Xian began to articulate the rules with clarity and precision. Ning Xi tilted her head, attentively listening. Mao Xian detailed the information meticulously, providing insights beyond what Rabbit Dan and the others had conveyed, including geographical aspects of the Beast World continent. The continent was divided into 5 regions: the Eastern, Southern, Western, and Northern territories, along with the central marshlands, collectively referred to as the Eastern continent, Southern continent, Western continent, Northern continent, and Central continent. They currently resided in the Northern continent, where winters could be exceedingly harsh. The sacred mountain in the Eastern continent opened its gates once a year during the autumn, at which time the tribes organized dedicated teams to escort the newly matured females and males to fulfill their coming-of-age rites. At the coming-of-age ceremony, both males and females received the blessings of the beast god. Following this sacred rite, the males transform into warriors, while the females enhance their bodies, inevitably in ways that pertain to procreation. Females who partake in this ceremony undergo significant physical changes. They may experience pregnancy, with males enduring the pain of childbirth. Remarkably, after giving birth, a female can consume a crystal core from a fierce beast to restore her condition within 3 months. The higher the grade of the crystal core consumed, the swifter the recovery. The most exquisite rainbow crystals can restore one immediately, and they also possess the remarkable ability to prolong life. Immediately following the coming-of-age ceremony, the females partake in their first bonding ritual, where they must select 3 partners. Should they fail to choose, the beast god will revoke their blessings, leaving them to bear the pains of childbirth alone. No female has ever rejected this condition. Fierce beasts evolve over time, and those who reach the pinnacle of evolution are crowned as the beast kings, residing solely in the murky swamps of the central continent. Fierce beasts are ubiquitous, erupting in collective chaos each year before the onset of winter. Ordinary fierce beasts randomly produce crystal stones, available in 3 colors: red, yellow, and blue. Red is the most common, yellow follows, while blue is quite rare, exclusively found within the mines of the beast kings. Represented by the elusive rainbow crystal, an encounter that is purely serendipitous. The number of beast kings is exceedingly scarce, and they are immensely powerful. Crystal cores serve as currency, with all cores possessing energies that can enhance one's physical form and extend lifespan, their effectiveness increasing with higher grades. The melodious voice of the male, harmonizing with the chirping of insects and the distant croaks of frogs, lulled Ning Xi into a deep slumber, her breathing becoming soft and elongated. Noticing her tranquil state, Meng Xian lowered his gaze in astonishment, observing the sweet serenity on Ning Xi's sleeping face. In her slumber, she appeared exceptionally gentle, evoking a sense of tenderness within him. In her dream, Ning Xi emitted a soft whimper, instinctively clutching her arms, overwhelmed by a profound sense of insecurity. Meng Xian paused, pondering whether she felt cold. Strangely compelled, he retrieved the softest beast skin from his spatial storage and gently draped it over her. As he realized what he had done, his emerald eyes transformed into slits, flashing with an aura of danger. What had come over him? His astute mind quickly deciphered the situation. Meng Xian's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded his hands, slowly realizing that he felt a pang of compassion for a female. A faint blush crept across his pale face. Startled, he released the beast's skin as if electrified, clutching it just before it covered Ning Xi's mouth and nose. Meng Xian found himself lost in contemplation. He had never harbored any particular feelings towards females since childhood. Though some females had shown him friendliness, the mere thought of cohabiting with one filled him with visceral aversion, leading him to reject them outright. Yet Ning Xi seemed different. He was keenly aware of his growing fascination with her actions, irresistibly drawn to this timid and frail female. The prospect of engaging with her was far more alluring than advancing to slay fierce beasts. As he gazed at Ning Xi on the bed, an involuntary smile graced his lips, a smile he had not even realized he wore. He watched her for an extended moment before rising to leave. With the sudden presence of a female in his home, he had many tasks ahead. Meng Xian swiftly exited the cave. Upon emerging, he encountered the bright orange eyes of Hu Chuan, who nodded toward a sizable pile of freshly processed tender meat and spoke in a hushed tone. "This meat is for her." After a quick glance back at the cave, he leapt into the jungle. The following morning, as dawn broke and the forest, teeming with life, glistened with dew, the silver giant python returned from hunting. He carefully skinned and prepared the beast hide, usually done by the stream, but today, with a newfound concern for Ning Xi, he dared not stray far. After tidying up, he recalled the peculiar beast skin she wore and paused before beginning to sew a new beast skin skirt. After a flurry of activity, as daylight filled the cave, he moved aside the stone blocking the entrance and placed a bouquet of flowers he had deliberately gathered during his hunt on the stone table. With his cold, forest green eyes, he glanced at the female on the bed, gently tucking the blanket around her before transforming into his beast form and lying down at the entrance. As the twin suns rose, the morning dew evaporated in the warm light. Meng Xian sensed movement from the bed and immediately transformed back into his imposing male form. His piercing, icy phoenix eyes scanned the frail female on the bed as he placed 5 small green fruits on the table, his voice clear and melodious. "Are you awake? Time to brush your teeth and eat. Will 5 fruits suffice?" He pondered, recalling that many females in the tribe required 5 or 6 cleansing fruits each morning. Although one should theoretically be enough, anything beyond that would be wasteful. After a moment's thought, Meng Xian retrieved a handful of green fruits from his spatial storage and placed them on the table, also producing a bamboo tube from which he poured a cup of water. After eating the cleansing fruits, a roast will be ready soon. He had previously despised the wasteful habits of females, yet now found himself concerned that 5 fruits might not be sufficient for her. A hidden doubt began to stir within him. Upon hearing the commotion, Ning Xi sprang up immediately. Seeing his handsome silhouette, she stretched languidly and offered a delightful smile. "Thank you." He appeared cold and aloof, yet to her surprise, he was rather kind. Her gaze fell upon the stone table beside her bed, where she was captivated by the pale blue flowers that adorned it. The gradient blue of the delicate swallowtail flowers vibrantly showcased their life force, and as she approached, she could almost detect their faint, fragrant aroma. With her eyes gleaming, Ning Xi smiled sweetly. "It's beautiful." When Meng Xian entered, holding a roasted piece of meat, she joyfully exclaimed, "Did you pick these flowers?" "They're lovely. Just plucked them," he replied nonchalantly, yet his ears betrayed him, turning a subtle shade of crimson. "Is that so?" Ning Xi noticed the grass clinging to his beast skin skirt, recognizing it as the same as the leaves of the flowers on the table. Looking up, her eyes sparkling, she smiled sweetly. "Thank you." She truly appreciated it. Sensing her delight, Meng Xian could not suppress the smile that tugged at the corners of his lips. He solemnly picked up a cleansing fruit, saying, "I've washed these. You can eat them directly." Ning Xi, intrigued, peered at the small green fruits, about the size of a fingernail, counting roughly 20. "Is this what a cleansing fruit looks like?" she wondered, realizing they were intended for consumption. Tentatively, she pinched one, lightly scraping it with her teeth. It bore no strange flavor. Reassured, she popped it into her mouth and curiously chewed. The fruit was crisp yet slightly tender, releasing a refreshing aroma that quickly transformed her breath into a pleasant freshness. How marvelous! Ning Xi felt as though she had discovered a new world, savoring the experience, her expressive eyes shining with excitement. Should she swallow or spit it out? In the beastly novels she had read, cleansing fruits were often chewed and then expelled. But this fruit's texture was so akin to that of a delightful fruit. For a moment, she found herself at a loss. Seeing her hesitate, Meng Xian misinterpreted her actions. "Don't be reluctant to swallow. There are plenty more." Ning Xi nodded enthusiastically, her beautiful fox-like eyes shimmering with delight. Without delay, she swallowed the fruit. At that very moment, something extraordinary occurred. A warm sensation coursed down her throat and settled in her abdomen, leaving Ning Xi feeling utterly revitalized. What a divine fruit it is, refreshing upon the tongue yet warming as it is swallowed. Feeling the crisp cleanliness of her teeth, Ning Xi paused after savoring just one, lifting her radiant smile to gaze at Meng Xian. That glance struck him with profound astonishment. He stood tall and statuesque, his silver hair elegantly bound with verdant vines, and his elongated green eyes exuded an enchanting allure, while his austere visage radiated an aura of mystery that deterred proximity. As her gaze traversed downward, she beheld his chiseled chest, broad shoulders tapering to a slim waist, with arms muscularly sculpted in a manner that was just right, the definition of his pectorals akin to a finely crafted sculpture, and taut abdominal muscles that hinted at a mermaid's line beneath his animal skin skirt. Whether it was his face, physique, or demeanor, he struck a chord deep within her heart, a visage that exuded capability. The beauty of his muscles was not overly developed, yet flowed with an alluring strength that exuded an intoxicating aura of vitality. An overwhelming desire to touch surged within her. Ning Xi felt a thirst for his skin, her fingertips curling slightly as she swallowed hard. The sound of her gulp echoed starkly in the spacious, quiet cave, prompting her to hastily avert her gaze. In the next moment, a piece of meat appeared before her, accompanied by Meng Xian's melodious voice. Hungry? Go ahead and eat. Ning Xi accepted the roasted meat, her demeanor soft and obedient as she raised her brows towards him, her bright fox-like eyes filled with bashfulness, her alabaster cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. Even her voice was sweet as she replied, you should eat too. Meng Xian was momentarily dazzled by her smile. By the time he regained his composure, he had already taken a bite of the roasted meat. Meng Xian mused, her words truly possess a certain enchantment. After a brief silence, he resumed chewing, but stopped after just one piece. Observing that she had finished her 2 pieces of roasted meat, Meng Xian inquired, Do you want more? Ning Xi waved her hand. I'm full. Watching her take a sip of water, Meng Xian then said, Since you just arrived yesterday and are not yet familiar with the surroundings, would you like to explore the tribe? Yes, she exclaimed. It's hot outside. Let us change into something new. Meng Xian regarded the excited Ning Xi with his green eyes and retrieved a newly crafted animal skin short skirt and wrap top from his space, his cool, melodious voice carrying a hint of amusement. Taken aback by his nonchalant production of women's clothing, Ning Xi instinctively looked up and asked, How do you carry female clothing with you? Do you truly have no mate? Sensing the unusual tone in her voice, Meng Xian smirked slightly and, for once, offered an explanation. I don't have a habit of carrying female clothing. This was made last night. The animal skin you are wearing is rather peculiar. Wearing it outside would draw attention. Uncertain of her thoughts, yet his keen intuition urged him to clarify. Meng Xian's cold green gaze swept over her unusual clothing. Perhaps she truly did not understand. Listening to his explanation, Ning Xi blushed as she accepted the garments, secretly relieved. That was close. She almost labeled him a scoundrel. But surely, scoundrels do not exist in the beast world, do they? Watching him move to the entrance, with an air of confidence, Ning Xi couldn't help but smile wider than ever. She quickly changed into the garments, casting her eyes down to admire her wild yet stylish appearance, feeling quite satisfied. The wrap top protected her midriff, with 2 straps crossing behind her neck, while the brown, knee-length animal skin skirt offered ample elasticity. Soft and comfortable, though the exposure of her shoulders left her feeling somewhat vulnerable. Removing the hair tie, her long, flowing hair cascaded down like a waterfall, concealing her delicate and fair shoulders and neck. Standing up with satisfaction, she called out, All right, let us go. Upon hearing her voice, Meng Xian approached, his pupils widening at the sight of her. Her slender, beautiful shoulders peeked through her dark tresses, revealing a captivatingly pale and tender complexion. Her waist delicate enough to be grasped with a single hand, and her legs long and fair. Every inch of her exuded an irresistible charm. The thin animal skin clung to her snow-white skin, her exquisite curves subtly discernible. Slender, fragile, yet utterly enchanting. Meng Xian's deep green eyes shimmered with an unnameable light, his throat bobbing as he feigned nonchalance, diverting his gaze. His melodious voice took on a hint of husky allure. Let us go. No sooner had he spoken than he transformed into his beast form. A massive silver python, over 20 meters long, glistened under the sunlight like a finely carved work of art, despite its imposing size. His tail wrapped around Ning Xi, cradling her securely on his back, forming a protective circle with his robust tail to shield her from any approaching creatures. Observing his vigilant demeanor, Ning Xi felt a gentle smile tug at her lips, her eyelashes fluttering softly as she sweetly requested, Can we stay away from others for a while? I'd like to observe first. I'm not quite ready to interact with everyone just yet. Okay, Meng Xian replied, scanning the surroundings cautiously before gliding to the left. After a brief exploration, Ning Xi gained a general understanding of the tribe, named Changshan, predominantly inhabited by pythons, with a mix of other beastmen like lions and tigers. The tribe was of moderate size, housing over 600 individuals, of which 26 were females. No, now it's 27, with her arrival. Would you like to play by the creek? Meng Xian asked tentatively, noticing her newfound vitality after exploring the tribe. In the sweltering midsummer heat, females often enjoyed frolicking in the water, and he hoped she would too. Ning Xi's eyes brightened as she nodded eagerly, then realizing he might not see it, she softly added, I'd like to go. All right, Meng Xian responded, unleashing a protective barrier as he accelerated towards the outskirts of the tribe. Soon, The trees around them loomed tall and unyielding. The forest was thick with moisture. Towering trees stretched skyward, obscuring the sunlight, and the dual suns overhead created a sauna-like atmosphere, with the earthy scent filling Ning Xi's nostrils. She glanced down at the ground, spotting large insects scuttling amidst decaying leaves, which, upon noticing her presence, scurried away in a panic. Ning Xi had yet to feel fear, as they seemed even more frightened, disappearing without a trace. Are the insects in the beast world so well-mannered? Meng Xian, glancing back at her, followed her line of sight to see the last few insects hastily fleeing. His green eyes flickered as he spoke in a soothing tone. Do not fear, the Qingxian python is the nemesis of insects. In my presence, no insects or ants will come near. That is why our beast form is favored by females. He continued. Even males prefer to hunt alongside those of us who take the form of pythons. They may not fear insects, but too many can be bothersome. A natural insect repellent. It was no wonder his dwelling was so immaculate. In the days she had spent there, not a single ant had made an appearance. Ning Xi gazed at the verdant forest, her heart fluttering with excitement. Chapter 13. Discovery of the Little Garlic. Suddenly, a large bird adorned with colorful feathers took flight. Ah! Ning Xi gasped, startled, immediately huddling against his back, instinctively protecting her face and head. In that instant, Meng Xian's tail swiftly struck, accurately dispatching the bird to the ground. Disdainfully, he unleashed his water ability to cleanse his tail. I apologize. It was my oversight, he murmured, lightly brushing the top of her head with his tail. His cool voice tinged with a hint of regret. Such little colorful birds were notorious for preying on the weak, often bullying the young in the absence of adults. But he had never witnessed one daring to provoke a nearly mature female. He should have known better. It's all right, Ning Xi replied softly, her delicate fingers brushing against her chest. That was close. My heart nearly leaped out. As Python Xian turned around, he was immediately struck by her pitiful appearance, letting out a barely perceptible sigh. A delicate and fragile female like Ning Xi would likely be unable to survive under the care of other males. Initially, he had intended to fatten her up before sending her away. However, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a fleeting shadow. His emerald green eyes sharpened with the precision of an eagle, fixating intently on the prey ahead. With a swift gust of wind, the quarry fell to the ground with a resounding thud. Ning Xi, startled, quickly crouched down again, her heart racing anew after having just calmed. Her soft voice trembled with vulnerability. Python Xian, did you hear that sound? It's so terrifying. The primordial forest is frightful. Boo-hoo. In such a place, even her corpse would be devoured. Self-sufficiency? No. She had no desire to court death. Noticing her fear, Python Xian felt an inexplicable discomfort settle in his heart. Transforming into his human form, he gently scooped her into his embrace, lowering his gaze upon her. In his arms, the small female's eyelashes fluttered, causing his heart to skip a beat. Please don't cry. I merely killed a small piglet. Ning Xi looked up, her eyes shimmering with unspoken hope. Not something else? Python Xian opened his mouth, momentarily lost for words. No, there's nothing to fear. I shall protect you. With such a timid disposition, her safety lay in remaining by his side. He would never entrust her to anyone else. If she wished to stay, then so be it. Consider it an act of kindness. Upon reaching this conclusion, Python Xian's forest green eyes sparkled like cold stars, unwittingly reflecting a hint of sweetness. This sweetness lingered until he began to process the prey. Before Ning Xi could discern his movements, his sharp bone knife swiftly sliced open the piglet's belly, and in the blink of an eye, the pristine skin was peeled away without a single drop of blood spilled. Did the beasts of this world have no blood? Ning Xi blinked her curious eyes, crouching beside him, utterly captivated by the scene. Once he had finished, Python Xian wrapped the meat in large, clean leaves and retrieved several fruits, setting Ning Xi down in the shallow waters. Play here for a while, he instructed before squatting downstream to work on the skin. The weather was sweltering, but the stream's water was refreshingly cool. The riverside was sparsely populated, with individuals maintaining a considerable distance from one another. A few females, accompanied by their partners, frolicked joyfully, their laughter ringing out intermittently from afar. The atmosphere was particularly leisurely, allowing Ning Xi to relax her spirits considerably. Her bright eyes scanned the ground, noting the abundance of weeds, most of which had been cleared, unlike the towering grasses of the jungle. Only those of palm size littered the ground. Cautiously, she bent her brows and plucked a seemingly harmless thin blade of grass, slipping it into her backpack when Python Xian was not looking. Immediately, A golden frame appeared before her. Garlic, mildly pungent. Garlic? Ning Xi knew what garlic was. What was this little garlic? Regardless, judging by the description, it belonged to the category of herbs that could eliminate fishy odors. How wonderful! The meat was saved. She examined the grass with delight and curiosity, the 2-finger-wide green leaves exhibiting a slightly triangular shape with a groove in the center. The root resembled a garlic bulb, but it contained only one clove. Wild garlic, also known by names such as small root garlic, mountain garlic, wild onion, thief garlic, and others, was a type of wild vegetable. For the sake of the narrative, envision a larger version of it. She committed the plant's appearance to memory and continued her exploration. Weed, inedible. Weed, inedible. Her luck soon ran out. The subsequent finds were all weeds. She thought her actions were discreet, but Python Xian had been closely observing Ning Xi, clearly seeing her collecting the grass and then taking it out. The anticipation in her expression when she first tucked it away, followed by the disappointment when she pulled it back out, did not escape his notice. He surmised she had been quite fond of the initial grass. Python Xian silently noted the plant's appearance, then lowered his head, his long, powerful fingers meticulously rubbing the animal hide. The hide was still somewhat stiff, with each hair standing on end. Ning Xi remained oblivious to all this. She dared not wander far, only exploring a small patch of ground. Besides the initial wild garlic, she had found no other treasures, scrutinizing each type closely. Suddenly, a plant resembling green onions caught her eye, and her gaze brightened as she hurriedly approached to uproot it. Stop! A delicate voice called from behind. Startled, Ning Xi's hand trembled, causing the resilient green onion to sway, ultimately pointing skyward in a display of innocence. Instinctively, she turned to see a pair of sparkling, star-like eyes staring back at her. What a beautiful girl! She had an enchanting figure, perfectly plump in all the right places. Her shoulder-length hair transitioned from white to brown, tied into 2 small braids with fine vines. She wore a sleeveless, light blue, fuzzy miniskirt. The delicate, plush blue flowers shimmered like light clouds under the twin suns, radiating a lively and ethereal aura. The girl exuded a sweet, healthy vibe. Were it not for her sun-kissed complexion and voluptuous figure, Ning Xi might have mistaken her for a runway model. That is a burning grass. Don't touch it. Come over here quickly. Hu Elvier, with her round, apricot-like eyes, looked at Ning Xi with concern and urged her anxiously. There were few females in the tribe. She could not afford for anything to happen. Upon hearing there was a new female, she had rushed over to make her acquaintance, only to find her preparing to uproot the burning grass. It terrified Hu. That grass would sting the nose and eyes, causing uncontrollable tears. The grass in the beast world might be different. One could not judge merely by appearance. Ning Xi hesitated but ultimately followed the advice and stood up. She took a couple of steps towards Python Xian, offering the chubby female a gentle smile as she softly inquired, "Is that grass toxic or something? It looks so much like green onions." "That is burning grass. It isn't poisonous, but if it touches your eyes, it will hurt for a long time, making you cry uncontrollably," Hu Elvier explained earnestly. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and bounced over, her 2 ponytails dancing joyfully with her movements, her sun-kissed skin radiating health. Drawing closer to Ning Xi, she marveled, "You're even prettier up close." "I'm Hu Elvier. Your skin is so tender, and you're truly beautiful. But you're too thin. Did you not have enough to eat in your previous tribe? What's your name? I brought some jerky for you." Ning Xi's first impression of this candid and cheerful girl was quite favorable. Being somewhat introverted herself, she had always appreciated such sunny dispositions. Taken aback by Hu Elvier's barrage of questions, she eventually smiled sweetly. "My name is Ning Xi. You are lovely as well." "Of course. Everyone says I am the most beautiful female in the tribe," Hu Elvier declared proudly, raising her chin. Immediately, she added, "You're also very pretty. If you gained a little weight, you'd be even more beautiful than me. I really want to see how stunning you would look." Suddenly struck by an idea, Hu Elvier waved over to a male behind her, who promptly approached with eagerness. "Elvier, what is it?" he asked, his voice soft and melodious. "Jerky," she exclaimed. "Of course." The male retrieved the jerky and handed it to Hu Elvier, reluctantly stepping back to stand at a distance. It was only then that Ning Xi noticed the male behind her. His skin was pale and cold, his demeanor gentle and refined, a rare and delicate beauty. She was somewhat perplexed. Was this place truly filled with such stunning beauty? What was on her mind? "Come and taste it." The delicacies crafted by my followers are exquisite, and the jerky they produce is no less than that of your family, exclaimed Hulur, her eyes sparkling with joy. Without hesitation, she grabbed a piece and popped it into her mouth, chewing with delight and stamping her feet in happiness. She then opened her leather pouch, gesturing for Ning Xi to take one as well. Seeing her sincere smile, Ning Xi picked up a piece of jerky and softly expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Once I've prepared something delicious, I shall bring you some in return. She intended to try marinating meat with garlic when she returned. However, the chieftain was not from her family. She had the desire, but lacked the courage. Don't mention it. We are all females, and you are so slender. You need to eat more. Hulur waved her hand dismissively, her beautiful eyes filled with concern as she looked at Ning Xi. She appeared so thin that one could easily imagine her being bullied by a small colorful bird. It was rather pitiful. She wished to nurture her to a healthier state. With this thought, Hulur retrieved a jar of honey that she had treasured for a long time but had hesitated to consume. Her partner looked on in astonishment. That was Hulur's favorite sweet honey, collected over the past 6 months, and now she was offering it? Here, this is very delicious. I guarantee you'll gain a circle in a month if you eat it all. Hulur cheerfully handed the jar forward, her round, almond-shaped eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Ning Xi was taken aback as she watched her produce something seemingly from thin air, instinctively asking in a gentle tone, "Do you have a space too?" Python Xian had one, Rabbit Dan had one, and even Hulur, whom she had just met, had one. The probability made Ning Xi feel that she might have overlooked something significant. Of course. Everyone is born with it, Hulur replied matter-of-factly, then curiously asked, "You don't have one?" "Everyone has one." Ning Xi was astonished. She lowered her gaze slightly to hide the tumult of emotions swirling within her and managed to smile naturally as she said, "I do have one. But I don't have many items stored." "That's wonderful. You can use your backpack openly now." Indeed, the space is not like abilities that can be upgraded. It remains the same size from birth until death, capable of holding up to 5 small piglets at most, Hulur nodded in agreement. Upon hearing her words, Ning Xi's eyes flickered, and she instinctively turned to glance at Python Xian, recalling that the prey they had just hunted bore that name. The small piglet resembled a modern pig, but was significantly larger, estimated to weigh around 200 pounds, much heftier than an adult pig today. Everyone possessed a space. Yet the capacity to store 5 piglets was limited, merely serving as a portable backpack. Reflecting on her own backpack, she realized she had yet to explore its capacity. Perhaps she would test it another day. Seeing her gaze directed towards the chieftain, who responded with a smile, Hulur wisely chose not to intrude. She pressed the honey jar into Ning Xi's arms and skipped joyfully into her partner's embrace, exclaiming, "Let's go." When her partner attempted to carry her, she playfully evaded, laughing as she dashed away, declaring, "I want to walk on my own." As soon as she finished speaking, she transformed into a robust, plump, fluffy white tiger and leaped forward with grace. Ning Xi felt a weight in her arms and looked down. The jar appeared well-preserved, likely containing something delightful that her impoverished self could not afford. With her enchanting fox-like eyes slightly raised, overflowing with joy, she softly said, "I appreciate your kindness. I will make sure to return the favor swiftly." Just as she lifted her gaze, she spotted a green python with a large white tiger atop its head, vanishing from sight in an instant. Ning Xi was left in a daze. What was she to do with this? "Ning Xi, store it in your space. Don't worry about eating it. I will hunt a few antlered deer beasts to send over to her," Python Xian said, noticing her pitifully standing there. He paused, surprised by his own thoughtfulness. Antlered deer beasts were rare and difficult to hunt. Their blood and flesh contained energies that promoted mating. And half a deer was worth more than an entire jar of honey. He knew of a place where a herd of antlered deer could be found. Unaware of how precious the item in her possession was in this resource-scarce world of beasts, Ning Xi nodded bashfully. "Thank you." As soon as she spoke, her sweet and generous smile reappeared as she stored the jar in her backpack, which instantly displayed the message, "Honey, sweet." Ning Xi glanced at her backpack, then lowered her arm, her captivating fox-like eyes unconsciously drifting towards the stream, lost in contemplation. Having taken Hulur's gift, she felt the need to reciprocate. She wondered if the chocolates in her backpack would suffice. Would they be enough? Or would it be inconvenient to take them out? What should she offer Hulur in return? Were antlered deer beasts akin to spotted deer? Lost in thought, a handsome large hand suddenly appeared before her, holding something. "Thirsty? Have some fruit," Python Xian said, thinking she was longing for a drink as he presented a fruit with a small opening that he had sliced with a wind blade. If you can't finish it, store it in your space and take it out when you're thirsty. Drink fruit? Ning Xi snapped back to reality, her anticipation rising as she looked at what he held. What kind of fruit required the term drink? Was it coconut? It was a palm-sized, light yellow, round fruit resembling a miniature gourd, with a small opening on one side revealing a glimpse of transparent liquid. How fascinating! Was it a gourd that had transformed, or a coconut that had strayed? Ning Xi softly thanked him, delicately taking the gourd fruit with her slender, fair fingers. She brought it to her lips, discovering it had a faintly sweet and refreshing taste. Instinctively, she tilted her head back and found herself gazing into a pair of smiling green eyes. Ning Xi nodded, her voice gentle. It's delicious. I like it. Thank you. Did fruits in the beast world grow so thoughtfully? Ning Xi soon found herself beside Python Xian, observing as he effortlessly produced ashes from plants, meticulously tanning the animal hide inside and out. He then selected a large stone to begin grinding. After removing 2 layers of skin and a thin white membrane, he was left with a semi-transparent layer of soft hide and short fur. He washed it in water, and as he pulled it out, it transformed into a dry, fluffy texture. Ning Xi's eyes sparkled with excitement. You are amazing. A purely natural, harmless dryer. This is something every male can do. It's not that impressive. Once I hunt another one, I can make you some clothing, Python Xian chuckled, amused by her enthusiastic demeanor. A ripple of satisfaction washed over him as he gazed at her joyful face. A feeling that eclipsed the thrill of hunting 10 moo cattle beasts. Will you make me clothes? Thank you. Ning Xi beamed at him, her heart fluttering at the sight of his smiling lips. She inched closer, tilting her head as she seized the opportunity to ask, by the way, what did you use to kill the prey earlier? I want to grasp every chance to understand the beast world. It's for you. No need to thank me. Caring for females is a male's duty. This is a wind blade, Python Xian replied earnestly, unhurriedly. Fearing she might not comprehend, he explained further, wind ability. You obtain the wind blade at the 7th level. Python Xian focused his mind, his green eyes cooling as he scanned the water, quickly locking onto a target. His long, powerful fingers curled slightly, and with a gentle flick, a sharp wind blade shot forth, striking precisely at the abdomen of a fish swimming beneath the surface. Python Xian lowered his gaze slowly, his eyes softening with a hint of a smile as they landed on Ning Xi, his thin lips parting to say, just like that. That's so impressive. Ning Xi exclaimed, her eyes shining brightly. Her soft and sweet-hearted praise caused a smile to bloom on Mang Xian's lips, one that he could not suppress. He retrieved a pouch of leaves from his face, laying them out before Ning Xi, suggesting that they could snack on fruits to pass the time. Snack on fruits? What sort of pastime was that? Ning Xi remained silent, picking up a fruit to examine it. However, as she moved, her legs grew numb, and with a slight tremor, the fruit slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Mang Xian paused, momentarily mistaking her actions for discomfort, his emerald eyes filled with concern for Ning Xi. Instinctively, he bent down to retrieve the fruit, quickly producing the only piece of color crystal from his space and placing it into her mouth. Subsequently, he grasped her hand, believing that holding hands might alleviate her unease. Ning Xi, bewildered, pondered his actions. What had he just consumed? The crystal melted in her mouth, leaving her feeling lightheaded. Almost as if she were floating in a euphoric reverie. Was this a forbidden delicacy of the beast realm? And why was he holding her hand? A frown creased her brow as she attempted to withdraw her hand, only to find it firmly grasped by Mang Xian. She looked up at him, her gaze questioning the reason behind his actions. Seeing the misty depths of her eyes, Mang Xian assumed she was feeling worse, and his grip tightened further. Fear not. For what I have given you is a color crystal. Consuming it will enhance your constitution and bring you some comfort. A color crystal, indeed. Had he so casually offered her such a valuable item? Did it not hold the belief that a man's heart resides where his wealth is? Such a treasure, a rarity in the mind of the Beast King, must surely be precious. His reckless generosity implied he must harbor feelings for her. Ning Xi, a girl who had never known love in her 20 years, naturally misconstrued the situation. She glanced at him from the corner of her eye, blushing with shy anticipation. He was powerful, single, and possessed a visage that was her ideal. With abilities in wind, water, and space manipulation, as well as skills in hunting, cooking, sewing, and processing bee skins, he was indeed a formidable catch. Her thoughts concluded that she had no reason to decline such an offer. Being weak in the beast realm without a partner was akin to courting death. She could accept a marriage of convenience leading to love. She had no desire to endure hardship alone. With this thought, Ning Xi hoped fervently that he would reciprocate her feelings, her cheeks flushed with sincerity. Meanwhile, Mang Xian gazed at her with an overwhelming sense of tenderness. This poor female stirred something within him that he could not ignore. "Then let me be your guardian," he murmured, lowering his gaze. "Can you be my guardian?" They both exclaimed simultaneously, their eyes lighting up with delight. A perfect mutual understanding blossomed between them. A gentle, unhurried breeze swirled around, scattering greenery beneath the dual golden suns, merging into the essence of midsummer. A faint blush tinted Mang Xian's ears, mirroring the sweetness of first love evident on Ning Xi's delicate cheeks. Ning Xi felt her face heat up, her thick, dark lashes fluttering, casting a small shadow that was both fragile and beautiful. Mang Xian's pupils constricted in surprise, a flicker of panic crossing his green eyes as his ears warmed. The young girl occasionally glanced up, their eyes unintentionally colliding, creating an atmosphere thick with unspoken attraction. The innocent clan leader, untouched by the harsh realities of modern life, found himself utterly unprepared for such a charged ambience. Just as Ning Xi anticipated a kiss, Mang Xian instead handed her fruit, inquiring, "Are you feeling better? Eat this fruit, and I will roast some meat here shortly." The color crystal appeared to be quite effective. He needed to find time to venture to the swamps. It was somewhat distant, and he should arrange for at least one male companion for Xi before he left. Would that tiger, Xi, take a liking to him? Hu Chuan was upright, kind, responsible, and though perhaps a bit overly curious, he possessed no significant flaws, making him a suitable partner for Xi. However, all of this hinged on whether she would like him. Ning Xi interjected, "Fol." A soft breeze caressed her, mingling with the chill of the stream, providing a refreshing comfort. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from behind her. Startled, Ning Xi instinctively dove into Mang Xian's embrace. He skillfully caught her, lifting her off the ground and enveloping her in a cocoon of safety. As his forest green gaze softened upon her, his voice, usually cool, carried a hint of warmth. "Do not fear. I am here." Ning Xi shyly cast her eyes down, revealing a smile that was as gentle as the spring breeze. "Thank you," she replied, her voice soft and melodic. Mang Xian lowered his eyelids slightly, murmuring, "There's no need for thanks. A large fish just swam by." Upon hearing the words "large fish," her eyes brightened instantly. Mang Xian, noticing her enthusiasm, asked, "Would you like to see it?" Fish, the delicate, succulent kind. Ning Xi felt a surge of excitement. Having eaten roasted meat twice, she felt the need for something tender to balance her palate. She had just found some garlic and wondered if it could help with the fishy taste. "Can we catch two?" Her voice was soft and gentle, devoid of any aggression. Yet Mang Xian found himself halting his actions, momentarily stunned. He gazed down at her small head resting against his chest, a flicker of unacknowledged affection and tenderness blooming in his eyes. Now fully aware of his feelings, he could hardly look at Ning Xi without finding her utterly enchanting. After 25 years of suppressed passion, he longed to reveal everything to her. If he lived in the modern world, he would understand that he was akin to a house on fire. "How would you like to play, Xi? I will accompany you." 2. As long as she wished, they could catch as many fish as the stream held. It was impossible to catch them all, after snagging 2 fish the length of her arms. Ning Xi called for a halt. Upon seeing the fresh, tender fish, a small smile crept onto her lips, subtle, yet brimming with sweetness. "All right, can we roast them here?" Her impatience was palpable as thoughts of fragrant grilled fish made her mouth water. Chapter 16. The Curse of Thirst Strikes Again. Her soft voice brushed against his ear like a gentle breeze, causing a mild tickle. Just as Mang Xian was about to showcase his prowess, the prickly beasts in the water scattered in fright. He opened his mouth to speak when a clear, youthful voice called out urgently from the side. "You can't eat the fish." Ning Xi turned to see a familiar white tiger. The large tiger discarded the prey on its back, swiftly transforming into human form, racing over with a look of alarm. "Most of the fish are poisonous. Don't take the risk. I brought plenty of meat back. Would you like to eat now?" That was a close call. He nearly lost the female he was trying to fatten up. Poisonous fish? Ning Xi was perplexed. How could fish be poisonous? Was it the bones that choked one, or was it the toxic fish itself? Seeing her confused expression, Hu Chuan felt a pang of concern for her. She was not only thin but also a bit naive. It was common knowledge throughout the beast realm, yet she seemed unaware. How pitiful! He longed to care for her. Despite his thoughts, he dutifully explained, yes, many of the fish appear beautiful but are bitter and toxic. The non-toxic ones have many bones that are difficult to clean, and one slip could leave you choking. Moreover, the taste of fish is far stronger than that of land prey. You might not enjoy it. Ning Xian's icy voice interjected, observing their worried expressions. Ning Xi smiled sweetly at them, her lips curving into a gentle grin. I know how to tell if they are poisonous. As for the fishy taste, I have my methods. Upon hearing this, both males simultaneously furrowed their brows, their eyes filled with concern as they gazed at Ning Xi. In unison they asked, You often eat the poisonous fish? How else would she know how to differentiate? Ning Xi remained oblivious to the peculiar tone in their conversation. Her gaze fixated on the succulent fish, her eyes shimmering with delight. Ah, I used to eat this often. The fish's entrails must be removed and cleaned first. As she spoke, a sudden chill enveloped her waist, and she found herself swiftly embraced. A cool voice resonated from above her head. She. You shall never have to eat the risky bye-bye fish again. I am quite capable of providing you with the tenderest game. The bye-bye fish, fraught with peril, was not something one would dare to consume unless facing starvation. To think she had often partaken of it? How pitiable! It was no wonder she was so slender. Perhaps she had seldom been truly satiated. In a seated position, Meng Xian, caught off guard by her being drawn into his arms, felt a twinge at the base of her legs, prompting a soft exclamation. Ah, do remove that stick.
What stick?
They both realized the implication simultaneously, their faces flushing crimson, while Hu Chuan watched with wide eyes, leaving Ning Xi frozen in place. The intense presence of Meng Xian both excited and intimidated her, compelling her to relax and refrain from provoking him further. In the fervor of youth, having just confirmed their affections and bond, Meng Xian found himself irresistibly compelled to act. Ning Xi, merely remaining in his embrace, became an embodiment of temptation for him. If this continued, he would soon find it impossible to restrain himself. At that moment, a faint silhouette appeared on Meng Xian's chest, shimmering momentarily before coalescing into a palm-sized, indistinct mark, an emblem of their intimacy. Ning Xi, unavore, did not yet comprehend that any intimate act akin to kissing or embracing would brand the male with the female's mark, signifying possession. Other females would avoid him, for chastity was a male's most prized attribute. Suddenly, she noticed that Meng Xian was not entirely cold. Her discomfort prompted a shift, and the unexpected contact rendered them both momentarily stunned. Hu Chuan, witnessing the scene, harbored a flicker of envy as he observed the closeness between them. How he wished to join their moment. He bent slightly, addressing Ning Xi, Little female Ning Xi, I shall remain nearby to handle the prey and keep watch over you. Feel free to enjoy yourselves, as long as you do not go all the way. You may indulge in whatever manner you desire. She had yet to partake in the coming-of-age ceremony, rendering any genuine mating before its occurrence strictly forbidden. Should a male mate with a female who had not undergone the ceremony, he would face divine retribution, losing his masculine traits and ultimately suffering a painful demise. It was said that premature mating could harm a female's body, especially for those uninitiated in the ceremony, who face dire risks in bearing offspring. This was the beast god's unique way of safeguarding females. Anything goes as long as you do not go all the way? The words struck Ning Xi like a bolt from the blue, and she loathed herself for understanding immediately. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she sprang to her feet, her sweet, soft voice tinged with helplessness. Why you mustn't he speak such nonsense? How could we do that here? She was hardly an exhibitionist. Although she had consented to be bonded, Ning Xi did not resist intimacy and even felt a hint of anticipation, yet the thought of such exposure in broad daylight overwhelmed her. The mere idea sent her heart racing, leaving her breathless. With her long lashes fluttering, she crouched on the ground, clutching her legs tightly, her entire being steeped in tension. She instinctively held her breath, her mind blank. Ning Xi? Hu Chuan exclaimed, startled, rushing toward her. Meng Xian bent down, enveloping her in his embrace, and at that moment, electric sensations coursed through her, igniting fireworks in her mind. She sighed with pleasure, wrapping her arms around Meng Xian's neck. Hold me for a while, just a little longer. Before her words had fully escaped, Meng Xian understood. One arm slipped beneath her knees, while the other cradled her back, pulling her close. Ning Xi adeptly nestled into his cool embrace, her initial shyness dissipating. He was her husband, though unsealed, undeniably legitimate. Meng Xian gently patted her back. Are you still uncomfortable? This embrace feels delightful. Could you hold a little tighter? Ning Xi playfully pouted. In truth, this embrace was already immensely comforting, an unparalleled sensation she had never experienced in her 20 years of life, so comforting that she wished to linger. How she longed for him to hold her even tighter. Meng Xian's hold on her was firm, yet he pondered how to tighten his embrace further. A flicker of tenderness crossed his forest green eyes, and in a husky voice laced with affection, he replied, "All right." Just as the words left his lips, he seated himself, turning Ning Xi to face him, enveloping her in a warm embrace. The next instant, Ning Xi, with a contented whimper, sighed softly, her delicate voice trailing off with a hint of breathlessness. A tide of security washed over her, and her beautiful eyes glistened with unshed tears, revealing an inexplicable dependence on this embrace. Such satisfaction, a profound spiritual fulfillment she could scarcely articulate. Indeed, those like her, afflicted by a craving for touch, found it difficult to resist contact and embraces. She was merely adept at concealing her desires, capable of exercising restraint. However, having suppressed her longings for so long, when they finally erupted, her reliance on Meng Xian reached an alarming intensity. Nearby, Hu Chuan exhaled in relief, his lips curling into a smile, as if he wished to soar alongside two suns. Transforming into his beast form, he quietly stood guard. Meng Xian tenderly stroked the top of Ning Xi's head. Realizing why she had behaved as she did upon their first encounter, she must have felt quite distressed then. Regret washed over him for not having embraced her at that time. A gentle breeze swept through, intertwining their silver and ebony locks. Chapter 17. Insatiable Affection. The atmosphere grew, increasingly charged with ambiguity. Both were becoming slightly intoxicated by the moment. As Ning Xi looked up to speak, Meng Xian leaned down, intending to inquire if she felt comfortable. By sheer coincidence, one leaned down while the other looked up, their warm lips inadvertently brushing against one another's coolness. Both froze, heartbeats quickening. Ning Xi, feeling awkward, turned her head slightly, sensing something and immediately freezing, her face flushed crimson. Nearly on the verge of tears as her voice became increasingly sweet and alluring, "Why you have to let it down?" Meng Xian tightened his grip around her waist, pulling her slightly away, his face reddening as he gazed downward, his forest green eyes sparkling like stars. "I apologize, is it better now?" With the female I adore in my arms, it seems to have a mind of its own. Ning Xi lowered her head and nodded, gently biting her lip as she steadied herself against his arm. Suddenly, her legs gave way. In the split second of her fall, Meng Xian caught her, preventing any further awkwardness. "I will carry you back." He turned to give Hu Chuan a knowing glance. Hu Chuan observed their departing figures, chuckling silently, then swiftly bent down to finish processing the half-tanned hide Meng Xian had started, cutting the meat into small pieces and gathering dry twigs nearby. Once all was completed, he cheerfully followed after them. By the time they reached the cave, Ning Xi had regained her composure, though the corners of her lips seemed irrepressibly lifted, sweet joy bubbling forth from within. The morning air was refreshingly pleasant as Ning Xi accepted the roasted meat slice from Meng Xian, sitting atop a stack of animal skins, quietly gazing downward as she savored small bites of the roasted meat. She pondered how delightful it would have been to add some garlic during the roasting process or marinate the meat beforehand. It would likely have tasted even better. Regrettably, in her haste yesterday, she had forgotten to bring any. Lost in thoughts of garlic, a shadow fell beside her, and a fresh, dewy garlic bulb appeared before her. "I noticed you harvested this yesterday. Do you enjoy herbs with a bit of flavor?" Ning Xi raised her head in surprise, only to behold the cool and composed Meng Xian, who was slightly bent over with a handful of garlic in his grasp. The gentle morning sunlight bathed his face in a warm and vibrant glow. His long eyelashes framed high cheekbones, and as the sunlight cascaded over him, it revealed a fleeting serenity that seemed incongruous with his usual demeanor. "Oh no," she felt her heart flutter. Ning Xi thought, "This is it. I am about to fall in love." As Hu Chuan entered, carrying his catch, he noticed her dazed expression. Setting down his prey, he strode over with a lightness in his step, his fondness for her practically overflowing. "Why are you in a daze, Shi? Not eating meat?" "Ning Xi stammered, "No. I just spotted the garlic and had a sudden inspiration." Softly, she explained, chopping this herb and adding it to the grilled meat should enhance the flavor. "It might help eliminate the fishy taste, right?" She pondered uncertainly. No sooner had she spoken than Meng Xian unleashed a gust of wind, deftly chopping the garlic and sprinkling it evenly over a palm-sized piece of meat. He sampled it first. The spiciness was somewhat discomforting, causing him to frown slightly. She. This is quite spicy." Spicy? Ning Xi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that individuals from the beast world likely had not tasted seasonings before. A bit of spice could be delightful. I enjoy it. Could you cut some for me? Ning Xi venturet. Meng Xian, of course, obliged without hesitation, respecting her choices even if he did not fully understand them. Before long, the grilled meat was adorned with a generous sprinkle of finely chopped green herbs. And noticing Hu Chuan's curious gaze, Meng Xian prepared a serving for him as well. It's delicious. Ah, so good. Their voices chimed in unison. Meng Xian instinctively smiled, a hint of warmth flickering in his usually indifferent eyes. You both enjoy it? He lowered his gaze, silently accelerating his chopping of the garlic. Ning Xi is eating? Then I'll come to play another day, Hu Elvier called out, pausing at the cave entrance upon hearing the voices inside. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned away, not mentioning her concern that had prompted her visit. Yesterday, the tribe leader had hurriedly carried her back to the cave, drawing the attention of many. And now the available females gathered outside to check on the newcomer. Females were rare and treasured, and they cherished one another. As Hu Elvier emerged, the other females approached her curiously. What happened? Hu Elvier lifted her chin with a carefree glance at them. Ning Xi is eating, and my brother is too. The latter part of her statement was imbued with unmistakable excitement. Her brother had finally found a female he liked. Their mother would no longer be upset about his lack of a partner. Upon hearing Hu Elvier, the others respectfully refrained from intruding and turned away, engaging in hushed conversation as they departed. Have you heard? The new female is named Ning Xi. What beast form does she have? Ning Xi? Such a lovely name. What is her beast form? I don't know, but I heard that the tribe leader had a mark on his chest yesterday. We'll find out if we get a chance to see. As the group indulged in gossip, albeit from a distance, the keen ears of Meng Xian and Hu Chuan picked up their chatter. Noticing Meng Xian's usual composure, Hu Chuan felt a twinge of unease, wondering if he had been overly casual. Just moments ago, he nearly asked a revealing question. The little female had secrets, and he could not pry, nor express curiosity. It was a rare chance to meet a female he wished to cherish. He must not frighten her away. Meng Xian felt a slight twitch in his ears as he gazed down at his chest, where a palm-sized gray shadow subtly suggested a charming figure. It was an odd shape he had never encountered before. Had he been in modern times, he might have recognized the mark on his chest as Ning Xi's chibi anime avatar. Did her beast form closely resemble her human form? Or, daringly, did she perhaps not possess a beast form at all? This possibility stirred thoughts of her peculiar animal skin attire and her unusual habits, as well as her lack of understanding of the common knowledge here. Meng Xian keenly sensed something amiss. His forced green eyes turned toward Ning Xi, who immediately caught his gaze and tensed up, arching her brows in a submissive manner. What's wrong? Nothing. Would you like more of this herb? Meng Xian's eyes flickered, his cool voice laced with reassurance. So, what if she did not have a beast form? She was enough as she was. All he wished for was her happiness. No. Do you have water? Ning Xi smiled softly. I have water. Meng Xian retrieved a clean shell from his space and poured her a cup, bringing it to her lips. He bent slightly, his emerald eyes fixed intently on her face, his gaze tender and serene, feeling that she appeared even more beautiful up close, like a blossoming flower in need of gentle care. As Ning Xi took small sips of water, her gaze inadvertently lingered on his visage. His features were simply perfect. It was impossible to look away. When he was serious, he resembled a cold gem. The cautious admiration in her eyes did not escape Meng Xian's notice, and he smiled softly, sensing that she felt the same way toward him. Just as she set down the cup, he suddenly leaned closer, holding her chin and captured her lips with a firm bite. Chapter 18. His mouth moving. Ning Xi's pupils dilated in shock, instinctively emitting a soft gasp. Realizing how delicate her voice sounded, she immediately fell silent, her face flushing with warmth. How direct. Yet, she discovered she relished the sensation. So this was how it felt to be kissed by someone you liked? Her heart raced, as if it might leap from her throat. She thoroughly enjoyed this somewhat domineering kiss. But why wasn't he moving his lips? Was he simply going to stay like this? Tentatively, Ning Xi opened her arms and gently embraced him. His cool body stiffened momentarily, but then he wrapped a large hand around her back, deepening the kiss. Not far away, Hu Chuan, who had intended to leave, found his feet frozen in place, watching the scene with a mix of envy and anticipation. Her lips appeared so soft. He needed to step up his game. It seemed Ning Xi had not truly acknowledged him in the past few days. He must not be trying hard enough. Having given him an opportunity, he had to seize it. He still wanted to fatten her up. With that thought, Hu Chuan transformed into his beast form, excitedly charging into the forest, exuding an aura of ferocity. The air was thick with the scent of hormones. After some time, both of them were slightly breathless. Ning Xi's delicate, fair hands encircled his neck, her glistening eyes shyly gazing at him, filled with bashfulness and unmasked joy. Meng Xian lowered his gaze, allowing her to stare. His vibrant green eyes sparkling with mirth, his lips curved into an unyielding smile. She was the most beautiful female in the entire beast world. Her lips were a rosy hue, and her long eyelashes fluttered like butterflies when she was nervous, fragile yet stunning, igniting a desire to cherish her. Observing her, he could not help but lean in and press his lips against hers again, this time with a gentler touch, instinctively learning to suckle. As they indulged in their intimacy, Meng Xian reluctantly pulled back and suggested, "Shall we get up?" "Okay, Ning," she replied sweetly, her voice tinged with a hint of rasp. Meng Xian rose, but Ning Xi grasped his arm. As he turned, he cradled the back of her head, pressing her down for another kiss. Ning Xi fell back softly, her delicate hands flailing in the air before finally clutching his shoulder. Mysterious and emerald-eyed, Meng Xian audaciously kissed her, his melodious voice laced with a husky whisper. "Don't tease me. If you continue, you shan't leave today." Ning Xi feigned innocence. She hadn't teased him at all. Gazing up at him, her luscious lips parted slightly. "I merely wish to inquire if you could send some of the meat we just prepared to Hu Lvr." Having received Hu Lvr's nectar, she felt a twinge of anxiety, eager to reciprocate with food of equal value. She pondered how far her home might be. Realizing his misunderstanding, a barely perceptible smile graced Meng Xian's lips as he pressed her against him for another lingering kiss before rising. As for matters at home, let she decide. The kisses were never enough. They could never satisfy his yearning. She only had the items in her backpack, which were not convenient to access at the moment. The meat was caught by him and that beast man named Hu Chuan, thus she felt compelled to ask. "By the way, Hu Chuan?" In the midst of their heated moment, she had forgotten about the presence beside them. A hint of panic washed over her as she surveyed her surroundings. Hu Chuan had left. He hadn't looked their way. Meng Xian's cool voice carried a note of amusement. "What do you think of Hu Chuan?" "Quite good." Ning Xi generously bestowed her approval. A flicker of delight danced in Meng Xian's eyes. "Very well, he shall do." After tidying up the meat, plenty of garlic remained. And an impulsive idea struck Ning Xi. "Could we plant the leftovers? That way, we could harvest them whenever we desire." Meng Xian replied, "Good. Shall I do it as you say?" The notion of planting was foreign to him. His little female possessed many secrets, however. He was patient and would remain by her side, safeguarding her until he could comprehend all she was. "I noticed that patch of land at the entrance seems quite ample. Could we enclose a space specifically for planting vegetables?" Ning Xi tilted her head, offering a soft smile. "All right." In no time, the garlic filled a square meter. Though it was but a small, verdant patch, Ning Xi felt an overwhelming sense of belonging to this place. Indeed, those who cultivate flowers inherently possess the gene for farming. Come, I'll take you to Hu Lvr's house to deliver the meat." Meng Xian, seeing her joy, approached and caressed her long hair, his cool voice pleasantly resonating. "Of course, Ning," she replied with a bright smile. Before she could finish her sentence, Meng Xian swept her off her feet, lifting her effortlessly. Her perspective suddenly elevated. She gasped, instinctively clutching anything within her reach. To her surprise, she found her hand grasping his Adam's apple. Flustered, she quickly released it. Apologizing softly, "I'm sorry, did I hurt you?" "It must have been painful." "Not at all." Meng Xian leaned in to place a gentle kiss at the corner of her lips. "I merely desired to." The cool sensation of his lips caused a blush to bloom on Ning Xi's cheeks as she shyly nestled against him, her long lashes fluttering softly. Soon, several interconnected caves came into view, with neatly stacked firewood outside. A group of handsome youths was busy preparing meat. Hu Lvr bounced out of the largest cave, her leaf-like attire hanging loosely, laughing as she turned back repeatedly. "Come catch me. Hurry and catch me." Ning Xi felt she had perhaps arrived at an inopportune moment. Just as she was about to speak, the previously charming Hu Lvr boldly pulled up her clothing and strode toward them with purpose, exclaiming, "You're here? Come inside and play." I was just about to come find you tomorrow. My followers discovered a large piece of snake skin. Green and beautiful. I can't use it all, so I'll share a piece with you. She reached for Ning Xi, eager to drag her inside the cave. A gentle breeze swept by, bringing with it a faint, enticing aroma. Ning Xi felt somewhat uneasy and withdrew her hand, redirecting the conversation. I've found a delicious type of grass. I brought some for you to try. Let us enjoy it outside instead. Hu Lv, perceptive to her reluctance, readily acquiesced. Her eyes sparkling with anticipation. All right, I've never tasted grass before. Her round, bright eyes regarded Ning Xi with admiration, as if she were the embodiment of beauty and grace, wishing fervently for a daughter like her in the future. Ning Xi thought, I consider you a sister. Yet you wish to bear my offspring? Meng Xian retrieved the cooked meat from his face, removing the protective shield, the meat still emitting wisps of warmth. Ning Xi's eyes brightened, her curiosity piqued as she leaned in, whispering, it's still warm. Does the space preserve food such that what goes in comes out unchanged? Just then, she remembered her backpack. She had quietly inspected it that morning, and the meat she had taken out was still warm, while the fruits she had placed inside remained fresh as well. Her backpack had preservation capabilities. She would need to observe how long it lasted. The space lacks preservation functions. I used my abilities to create a protective barrier around the meat, which can keep it fresh for an entire day. However, over time it will cool down and spoil. Meng Xian explained slowly, his voice cool and measured. Their eyes met, and Ning Xi felt her cheeks flush as she shyly lowered her gaze, her voice sweet and soft. I understand. Nearby, Hu Lv watched them, a knowing smile on her face. It had been ages since she had witnessed such innocent interaction, reminding her of the days before she had become a fierce tigress. Chapter 19. Cabbage as tall as a person. After enjoying a meal of roasted meat with garlic, Hu Lv was left in awe, her cheeks flushed with excitement as she exclaimed, Shishi, my dear Shishi. I've never tasted meat this delightful before. There's not a hint of foulness. It's simply divine. Ning Xi couldn't help but smile at her overt display of emotion, her lips curling up as she gently encouraged, if you like it, eat more. This grass is called garlic. There's plenty by the stream. Have your male companions gather some more. It can help eliminate any gamey taste from the meat. All right, I'll go right away. I'll have them bring you some. Hu Lv's beautiful eyes sparkled as she tugged at Ning Xi's hand, leading her to a nearby stone slab. Pointing at a cabbage that stood nearly as tall as herself, she said, look, this flower smells delightful. It's for you. Shishi, you look as tender as this flower. It was Ning Xi's first experience receiving flowers from another girl, and she curiously turned to follow Hu Lv's finger, her eyes widening in astonishment. Isn't that lettuce? The leaves were thin, wide, and soft in texture. A stunning light green hue, standing tall and proud. The freshness and vitality were palpable. Ning Xi swallowed hard, her eyes gleaming as she gazed at the oversized cabbage, her soft voice tinged with urgency. Lv, where did you find this lettuce? How much is there? This should be edible too. She had consumed more vegetables than meat, and seeing the vibrant green leaves made her eyes sparkle. Can this be eaten? Hu Lv inquired curiously, circling the flower without a hint of doubt about Ning Xi's words. She plucked 2 leaves, chewing one while offering the other to Ning Xi. Before Ning Xi could stop her, Hu Lv swallowed it down, causing Ning Xi's heart to race as she quickly tore off a piece to store in her backpack, her inner voice ringing loudly, it must be lettuce. Leaf lettuce, refreshingly sweet. A sigh of relief escaped her lips as she smiled brightly, her voice sweet and charming. Lv, this is even better wrapped around roasted meat. She resolved to refrain from making uncertain claims in the future. The consequences of a potential toxin were too daunting to consider. Hu Lv's eyes sparkled with delight. Shishi, you're amazing. Thank you for sharing this with me. As a reward, I'll have my brother take you to find this flower. She is indeed quite the clever little thing. Not only did she create an opportunity for her brother and Cici, but she also reciprocated Cici's feelings. Brother? Isn't that what the followers discovered? Ning Xi was puzzled for a fleeting moment, but she was soon overwhelmed by this immense surprise, her mind clouded with thoughts of lettuce. Eagerly, she turned to share this delightful news with Meng Xian, only to find him absent. A glance revealed him conversing with a strikingly beautiful female at a distance. Instantly,
her joy dissipated like mist.
An emptiness settled in her heart, tinged with a dull ache and a sense of loss and injustice. Ning Xi struggled to articulate her complex emotions, feeling merely uncomfortable. seeing Ning Xi silent for a while. Hu El followed her gaze and spotted Hu Mei tilting her head while speaking with the clan leader. Enraged, she exploded, Hu Mei, what are you doing? Stay away from the clan leader. Can't you see the mark on his chest? In a swift transformation, she lunged forward, gently pushing Hu Mei aside to shield her from the clan leader's glare, declaring, Clan leader, you have gone too far. It was one thing when Hu Mei liked you, but for her to still harbor feelings is entirely your fault. Unruly males are nothing but weeds.
Bah.
Hu Mei was momentarily taken aback, then quickly distanced herself, as if fleeing from a plague. Which of your eyes saw me still liking the clan leader? I merely inquired about a few things after seeing you talking with Ning Xi. He already has a beloved female. How could I possibly cling to him? Humph, how insulting. Am I that kind of person? I, Hu Mei, am not. Oh, is that so? My apologies then. I thought you were the type to pursue a taken male. If that is not the case, then it's all good. Hu El breathed a sigh of relief, apologizing without hesitation. Yet, Ning Xi could only twitch her lips at this exchange, wondering if such a conversation would truly not spark conflict. Surprisingly, it did not. The next moment, the striking female with red hair approached Hu El with a light step and a proud expression, saying, At least you have good taste. I am not the sort to be cheap. Ning Xi observed this scene with mild surprise, a smile creeping onto her lips, feeling quite gratified. Lacking the ability to mediate conflicts, she appreciated this harmonious atmosphere. As the stars twinkled and the night breeze flowed gently, Ning Xi in the cave closed her eyes, trying to cultivate sleep. Yet, long moments passed, so long that the chirping of insects outside had ceased, and she remained awake. Her hand clutched the soft beast skin draped over her, which was the summer blanket crafted by Meng Xian. Soft and comfortable, it paled in comparison to his embrace. Ning Xi squeezed the blanket between her legs, holding the top part tightly against her chest, fully aware that her skin cravings had returned, yet the blanket offered no relief. Habitually biting her lip, she irritably scratched her arms. What's wrong, Cici? Meng Xian, hearing the sound, swiftly slid into the cave, transforming into his human form, his worried, icy gaze resting upon the frail female curled up on the bed. At the sound, Ning Xi instinctively looked up, her eyes meeting his cool green ones, causing her heart to skip a beat, filled with inexplicable anticipation. However, recalling the scene of him standing with that beautiful female, her heart sank. Having never been in love, she found herself at a loss on how to navigate such feelings. After a moment's hesitation, she chose honesty, confessing, I saw you smiling happily at that beautiful female today, and I think I might be a bit jealous. I feel somewhat sad and disappointed. She understood that being possessive was irrational, yet her heart was beyond her control. Jealous?
What is that?
Does Cici want to be jealous? You tell me, and I will go find her, Meng Xian replied with a serious tone. Then continued with a measured explanation, I wasn't smiling at her. Hu Mei said you were beautiful and had lovely hair. I merely smiled at the thought of you. I want to smile again. I don't want Cici to feel upset. Ning Xi's eyes glistened instantly, her throat tightening. All right, I want to be sad anymore. She had feared he would be like her parents, offering warmth only to abandon her coldly. As the words escaped her lips, the pent-up grievances flowed forth with her tears. Hot tears fell continuously onto Meng Xian's cool hand, causing him to pull her into his embrace, lowering his gaze to kiss away her tears. It is my fault for causing you to misunderstand. The only one I have ever liked is you. Please. If you feel wronged, tell me, alright? When I first met you, I thought you were a pitiful troublemaker, but the more I got to know you, the more I grew fond of you. I can't bear to be without you now. Even if you no longer want me in the future, I will not engage with any other females. Today's incident is my fault, and it will never happen again. Will you give me another chance, Cici?
Please don't leave me.
Chapter 20. Will you always be here? The more he comforted her, the harder she cried, as if all the grievances from the past 20 years poured out at once. No one had ever treated her so seriously. Countless times she had longed for her mother's embrace, yet she had struggled against it. She had never received a comforting hug, and the burden of self-healing was unbearably painful. Meng Xian felt a sharp pain in his heart, helplessly kissing away her tears, murmuring, Cici, don't cry.
Please don't cry.
But Ning Xi could not stop. The more tender he was, the more sorrowful she felt, almost wishing to cry out loud to release her pent-up emotions. Soon, her sobs turned into ragged breaths, the discomfort surging back up. Meng Xian, heart aching, held her tightly, his cool voice tinged with compassion. Are you hurting? Yes, I can't stop, Ning Xi choked out. She didn't want to, yet she couldn't help it. Meng Xian sat on the bed, lifting her onto his lap, restraining himself. Be good, don't cry. Once you feel better, you can hit me as much as you want. His cool embrace and the safety of their skin touching gave Ning Xi a sense of security, causing her cries to gradually weaken until she fell silent. The night was cool, yet the room was filled with warmth. Meng Xian gently kissed her forehead, his heart softening completely for this little darling. He could no longer let her go. Ning Xi looked up, asking, Meng Xian, will you always be here?
I will.
I will always be here, forever by your side, Meng Xian replied, his green eyes shimmering with emotion. Ning Xi felt the familiar itch beneath her skin returning, gnawing at her with both discomfort and pain. Her damp eyes gazed at him as she whispered almost inaudibly, kiss me. As soon as the words left her lips, Meng Xian exhaled heavily, cupping her face in his hands and kissing her fervently, without hesitation. Their lips met, and Ning Xi's sense of satisfaction magnified infinitely. Her head felt light, and she melted against him. Yet Meng Xian seemed to crave something, deepening the kiss with increasing intensity, leaving Ning Xi breathless. Weakly, she pushed against his chest. Realizing what he was doing, he loosened his grip slightly. Detecting her breathing returning to normal, he leaned in for another kiss, lingering for a long time before reluctantly pulling away, placing soft kisses on her lips. Ning Xi squinted her eyes in pleasure, sighing as the discomfort of her cravings was finally fulfilled. Sleep, Meng Xian said, extending his long arm to pull her down with him, his other hand gently stroking her back. As her breaths grew shallow and elongated, he furrowed his brow at the beast's skin skirt, noticing a darkened patch. He couldn't help but question his life choices, wondering, so soon? And we haven't even done anything. Could he truly make Cece happy in the future? The great serpent began to doubt himself, contemplating whether he should find her two capable males instead. The following day dawned bright and sunny, with the air filled with the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant bloom of flowers. Ning Xi awoke naturally, feeling refreshed. As she stirred, she realized she was hungry and needed a drink of water before indulging in a meal. When she caught sight of the tall and handsome Meng Xian, a smile involuntarily graced her lips, her cheeks flushing with warmth as she recalled the intimacy of the previous night.
Is this what love feels like?
Quite delightful, indeed. I'm hungry, she declared, accepting the cleansing fruit he offered and popping it into her mouth, her gaze never straying from his captivating presence, each of his movements a feast for her eyes. Meng Xian's amused gaze remained fixed on Ning Xi, and they exchanged smiles occasionally, their silence enveloped in an intimate atmosphere thick with unspoken affection. Soon, Meng Xian arranged the food meticulously, accommodating Ning Xi's dietary preferences, and with a charming smile, he beckoned her over to eat. Ning Xi responded with a sweet smile, obediently shifting closer to him, their thighs nearly touching, the proximity of their skin sending a shiver of warmth between them. Meng Xian's nostrils were filled with a faint, delicate fragrance that lingered on her skin. His emerald eyes softened as they fell upon her slightly open collar, which had slipped down while she slept, revealing her elegant neck and a glimpse of her smooth, fair shoulder. The tantalizing sight was utterly enchanting. A flicker of desire stirred within him, and he thought, if you tease me again, I might forgo my meal today. You invited me over, Ning Xi replied playfully, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she tilted her head innocently. Leaning closer to Meng Xian, she raised her chin, teasingly asking, aren't we going to eat? Let's eat. After saying this, she quickly pulled back, only to be caught by the waist and drawn into his cool embrace. They finished their meal in a state of sticky sweetness. Just as they completed their meal, a group of females arrived, most of whom possessed strikingly beautiful features. They varied in height and figure, with vibrant hair colors, yet all exuded a healthy allure. A few were exceptionally stunning, leaving Ning Xi momentarily taken aback. Hello, are you here to see the chief? He'll be out shortly, Ning Xi greeted them with a gentle smile, her tone friendly. Ning Xi, we're all here to see you, one of them exclaimed. I'm Maolo, welcome to the tribe. This is a gift for you. I'm sure Fei. And this is my gift. Before Ning Xi could comprehend, her arms were filled with an assortment of gifts, colorful animal skins, jerky, and fresh flowers. How warmly enthusiastic they are. Thank you, everyone. I love all the gifts. Have you eaten? Would you like to try the roasted meat with garlic? Ning Xi raised her brows, her sweet and alluring face tinged with shyness as she invited them softly. Declining a welcoming gift seemed impolite, so she decided to invite them to enjoy some delicious meat instead. The garlic at the entrance was plentiful, enough for all these females. And the barbecue fire was still alive. Yes, yes. I've never tried garlic before. Hu hung, go catch a small pig for Ning Xi. I want to eat meat at her place. I want it too. I want to hunt, echoed Ing Ching. Ning Xi was captivated by the sheer exuberance of the females, as the males transformed into their beast forms and dashed into the wilderness. A wave of joy washed over her. She found herself quite fond of this place. Setting aside the conveniences, it felt like a paradise for women. Surely, many modern sisters would adore this place as well. Initially uninterested in eating, the females were now curious. Their eyes wide with excitement upon hearing about the garlic. They bounced over to Ning Xi. What is garlic? Is it delicious? Hu Mei approached, familiar and friendly, linking her arm with Ning Xi's. However, as soon as she touched Ning Xi's arm, she halted, astonished as she raised Ning Xi's wrist to scrutinize it. After a long gaze, her eyes brimmed with tears. Seeing the beautiful girl in tears left Ning Xi flustered. She furrowed her brow and gently wiped the tears from her face, speaking softly. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Why are you so kind? You're so thin, and yet you still care about me. I have plenty of jerky in my den. I'll have Hu Hung bring some over. Upon hearing Hu Mei's words, the others rushed over, encircling Ning Xi with concern, showering her with words of kindness. Looking into their sincere, clear eyes, Ning Xi felt a warmth in her heart, a beautiful smile gracing her lips as she raised her voice slightly. I'm not that thin, just not obviously chubby.
Now,
Come and try the garlic roasted meat. Today's barbecue was marinated with garlic, and though it still bore a hint of fishiness, it was significantly more palatable. Infused with a unique garlic aroma, the females, eager for meat, became animated, and the males instinctively sprang into action. Meng Xian, alongside their males, gave a brief tutorial, rekindling several fires to roast the meat. Everyone gathered curiously around their respective guardian beasts, with Ning Xi standing beside Meng Xian, watching intently as he retrieved a piece of exquisite animal skin, opening it to reveal some pale green granules, which he ground into powder and sprinkled over the meat. Is that salt? Ning Xi couldn't help but crouch beside him, whispering. It looks just like the dark blue salt my grandmother used to buy. It was said to be harvested from the Shaka Salt Lake, quickly dissolving and infusing flavor, rich in various minerals and trace elements, with a delightful taste devoid of bitterness. This salt is potent. Even a pinch brings a strong flavor, unlike others that often require a hefty amount without yielding any saltiness, she mused. Her impression of this salt vivid in her mind. Yes, it's salt from the Salt Lake. The lake is beautiful. You can float in it without sinking. Next time we go for salt, I'll take you to play, alright? Meng Xian replied, his voice calm yet tinged with a smile, as he roasted the meat. Okay. Ning Xi felt a flutter of excitement. Would the Salt Lake here be as stunning as the Shaka Salt Lake? She couldn't wait. Chapter 21. Is she, at her core, actually the Sea Queen? The slices of meat were already marinated, making them quick to cook. During the marination, the essence of the garlic had permeated the meat, and as it cooked, the scent of garlic melded beautifully with the aroma of the meat, soon filling the air with an enticing fragrance. The females, cared for by their partners, took hesitant bites of the oddly colored yet fragrant roasted meat, their eyes widening in delightful surprise. This meat is delicious. Ning Xi clarified, no. It's not grass, it's garlic. The garlic leaf shavings reduced the greasiness of the meat, lending a refreshing quality to the roast. Does it seem like the faint fishy smell has vanished? Ning Xi is impressive. This seemingly mundane way of roasting meat, commonplace in the modern world, had become a rare delicacy in this realm where seasoning was limited to salt. Delicious. Ning Xi, you're truly remarkable. How do you know so much as a fellow female? Hu Mei gazed at Ning Xi, her starry eyes brimming with admiration. The other females nodded in agreement, echoing their admiration. Yes, yes. Ning Xi is amazing. So talented. Wow. This meat is a bit tough on the mouth, but it smells heavenly. Rabbit Dan's eyes and nose were red, tears streaming down her face as she devoured the meat without pause. Ning Xi glanced over, noticing Rabbit Dan eagerly directing her male to sprinkle garlic on the meat, and quickly interjected, the roots of the garlic are very spicy, so it's better for your male to use the leaves. They're not as pungent. Having never tried garlic herself, she was unaware that the garlic here was even more potent than the spiciest garlic in modern times. What is spicy? Hu El asked, her curiosity piqued. Ning Xi paused momentarily, her delicate brows curving gracefully as she gently elucidated, unlike the senses of touch, smell, and taste. Spiciness is not merely a flavor to be savored by the tongue. It is, in fact, a sensation of pain. When one experiences pain, the body releases substances akin to endorphins, which can evoke feelings of pleasure. This phenomenon explains why many individuals develop an addiction to spicy food.
Wow.
She is incredibly knowledgeable. The females chimed in unison, while the males gazed in astonishment at this remarkable, slender female. The males found it difficult to comprehend the female's claim that meat had an unpleasant odor. They perceived it as aromatic, equally enticing whether raw or cooked. Nevertheless, upon witnessing the joy with which the females consumed the meat seasoned with herbs, they could not help but smile sincerely. They silently resolved to explore various culinary methods for preparing meat in the future. In an instant, the atmosphere became fervent and lively. During the meal, camaraderie blossomed significantly. And by the end, everyone had eaten to their heart's content, transforming into their beast forms and being carried home by their mates and guardians. The scene was truly spectacular. As she watched the last female depart, Ning Xi exhaled a sigh of relief. The warmth of their enthusiasm had been a bit overwhelming. Yet, despite her thoughts, the smile at the corners of her lips remained unyielding. She genuinely cherished this light-hearted and friendly ambience. However, her smile soon faded. The partners of the females who had gone hunting returned. The game left at the entrance quickly piled into a small mountain, and as more males continued to add meat to the heap, Ning Xi hurriedly grasped Meng Xian's arm, exclaiming, "There's far too much. Let them take it back. The garlic isn't worth such a bounty. They've all brought me gifts. Do not fret, Shi. The garlic you discovered is rare, and it is only right for them to offer compensation. You deserve it. In midsummer, prey is abundantly available and not particularly valuable in terms of crystal stones." Observing her brows furrowed in confusion, Meng Xian felt a pang of sympathy. He gently smoothed her brow, his cool, melodious voice offering comfort. Fearing she might become entangled in her thoughts for too long, he decisively stated, "I will handle the meat for now. When we attend the coming-of-age ceremony next month, you can use it to barter for goods." After all, crystal stones were scarce. Most beast folk traded with meat and hides. The meat they had was sufficient for Ning Xi to exchange for items, and he would procure more game to trade for her favored possessions later. Upon hearing his words, Ning Xi's attention was completely diverted, and she curiously inquired, "Can one buy things at the awakening ceremony?" Indeed, items can be purchased. After the ceremony concludes, everyone will set up stalls in the square beside the altar, offering a diverse array of goods. Isn't that akin to a roadside market? Ning Xi's eyes sparkled with excitement. By midday, under the radiant sun, Ning Xi sat at the cave entrance, enjoying the breeze after her meal. Meng Xian was beside her, tidying up while explaining the precautions for their upcoming visit to the sacred mountain in 2 months with his soothing, pleasant voice. Besides me, she should select 2 more males. This must be decided before the awakening ceremony. Noticing her lack of familiarity with the local customs, Meng Xian seized every opportunity to discreetly educate her. As Ning Xi absorbed this information, she suddenly recalled the large tiger that delivered meat daily. Just then, a large tiger with a white base and brown stripes leapt nearby, swiftly transforming into human form and halting 5 paces away. A bright, melodious voice resonated, "Shi, allow me to be one of your followers." After a moment's consideration, he added, "I possess 6th-tier lightning abilities, and I am skilled in hunting. I assure you, taking me on will not leave you hungry. I will ensure you become very plump." Ning Xi instinctively looked up. From her vantage point, she could clearly see his defined jawline and prominent nose, which stood out beautifully in the sunlight, while his orange eyes sparkled like gemstones. His short, wavy brown and white hair was neat and tidy. For the first time, as she observed him seriously, Ning Xi was struck by how unexpectedly appealing he was to her. He was an incredibly handsome, cheerful male. Recalling Meng Xian's words, Ning Xi felt a rush of excitement. Her fingers unconsciously tightened around the fruit in her hand, her enchanting eyes shimmering with a hint of shyness. What should she do? She was once again smitten. Was it possible that she was, at her core, a siren? Noticing the renewed brightness in her eyes, Meng Xian chuckled knowingly, casting a glance at the eager Hu Chuan before lowering his gaze back to Ning Xi. Shi, if you like him, then accept him. He possesses 6th-tier lightning abilities, runs swiftly, and his beast form is warm. During the cold winter, having him will provide you with additional warmth. Although females have their beast forms, in the frigid winters, they require partners with thick fur for warmth. Tiger beast folk, alongside the python beast folk who can ward off pests, are equally favored by females. It was quite possible that she did not possess a beast form. With the male beast folk having spoken, Ning Xi felt encouraged to embrace local customs today. Blushing, she was about to nod in agreement when a sudden thought struck her. She raised her head earnestly and said, "I have something very important to share." Upon hearing this, Meng Xian's brow twitched as he swiftly moved to sit beside her, adopting an attentive demeanor. Hu Chuan eagerly settled next to Meng Xian, ready to listen. "All right, Shi, go ahead." Ning Xi gazed calmly at them, then unreservedly revealed her deepest secret. "I have a condition known as hugging disorder, which compels me to seek embraces whenever I feel anxious. It can only be alleviated, not cured, and moreover, there is a strong possibility that I will not be able to bear children. This condition, in modern times, is often mistaken for indiscretion, but in this world of beasts, would they mind?" As for her statement about not being able to have children, it stemmed from the fact that all females here possess beast forms, while she had arrived in this form, perhaps leading to reproductive isolation. Suddenly feeling a chill in her hand, Ning Xi's gaze shifted abruptly as Meng Xian enveloped her in his embrace. His cool, melodious voice reached her ears. "You have endured much over these years, Shi. I do not desire children. Had I not encountered you, I might have even found the idea of bonding with a mate to be troublesome. As for children, I have never considered it. I only want you." Hu Chuan believed her condition posed no issue. From the very beginning, his intention in wanting to bond with her had never revolved around the prospect of children. He cherished her and simply wished to see her thrive. Shi, I do not like children. As for the condition you mentioned, that is hardly a concern. We would rather you remain close to us. Noticing her cheeks flush instantly, Hu Chuan gulped, his voice slightly hoarse as he continued. "At worst, you can simply take on more males in the future, ensuring that there is always someone around to embrace you, thus alleviating your condition." Their declarations took Ning Xi by surprise. With her glistening, fox-like eyes, she glanced between Meng Xian and Hu Chuan, observing their earnest expressions. If they did not mind, then she would relinquish her concerns. She cast a glance at the indistinct shadow on Meng Xian's chest, weighing her words before adding, "I am not a female from this continent. I do not possess a beast form, and surviving the cold winter may prove challenging." Ning Xi expected them to react with shock, but to her astonishment, the expressions of both males remained unchanged. Confused, she looked up at Meng Xian. Suddenly, her gaze met his gentle green eyes, and his handsome face was mere inches away, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. "Did you figure it out?" she asked, unable to think of any other reason. The female in his arms blushed, her face a delicate pink akin to a cherry blossom in full bloom, captivating to the eyes. Meng Xian's dark green gaze was profound and fathomless as he reached out to stroke her long hair, his fingertips caressing her cheek. "Yes, I deduced it. It has never bothered me. It is only natural, given our daily interactions and the many signs you displayed during your initial days here. As for that large tiger, surely he could not have figured it out as well?" She turned her gaze towards Hu Chuan, who abruptly stood up to flex his muscles, exclaiming, "Not at all. Not at all, I don't mind in the slightest." Ning Xi looked up in astonishment, her eyes drawn to his bronzed and athletic physique, the powerful muscles, and the enticing sight beneath the animal skin skirt she had glimpsed the previous day. He certainly looked capable. However, she couldn't help but wonder if such a display would truly match the comfort she sought. Feeling a flush rise to her cheeks, she lowered her gaze, her heart stirring with unbidden emotions. Such exquisite specimens, she mused, were beyond her means to support even in her previous life, regardless of wealth. Yet here, in this realm, she envisioned nights filled with revelry in the near future. Just the thought of it filled her with bliss.
"If you all don't mind, then."
The words of embarrassment faltered on her lips, only to be interrupted by Hu Chuan's voice. "All right, it's settled then. I'll head home to pack and move in," he cheerfully concluded, transforming into his beast form and sprinting away with a speed that left no room for refusal.
"Hey you,"
she stammered, unprepared to decline. To her surprise, the great tiger swiftly turned back and rushed towards her. In an instant, she was swept into his embrace. As they connected, an unspoken bond began to form between them, a shadow appearing on Hu Chuan's chest that mirrored the one she had seen on Meng Xian. A sensation of warmth enveloped her, and Hu Chuan felt a tingling sensation within him. Had he just been branded? Ning Xi was momentarily taken aback, but soon found herself lost in the moment. Hu Chuan's embrace was comforting, and the potent scent of his masculinity wafted around her. He declared with a voice as resolute as a vow, "Thank you, Xi, for allowing me the chance to care for you. As long as I, Huchuan, am by your side, I shall protect you in every way, cherish you, and ensure you never suffer the slightest grievance." Standing before her first husband, while enveloped in the arms of her second, Ning Xi could only think of one word: exhilarating. The sensation was unexpectedly pleasant, and she found herself wondering if she could accept more than one male in her life. 2 males to earn a living, 2 to keep her company at home, 2 to bring joy and laughter to their offspring. The thought amused her, a smile playing on her lips, a gentle radiance gracing her inherently enchanting yet surprisingly pure and innocent fox-like eyes. Indeed, a certain aspect of the system was correct. She was truly suited to life in this world. In the afternoon, by the creek, Ning Xi sat upon a stone covered with animal skins, a red cherry fruit in hand, shaded by a large canopy of leaves. She watched as the 2 males busied themselves in the water. With a splash, a half-meter-long fish was stunned and tossed near her feet by Huchuan, followed by his bright and melodious voice, "Xi, there are so many little fish here. I'll catch them all for you." "Thank you, Huchuan," Ning Xi replied with a warm smile, adeptly bending down to collect the fish into her backpack. Little fish, fresh and tender. Edible, she mused, her brows arching with delight as she placed the newly caught fish to one side, continuing to inspect others. Soon, a mountain of fish began to accumulate beside her. A mischievous glint flickered in her alluring yet clear fox-like eyes. After a moment's thought, she decided to test her luck and collected one fish, watching as a small, empty frame appeared in her backpack, indicating a Q-version fish. She tentatively attempted to add another, but this time, the icon remained unresponsive for a prolonged moment. Confused, she blinked. "What's going on? Where are the fish?" Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she pondered, then tried again, but still no response. Perplexed, she murmured, "What is happening?" Undeterred, she tried once more, yet the result was still the same. She could not understand it. Her gaze flitted over the 14 icons, and suddenly, an idea struck her. She clicked on the fish icon, revealing Little Fish 3. Her breath quickened, and a daring hypothesis took root in her mind. Taking a deep breath, she extended her long, delicate hand and collected the entire pile of fish beside her. Little Fish 52. Exactly. That's it. A single box could contain one type of item. Could it be that she could store countless fish? Eager to test her theory, she looked up at the creek where the 2 tall, handsome men were effortlessly catching fish, and called out joyfully, "Mang Xian, Huchuan, catch more." "Okay," they replied in unison. Although the little fish were meager in meat and riddled with bones, they were willing to catch as many as it took to bring joy to Xi. The 2 males eagerly complied, and Ning Xi sat back, filled with elation as she watched the endless stream of fish being tossed her way. She continued to collect them, her heart racing with anticipation as her bright eyes remained fixed on the fish below. After approximately 5 minutes, she found she could no longer collect any more. She paused, opening the fish icon to find Little Fish 1500. Ning Xi's face lit up with joy, her enchanting fox-like eyes sparkling. "That's enough. Absolutely sufficient." Having grasped the limit of her backpack's capacity, she decided not to store any more fish from the pile on the ground. Instead, she casually picked up a large orange fish to add to her collection, only to read, "Little fish, highly toxic, not recommended for consumption." Chapter 23. The Considerate Scallions and Ginger.
Ah.
The ominous golden text, with its glaring red exclamation mark, startled Ning Xi, causing her to instinctively fumble and toss the fish away. What's wrong? A chill ran down her back, and the familiar scent of grass enveloped her as Mang Xian swiftly wrapped her in his embrace. Ning Xi had not anticipated that he would suddenly grasp her from behind while engrossed in fishing, leaving her feeling electrified, her entire body tingling and softening in his hold. The thin animal skin cloak could not shield her from the coolness of his body or the contours of his muscular form. Indeed, his waist was as lean as it was strong. No, she thought her skin was becoming overly sensitive. "It's nothing. I just discovered a toxic fish and tossed it over there," Ning Xi said, raising her hand to cover her flushed cheeks, forcing herself to divert her attention as she pointed to her left front. Upon hearing the word toxic, Huchuan immediately hurled the fish into the air, delivering a thunderous strike that obliterated it into ashes. A gust of wind passed, leaving only a faint charred scent. Ning Xi gazed wide-eyed in astonishment. "Wow, that's impressive. This is what they mean by erasing evidence, right?" Hearing her soft praise, Hu Chuan's eyes sparkled as he transformed into his beast form and bounded over, his fluffy head leaning close to her side. She is even more amazing. To be able to distinguish between edible and inedible fish makes you the most formidable person in the entire beast realm. Though he somewhat grasped how she discerned the fish, it did not hinder his exuberant praise, lauding her as the most extraordinary being in existence. Ning Xi listened to his exaggerated compliments, her eyes curving into a smile, her heart swelling with joy from the emotional validation. She lifted her chin, a hint of pride in her voice as she replied softly, "Not just fish. I can distinguish all kinds of food, and my space is vast." Being family now, she had no intention of continuing to keep secrets from them. They were to be her companions in the days to come, people she could trust. When the opportunity arose, she would reveal more. After all, marriage in this world was protected by the beast god. With a wave of her petite hand, a mountain of fish appeared beside her, astonishing both Hu Chuan and Meng Xian with the sheer volume that exceeded her spatial capacity.
Wow.
She is truly remarkable. To be her guardian is indeed a blessing from the beast god. And once again, the air was filled with their enthusiastic praise. As he observed the delightful interaction between the two, Meng Xian's lips curved into a smile, his emerald eyes glimmering with amusement. With a look of indulgence, he bent down to attend to the fish that Ning Xi had skillfully selected. With practiced ease, he used a blade of wind to gut the fish, removing the entrails before cleansing them with his water manipulation abilities. In no time, the fish were prepared. After tidying himself up, Meng Xian furrowed his brows slightly, still sensing a lingering fishy odor. He retrieved several teeth-cleaning fruits from his space, crushed them in his palm, and rubbed them over his body. Ning Xi watched with wide, curious eyes as bubbles quickly formed on him, her soft voice filled with wonder. Can the teeth-cleaning fruit also be used for bathing? It's like a truly natural and harmless soap. Remembering that she hadn't bathed for several days, though she did not smell, she felt a sudden discomfort at the thought. Initially, she had refrained from making demands, being new to this place and living under someone else's roof. But now, she declared, "I want to take a bath too." "All right." The two males responded brightly in unison, the atmosphere instantly becoming charged with excitement. Ning Xi shrank back slightly, her voice trembling with apprehension. "Don't look at me like that. It's quite frightening. Like hungry wolves eyeing a little rabbit." Hu Chuan promptly averted his gaze, looking down at the ground with quiet anticipation. Meanwhile, Meng Xian raised an eyebrow, swiftly washing himself clean before using his abilities to dry off. Draped in a beast-skin skirt, he approached with a cool voice tinged with laughter. "Shall we eat first? Afterward, I'll take you to the hot spring on the back mountain for your bath. Females usually bathe there." There was an incident where a female fainted from bathing on an empty stomach, so it became a rule that females should not bathe without having eaten first. She is delicate. We mustn't be careless. A hot spring? That sounds like a delightful experience. Ning Xi exclaimed eagerly. The meal consisted of roasted fish, which she had been looking forward to for quite some time. Observing the two males marinating the fish with minced garlic, she suddenly recalled a pungent herb resembling green onions. Her moist eyes gleamed as she looked at them, her soft voice bubbling with excitement. "While you roast the fish, I'll wander a bit to see if I can find some seasoning." She remembered that the herb had grown by the stream. The area around the creek was open and free of blind spots. Any intruder could be spotted and dealt with swiftly, ensuring their safety. "All right, but don't wander too far." She, Meng Xian said, his gaze tender as he watched her bound away. "I want to go far," she replied cheerfully, her steps light as she dashed forward. After a short exploration of the creek's edge, however, she grew tired and paused, having found nothing. "I clearly saw something that day." A gust of wind swept through, causing her legs to itch. Curious, she looked down, her long, dark hair cascading down as she hastily tucked it behind her ear, spotting a splash of green by her legs. Adjacent to the tender, cylindrical green leaves were several hollow, dark green tubes. The tips of the tender leaves slender and about the width of 2 fingers, standing a palm's height. A small cluster emanated a rich, stimulating fragrance. Could it be green onion? She pondered, reaching out to touch it, finding it soft and slightly cool. Carefully, she pinched off a tip, which was juicy and tender, quickly stowing it in her backpack, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. The golden dialogue box appeared as desired. Green onion and ginger, pungent and stimulating. It's green onion. Oh wait, why is it called green onion and ginger? Ning Xi tilted her head, confusion flickering in her eyes as she murmured softly. Hu Chuan, carrying the roasted fish, scampered over, having just arrived when he overheard her whispering. His eyes lit up with curiosity as he leaned closer. What is this about green onion and ginger? It's that pungent herb. We call it green onion. It serves the same purpose as garlic in eliminating fishy odors. You're just in time. Can you dig out its roots? Pungent herb. Hu Chuan exclaimed, leaping into the air in surprise, instinctively scooping Ning Xi into his arms to protect her. As his viewpoint shifted dramatically, Ning Xi gasped, wrapping her arms around his neck, only to feel an uncontrollable sense of falling. Unlike others who had faced gravity's pull twice, Ning Xi was not brave enough to endure such sensations again. Her eyes glimmered with fear as she clung tightly to Hu Chuan. Once they landed, Hu Chuan held Ning Xi far away from the pungent herb. Upon touching her hand, he was startled. You're scared, aren't you? Your hands are cold. Let me warm them for you. Her hands felt just as slippery as he had imagined. Unable to resist, he squeezed them several times, causing her face to flush a rosy hue, her watery fox-like eyes casting a shy glare at him. Stop it. In the sweltering summer heat, Hu was cold. Undeterred by her glare, he simply gazed at her with a silly grin, prompting Ning Xi to reach out to swat him playfully. His eyes sparkled as he leaned in, offering his face invitingly, staring at the handsome, mixed-blood youth before her, beaming as if he were a flower in bloom. Ning Xi found herself at a loss. Should she hit him or not? Blushing, she pushed against his chest, only for him to grasp her hand tightly. Ning Xi felt her ears begin to burn. Who, after all, had the skin hunger syndrome? Chapter 24. He tempts others. Hu Chuan's heart nearly melted. He found Ning Xi's flustered demeanor utterly delightful. She was both sweet and beautiful, and even when she glared at him, she looked more like she was flirting. Unable to resist, Hu Chuan scooped Ning Xi into his arms, reminding her, She, that pungent herb will make females cry if touched. How about we find a different herb to play with? Clad in thin summer garments, and with Hu Chuan wearing only a beast-skin skirt, their skin almost brushed against each other, a potent temptation for Ning Xi, who suffered from skin hunger syndrome. Like a true little kitten, Hu Chuan rested his chin on her shoulder, affectionately nuzzling her. His clingy demeanor made Ning Xi question, could skin hunger syndrome be contagious? Catching a glimpse of Meng Xian, still busy roasting fish, Ning Xi's face flushed crimson. She turned to Hu Chuan, glaring at him playfully, her tones sweetly scolding, don't say too much. I want that pungent herb. Hurry and dig it up. That's green onion, not green onion and ginger. Having embraced and touched her, Hu Chuan's thoughts were wholly consumed by his little female. For the first time, he noticed how charmingly slender she was. With a radiant smile, he gently placed her on a stone covered with beast skin before swiftly leaping to the pungent herb. Despite the discomfort in his nose from its potent aroma, he blinked to dispel the tears, yet it proved futile, making his eyes burn even more. Resolute, he widened his eyes, his hands transforming to unleash sharp claws as he began to dig. Ning Xi, it truly resembles a little kitten burying its waist. By the time Meng Xian finished wrapping the roasted fish in protective coverings and placed them in his face, Ning Xi had already spotted the so-called green onion and ginger. Half a meter tall and as thick as a fist, the white onion base was surrounded by a mass of tiny roots, each hosting a fist-sized ginger bulb. In this beastly world, onions and ginger grew together? Ning Xi's eyes widened with curiosity as she watched the onion accompanied by a series of ginger bulbs. She gently poked Hu Chuan, who had been focused on digging. This is it. This white root is the onion, and those round lumps are ginger. Next time we roast meat, we can use this for marinating. It tastes even better than garlic. Despite having seen it multiple times, she still found it fascinating. How convenient that they grew together. Both males took her words to heart. Suddenly, she felt a chill at her waist as a cool chest pressed against her back, and a melodious, somewhat aloof voice reached her ears. No need to wait until next time. Let us try it out now. Upon uttering these words, she gently tapped her fingertips to provide Tiger Chuan with some water to cleanse his eyes. Subsequently, she retrieved the embers she had set aside earlier, conjuring a small whirlwind to gather the dry wood. Leaning down, she bestowed a tender kiss near her ear. Then, she approached the fragrant chives and ginger, extracting some to prepare for marinating the meat, resembling small garlic. Having washed his eyes, Tiger Chuan, with keen awareness, retreated a few steps, plopping down beside the fire and popping a tooth-cleaning fruit into his mouth. He had developed a habit of consuming one after each meal to maintain oral freshness, which often led to him facing consequences in his youth. Observing the space he deliberately left, Meng Xian raised an eyebrow in surprise. extracting grilled fish and meticulously removing the bones before placing the tender meat into a stone bowl, which he offered to Ning Xi. Have a bite to satisfy your hunger,
he suggested.
A gentle breeze swept by, carrying the rich aroma that enveloped them, and Meng Xian's cool, melodious voice flowed through the sultry midsummer air like a refreshing spring. Ning Xi instinctively shivered, finally comprehending the sensation fans describe when hearing their idols' voices as if they could bring forth life. With such striking looks, it was almost unfair that his voice was equally enchanting. Everyone should partake. There's plenty, and we wouldn't want to waste. Ning Xi momentarily succumbed to her infatuation before regaining her composure, glancing down at the pristine fish meat with bright eyes. As she spoke, a large hand with distinct knuckles appeared near her lips, long, pale fingers delicately pinching the meat. For a fleeting moment, Ning Xi was captivated, flashing a sweet smile at Meng Xian before taking a bite. The outer crispness gave way to tender, smooth flesh, seasoned lightly yet complemented by fresh ingredients and the assertive flavors of ginger and chives, completely devoid of any fishy taste, instead offering a subtle sweetness. She nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "Delicious. No rush, there's more." Meng Xian's emerald eyes glimmered with a hint of ripples. Witnessing her delight seemed to satisfy him even more than indulging in the delectable food himself, softening his heart immensely. Ning Xi took a few bites, and noticing their stillness, playfully pinched some fish meat to feed Meng Xian, tilting her head mischievously. "How is it?
Tasty, right?"
Meng Xian's green pupils suddenly transformed into straight lines. Being mindful of Ning Xi's presence, he averted his gaze, replying softly, "Yes, it's very delicious." Ning Xi is truly remarkable. Even this paying beast, who typically lacked a craving for food, couldn't resist savoring the flavors of the grilled fish, licking his lips in recollection. Watching his watery, rosy tongue glide over his subtly pale lips, Ning Xi felt her cheeks warm as she shyly led Meng Xian closer to the fire. "Tiger Chuan should try it too. It's not fishy at all, and it's truly delicious. If the big husband has had his share, the second husband shouldn't be left out. Initially, the water must be served evenly." Gazing into the depths of her beloved's glistening eyes, Tiger Chuan felt that even if she were to offer him poison, he would not hesitate to consume it.
Ah!
The meat, along with her fingertips, was enveloped in his mouth, the moist sensation causing Ning Xi's entire body to shudder momentarily. Her legs feeling weak. With her sparkling eyes filled with warmth, she gazed incredulously at her hand before quickly retracting it, shooting a glare at Tiger Chuan. "He's trying to seduce me." The meal left her feeling all aflutter. After their meal, Ning Xi eagerly seized Meng Xian's large hand, shaking his arm as she tilted her head, playfully asking, "Shall we go wash up now?" The feeling of trust and reliance stirred an unprecedented sense of fulfillment within Meng Xian, intensifying his protective instincts.
"All right."
With gentle movements, he scooped her up with one arm and called out to Tiger Chuan, sprinting ahead while forming a translucent protective shield just before accelerating. As they navigated through the jungle, Ning Xi caught glimpses of towering trees with lush branches intertwining, casting dappled shadows. It was an oasis of tranquility and beauty. Throughout their journey, Ning Xi felt impeccably protected. Upon reaching their destination, not a single strand of her hair was out of place. Her eyes lit up at the sight of the hot spring not far away. What a beautiful place! The spring was modest in size, with wisps of steam rising from the surface, the faint scent of sulfur mingling with the freshness of the foliage, creating a uniquely inviting atmosphere. Surrounded by verdant mountains and shaded by trees, a few birds occasionally perched on nearby branches, only to flee in panic upon sensing Meng Xian's powerful presence. "Ning Xi, shall I accompany you?" Meng Xian's cool voice carried a hint of husky allure.
No.
"I can manage myself. You must turn around and not peek." Ning Xi protested, her cheeks flushed.
"All right."
Once Ning Xi spoke, both males obediently complied, arranging her clean clothes and turning their backs, standing guard with vigilance. After soaking in the hot spring, Ning Xi felt invigorated. Although Meng Xian had roughly cleaned her up due to a slight aversion to dirt, nothing could compare to the comfort of a proper bath. Cheerfully humming an unknown tune, she grabbed her clothes from a large stone nearby, the fabric feeling cool to the touch. Curiously, she shook it out, revealing a silver-white, semi-transparent sleeveless long dress that shimmered in the sunlight, the side slit reaching her thigh, accentuating her long, delicate legs. "All right, let us head back." Chapter 25, Tiger Chuan in bed. Both males turned simultaneously, their eyes reflecting astonishment at her appearance, and they lunged toward her. Just as Ning Xi took a step, Meng Xian enveloped her in his embrace, the coolness offering a delightful comfort. Before she could utter a word, a warm body pressed against her. Ning Xi. I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm here to join you. Tiger Chuan's melodious voice resonated from above. Seeing this, Meng Xian earnestly added, yes, right. Together we shall protect Ning Xi. Living well as three is far better than anything else. Hearing their words, Ning Xi felt her lips twitch as her toes began to work diligently. After a prolonged moment, she gently pushed them away, sweetly laughing, I know, let us go home. As her tension eased, she couldn't resist opening her backpack, retrieving the half bag of leftover bread. The instant she did, both males' pupils widened in shock, swiftly transforming into their beast forms, completely shielding her from both sides, their gazes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Startled by their reaction, Ning Xi quickly stowed the bread away and softly inquired, what's wrong? Is someone coming? She had ensured there was no one around before taking it out. It's fine, Ning Xi need not fear. Our presence will ensure safety, Meng Xian and Tiger Chuan assured her, their heads turning in unison. Feeling reassured by their words, Ning Xi sighed with relief, though she still dared not retrieve the bread. She patted the cool scales of the large serpent beneath her. All right, let us head home. It's safest to eat behind closed doors. In their cave, Meng Xian and Tiger Chuan each received a bite of bread from Ning Xi, the soft, sweet taste leaving them utterly astonished. Such a delectable treat was evidently not native to this continent, and Meng Xian suddenly recalled what he had mentioned, deeply understanding for the first time the challenges she faced here. His forest green eyes, filled with complexity and compassion, regarded Ning Xi as he enveloped her in his arms. His voice slightly hoarse, Ning Xi's previous tribe must have been wonderful. If possible, you should return. What went unspoken was that wherever Ning Xi went, he would follow. Once, he had never considered taking a mate, but since meeting her, the thought of letting go had never crossed his mind. Tiger Chuan felt a pang of heartache. With such exquisite food in their tribe, how could Ning Xi remain so thin? Could they truly provide for her? Doubt crept into his mind, his emotions tangled. On one hand, he felt sorrow for her, wishing for her to return to a better life. On the other hand, he was reluctant to let her go. Ning Xi, take me with you. Ning Xi felt the chill of a body pressing against her back, while in front of her stood a youth earnestly pleading as he grasped her hand. At a height of 1.70 meters, her slender figure appeared exceedingly petite in their presence. She tilted her head back and offered a sweet smile, her voice soft and soothing as she reassured. I cannot explain how I arrived here, but I can state with certainty that I cannot return. The system that brought me here is no longer with me. Although modern life is convenient, she found herself devoid of family, while here, she had already developed attachments. If she were truly able to return, she might hesitate. Habitually, Ning Xi sought solace in her thoughts. Moreover, here it was permissible to have multiple legitimate husbands. With this thought, she tilted her head and smiled playfully. In the days to come, I hope you two will take good care of me. 2 is not sufficient. At least 3 would be ideal, and the more, the better. Hu Chuan chuckled, his orange eyes sparkling as they gazed at Ning Xi. She had not finished half of the small bun she had started. The 2 males were reluctant to eat. Apart from the initial morsel fed to her, they resolutely refrained from touching any more. I still have food in my space. Before Ning Xi could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Hu Chuan's warm embrace, his face brimming with emotion. Xi, take your time eating. We are carnivores and have little desire for these. Meng Xian raised an eyebrow, rescuing her from Hu Chuan's embrace, bending down to meet her gaze seriously. From now on, I will strive to hunt fierce beasts and earn more crystal stones to buy you more delicious food. All right, Ning Xi replied with a gentle smile. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped the surroundings swiftly. Meng Xian kindled a small fire at the cave entrance, providing a dim light to illuminate the interior. He spoke to Hu Chuan with a serious expression and then approached the bed, covering Ning Xi with animal skins. Bending down, he pressed his lips against hers with a heavy kiss, his voice husky as he instructed, let Hu Chuan keep you company tonight. I will be at the entrance. As autumn approached, he wished to grant Xi time to acclimate to the presence of other males, for relationships too require time for intimacy to flourish.
All right.
Ning Xi was about to refuse, but upon seeing the concern in Meng Xian's eyes and the anticipation on Hu Chuan's face, she nodded in agreement. After Meng Xian exited, Ning Xi lay on her side, facing inward. Nervously, she grasped her arms, her captivating eyes quivering slightly as her long eyelashes fluttered. A gust of wind suddenly swept through, causing the animal skin covering her to lift momentarily before settling back down. She recognized that Hu Chuan had come up. His breathing was somewhat labored. Hidden beneath the animal skin, his hand reached forward gently, brushing against Ning Xi's waist. Her eyes widened, yet she remained still. Hu Chuan seemed to receive a signal of some sort, as he smiled and enveloped her in a warm embrace from behind, resting his head against the nape of her neck and murmuring affectionately, "Xi, my dear Xi, I like you so much." Just being held like this made him feel dizzy with happiness. Hu Chuan's warm lips grazed Ning Xi's shoulder and neck, sending shivers coursing through her. She thought of his handsome face and strong physique, feeling both nervous and excited. Noticing her tension, Hu Chuan assumed she was frightened, and he restrained his own restless emotions, merely holding her tightly.
Sleep now.
Ning Xi. The next day, Ning Xi awoke naturally, letting out a soft yawn as she stretched languidly and sat up. The cavern was empty, save for her. The gentle morning sunlight streamed in through the entrance, illuminating the outside world, which was vibrant and full of life, uplifting her spirits. She rose and walked to the stone table, picking up a tooth-cleaning fruit adorned with droplets of water. With a smile, she chewed and swallowed, instantly feeling refreshed and warm within. She couldn't help but marvel at its wonders. If I eat one of these every morning, the females here should experience no menstrual pain. Right? As Meng Xian entered, he overheard her murmuring, his forest green eyes fixed intently on her. The little female's gaze was slightly downcast, her long eyelashes framing a delicate, fair face adorned with a gentle smile. A ripple stirred within Meng Xian's calm demeanor, akin to a feather brushing against his heart, leaving a tingling sensation. Shall we eat inside the cave or outside? Chapter 26. Learning to use chopsticks. Ning Xi turned in surprise upon hearing Meng Xian's voice, her eyes brightening as she smiled sweetly at him, her voice soft and melodic. Let us eat outside. The weather is splendid. It's nice to bask in the sun. Meng Xian chuckled at her animated expression, striding over to wrap her in his arms as he made his way outside. His chest vibrated slightly, causing Ning Xi's ears to tingle. She covered her reddened ears and playfully complained, Xian, please stop laughing. Meng Xian's gaze deepened slightly. She only calls me that at certain times. This is the first time she has said it so openly during the day. The sweet, tender tone, intentionally elongated, resonated clearly in his ears, sending a thrill through him. It's nothing. Let us hurry and eat, Ning Xi urged, looking down. Of course. It's just that your ears might get pregnant. Meng Xian looked down at her rosy ears, deep in thought. His Adam's apple bobbing as a wicked smile graced his lips. Xi, please call me that during the day from now on. Ning Xi's face flushed suddenly, her previously soft tone now tinged with shyness. I don't want to. Meng Xian chuckled softly, observing her long eyelashes quiver, her fair cheeks flushed. All right. I want to insist. Ning Xi. A gentle breeze wafted through the air, filled with the fragrance of grass and trees. Ning Xi felt herself soften as Meng Xian placed her on a thick animal skin, facing a large, flat stone adorned with a bouquet of vibrant pink flowers. What beautiful flowers! Unable to resist, she reached out to touch the soft petals, her delight evident. Meng Xian smirked, casually stating that he had picked them. Ning Xi tilted her head, smiling charmingly, choosing not to reveal the truth. Since that day with the blue bouquet, fresh flowers had appeared sporadically. Hu Chuan commented that these flowers grew in peculiar places. Who would believe they weren't intentionally picked? To her surprise, despite his seemingly aloof demeanor, he was actually gentle, considerate, and romantic. With a wave of his hand, a large green leaf appeared on the stone table, with 3 golden, roasted fish glistening on top, emitting tempting wisps of steam and a savory aroma. Ning Xi swallowed hard, and in the next moment, a piece of fish appeared at the corner of her mouth. As Meng Xian sat beside her, Xi, give it a try. The fish was tender and devoid of any fishy taste. Ning Xi's fox-like eyes widened as she instinctively glanced at Meng Xian. It's so delicious. If you like it, eat more. Alright, you should eat too, Xian. I can handle the bones myself. Just then, Hu Chuan returned, bringing meat from the hunt to share with the tribe. Xi, I'm the best at picking bones. Let me help. The best at picking bones? Ning Xi chuckled, her bright smile momentarily leaving Hu Chuan stunned. He quickly approached and squeezed himself beside her, his clear and melodious voice filled with genuine joy. Xi, you're truly beautiful. Once you get plump, you want to know how many males you'll captivate. As he spoke, he began to pick at the fish bones, and Ning Xi observed the two males quickly becoming greasy. Unable to watch any longer, she gently spoke up. Aren't there chopsticks? There are bowls, so there shouldn't be a lack of chopsticks. What are chopsticks? The two males chorused. All right then. It seems there really aren't any. Soon, after Ning Xi's description, 3 pairs of bamboo chopsticks were crafted. With a cheerful disposition, Ning Xi picked up a pair, look. Like this, hold the chopsticks, with the thinner end pointing down, controlling the opening and closing to pick up food. As she spoke, she deftly picked up a piece of fish and placed it into her mouth. Her smile sweet and gentle as she remarked that this way of eating would keep her hands clean and prevent burns. Upon hearing that it wouldn't soil his hands, Meng Xian raised an eyebrow and, with some hesitation, picked up his chopsticks to give it a try. However, his once nimble hands now appeared awkward and clumsy. Tiger Chuan, observing his ungraceful attempts, let out a soft chuckle, confidently reaching for his own chopsticks. Yet he too failed to grasp the food. He tried again, only to meet the same unfortunate result. Noticing that Ning Xi was struggling to suppress her laughter, his cheeks flushed as he stared intently at his hands, internally urging, "Stupid hands, just pick it up." Ning Xi turned her back momentarily, her shoulders shaking with suppressed mirth, before turning around to comfort him with a soft smile. "It's perfectly fine. It's all a matter of getting used to it. Just keep trying." Before long, her bowl was piled high with fish, and she looked on in mild astonishment at the two males who, though still somewhat unskilled, had managed to pick up their food quite well. She concluded that they possessed a remarkable ability to learn. "All right, you should eat too. I enjoy dining together. It makes the meal taste even better," Ning Xi encouraged, noticing their reluctance to partake. Sure, in the beast world, females were a rare treasure. Typically, they would eat first, and only after the females were satisfied would their followers and partners begin to eat. Eventually, as they continued to eat, Tiger Chuan rekindled a fire to roast more meat, adding scallions, ginger, and garlic, the mouth-watering aroma wafting through the air, quickly attracting several nearby females. "What smells so good? It seems to be coming from here." A somewhat familiar voice chimed in from behind. Curious, Ning Xi turned to see a pink, soft, floppy-eared rabbit bounding towards her. What an adorable rabbit! Her eyes lit up. But before she could voice her excitement, she noticed several fierce beasts trailing closely behind, with a continuous stream of small animals following behind them. "What is this?" Seeing the evident confusion on Ning Xi's face, Meng Xian skillfully picked up a piece of meat and placed it in her bowl, reassuringly stating, "Don't worry." They all came drawn by the scent of the fish. He was well aware of how enticing that aroma could be. Just as he finished speaking, a large rabbit hopped into view, sitting about 5 or 6 meters in front of Ning Xi, its fluffy long ears adorably drooping down. "Xi, are you eating?" "I came over because I smelled something delicious." "What are you eating that smells so good? Can I have a bite?" it inquired eagerly. With Ning Xi's special garlic, she could indulge in a larger portion of meat at every meal. She wondered what kind of grass this time might be. It truly was impressive. Watching the cute rabbit blink innocently with its clear, wide eyes one moment and then drooling over her bowl the next was no exaggeration. It was genuinely drooling. "Look at how this little one is being tempted," Ning Xi chuckled softly. "It's roasted pipe-eye fish. It isn't worth much. Would you like to try some?" "Can pipe-eye fish be eaten?" Just as the rabbit pondered, Ning Xi offered a piece of meat, the aroma becoming even more tantalizing up close. "It's delicious. You should try it first. If you like it, I can teach you how to make it." "All right." After taking a bite of the fish, the rabbit was instantly enamored, exclaiming, "I love it. I want to learn." With that, it excitedly jumped up, transforming into its human form and leaping into the arms of a nearby male, pounding its little fists against his chest in excitement. "It's so good. Hurry, and bring those 2 red crystals from home. Then let us go catch more pipe-eye fish." Rarely seen, crystals were precious. A single red crystal was worth 2 adult moo cattle beasts, equivalent to 5 small piglets, or 5 complete animal hides in trade. The handsome male hesitated momentarily. "Rabbit darling, why don't we save the red crystals for you? We still have several moo cattle beasts and plenty of animal hides at home." Crystals were scarce, typically harvested only during the winter season before the beast tide. At other times, only the beast kings of the swamp could be hunted, which was far more challenging. Crystals could enhance physical strength and were generally reserved for females, while meat and hides were more commonly traded. With a sudden fierce look in her beautiful eyes, the male instinctively stood straighter, his voice firm and resolute. "I will go right away. Forget it. As long as she's happy, that's what matters. He resolved to hunt more beasts with his brothers before the winter to gather enough for his rabbit darling. As soon as he departed, a multitude of females drawn by the aroma began to gather, curiously watching Rabbit Dan. What's so delicious? Chapter 27, Eden. It's roasted pipe-eye fish. For those who want to eat, send your males to catch some, and let us gather some pungent grass roots. I'll teach you how to prepare it, Ning Xi said with a gentle smile, noticing the growing number of females. You're so wonderful, Xi. Rabbit Dan's face flushed with excitement. Seeing Ning Xi take the lead, Meng Xian exchanged a knowing glance with Tiger Chuan, signaling him to keep an eye on her. He then went to teach the males how to catch pipe-eye fish. Everyone follow me. Until you learn to distinguish between the poisonous and non-poisonous types. You must not catch any for the females on your own. Understood. A chorus of eager responses rang out. As they proceeded, many males, noticing their leader was personally guiding the group, rushed over with curiosity. What's going on? The clan leader is leading the way. Have they found the Beast King? The new female Ning Xi discovered something edible. I want to learn too. Hey, this is a great opportunity. I'll prepare a few prey at home and learn to make it for my partner. I want to learn too. Upon hearing about a new food source, those with partners hurried back to inform them, while the single ones eagerly followed along, spreading the word far and wide. Ultimately, nearly all the males of the tribe had gathered. Meng Xian glanced back, arching an eyebrow in familiarity as he noted that she could identify the few types of fish that were toxic. He planned to catch a few to demonstrate to them. As the clan leader, it was his duty to seek benefits for his people, and as Shi's partner, he also aimed to secure her rightful advantages. Standing tall and dignified by the stream, Meng Xian's green eyes glinted as he spoke slowly. All these methods are devised by Shi. For those who wish to learn, bring her 2 red crystals. Equivalent meat or animal hides will also suffice. Complete the lesson and then return. If you find it too expensive, you may leave now. No one departed. All the males gazed at him with eager anticipation, wanting to speak yet hesitating, filled with gratitude and excitement. They all understood that having an additional food source that would also bring joy to the females was well worth it. Before long, the ingredients and prepared fish were brought back. Ning Xi looked at the warm smiles and expectant expressions all around her. Blinking her eyes, she tilted her head back, her eyes shimmering as she softly said to Tiger Chuan, "Ah Chuan, would you go teach them?" Seeing so many bright, eager eyes, Ning Xi gently pursed her lips, knowing she would likely falter in front of such a large crowd. There were only 26 females present, but the males numbered in the hundreds. She suspected that the entire tribe had gathered here. Luckily, the open space in front of the cave was quite ample. Tiger Chuan noticed her nervousness, but chose not to call her out, smiling instead. Sure. Thank you, Shi, for giving me this opportunity to shine. With that, he lowered his gaze and placed a gentle kiss near her lips. She blushed, lifting her head slightly, her eyes sparkling with a smile. Thank you for your hard work.
Ashion.
The 2 suns blazed down upon the earth. The roasting fire continuously released heat, and the males, concerned for the females, sprang into action. Those with wind abilities stood at various points to create a refreshing breeze, while those with ice abilities spread a circle of ice blocks. And the other males skillfully erected a shelter using animal hides. A gentle breeze swept through, seemingly lowering the air temperature significantly. The melodious chatter of the females filled the air. How refreshing. I must acquire a male with ice abilities.
Oh.
You haven't obtained one yet? I've just secured mine. I just finished my spring and have already made my choice. By the way, that male named Lion Mountain has just come of age and possesses ice powers. Hua, you might want to take a look. Ning Xi perked up her ears, intrigued, and glanced at the tent that was gradually taking shape. Sturdy wooden poles were effortlessly driven into the ground by the males, while a large expanse of deep brown animal hide was stretched out and securely fastened to the tops of the poles. The material appeared to be remarkably elastic, resembling an oversized camping tent, albeit one that was naturally equipped with artificial cooling. All the females wore expressions of delight. They frolicked, feasted, and engaged in lively conversation. Occasionally a male would approach, presenting a few fruits to his female. The males, with flushed faces, circled around their females, and Ning Xi couldn't help but think that, should a female request it, they would likely perform a talent show right then and there to entertain her. The phrase Eden unexpectedly flitted through her mind. It's freshly washed, just bite into it. Hu Chuan took a moment to wash a bowl brimming with large fruits and placed it on the stone in front of Ning Xi. while also setting aside the water he had prepared for her. After completing these tasks, he blended back into the group of males, cheerfully explaining the nuances of grilling fish. Xiongda, this ginger is the round yellow lump. Cut it into larger pieces and remember to remove it afterward, as swallowing it accidentally can be quite hot and spicy. Though unfamiliar with the concept of spiciness, Ning Xi found Huchuan to be reliable and took his words to heart. I'll recut it right away. Xiongda smiled broadly. Thank you. He promptly stuffed the shredded ginger into his mouth, knowing that food was precious and should not be wasted. Eventually, he forced himself to swallow, his face contorting in pain as he discovered the meaning of spicy. Ning Xi inadvertently witnessed his reaction and gasped, Goodness, that's ginger. Is he not going to spit it out? Observing his perfectly sculpted face, reminiscent of a certain celebrity, contort into a somewhat grimace. Ning Xi thought, indeed, it makes sense that stars maintain an image. Suddenly, warmth flooded her face as Huchuan's clear voice reached her ears. Cici, why haven't you eaten? Ah, Xian has grilled some beef. Have some fruit? And soon you'll be able to enjoy the meat. Thank you for your hard work. I'll eat right away. As she glanced at the two newly added red cherry fruits on the table, a gentle joy blossomed within her heart. Then, I shall try something I've never seen before. With a beaming smile, she picked up a plump yellow fruit, about the size of a ping-pong ball, resembling a smooth ginseng fruit. Ning Xi tentatively took a bite. The sweet and tangy flavor of orange burst in her mouth, her eyes gleaming as she looked down. The flesh inside was also orange-like, small segments clustered together. No peeling required. How considerate. What do you think of this orange fruit, Cici? Dear Spirit inquired with a sweet smile, leaning closer to Ning Xi. Can oranges really be dried into fruit snacks? Ning Xi mimicked Dear Spirit's action, leaning in with a soft, sweet voice in response. Absolutely. Later. I'll have my python teach the tribe leader. All right then, thank you. I will have him send some grilled fish your way. Ning Xi chuckled softly. Dried fruit? If it can be made during seasons with an abundance of fruits, it would be wise to prepare some for later, especially since her backpack has preservation capabilities. Before long, the fish, expertly deboned, was served. The females curiously sampled it, and upon taking a bite, they widened their eyes in astonishment before quickly regaining their composure, praising it as they ate. Delicious. Cici, you truly are amazing. Who would have thought that this stinky herb could be so useful? Cici is so clever. Cici's partner just mentioned that it's called scallion and ginger. Scallion and ginger? Such a lovely name. No wonder it's delicious, far superior to that stinky herb. Compliments flowed one after another, creating a lively atmosphere. Ah, you've splashed ice on me. I declare you shall not eat grilled fish today. A female's startled exclamation echoed from behind. Ning Xi tightened her grip and instinctively turned to look. Chapter 28. You wear my top, and I wear your pants? Before her stood a tall, voluptuous red-haired female, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly as her legs transformed into a slender serpentine tail, striking the male before her several times. Crack, crack, crack. The sound alone was enough to elicit sympathy, and Ning Xi widened her eyes in astonishment, curious about the male's reaction. Rather than being angry, he gazed at the sultry red-haired female with concern, repeatedly apologizing. Yen Yen, I'm sorry. I will be more careful next time. Then, with a playful pout, he added, Come on. Hit me a few more times. How naive, the female scoffed, lifting her chin slightly. Just as Ning Xi was enjoying the spectacle, Hyulyuer approached, prompting her to retract her inquisitive gaze, smiling as she gestured for Hyulyuer to sit beside her. With a plop, Hyulyuer sat down, her eyes sparkling as she revealed a handful of leaves, carefully unwrapping them to unveil the fresh, vibrant greens within. Cici, I brought some lettuce. Would you like some? You brought lettuce? Perfect for wrapping the beef. Lettuce pairs well with beef and small pork, but it doesn't go well with grilled fish. Ning Xi pushed the beef that Python had just brought over toward Hyulyuer, her eyes twinkling with a smile. That sounds wonderful. Are you watching Python? Don't be fooled by her current temper. She's actually really nice, Hyulyuer whispered excitedly, her eyes shining with gossip. Is that so? Why is that? Ning Xi leaned in, her voice soft and curious. Noticing Ning Xi's interest, Hyulyuer's face flushed with excitement, thrilled to encounter someone so uninformed. She spoke rapidly and clearly. Her beast form is a forest python, and she sheds her skin every season. This time, during her mating period, she encountered a shedding phase, and halfway through mating, she began to shed, causing her partner to worry and refuse her, making her cry several times. Unlike our white tiger tribe, we can mate whenever we please. Ning Xi listened, her face gradually turning pale. Is this really something to discuss? By the end of the meal, Ning Xi had consumed quite a bit. She felt that if roles were reversed, the females in this beastly world were reminiscent of certain modern men, believing that it was only natural for women to handle household chores. Before marriage, they relied on their mothers. After marriage, they had wives to serve them, and in old age, children to attend to them, a lifetime of being pampered like infants. They demanded that women be economically independent while also managing the home and children, expecting them to be both beautiful and frugal, forcing a woman to embody the strength of an army. Observing this scenario, which starkly contrasted with modern life, Ning Xi felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Girls should be cherished like this. If only the modern world operated under such principles. As for reprimanding males, the delicate strength of females merely added to the charm. Realizing her slightly unprincipled thoughts, Ning Xi's eyes widened in surprise, her lips curling into a soft smile. Am I becoming a bit wicked? As evening descended, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery hues. Ning Xi lowered her gaze to a large bowl of red crystals before her, resplendent like gemstones. Emitting a gentle glow, Hu Chuan approached with a sense of pride, nuzzling his fluffy head affectionately against her hand. Our dear Cici is truly remarkable. She has amassed such a wealth of red crystals in just half a day. Ning Xi, upon hearing this, directed her gaze toward the large feline head, her fingertips involuntarily curling. The cat's affectionate gestures were irresistible, and just as her hand was about to rest upon it, she hesitated, feeling a prickly sensation.
No.
That couldn't be right. Surely her method of petting was flawed. Tentatively, she placed her fair, delicate hand at the nape of the great cat's neck, only to find the bristly fur somewhat coarse. It was indeed prickly. The novels had misled her. How could a tiger's fur be so unyielding? Observing the sweet smile on Ning Xi's face fracture at the moment she touched him, Hu Chuan felt an impending sense of distress. What if his coarse fur hurt his mate? Is Cici all right? Does it hurt? The fur on my back in spring and summer is stiff, merely serving as a cover, while the fur in autumn and winter is long and soft. With that, he promptly rolled over, exposing his belly. Cici, feel my belly. The fur there is quite soft. As Ning Xi watched the large cat roll over, his bright orange eyes sparkling with anticipation, she couldn't help but smile, obliging him by placing her hand upon his belly. The soft, smooth fur glided through her fingers, instantly relaxing her nerves. It truly is soft, she exclaimed in delight, overwhelmed by an urge to bury her face in it. So soft and comfortable. I just want to roll around in it. With her small head leaning closer, Hu Chuan's heart raced, thumping so loudly it was almost painful. If he didn't restrain himself, it felt as if his heart might leap from his chest. One singular thought consumed him. Cici adored his fur. She liked it. She truly liked it. Oh, the beast god. How could such an enchanting little female exist? The great tiger gazed down at the delicate female on his belly. Suddenly realizing something, he fixated on her smooth, lustrous hair, watching her slender, fair fingers weave through his fur. A strange heat coursed through his body. Hu Chuan's limbs tensed. His tiger ears, concealed beneath soft fur, flushed a faint shade of crimson. Ning Xi looked up to find the great tiger's eyes gleaming, his expression lost in bliss. And she raised an eyebrow, smirking slightly. Was the great tiger so easily appeased? As the sun set and the bright moon ascended high in the sky, Ning Xi found herself slumbering alongside Meng Xian, while the great tiger lay just outside the cave, within her line of sight. Watching the striking male nearby, she blushed and softly spoke, "Ah Xian." Almost instantaneously, Meng Xian leaned in to kiss her, causing the great tiger outside the cave to perk up his ears. After a while, Ning Xi opened her sparkling eyes, breathlessly asking, "Do you have a thirst for skin disease too?"
Mansuan smai.
Extending his long arms to pull her tightly into his embrace. Does Cici like it? If you do, then I shall have it. Ning Xi felt fondness bloom within her heart, though she was too shy to voice it. Blushing, she attempted to change the subject. Air invited me to pick some lettuce tomorrow. Would you and Hu Chuan accompany me? Meng Xian pinched Ning Xi's cheek playfully. All right, let's sleep. As she gradually drifted into slumber, Meng Xian quietly rose and stepped outside the cave, retrieving a silvery snake skin from his spatial pouch. He conjured a wind blade to slice off a sizable piece, tossing it to Hu Chuan. Cici's outfit for the cave. Will it work? Tomorrow we venture into the forest. And without her beast form, she must rely on her clothing. Of course. I'll take the top, you take the pants? The great tiger transformed into human form, holding the silvery snake skin that Meng Xian had shed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Snake skin is a precious material. It remains cool and is impervious to water and fire, also possessing pest repellent properties. It is the favorite of females during summer. Cici indeed had an exquisite eye for quality. Without knowing anything, she had chosen a python as her first feast husband, truly befitting of her. Meng Xian replied, good. He glanced back at the sleeping female on the bed, then quietly approached, carefully lifting the animal hide skirt to examine it. This should be easy to make. After spending several days together, he had noticed that the little female had a particular fondness for cleanliness. This garment, which merely covered her essential parts, had been secretly washed several times. Each time she did so, she would immediately put it back on, as if she couldn't bear to go without it. Given the snake skin's excellent breathability, he decided to make several more for her to alternate between. If Ning Xi were to discover that her supposedly discreet actions had been entirely observed by him, she might very well be driven to murder. Yet, she remained blissfully unaware, sleeping soundly. Two exceptionally handsome males, exuding unique charm, stood guard at the cave entrance, stitching garments with bone needles, smiles gracing their faces. Chapter 29. The Spicy Pepper. The morning sun radiated a gentle warmth. Ning Xi awoke slowly, stretching languidly and murmuring as she blinked her eyes open.
Action, action.
Her voice, soft and tender from sleep, still carried a hint of adorable nasality. Upon hearing her, Meng Xian felt his heart melt, instinctively lowering his voice. Cici, I'm here. With that, he strode over, lifted her gently, and presented her with a cleansing fruit. Huchuan had gone to fetch his sister, Tiger El. Oh dear, I almost forgot that we are heading to Changshan Forest today. Ning Xi's mood brightened as she tilted her head back, her eyes sparkling as they reflected Meng Xian, as if he were the sole focus of her world. His gaze lingered on those eyes, momentarily lost in reverie. Ah Xian, ah Xian. Ning Xi tilted her head, curiously hugging his arm and giving it a gentle shake. How had she never realized before how often he daydreamed? Meng Xian watched as Ning Xi clung to his arm, feeling the warmth of her fingers, his emerald eyes deepening in hue. After she finished the cleansing fruit, he promptly offered her another, then retrieved 2 male garments, the fruits of their battle with bone needles from the previous night. Try these on. Ning Xi gazed at the silvery athletic attire in his hands, long pants, long sleeves, complete with pockets and a waistband, perfectly replicating her ginger yellow outfit, yet far superior in quality. It felt cool to the touch, glimmering in the light. Wow, such a beautiful color. Is this also from your snake skin? Turn around, I want to try it on. She mused, thrilled at the thought of possessing something so exquisite, unattainable even with wealth in the modern world. However, her elation waned as she settled at the stone table, eyeing the golden roasted meat before her. She suddenly felt deflated. She reached for the nearby red cherry fruit, only to have Meng Xian mercilessly push it away, instead placing the large leaf holding the roasted meat in front of her. Xian, I don't want to eat meat. It's too greasy in the morning. Eating fruit in the morning will cause stomach pains. Meng Xian observed her forlorn expression, guilt washing over him. It was his lack of culinary skill that had led Cici to dislike meat. Xian, I really don't want to eat meat, Ning Xi insisted. Picking up a piece of roasted beef, her beautiful eyes furrowing in displeasure, she stood and slowly approached Meng Xian. The faint scent of her delicate body enveloped him, and his gaze darkened. I want. She hesitated slightly. What do you want? Meng Xian swallowed hard, his heartbeat accelerating as he fixed his gaze upon her, raising an eyebrow to encourage her to continue. You eat. A mischievous glint flickered in her eyes, taking advantage of Meng Xian's momentary daze. She shoved the garlic-infused beef into his mouth, pinching his lips to prevent him from spitting it out. A faint smile danced on her lips as her face lifted triumphantly, reveling in her mischief. The unpleasant taste spread in his mouth, fiery and pungent. Meng Xian chuckled at her rare display of playfulness, swallowing the meat whole, without chewing. How does it taste? Everything Cici feeds me is delicious. He laughed softly, ruffling her hair affectionately. Ning Xi offered a sheepish smile, feeling a sense of guilt as she settled down and began to pick at the meat. Indeed, indulging in meat so early in the morning felt rather heavy. She then reached for a nearby fruit, taking dainty bites, and after finishing, she watched as Meng Xian used his water abilities to cleanse her hands. Her eyes widened with curiosity. Was water truly limitless? Limitless, he replied, his cool voice tinged with a hint of amusement. Noticing her lack of understanding, he elaborated patiently. While it is abundant, excessive use of abilities can lead to weakness, necessitating rest. After a night's respite, one is generally revitalized and their abilities may even increase slightly. This notion bore a striking resemblance to the ability evolution mechanics found in the apocalyptic novels she had read, where protagonists often exhibited extraordinary endurance, exhausting their powers to achieve breakthroughs. Is it the same in the beast realm? Ning Xi inquired, blinking her eyes and soft curiosity lacing her voice. Meng Xian raised an eyebrow, surprised by her question. He affectionately ruffled her hair and explained, typically, one would avoid exhausting their abilities, as placing oneself in a position of helplessness is far too perilous. Hui Shi, I'm here. A cheerful voice echoed from outside, and soon after, a testosterone-fueled male figure burst into the cave. Before Ning Xi could fully register the scene, she found herself enveloped in warm arms. Hui Shi, Greener is here. Shall we go? Her voice, sweet and delicate, lightly tugged at his arm as she playfully added, My big tiger has worked hard. Let us venture out together. Outside the cave, the sun shone brilliantly. Upon seeing Ning Xi clad in an unusual yet striking beast-skin outfit, Hu paused, momentarily taken aback. She had never encountered such a slender yet breathtaking female before. The simplicity of her attire accentuated her exquisite features, and the silver fabric exuded a sense of elegance and charisma. Had she been in the modern world, she would have recognized Ning Xi as both beautiful and chic. Hui Shi, you look stunning. Your outfit seems incredibly convenient for travel, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she rushed over, utterly captivated. Despite being accustomed to beautiful individuals, this delicate female left her feeling as though the world around them had suddenly brightened. Receiving compliments from a lovely female brought Ning Xi more joy than praise from a multitude of males. With a beaming smile, she replied, Grina, you are quite lovely too. This is called sportswear. It's comfortable and allows for ease of movement. Hearing her description, Huler's eyes lit up with interest. Struggling to resist the urge to touch the fabric, her gaze fixated. Sportswear? It does seem quite practical. Her thoughts were evident on her face as she yearned to touch it, yet hesitated, fearing she might soil Ning Xi's new attire. Noticing her internal conflict, Ning Xi raised her arm, inviting her to touch it. Go ahead if you like it, you can ask your partner to learn how to make it. Absolutely.
Vions.
You are wonderful, Huler exclaimed, leaping forward to envelop her in a bear hug.
Oh.
I have something exciting to show you. Suddenly recalling something, she mischievously sidled closer, pulling out a vibrant red fruit from her space, her face alight with enthusiasm as she shared her discovery. My partner found this in the wild. He said it can repel insects. I tried it secretly. It's spicy and tastes better than ginger when applied to meat. Ning Xi turned to block her view of the fruit, her gaze falling upon an oversized chili pepper, nearly the size of a banana. Her beautiful fox-like eyes sparkled with surprise. A chili pepper. One of those would be enough for a whole family to enjoy a hot pot. The mere thought of her favorite dish made her swallow hard. In the next moment, her chest tightened as Huler pressed the chili into her embrace, her voice ringing with excitement. I knew you would recognize it. Your former tribe must have been incredible. This is for you. Just in time to learn how to make your sportswear. Let us hurry. The chili pepper isn't far from the lettuce. We must go see. Thank you, Greener. I shall keep the chili for now. Later, I will gather more ingredients and prepare hot pot for you. Let us proceed, Ning Xi replied graciously, a smile gracing her lips as she stored the chili in her space, resolute in her intent to explore further and gather more vegetables. If only there were a staple food to accompany it. As she perched atop the serpent's head, her heart swelled with pride, for to possess the red flag of her homeland was indeed a mark of greatness. 5,000 years of history and cultural accumulation had allowed her, a flower nurtured under the red banner, to stand metaphorically upon the shoulders of giants. Chapter 30. The discovery of the onion tree. The scorching sun enveloped the land, gradually revealing the vibrant and thriving primordial forest. Ning Xi sat steadily atop the raised head of the silver-white giant python, glancing back to see Hu Chuan running alongside, peering curiously into the surroundings. Not far to her left, another giant python swam gracefully, its head adorned with an adorably soft white tiger. Upon noticing her gaze, the white tiger tilted its head and called out, Hui Shi, we shall arrive shortly, do not fret. Of course, I am not in a hurry. Ning Xi replied with a radiant smile, her curiosity piqued as she observed a lively antelope bounding nearby, a sleek black wolf exuding an aura of coldness. and a magnificent green peacock gliding just above. They all appeared to possess formidable presences. It was her first encounter witnessing carnivorous and herbivorous creatures coexisting, leading her to wonder if they ever clashed at home. After a fleeting glance, she restrained her curiosity, reminding herself that it was impolite to stare too long at someone else's partner. Along the journey, Ning Xi encountered a plethora of peculiar plants, her eyes nearly overwhelmed. Was that tree actually urinating? Did the fruit explode upon contact with a person? Why did the vines emit squeaks reminiscent of a mouse? Oh heavens, what was she witnessing? There were flowers larger than her giant python. Were they truly flowers and not some strange creature? Upon reaching their destination, a spark of curiosity still flickered in her eyes. She found herself rather enamored with this enchanting forest. Setting aside the dangers, it was undeniably beautiful. It was no less than a scene from Alice's Wonderland. Just as Ning Xi became lost in the allure of the mysterious jungle, Huler suddenly perked up and called out to her excitedly, leaping into the thicket. Several followers spread out to maintain vigilance while following closely behind. Unfazed by his sister's sudden departure, Hu Chuan did not bat an eye. Transforming into human form, he produced freshly cleaned orange fruits from his space and approached Ning Xi. His bright orange eyes gleamed as he offered, "Hui Xi, would you like to eat some fruit?" The orange fruit was just the right size for snacking, perfect for bringing along. He had picked the freshest ones right after finishing the sowing yesterday and had cleaned them in advance. Watching the glistening yellow fruit in Hu Chuan's hand brought a sense of satisfaction to Meng Xian. Casting a glance at the similar fruit in his own possession, he flicked it into his mouth, his forest green eyes narrowing slightly as he surveyed the surroundings. Ning Xi, however, was oblivious to this scene, her heart still racing as she took a couple of bites of the yellow fruit by her lips. She seized Hu Chuan's long, muscular hand, stating, "Let us gather more delicious foods today. We shall return home for hot pot and invite Greener to join us." Only then did she realize that she hadn't seen Huler for a while. Where's Greener? She was just here. Ning Xi wondered aloud, a hint of concern creeping into her voice. What if something has happened to her? As this thought crossed her mind, a flicker of worry passed through her eyes, and she tightened her grip on Hu Chuan's arm, speaking rapidly. Could she be in trouble? We must go check. No food holds greater significance than the presence of a person. No, she has merely ventured into the thicket to play with her companion. There is no cause for concern, as she will return after a brief release of her pent-up energy. Hu Chuan could not bear to see her wear a frown, feeling a twinge of guilt for not having spoken sooner, thus causing her unnecessary worry. He resolved to be more attentive in the future. Venturing into the thicket? Ning Xi's cheeks flushed slightly. Upon noticing her expression, Meng Xian understood her misunderstanding and approached her, gently caressing her delicate face. His emerald eyes shimmered with warmth. As a female of a carnivore species, she too possessed a fierce nature, and it was necessary for her to hunt occasionally to alleviate her restlessness. There's no need to fret, Shi. This is entirely normal. Looking into Meng Xian's profound green gaze, Ning Xi's eyes sparkled with clarity. She wrapped her arms around his, pressing her face against him, and softly inquired, "Is that so?" "I'm relieved to hear that. I almost misinterpreted the situation. Novels can be misleading." Suddenly, the underbrush rustled, and Ning Xi's expression grew serious as she instinctively grasped Meng Xian's hand, preparing to speak, only to see a familiar white tiger bounding joyfully from the grass. Green air? The dashing white tiger turned at the sound, a large bird clutched in its jaws. Their gazes met, and Ning Xi felt the air thicken, enveloped by the sensation of being locked onto by a predator. In the next moment, the tiger's eyes widened as it tilted its head. The oppressive atmosphere dissipated, and Ning Xi exhaled, her heart whispering, "Oh dear, that was frightening. I might need to acquire more husbands for courage." With a swift bite, the tiger, Green Air, severed the neck of the bird, discarding it at its feet before transforming into human form and bounding over with a radiant smile. Shi, I caught 2 birds. This plump one is for you. We shall have your male roasted for you. The meat is incredibly tender. Green Air, you are amazing. Let's roast them together, Ning Xi replied, her eyes shimmering with excitement, her sweet voice laced with evident joy. Birds? Are they chickens? Ning Xi gazed down at the small bird, akin to the size of a puppy, swallowing hard as her mind raced with culinary possibilities. Kung Pao chicken, braised chicken pieces, stir-fried chicken with green peppers, fried chicken strips, cola chicken wings, potato chicken chunks. But wait, she only knew how to eat them. She had no idea how to prepare such dishes. Furrowing her brow, she struggled to recall, finally remembering a dish called beggar's chicken from a television show. Is it made by wrapping it in mud and baking it? But I lack that skill. She decided it best not to waste any ingredients. After all, television should not be taken literally. Noticing Ning Xi's prolonged gaze on the bird, Mang Xian and Hu Chuan silently noted her preferences, resolving to catch more birds when the opportunity arose. Chickens were not substantial enough to satisfy their appetites, and males rarely hunted them. Shi, are you hungry? Shall we eat now? Green Air suggested cheerfully. I'm not hungry yet. We just had breakfast. Let us look for some chili peppers and lettuce. Perhaps we'll encounter other edible herbs along the way. Ning Xi's eyes sparkled with delight. Whether it was the forest's abundance or mere luck, they soon gathered an impressive bounty of lettuce and chili peppers. Just as her surprise began to fade, Ning Xi spotted an onion the size of her fist, growing on a large tree nearby, its weight bending the branches. Onion tree? Doesn't modern onion grow in the soil? After a brief hesitation, she quickly made her way over, tiptoeing to lovingly touch the onion of regular size, gently peeling off a small layer to place in her backpack. Having seen it, I must not let it go to waste. A black cat or a white cat. It's the same when it comes to foraging. If it was indeed an onion, it was a stroke of luck. If not, she had lost nothing. Onion. Pungent and crisp, delightfully spicy. It is edible. Ning Xi exclaimed in delight, lifting her head with a sweet, soft voice. Ah Xian, Ah Chuan, Green Air. Come quickly and pick some. This is onion, perfect for stir-frying meat. Was she about to unlock a new culinary skill? Onions stir-fried with meat. Or perhaps with eggs. She would not be picky. What is stir-fried meat? Is it delicious? Hu Chuan and Green Air inquired with sparkling eyes, intrigued. Seeing the identical expressions of curiosity mirrored in their gazes, Ning Xi couldn't help but smile. They truly were siblings. Their expressions and reactions were strikingly alike, reminiscent of the popular image of a curious cat online. They were so innocent and adorable, with her glistening fox-like eyes sparkling. Ning Xi's petite nose scrunched up as a hint of mischief danced in her gaze. She raised her chin, teasingly withholding information. It's a new way of cooking food. The onions come from that tree. But be careful when picking. They can be quite pungent. We'll discuss it after we finish gathering. All right, Shi, you play nearby. I'll gather them. Hu Chuan beamed, skillfully plucking the onions, exuding a vibrant vitality with every movement. Ning Xi found herself captivated by him. He possessed striking features, with bold brows and bright eyes, radiating a carefree demeanor while embodying the unique vigor of youth. Swiftly navigating the sturdy branches, his actions were quick yet gentle, causing no harm to the onion tree. Before long, they had collected a substantial amount, and Ning Xi looked down, her spirits lifted at the sight of the fresh onions piled high. Glancing back at the tree, she realized they had harvested less than 1%. What a massive tree! Surely, a single tree's onions could sustain the entire tribe. Ning Xi. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed up at the bountiful tree. Mang Xian had been observing Ning Xi closely. Upon hearing her musings, he pondered, his gaze thoughtful and his previous coldness replaced with intrigue. Did she wish for the entire tribe to partake in onions? Most of the tribe consisted of serpents and tigers, with occasional peacock shapeshifters, all accustomed to a carnivorous diet, likely disinclined to eat vegetables. Nevertheless, she wanted them to taste onions which, despite their strong odor, was a rare proposal from her. He resolved to find a way for everyone to try them. As Mang Xian picked chili peppers, he smirked, playfully swaying his silver-white tail before Ning Xi to ensure she would not be startled. Then wrapped the tip around her athletic pants. His green eyes shimmered with a playful glint as he inquired in a melodious tone, "Shall we dig out a few chili peppers?" The icy sensation of his tail sent a shiver through Ning Xi, nearly causing her to falter. She shot him a playful glare. "Don't tease me." Turning her attention to the towering chili plants, vibrant red and interspersed with green, they looked festive. A gentle breeze carried the enticing aroma of spice, and Ning Xi swallowed, suddenly craving spicy food. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Mang Xian, sweetly suggesting, "Just two will suffice. Ah Xian, remember to dig deep so as not to harm the roots. I recall that chili peppers are hard to cultivate." After playfully tilting her head and forming a heart shape with her hands, she added, "Thank you for your hard work, Ah Xian, love you." In the next moment, a chill swept through the air. Before Ning Xi could react, a fervent kiss silenced her, the intensity nearly stealing her breath away. Yet the comforting sensation of their skin against one another made her feel secure. Amidst their lips brushing, his cool voice whispered seductively, "Shi, I love you too. Very much." Listening to his heartfelt confession, Ning Xi's heart raced, causing her to respond delicately to his passionate and possessive kiss. After a considerable time, her delicate, fair fingers weakly rested on his shoulder and gave it a gentle push. Though lacking in force, the masculine figure holding her instinctively loosened his grip, as if fearful of harming her. Ning Xi, feeling somewhat awkward, squirmed slightly, only to hear the cool, hoarse voice above her head, "Shi, don't move." In the past few days, she had engaged in countless reckless explorations with Meng Xian, and in an instant, she comprehended the gravity of the situation. Her heart sinking as fear rendered her immobile. "I won't move, and you mustn't either." This was the outside world, yet the beast men possessed an innate wildness. Indifferent to their surroundings, for them, the embrace of nature was entirely customary. Unlike the reserved Hu Chuan, Meng Xian was audacious enough to act freely in this setting. A thought crossed Ning Xi's mind. The serpent's form is inherently concealed. They had not yet formally bonded, and the terrifying prospect of that inevitable day sent a shiver of both fear and anticipation through her long lashes. Beside her, the forest-drained Hu Chuan, brimming with envy, felt his eyes redden, wishing fervently to have those cherry-red lips pressed against his own. With a soft hum, he muttered under his breath a reproach to the shameless serpent, lamenting that despite spending several days together, he had yet to share any intimate moments with Shi. She was far too shy, and he dared not overstep. Consequently, the bold and daring Meng Xian feasted while he occasionally picked at a few leaves. He yearned for more. Ning Xi remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Hu Chuan's mind. Her cheeks flushed, her gaze flirtatiously lowered as she pinched Meng Xian's strong waist, squeezing her somewhat weak legs to create distance. Finally, she lifted her head, awkwardly pushing her bangs aside, her ethereal face slightly raised as she feigned nonchalance to glance at the trees. Everyone was busy harvesting onions, and no one seemed to notice them. She let out a breath of relief, her gaze drifting towards the youthful Hu Chuan, secretly relieved. Thankfully, not all were driven by base desires. Hu Chuan's carefree nature was quite refreshing, and perhaps she would allow him to share her bed at night. A bead of sweat trickled down Hu Chuan's forehead as he sensed the gaze of his beloved, eager to impress yet fearful of failing, his nerves palpable. Ning Xi curved her lips into a smile, tilting her head to gently admonish, "Ah Chuan, if you're tired, take a break. There's no rush. The tree is right here. We can pick more after we eat. Rest?" Hu Chuan cleared his throat and nimbly leapt between the branches. Shi, I'm not tired. I'm quite formidable and enduring, truly." Upon hearing this, Meng Xian, who was leisurely digging for peppers, perked up, his ears twitching in interest. "Very enduring, you say?" Though Hu Chuan's words were innocent, Ning Xi misinterpreted them. Blushing, she shot him a reprimanding glance and silently distanced herself, huffing, "You're all the same." Hu Lu Air, blissfully unaware, was solely focused on the onions, excitedly directing her companions, this one is big, and there's one down there, even bigger." The atmosphere was joyful as everyone harvested, and Ning, she felt a twinge of envy. Her fingers curled as she took a step forward, raising her hand to reach for a nearby onion, only to realize it was just out of her grasp. Ning Xi, she felt a flicker of curiosity, rising onto her tiptoes and exerting herself, managing to pluck a single leaf. Just as she prepared to leap, a tall figure appeared beside her. Ning Xi felt a sudden tightening at her waist, and before her stood the onion. "Here you go." "Thank you, Ah Xian." Ning Xi tilted her head, her eyes crinkling with delight as she pressed a kiss to the corner of his lips. Meng Xian chuckled softly, his large hand tenderly cradling the back of her head. His eyes closed as he deepened the kiss. Ning Xi's long lashes fluttered gently. After a considerable time, her liquid gaze rested on the handsome man who held her waist, her hand pressing against his lips, her cheeks flushed. "Ah Xian, let us not overindulge." Gazing into her bewitching eyes, with her slightly swollen red lips, Meng Xian's green eyes sparkled with amusement as he grasped her slender wrist, planting a kiss on her fingertips. "All right, we shall refrain for now. We can continue later and perhaps engage in other activities." She felt shy. Outside, they could only share gentle kisses and hugs. Whereas in the dimly lit cave at night, they would be far more relaxed. A gentle breeze stirred, bringing with it a refreshing sensation. Ning Xi savored the fruits Meng Xian had just washed, her lively gaze fixated on the onion tree. She tugged at Meng Xian's cool hand, saying, "Ah Xian, we've gathered enough onions." Upon saying this, she pulled his perfectly pale hand upwards, tilting her head to rest her face against it, squinting her eyes in contentment. So cool and comfortable. Truly a human air conditioner. Meng Xian, with a look of indulgence, placed his other hand atop her head, his eyes reflecting a tenderness and deep affection he was unaware of. When he looked up at the tree again, he transformed into the cool, imposing clan leader, his voice returning to its usual icy demeanor. She says we have enough onions. All right. With the authority he had long commanded, his words prompted all the males to simultaneously cease their activities, nimbly descending from the trees to prepare the grilling site. Meng Xian was the first to use wind to clear a patch of ground, while Hu Chuan laid down smooth stones, and thick animal hides were spread by the other males, with a fire pit being constructed. To Ning Xi, it all seemed to happen in the blink of an eye. Her eyes sparkled with astonishment as she exclaimed, "They're so quick. Their efficiency is remarkable. They would excel at construction sites. This is just the beginning. We can go even faster." Hu Lu'er cheerfully shoved a fruit into Ning Xi's mouth, grinning broadly. The fruit was sweet with a hint of tartness, its juicy texture reminiscent of tomatoes. Ning Xi chewed and swallowed, eagerly looking down, exclaiming, "It's truly a yellow tomato." Her eyes sparkled with delight as they slightly curved upwards, her light brown gaze warm and inviting. How beautiful she looked. Hu Lu'er gazed at her face, unable to contain herself, blurting out, "Yellow tomato? Is this the fruit she mentioned? This is a new discovery from my family S. Huer. I'll take you and May Air to pick some together next time. The name sounds lovely too. Let us call it Yellow Tomato." In her heart, she thought, she is truly beautiful. Overwhelmed with excitement, Ning Xi poured out compliments without restraint. "That sounds wonderful. Thank you, Lu'er. You're so kind, beautiful, and clever." Hu Lu'er, unaccustomed to such praise, felt her face and ears flush as she proudly tilted her chin, nodding emphatically. She is also wonderful." She pondered for a long time, struggling to find the right words to compliment Shi. Hu Lu'er's mind was racing, internally urging herself to speak. A bead of sweat glistened on her forehead, which was tenderly wiped away by a nearby male. Her voice rang out confidently. She is simply amazing." Though she lacked the eloquence to express it, her voice was loud. She, let us meet tomorrow just before sunset. That's when everyone will be out and about." Hu Lu'er added as an afterthought. Ning Xi looked up in surprise, curiosity piqued. "Do you share every new food discovery with the other females?"
Yes.
"They share with me as well. Didn't your previous clan share? With so few females, they naturally had to support one another." She added, "But we're not foolish. We only share with our own clan's females. We keep our secrets from outsiders." Observing her sincere and innocent expression, coupled with a look that seemed to say, "Aren't I clever?" Ning Xi's gaze softened, and a gentle smile graced her lips as she sweetly inquired, "That sounds lovely. How do you typically express your gratitude?" Hu Lu'er, taken aback by the question, momentarily floundered before responding, "Food is precious. When others are willing to share, they never do so without reciprocation. Generally, we gift animal hides or something similar as a token of appreciation." Suddenly realizing her mistake, she blushed and waved her hands. "Cece, please listen to me. I did not intend to ask you for animal hides. I merely wanted to explain that your tribe might differ from others." "All right, I understand. I know you wish to help me acclimate to the tribe." "Thank you, Lu'er." Ning Xi gently grasped her hand and said. Upon reflection, she noted that in this realm, females outnumbered males, and the females, in comparison to the relatively more powerful males, were considerably weaker. It was only natural for them to cherish one another more deeply. There was no rivalry, no scheming, nor hostility. The females sincerely cared for one another, embodying purity and kindness. Their approach to partners was somewhat whimsical, indulgent yet not malicious. Females raised in love simply could not harbor cruelty. This fostered a virtuous cycle. A smile graced Ning Xi's lips as she reveled in the warm, amicable atmosphere. "You are truly wonderful. And so is Lu'er." The two females, filled with joy, invigorated the males accompanying them, who felt a renewed sense of purpose in their labor, as their efforts were intrinsically linked to the happiness of their beloved females. Ning Xi and Hu Lu'er sat face to face upon a stone covered in animal hides, their conversation flowing effortlessly. Hu Lu'er eagerly shared one gossip after another, while Ning Xi, her eyes sparkling, savored the fruits with great enthusiasm, absorbing every word with earnestness. The harmonious scene was a sight to behold, bringing comfort to the heart. As Meng Xian observed her vibrant demeanor, a secret delight stirred within him. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Hu Chuan rummaging through a pile of onions, his rear end sticking up in the air. Raising an eyebrow in mild disapproval, he could not help but utter coolly, Hu Chuan, what are you searching for? You might want to remember to keep your rear down. Hu Chuan, his brow furrowed in concentration, was forced to start his search anew upon being interrupted by Meng Xian. With a calm demeanor, he replied, the gurgling chicken has gone missing. No sooner had he spoken than Ning Xi spotted a plucked chicken appearing in Meng Xian's hands. He raised an eyebrow at Hu Chuan and said, here it is. I had cleaned and marinated it beforehand. With that, he carefully unwrapped the well-prepared meat, skewering the most tender piece onto a stick, setting up firewood, and roasting it over the flames. Hu Chuan instinctively came over to assist. Meanwhile, Hu Luer's followers began bustling about as well, and soon the mouth-watering aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. How delightful! A small, round yellow cub with dreamy eyes approached, momentarily stunned upon seeing Ning Xi's beaming face. He abruptly shut his eyes, blinked, and then opened them wide again, surprised to find Ning Xi still there, leaping up and letting out a squeal. Chapter 32. Picnic. Several males swiftly covered their females' ears as Hu Chuan looked at the suddenly appearing cub, his habitual frown deepening. Hu Mo, don't frighten the females again. His younger brother was inquisitive and impulsive, often venturing out alone in their mother's absence, heedless of the dangers that lurked. With a sharp tongue, go back. Upon hearing his brother's voice, Hu Mo froze, his fur standing on end as he backed away a few steps, yet his gaze remained fixed on Ning Xi. Hu Chuan's expression darkened as he stepped to the side to shield her from his brother's stare, watching him like a hawk. What kind of behavior is this? Staring at another's female? Ning Xi, puzzled, furrowed her brows in confusion. Do you know him? Seeing this, Hu Luer chimed in with a smile. Cici, this is my brother. He is very curious and probably came over because of the delicious smell. I'll toss him a piece of meat later. You need not worry about him. Hu Luer's brother, which meant he was also Hu Chuan's brother. Ning Xi's eyes brightened. Luer, since he is family, let's invite him to eat with us. The little tiger cub. The big tiger must be prickly, but the little one is probably soft and fluffy, a delightful ball of white fur. So adorable. Observing Ning Xi's expression of affection, Hu Luer smiled knowingly and beckoned to Hu Mo, come over quickly, but don't eat too much. Many females are fond of fluffy cubs, and judging by Cici's reaction, she must like them too. Let's call the little cub over for some gentle affection. With both females speaking, the males naturally had no objections, even setting aside a piece of animal hide for the cub to sit on. Hu Mo plopped down, his bright blue eyes sparkling as he gazed at Ning Xi, tilting his head and speaking in a sweet, childlike voice. Sister, I'm so sorry. Did I startle you just now? You are the most beautiful female I have ever seen. I was so surprised that I couldn't help but squeal. I'm sorry, sister. How could such beauty ever be interested in brother, Hu Chuan? He must have been quite shameless to approach you. Good thing he was. Or mother would have been angry when she returned for not finding a mate. Watching the fluffy white ball of fur, Ning Xi felt her heart melt. Listening to his soft praise, she replied gently, it's all right. Sister is not scared. So soft. As she curled her fingers, her eyes sparkled with delight. The two males beside her darkened their gazes, unable to resist casting their eyes towards the charming, playful cub. Hu Chuan swiftly grabbed the little white tiger by the scruff and placed him into Ning Xi's arms, beaming as he said, Cici, feel free to play. The soft, fluffy little creature, with a tail barely 20 centimeters long, made Ning Xi's heart flutter. She gazed in amazement at the furry bundle. The little tiger adorably looked up at her, nuzzling and cooing, sister. Ning Xi was overwhelmed with affection. Unable to resist, she placed her hand on its neck, the soft fur eliciting a soft gasp. So cute. Unbeknownst to her, as she admired the cub, Hu Luer, Hu Chuan, and Meng Xian were all watching her with keen interest. Hu Luer mused, I'm once again amazed that one can be so beautiful without being plump. Hu Chuan chimed in, so cute, so cute, so cute. Meng Xian squinted thoughtfully, reflecting, seeing Cici so fond of the cub. It must be difficult for her not to bear young. How much longer could the beast kings in the swamp hold out? The crystalline fruit had restorative properties for females, enhancing their beauty and youth. Perhaps if she consumed more, her condition could improve to the point of being able to conceive. Ultimately, consuming it could yield no harm. His verdant gaze softened as it fell upon Ning Xi, his lips slightly parted in contemplation before he ultimately chose to remain silent. It was perhaps best not to speak of it just yet. If it turned out to have no effect on fertility, it would only lead to false hopes for Cici. At that moment, deep within the murky swamp, Several beast kings halted their territorial disputes, lifting their heads high to unleash a tremendous sneeze that reverberated throughout the marsh, sending animals scurrying in all directions, creating a scene of utter chaos. The beast kings, momentarily bewildered, experienced a rare sensation of dread, promptly abandoning their skirmishes and fleeing with their tails tucked between their legs. Initially, the group could still converse, but soon the intoxicating aroma of roasted meat captured everyone's attention completely. At the height of summer, two suns hung side by side in the sky, continuously pouring warmth onto the earth. To Ning Xi's left was the humanoid fan, Meng Xian, while to her right was Huluer, equipped with both a fan and an ice-making machine. The two females felt no heat whatsoever, playfully toying with the little tiger while enjoying their conversation in utmost comfort. The males, while looking after their partners, quietly tended to the roasting meat, exchanging hushed words, which soon came to an end. Upon closer inspection, their eyes remained glued to their beloved females, brimming with tenderness. With elongated fingers, Meng Xian effortlessly tore off a leg of the cooing chicken, skillfully peeling the skin and blowing on it before testing the temperature with his lips. Satisfied, he handed it to Ning Xi, asking, "Would you like to try, Xi?" He recalled that she was not fond of animal skins, yet she accepted the leg with a radiant smile, nonchalantly consuming the skin in its entirety. He then placed the other half directly into Humo's embrace, gently lifting him by the nape and setting him down softly to one side. His voice cold as he instructed, "Eat it yourself." "What?" The little white fluffball began gnawing on the meat. Observing the several stoic yet kind-hearted males caring for the little cub, Ning Xi felt at ease, lowering her gaze. Her eyes sparkled as she beheld the oversized chicken leg, eagerly taking it into her hands and biting into it without hesitation. The exterior had cooled, but the interior was still scalding. Unable to spit it out, she covered her mouth, chewing while exhaling small puffs of breath.
Ah.
Noticing her discomfort, Meng Xian immediately stood. A look of concern etched on his face as he crouched beside her, his long, powerful hand spread open near her crimson lips. She quickly spit it out. Ning Xi gently pushed his large hand aside, grinning as she chewed and swallowed, her delicate fingers covering her mouth as she playfully retorted. Spitting it out would be quite dirty. Besides, with so many people around, it would be rather impolite to do so. She had already intended to spit it out herself. "It tastes pretty good, though. Where's the dirtiness in that?" She, "It's not dirty at all. Next time, just spit it out. Swallowing it when it's too hot is something you mustn't endure." Meng Xian, feeling pained, gently pried her mouth open, blowing softly inside. "If you feel uncomfortable, don't hold back. Drink some water." Hu Chuan handed her a cup of water, his tone laced with concern. Suddenly, a refreshing breeze swept through, and a melodious voice echoed from the woods. What a delightful aroma. Sensing Ning Xi's tension, Hu Chuan tenderly rubbed her back, while Meng Xian wrapped an arm around her, smiling up at the tree. Is that you?" Recognizing the familiar voice, Ning Xi exhaled, relaxing her vigilance as her curiosity followed Meng Xian's gaze. Two verdant vines gently parted the bushes, extending forward like a vibrant staircase of fresh green leaves cascading down to the ground. Ning Xi held her breath in anticipation, captivated by the enchanting scene reminiscent of a fairy tale princess's entrance. Could there be elves in this beastly world? Just as this thought crossed her mind, a resplendently adorned male clad in a blue feathered robe leaped down from the tree, confidently treading the vine steps that shifted with each of his movements. Step by step, new vines grow. The phrase suddenly flashed in Ning Xi's mind, her eyes wide with wonder as she beheld the exotic male, astonished to see someone adorned with jewelry yet exuding an unrefined masculinity. As he approached, he revealed a striking face framed by casually cascading, light blue, slightly curled hair. His eyes also a captivating shade of blue. Indeed, light blue is both clean and beautiful, Ning Xi mused internally. Her pure admiration delighted Kong Yi. And as the vines dissipated beneath him, he smirked, the world around them dimming in comparison. "Do you fancy blue eyes, my little female?" With a teasing glance at Meng Xian, he raised an eyebrow. Had she inadvertently voiced her thoughts? To her astonishment, she not only found herself entranced but also shamelessly expressed her feelings. Ning Xi's toes curled in embarrassment, wishing for a fissure in the ground to swallow her whole. It was truly a mortifying social blunder. She felt her face flush, her cheeks heating up, the blush creeping down to her neck. She appeared like a ripe peach, sweet yet not overly cloying. "You like blue eyes?" The melodious voice seemed to linger in her ears. Ning Xi fluttered her lashes, feeling the air grow thick, her breathing becoming labored. Oh no, her nervousness was about to trigger her skin sensitivity. Feigning calm, she took a step back and grasped Meng Xian's hand, the cool touch allowing her to relax her eyes momentarily before snapping them open in realization. Noticing her state, Meng Xian grasped her waist, turning her towards him and enveloping her in a tight embrace. With a gentle leap, he distanced them from the others. Ning Xi obediently nestled against him, her body relaxing in his hold. As their skins touched, the coolness of Meng Xian's body radiated warmth and safety, washing over her like a comforting tide. Remembering the onlookers, she blushed deeper and gently pushed him away, yet he caught her hand, his soft lips brushing against her ear as he whispered in a cool voice. Are you feeling better? Would you like to kiss? Ning Xi was momentarily stunned, shaking her head slightly, worried he might not see her subtlety. In a gentle tone, she replied, No need, I'm fine now. Let us go eat. All right, Meng Xian replied, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. As the delicate little female approached, Kong Yi retrieved several cooing chickens from his space, his light blue eyes glimmering with mirth as he asked Ning Xi, Would these suffice in exchange for your method of roasting meat? Ning Xi, initially inclined to refuse the bounty, reconsidered and amended her response. No need for so many. 2 will suffice. Gifts that come too easily are often not cherished. Standing on the shoulders of giants, her thoughts soared above theirs, knowing there would be other things they would wish to learn in the future. Human nature is inherently greedy. One must be cautious with a nurturing heart. Kong Yi, surprised by her amiability, turned to her seriously. Very well, then thank you, little female Ning Xi. You're welcome, Ning Xi replied, her cheeks tinged with pink. Internally, she was in a frenzy. How could there be such a handsome person, with such a unique aura and captivating gaze, whose voice is equally enchanting? As the meat neared her lips, Ning Xi snapped back to reality. She chewed, her eyes lighting up as she hastened to devour it. Each bite was tender and juicy, neither dry nor rough, the texture smooth and delectable. Truly, this is chicken. Oh right, it's now called cooing chicken. The names were all quite endearing. Bouncing fish, cooing chicken, and brow beast. She couldn't help but wonder what delightful surprises lay ahead. A sense of anticipation washed over her. The wind rustled the leaves, and Kong Yi observed the golden brown roasted meat, idly squeezing the onion in his hand. I've heard this can be stir-fried with meat? What a new term. Which tribe does this female come from? Could it be from that mysterious super tribe in the central continent? Lifting his gaze, he glanced at Ning Xi, who was savoring her meal with a contented smile, her eyes sparkling like a squirrel that had stolen a fruit. She appeared delicate, yet surprisingly endearing. Before long, everyone was enjoying the roasted meat, each savoring it with delight. Tiger Emo took a bite and was utterly astonished, baring his sharp teeth as he prepared to indulge further, only to be jolted back to reality by the sharp-eyed Hu Chuan. Mind your teeth. All right, brother, the little tiger replied, looking rather aggrieved. Ning Xi found it amusing and cast a discreet glance at Hu Chuan. Receiving her gaze, he shivered slightly, his voice softening as he addressed Tiger Emo, Little cub, be mindful of your image while eating. Maintaining it will help you find a partner when you grow up. Tiger Emo. Tiger Eller, oblivious to the rest, was engrossed in the roasted meat, exclaiming, What a wretched life I lived before. In the past, without the accompaniment of garlic, scallions, and ginger, she had never considered the meat devoid of garlic to be unpalatable. However, having now savored meat infused with flavor, she found it impossible to revert to her former ways. Recalling the piece of fresh meat she had consumed the previous night, she remembered how she used to relish the half-cooked, pungent aroma, only to find herself retching after taking a bite. As she observed the remnants of meat that had been expelled, she realized that she was irrevocably bound to the presence of scallions and ginger in her life. The meal had been a rapturous experience. As the 2 males noticed that the 2 females were nearly finished, they began to take turns venturing into the woods for sustenance. For the males, consuming raw meat was rather convenient. They could eat immediately after a hunt, wipe their mouths, and then indulge in a cleansing fruit, a perfect routine. Upon witnessing the figure of Meng Xian disappear into the thicket, Hu Luer's gaze inadvertently drifted to the strikingly handsome high priest. A thought struck her, and she approached with an inquisitive expression, whispering, When do you plan to select your 3rd follower? Ning Xi was taken aback. Yet Hu Luer, intrigued by her own daring speculation, continued to gossip softly. Oh, Shishi, can you quietly tell me which position you intend to allocate to your 3rd follower? Will it be the high priest? She had clearly observed that the high priest had cast several glances in Ning Xi's direction, looking surprised and curious as he took bites of meat. His curiosity towards the female signified he was on the brink of falling in love. Hu Luer felt she had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Chapter 33, New Food. Luer, I haven't thought about it, Ning Xi replied, gently biting her lip and covering her flushed cheeks, her voice barely above a whisper. She wished for nothing more than to find a crevice in the ground to hide in. Hu Luer raised an eyebrow in surprise, asking, haven't thought about it? But the annual coming-of-age ceremony is fast approaching. At this, Ning Xi fell silent for a moment. She cast a longing glance at the composed Mang Xian. In that fleeting moment, she found herself locked in his deep green gaze, as if he were perpetually ready to meet her eyes. The intensity of his gaze made Ning Xi's cheeks burn, and she responded with a sweet smile. She had understood the rules of this world, and had no intention of clinging to the modern notion of monogamy. Yet she truly had no candidate for a third beast husband. In fact, she barely knew a handful of males. Fortunately, there were still a month or two until the harvest festival. By then, she would surely find a third beast husband, wouldn't she? If all else failed, she could ask a Xian and a Chuan for assistance and introductions. Ning Xi's eyelids fluttered as she shyly glanced at Hu Luer, her voice soft and sweet. Let us wait and see. If I haven't found someone by then, a Xian, and the others can help me look. Whether or not she could bear offspring remained uncertain, but the beast god bestowed various advantages upon females regarding pregnancy, which, to be frank, she desired. Males experienced pain during childbirth, but after birthing, they could recover by consuming crystal stones.
Who wouldn't want that?
The two males gazed at their docile partners, their hearts melting. Hu Chuan declared, no problem, I will definitely find the strongest male for Shishi. Where could one find the most formidable warrior? The mightiest in the northern continent was Mang Xian. Surpassing him would require seeking out other tribes. Mang Xian nodded, reassuringly saying, rest assured, Shishi. He then subtly glanced at the contented Kong Yi nearby. Historically, high priests seldom left their tribes, and it was rare for females to select high priests as partners. It was a pity. Had it been otherwise, he knew from having sparred with Yi that Yi was unlike any ordinary high priest. He was exceptionally strong. Perhaps even stronger than himself. Upon witnessing the reactions of Ning Xi's two partners after she spoke, Hu Luer suddenly understood. So it can be like this? Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at Ning Xi, her tone light and cheerful. Shishi, you're truly remarkable. Luer, let us eat the meat before it gets cold. Ningki urket. Hu Luer stuck out her tongue and replied, let us eat. Noticing Ning Xi's shyness, she refrained from asking further questions, secretly brimming with anticipation. Meanwhile, Kong Yi, sitting alone by his fire, found himself intrigued by Ning Xi. As the tribe's high priest, he had encountered a myriad of delectable foods, yet he had never tasted anything as exquisite as this. The group dined until the sun dipped below the horizon, and then swaggered back. Just as many heat-averse females began to emerge for their activities, coincidentally colliding with Ning Xi and her companions, who greeted each other warmly. A tall, dark-skinned girl approached with a radiant smile, effortlessly handing a piece of food to both Hu Luer and Ning Xi. Luer,
She.
did you go exploring in the grass? Yes, we went to play, Hu Luer replied, not even looking as she stuffed the food into her mouth. After a few chews, her eyes widened in surprise. What is this delicious thing, Tiger Yen? The sweet girl, her eyes sparkling, replied, this is a new type of fruit I just discovered. Right behind the tribe in that forest. I picked a lot, and was planning to share with everyone. With the scarcity of females, they had developed a habit of looking out for one another, sharing new discoveries and exchanging gifts as tokens of appreciation. This, too, was something Ning Xi had quickly grasped in just a few days. Thus, she did not decline nor express surprise. Instead, her interest piqued. A new discovery? Ning Xi muset. Glancing at the fruit in her hand, a cluster of 5 or 6 round, green fruits, each roughly the size of a ping-pong ball, plump and seemingly succulent. Could it be grapes? Given the unexpected varieties of fruit in this beast world, she hesitated to make any assumptions. She blinked, eagerly placing one fruit into her backpack, her water-like fox eyes gazing ahead. Suddenly, golden text materialized, reading, Thumb watermelon, refreshingly sweet. Thumb watermelon? Upon seeing these words, Ning Xi was reminded of unpleasant memories, and she grimaced slightly, glancing at the fruit in her hand, which bore a striking resemblance to grapes. It was difficult to swallow. She recalled the first time she encountered this peculiar little watermelon, driven by curiosity to buy a box. Eagerly opening it, she washed it, popped it into her mouth, and then immediately spat out the bizarre taste that lingered in her memory. To her surprise, this variety existed in the beast world as well. Although it had a different skin, it was indeed quite resilient. Soon, Ning Xi found herself apologizing to the watermelon for her preconceived notions.
See.
Why aren't you eating? The fruit is crisp and sweet. It tastes wonderful. Seeing that Ning Xi hadn't taken a bite for a while, Tiger Yan blinked her big eyes and asked with a smile. Unable to resist the warm invitation, Ning Xi smiled faintly, picked up a fruit, and resolved that no matter how unpalatable it might be, she would not spit it out. After taking a bite, preparing to swallow it whole, the unique sweetness of the watermelon spread across her palate. Surprised, she involuntarily looked at Tiger Yan and exclaimed softly, "Watermelon flavor? Is the inside of this thumb watermelon actually watermelon? Watermelon? That's a lovely name." Tiger Yan's eyes brightened as she praised. "It seems like this name was destined for the fruit in my hand." "Exactly. I knew she was the best." Hu Luer chimed in with a bright smile. Ning Xi was momentarily taken aback by their enthusiasm but then smiled, saying, "You flatter me too much." She felt a little embarrassed. "We're in the northern continent. Why call it watermelon?" An arrogant female voice interrupted from behind, prompting Ning Xi and the other females to turn around. They beheld a strikingly beautiful woman with fiery red hair, swaying her curvaceous figure as she approached, her curious eyes lingering on Ning Xi's attire for a moment. Up close, the garment appeared even more exquisite. Ning, feeling rather clever, initiated a topic of conversation, suggesting that since we resided in the northern continent, it would be more fitting to refer to it as North Melon. "What do you think, Ning X? She is so astute. Surely, XX enjoys playing with her, doesn't she?" Suddenly called out, and Ning X cast an amused glance at her. It appeared that the compliment was not directed at the watermelon but rather at her snakeskin exercise attire. That expression of hers, as if pleading for praise, made Ning X chuckle softly. Indeed, it was evident that one's beauty renders all expressions charming. Her autumnal eyes, imbued with deep affection, sparkled like a serene pool of water, causing one to instinctively relax. Ning X lifted the corners of her lips in a gentle smile, replying, "Well, it's all the same to me. I have no objection to the name. Whether it is watermelon or North Melon, they are all sweet melons." "Then let us stick with watermelon," Ning said, surprised by Ning X's agreeable nature, feeling somewhat at a loss as she lowered her gaze. While female camaraderie flourished, differing opinions occasionally led to sharp exchanges, yet Ning X was remarkably accommodating. She had initially intended to delve into the topic of names and perhaps inquire about the crafting techniques of her exquisite attire. But how could she broach such a subject? Observing Ning X's gentle demeanor, Ming felt an inexplicable hesitation to speak directly. Her thoughts were clearly written on her face, prompting a glint of cunning in Ning X's fox-like eyes as she softly said, "All right, I shall take my leave for now. We can play another day." In the next moment, she noticed Ming's anxious expression. With her beautiful eyes slightly furrowed, Ning approached with determination, stating, "I would like my partner to learn how to make your lovely garment. Would that be permissible?" "Of course," Ning replied with a friendly nod. Ming's face flushed with joy, and she turned back to beckon her partner, a gentle male who approached her with a tender gaze. "Go hunt a couple of moo cows for XX, and have you take the hides to learn from XX's male," Ming commanded playfully. "All right, I shall do so," the male replied, his expression one of indulgence as he turned and vanished into the thicket. The other females, having overheard her words, suddenly took note of the attire worn by Ning X, their eyes widening in surprise. "What a beautiful design! This way. We need not transform into beast forms in the forest. XX, may I learn too?" "Me too. I want to learn." "Certainly, all of you may," Ning X replied, her brows arching in delight. With her affirmative response, a chorus of compliments ensued, causing Ning X's face to flush with warmth. She smiled at the scene, thinking how splendidly the sisterhood of the beast world thrived. The other females, who had hesitated, immediately brightened, clustering around to express their desire to learn. Ning X glanced at Ming Su, her gaze colliding with his deep green eyes, causing her to blush and hurriedly avert her gaze. Nodding, she said, "Those who wish to learn can have their partners come find my Ming Su. The rewards can be shared with him." Yes. Thank you, XX. You are truly remarkable." Upon returning to the cave entrance, Ning Xi found herself accompanied by a group of females who chattered joyfully, their eyes filled with admiration as they regarded her. TDN, with her round, clear eyes, earnestly remarked, XX, you are truly amazing.
It is wonderful to have you in our tribe.
HMI, with her captivating charm, raised an eyebrow, adding, indeed. You have no idea. I used to think meat was the best food, but I never imagined that combining it with herbs and ginger could be even more delicious. HYN nodded fervently, exclaiming, it's so fragrant, I could devour my own tongue.
HL, grinning mischievously,
Nestled closer to Ning Xi and proudly produced an onion from her space, lifting her chin with a smug expression. Can you guess what this is?
LLNG.
Her bright eyes sparkling, hesitantly ventured, is it food that XX discovered today? HL excitedly slapped her thigh, exclaiming, you guessed it right. XX said this would taste wonderful stir-fried with meat. I can hardly wait. Stir-fry?
How do you stir-fry?
They won't talk back. Ning asked, her brows knitted in confusion. Not stir as in quarrel, but stir as in cooking, Ning Xi chuckled, her eyes twitching at the sight of the females debating how to make the meat and vegetables argue. Upon hearing Ning Xi's explanation, everyone paused, speaking in unison. What is stir-frying? Ning Xi felt momentarily at a loss for words. Unsure how to explain the concept of stir-frying to those who had never experienced it or had no notion of cooking with pots. Sensing that the females were in the mood for a feast, they quickly set up tents, brought out ice blocks, and laid out fruits along with animal hides for seating. Half an hour later, as Ning Xi gazed in astonishment at the stone pot that HUN had crafted according to her description, her eyes widened in surprise as she looked up at him. Locking eyes with his warm orange gaze, her heart fluttered, and her ears reddened. HUN, you are truly impressive. To make such a fine stone pot on your first attempt is remarkable. I'll need your help with the stir-frying next. Her praise was sincere. The pot was perfectly crafted, smooth and well-rounded, complete with a wooden spatula and newly fashioned wooden bowls and chopsticks. In just half an hour, he had created precisely what Ning Xi had described, without a single flaw. The compliment from his beloved caused HUN's lips to curve into an uncontainable smile, his fluffy tail erupting in excitement. Noticing Ning Xu's suggestive glance, he felt a start and quickly tucked his tail away, chuckling, it's no bother. XX said I should take care of it. Ning Xi, somewhat regretful, averted her gaze, secretly pondering when she might touch the tiger's tail, which appeared surprisingly soft. Observing the freshly crafted stone pot, her eyes sparkled as she turned to Ning Xi, saying, Xu, please prepare the green cow beast that LR brought this morning. Keep the fatty meat for my later use, and slice the rest thinly, marinating it with ginger. Understood, Ning Xi replied, letting out a sigh of relief as he observed the females now more relaxed, his deep green eyes reflecting genuine amusement. His XX was diligently adapting to her new surroundings. It seemed the matter of finding a third male could soon be broached. As soon as Ning Xi finished speaking, the other males instinctively began to spring into action, assisting HUN and Ning Xi. Some fetched water. Others cleaned, sliced meat, gathered firewood, and picked onions. Every male present was busy, each vying to be the first to complete their tasks, as though the work would be snatched away if they lagged. A few resourceful ones even darted off to hunt a few moo cows, anxious to ensure there would be ample meat for the females. Before long, all the ingredients were ready, in generous quantities, and several pots were hastily added to accommodate them. Ning Xi mused inwardly, marveling at how adept the males of the beast world were at labor. XX, how do we proceed? HUN asked eagerly. Ning Xi approached HUN and Ning Xi, pointing to the cleaned meat on the leaves, her voice sweetly coaxing. First, we need to dry out the water in the pot, then add the fatty meat and a bit of water to render the oil. Hardly had she finished speaking when HUN placed the fatty meat into the pot, while Ning Xi added some water, just enough to cover the meat. XX, is the water sufficient? Yes, that's perfect. Bring it to a boil over high heat to evaporate the water, then lower the heat to render the oil. My grandmother used to do this at home to render lard, which always turned out snow-white and free of any unpleasant odor. The same should apply to beef fat, right? The other meat at home had already been turned into jerky by the two industrious males, and the cow meat had only just arrived, barely escaping the same fate. Alas, the males at home were simply too diligent. Chapter 34. All skilled workers, the scorching twin suns gradually descended, yet the heat remained oppressive. The females gathered by the cauldron for a moment before seeking refuge from the sun in the open-air tent, indulging in fruits while engaging in light-hearted conversation. Except for the males who utilized their abilities to create a breeze and guard the tent, the others swiftly sprang into action, and soon, several large pots began to bubble vigorously. Everyone watched in astonishment and curiosity at this remarkable sight. A few intrepid females, undeterred by the heat, huddled around the pot, marveling at its contents, which bore a resemblance to the hot spring behind the mountain. You know, it really does look similar bubbling away like that. But this pot contains oil, right? There seem to be more bubbles in it. What exactly is oil? Can we eat it directly? Ning Xi, taken aback, observed as a few females leaned perilously close to the pot, their eagerness to touch it sending a shiver down her spine. Swiftly, she grabbed the wrist of one reaching out, cautioning, "It's too hot to touch. Let's stand back and observe from a safe distance." After ensuring their retreat, she turned to the males cooking the oil, adding, "Be careful not to touch it with your hands. The oil may appear similar to water, but its temperature is exponentially higher, and it can cause burns." Seeing that everyone seemed to comprehend her warning without further questions, Ning Xi exhaled in relief. It was a good thing, as she could not articulate the underlying principles. After all, she was merely an ordinary liberal arts student. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying the coolness from the ice blocks nearby. Ning Xi picked up a slice of icy watermelon and popped it into her mouth, closing her eyes in delight. She had shared all her knowledge about cooking, and now it was up to them to showcase their skills. Before long, the pungent aroma of sauteed onions mingled with the savory scent of marinated beef, wafting through the air, indicating that everyone was performing admirably. Plates of meat were placed upon the stone table beside the females, as the males surrounded their partners, attentively ensuring they enjoyed their meals. Ning Xi glanced down at the vibrant dish of stir-fried meat and onions, its vivid colors and enticing aroma making her mouth water. "Let me try," she said, as Ning Xi and delicately picked up a small piece of meat, using a gentle breeze to cool it before offering it to her. His cool voice hinted at anticipation. This must be a method from his original tribe. She wondered if he had captured the flavor she desired. If not, he would certainly try again, determined to recreate the flavors she was accustomed to, unwilling to let her suffer even a hint of disappointment. Chu and shared the same sentiment. Under the expectant gazes of the two males, she leaned forward, her cherry-red lips parting slightly as she took a bite, savoring the tender meat that was both succulent and smooth. Surprisingly delicious. Ning Xi's eyes sparkled as she tilted her head back, declaring, "It's delightful. You all should try it." The seasoning was minimal, yet the resulting flavor rivaled that of modern chefs, likely due to the quality of the meat. It made sense. The animals here drank from mountain springs and feasted on natural, pesticide-free grasses, leading to healthier, more tender meat than she was accustomed to in her modern life. After finishing half a plate, Ning Xi began to feel a bit overwhelmed. She gazed longingly at the empty plate, reminiscing about rice. If only there were rice in this beastly world, she mused, lamenting the lack of substantial side dishes. Compared to the local females, her appetite was rather petite, akin to that of a modern-day bird. As she surveyed her surroundings, she noticed everyone was eating diligently. A few females, so engrossed in their meal, even reverted to their animal forms. It was then that Ning Xi realized that some females in the tribe were red foxes. Indeed, the allure of a vixen was not without merit. They were breathtakingly captivating. "Full? Have some fruit to cleanse your palate." Ning Xi's cool voice broke through her thoughts as a large hand appeared before her, presenting a shimmering orange fruit. Ning Xi smiled warmly, accepting it and popping it into her mouth. "Thank you, Su-en." The meal continued until nightfall, with the females reluctantly rising to express their gratitude to Ning Xi. Their bellies round and full, transforming into their beast forms out of her sight as they departed. Following their last gathering, everyone had heard about HLR's timid nature, and they all felt sympathetic towards her for lacking a beast form. They restrained themselves from transforming fully in her presence, but occasionally, tails and ears would peek through, unable to resist the deliciousness of the feast. The males, witnessing this, resolved to practice cooking meat diligently upon their return, determined to ensure their partners enjoyed their meals. With their powers and voracious appetites, they consumed vast quantities at every meal. Such a complicated cooking method seemed a waste of time. They would prepare just enough for the females. Occasionally, when craving roasted meat, they simply caught a prey, roasted it over an open flame, and devoured the half-cooked meat, which was equally delectable. HLR hiccup. She was the last to leave, unable to stand upright due to her fullness. Supported by two tall, strikingly handsome males, she stood before Ning Xi, her belly protruding. Why and will take everyone to pick watermelons tomorrow. I'll come to wake you up in the morning, okay?
Hiccup.
Hee, it was too delicious. I couldn't resist. I'm off now. Alright, I'll wait for you tomorrow. Take care on your way back, Ning Xi replied, a hint of concern in her gaze as she watched her retreating figure. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she turned to Hqn, speaking softly. With her belly so full, is she alright? I wonder what the medical standards are like here. She'll be fine, no need to worry. A yellow crystal will suffice. Hqn assured her, leaning closer to smooth her furrowed brow, smiling gently. Chapter 35. Her desires are minimal. The next day, Ning Xi awoke naturally. Groggily, she turned over and sat up. The moment she did, the beast's skin covering the entrance was lifted. Bright sunlight poured in, prompting Ning Xi to lower her gaze to the ground and raise her hand to shield her eyes. The ground felt pleasantly warm beneath her. Two handsome males stood at the entrance, drawn by the commotion of her waking. Is she awake? They asked in unison. Such a stunning start to the day was overwhelming. Ning Xi's eyes sparkled as she smiled gently at her two partners, replying, yes, I'm awake. Though her smile was quite ordinary, to the two males, it shone like a star in the sky, dazzling and enchanting. Ning Xi and Hqn simultaneously extended their hands, palms up, revealing a handful of glistening dental fruits, each the size of a fingernail. Their vibrant green hue captivating. You are both so wonderful, Ning Xi exclaimed as she took the fruits and stowed them in her backpack. Then retrieved one to pop into her mouth. She adored these little fruits. After swallowing, her mouth felt fragrant, and her belly warmed, akin to sipping ginger tea with brown sugar, leaving her utterly comfortable. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she sat up straight. Unlike the females here, her menstrual cycle arrived monthly. What would she do without sanitary pads? What's wrong, she? Ning Xi's eyes darkened as he swiftly moved to her side, wrapping her in his embrace, concern etched on his face. Simultaneously, Hqn approached from the other side, his warm hand resting on her slender waist. Where do you feel uncomfortable? The two males exuded a strong presence. Their cool embrace and toned muscles sent shivers down her spine. Ning Xi momentarily forgot her worries, holding her breath as her long eyelashes fluttered, shamefully desiring more. She wished to be closer, tighter. Realizing her thoughts, she instinctively shuddered, her fox-like eyes glistening with panic. Was she losing control? Had her skin-craving flared up? Ning Xi's green eyes brimmed with concern as he tightened his hold on her, leaning down to press his lips against hers. He was overwhelmed with a sense of protectiveness that stole his breath away. Why must his beloved Cici be afflicted by such an ailment? Although he relishes every moment of intimacy with her, he yearns for these tender exchanges to occur under the condition that Ning Xi also delights in them, rather than being compelled to seek closeness with males due to her illness. His Cici is so wonderful. She deserves to live freely and joyfully. Before Ning Xi could fully comprehend her surroundings, a sudden chill graced her lips as her jaw was gently pried open, the sweet flavor of the dental gel flowing through her cool tongue, filling her with a profound sense of security. Soon, she found herself too occupied to ponder further. Huchuan paused momentarily, quickly realizing and retreating to the cave entrance to roast meat and wash pots, even taking a moment to prepare a generous plate of stir-fried onions and meat. After completing these tasks, the sounds within the cave continued unabated, prompting him to shift into his beast form and venture into the woods. The females were to venture out to play today, and he wanted to ensure that any sharp stones and branches were dealt with beforehand. Cici's delicate feet were prone to injury, and he wished to eliminate any potential dangers. As for the ferocious beasts, there were already males arranged by Meng Xian to handle those. At this moment, breathless and tender, Ning Xi nestled against the strong expanse of his chest. I'm fine, her voice melodious and enchanting, surprised even herself. Was this truly her voice? Hearing it sent a shiver through Meng Xian, his green eyes deepening in hue, his cool tone laced with a hint of huskiness. If you ever feel unwell, come to me. Please don't endure it alone. We are all yours. There's no need for formality in our presence. With a gentle breeze and brilliant sunshine enveloping them, Huchuan returned with the prepared game. Cici, are you hungry? I just caught a moo beast. I will roast it for you. The bright sunlight illuminated his striking features, casting a gentle glow over his handsome visage. His eyes sparkled, and an involuntary smile tugged at his lips, revealing a hint of youthful innocence. After all, he was only 18, 2 years her junior. Ning Xi's heart softened at the sight. She stepped forward, grasping his hand with a gentle tone. Please, don't exert yourselves so much. Even the strongest must take time to rest. Her desires were modest. Being well-fed, loved, and cherished was more than enough for her. Listening to her sincere concern, Hu Chuan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, overwhelmed by happiness to the point of feeling somewhat dazed. He remained still as Ning Xi led him, step by step, to the stone table, his mind consumed by a singular thought. CC's hands are so soft. Noticing Hu Chuan's handsome face clouded with confusion and his suddenly twitching tiger ears, so unlike his usual composed demeanor, Meng Xian's green eyes twinkled with understanding. This sensation was unmistakable, pure bliss. Meng Xian, with deliberate calmness, sliced the meat with winged blades, arranging it artfully before Ning Xi. Observing the somewhat small table, he pondered crafting a larger one from a tree after their meal, as the stone was cold, and Cici would likely feel uncomfortable lying against it. The savory aroma of the meat wafted through the air, and Ning Xi's gaze fell upon the beautifully fragrant roasted meat and stir-fried onions, accompanied by freshly washed lettuce that appeared vibrant and succulent. Wow, that looks so delicious. And today there's lettuce. Her eyes sparkled as she grabbed a piece of lettuce, wrapped it around a slice of meat, and placed it in her mouth, savoring its delightful crunch. The crisp lettuce complemented the tender, savory meat, with a hint of spiciness that made the experience utterly delightful, unlike anything she had tasted before. This is so good. I absolutely love it. If only there was rice. But even some noodles would suffice. Ning Xi couldn't help but smile as she prepared rolls for both males, gently placing them in their mouths while expectantly whispering, "You should try this, it's not greasy at all." As a piece of roasted meat filled his mouth, Hu Chuan snapped back to reality, instinctively chewing, his expression shifting as he realized he had accidentally consumed grass. But no, Cici would only feed him food. Hu Chuan cast a glance at the lettuce, swallowing it without a change in demeanor, and beamed with a broad smile, nodding enthusiastically. It's really delicious. You're so clever to come up with such a brilliant idea. I love eating grass too. From today onward, I will learn to eat grass." With this thought in mind, he unflinchingly took up the lettuce and prepared 2 pieces of meat for Ning Xi, bringing them to her mouth. "Cici, eat up. The more you eat, the plumper you'll get, which is safer, increasing your chances of survival. But this isn't an idea I came up with. Everyone in our tribe does this," she replied with a gentle smile, taking a small bite from his hand. "I don't care. To me, Cici is the best." Hu Chuan grinned brightly, his eyes brimming with profound affection. Chapter 36, Foraging. Hu Chuan was strikingly handsome, tall and upright, with sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding a vigorous and youthful masculinity. Hearing such heartfelt words from such an exquisite young man made Ning Xi's heart race. She playfully pouted, "You're all spoiling me. I might turn into a bad person." Both partners provided her with a sense of safety, and her skin condition had not flared up for some time. They were truly wonderful. Observing Ning Xi's charming demeanor, Hu Chuan felt a flutter of desire, irresistibly drawing closer to embrace her shoulders, soothingly cooing, "As long as Cici is happy." His warm body pressed against her, causing Ning Xi to stiffen for a moment before she relaxed, leaning softly against him. Just as she was about to speak, the animal hide at the entrance was suddenly flung open. "Cici, I, Heartwarming, have come to find you." Heartwarming, aware of Ning Xi's shyness, deliberately stood at the entrance without entering, fearing that Ning Xi might feel embarrassed by witnessing something inappropriate. The moment the curtain was lifted, she quickly realized and let it fall back down. That was close. She almost walked in. As for whether Ning Xi would feel awkward, the answer was undoubtedly no. Fortunately, Heartwarming reacted swiftly, leaping into her partner's embrace as she retreated a short distance. The sound of footsteps accompanied the melodious voice of the female, and Ning Xi's eyes lit up as she sprang from Hu Chuan's arms. "Green is here. Let us go." It was her first time participating in the female's foraging activity, and she felt both anxious and excited. It should be quite interesting, right? Ning Xi grabbed a fruit from the table and dashed outside, immediately spotting the radiant girl standing at the cave entrance, surrounded by 3 males. With a bright smile and sparkling eyes, she wore a light green athletic outfit, the V-neck revealing a hint of her alluring form, swaying enticingly as she walked. Her sturdy waist filled the outfit, creating a surprisingly harmonious silhouette, exuding a sense of exotic strength. The odd combination of the V-neck athletic wear looked particularly stunning on her, radiating youthful vitality and charm. Ning Xi, captivated by beauty, found herself mesmerized.
Sissy? Sissy?
Didn't you have breakfast? Helior asked, puzzled by Ning Xi's dazed expression, casting a fierce glare at Huchuan and the clan leader.
Well.
She dared not glare at the clan leader. He was too intimidating. Oh no, the clan leader is so fearsome. How could Sissy possibly eat?
Eve iten.
What about you, Green? Ning Xi snapped back to reality, smiling gently as she spoke softly. I've eaten as well. Let us go. Sissy, your outfit looks lovely today. Transforming into her beast form, Helior blinked her bright, sparkling eyes, looking down at Ning Xi. Your outfit is lovely too. The green is so vibrant and suits you perfectly. Ning Xi beamed back, genuinely complimenting her. She tilted her head slightly, feeling a tinge of envy at Helior's strong white tiger form. If only she could also possess a beast form. However, if she were to take on a beastly form, would it be that of a monkey? The mere thought of such an unsightly visage made her reconsider. Perhaps it would be best to forego the beastly form altogether. The current state sufficed. Noticing that Ning Xi was fixated on her beast form for an extended duration, Huluer blinked her round, almond-shaped eyes, crystal clear and unblemished. Lowering her gaze, she inquired softly, Shishi, would you like to ride a tiger? Poor Shishi, unable to transform into a beast, must have suffered from such a disability, which explained her frail appearance. Rumor had it that she had previously suffered a fall, resulting in significant memory loss, a truly pitiable little female. Surely, the memories lost were unpleasant. Yes, that must be the case. Only by forgetting the negative can one embark upon a fresh start. How delightful. Ning Xi mistakenly believed that Huluer was inviting her to ride on Huchuan, concluding that two tigers walking side by side would be more convenient. She readily nodded. All right, let us ride a tiger. She was indifferent to the idea. After speaking, she turned to gaze at the tiger behind her, and in the next moment, her vision abruptly ascended as a large tail coiled around her waist. When she regained her senses, she found herself perched upon the back of the tiger. This tiger was Huluer. Luer, quickly let me down. How can I ride you? The thought of riding on a female beast, so precious, was simply unacceptable to her. Why can't you ride me? Hold on tight. We're off. With a cheerful voice, Huluer swiftly took off with Ning Xi. Ning Xi found herself trapped atop the tiger. Emo Xian's cold, piercing gaze flickered with amusement as he regarded Huluer seriously for the first time, acknowledging that this sister of Huchuan was quite pleasant as she treated Shishi well. In their world, only females and their young could ride upon the beastly forms of their mates. A female's own beast form was merely a means of travel, a safeguard against harm while frolicking in the wilderness. He had never heard of a female carrying another on her beast form. Such privileges were reserved for one's own offspring. Emo Xian took note of Huluer's affection for Shishi and resolved to take better care of her male companion in the future.
Contemplating this,
he cast a transparent protective shield around Huluer and Ning Xi, transforming into his beast form, leisurely trailing behind. Huchuan raised an eyebrow, closely following suit. Ning Xi, feeling utterly distressed atop the tiger's back, was jolted by the rhythm of its gallop, her heart racing as she gazed at the swiftly passing scenery. The green leaves blurred into a continuous line. She dared not move, awkwardly lying there. Soon, they reached their destination. Ning Xi exhaled deeply, her fingertips curling slightly as a faint itch spread across her arms. Chapter 37. A female sitting atop another female? How unheard of. Luer is here. Luer is here.
Oh.
Is there a little female on her back? Where? Let me see. Even before one person and one tiger approached, the females in the forest began to emerge to greet them. Upon spotting Ning Xi on Huluer's back, they expressed their astonishment. The notion of a female beast carrying another female was utterly outrageous to them. The atmosphere turned quiet as they exchanged bewildered glances. Ning Xi, confronted by a myriad of curious gazes upon her arrival, felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, her fingers curling slightly as she lowered her eyes. Observing the shocked expressions on everyone's faces, Huluer proudly lifted her tiger head and declared, "What are you staring at? Have you never seen a female riding another female? Never seen it, have you?"
Who here has?
Huyan stuck out her tongue, whispering a retort.
Huyan.
Just wait until I tear your mouth apart. Huluer exclaimed, her laughter tinged with irritation as she opened her mouth, mimicking a threatening sound. Huyan instinctively transformed into her beast form, the two facing off. Sensing the tension, Emo Xian extended his tail, gently lifting the delicate female from the tigress back and placing her softly on the ground. Sensing her anxiety, he spoke in a gentle tone. She. Don't be afraid. It's normal for females to quarrel. They'll be fine afterward. When the females reconciled, they were as harmonious as one. Eager to share their mates, yet conflicts were not uncommon. Arguments or skirmishes would settle matters. Such disputes did not tarnish their friendly bonds, a concept that perplexed many males who had yet to grasp their mindset. Seeing Ning Xi's stillness as she gazed at the commotion, Hu Chuan assumed her curiosity was piqued. With bright eyes, he addressed her. She, would you like to sit on my beast form and enjoy some fresh lettuce rolls with roasted meat? I have plenty prepared in my space, and the protective shield keeps it warm, ready to eat. The words of the two males only heightened Ning Xi's anxiety. Will they really fight? A flicker of concern crossed her eyes as she pushed aside Mo Xian's arm, quickly moving to Hu Luer's side. Addressing the females before her softly, she said, I've only just arrived and am unfamiliar with the tribe's customs. If I've inadvertently offended anyone, please let me know. And let us not resort to fighting. Hu Luer likely felt pity for her inability to take on a beast form. She was too kind to remain hidden behind her mate while witnessing Ning Xi's distress. The frail yet charming female stood pitifully between the two formidable tigers, evoking a wave of sympathy and compassion from all present. The females began to approach Ning Xi, and Hu Luer and Hu Yan quickly transformed back into their human forms. Joining the gathering, startled by the advancing crowd, Ning Xi wondered, what is happening? Are they going to brawl? The situation befuddled her. She had never engaged in a fight and was utterly unprepared for such a scenario. Having always been a well-behaved girl, she had never behaved in a manner unbecoming of a student and lacked the skills to navigate conflicts. However, if a fight were to occur, she would strive to hold back her tears, determined not to hinder Luer. She, don't be afraid. We won tea fight. Hu Yan and Hu Luer chimed in unison. Their words prompted them to look at each other in surprise, unable to suppress smiles. It's just riding a beast. Nothing extraordinary. Hu Mei, with her lively peach blossom eyes, chimed in softly, laughing. Exactly. The females, filled with concern, began to comfort Ning Xi in a chorus of kind words. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she observed this unexpected scene. Were they reconciling? All right. Let us hurry and pick some fruit. Come on. There are many things ahead that resemble lettuce, only larger. Let us go, she. Ning Xi's eyes sparkled as she smiled sweetly. Let us go. What could be larger than lettuce? A cabbage, perhaps? Gazing upwards, she marveled at the towering cabbage tree, exclaiming in disbelief, is that a cabbage come to life? She was aware that the flora of the beast world was immense, yet witnessing the wormholes on the cabbage leaves, larger than her head, felt somewhat surreal. Cabbage? What a delightful name! Hu Chuan exclaimed, his eyes brightening as he raised his eyebrows, his clear voice laced with laughter. The other females exchanged knowing glances and teased one another. Ning Xi, choosing to ignore their playful banter, took a few eager steps towards the cabbage, determined to ascertain if it truly was what she thought. If it was, she would be in for a treat. Cabbage was easy to preserve, versatile in cooking, and its size was remarkable. The moment Mo Xian saw her movement, he leaped forward, breaking off a small piece and handing it to her, his eyes sparkling with silent mirth. Ning Xi, her spirits lifted, grinned as she accepted it and stowed it away in her backpack, eagerly glancing ahead at the void before her. Cabbage, crisp and sweet. She nodded slightly at Mo Xian, indicating it was edible. Upon hearing her affirmation, Hu Luer swiftly plucked off a piece to taste, her face lighting up with surprise. It's sweet? As everyone joyfully began to gather, they instinctively left the largest fruit before them for Ning Xi. Although it was a discovery made collectively, without Ning Xi, they would have remained oblivious to the edibility of the find, and thus, it was only natural that the credit was attributed to her. Hu Yan turned and commanded, You. Go catch a couple of young pigs to send to Xi, while the rest of us dig up the cabbages. Understood. The cabbages were few, only a dozen or so, and were soon divided among them. With a bright smile, Hu Yan exclaimed, Come on, let us move forward a bit. Beyond those two large trees lies the watermelon tree. Sounds great. Upon hearing watermelon tree instead of watermelon vine, Ning Xi felt a sense of familiarity. With her hand grasped by Hu Luer, she walked forward alongside the other females. They strolled along the forest path, passing by two towering trees, surrounded by a riot of colorful flowers, each tableau bursting with vitality and poetic charm. Ning Xi lifted her chin in contentment, savoring the gentle breeze. Suddenly, a melodious and spirited voice of a female called out from ahead, "This is the spot. Let us gather more. When it's time to eat, we can have the ice ability males chill them for better flavor." Ning Xi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she followed the gazes of her companions. Beholding a colossal tree embraced by 20 or so individuals, its robust green vines cascading down, laden with clusters of watermelons. How marvelous! Stop dawdling, let us hurry and pick. Her arm was suddenly tugged, and Air pulled her forward, with the males trailing closely behind. "Come quick, this place is ripe for picking. We're coming." The females gathered in small clusters, exuberantly gesticulating, frolicking beneath the tree, occasionally picking up fallen fruits to feed their partners. The air was filled with the sound of melodious laughter. Eventually, when they had exhausted themselves in play, they rested on the furs laid out by their males. Observing this, the males began to work, skillfully climbing the trees to harvest the fruits from the higher branches. Before long, everyone was laden with bounty. The relaxed atmosphere was soothing, and Ning Xi found herself smiling broadly, feeling an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Suddenly, she felt a tightening around her waist as a warm body pressed against her back. And she heard the pleasing voice of Chuan, "Shi, would you like to try some fruits? I'll find an ice ability male to chill them for you." Glancing at the verdant fruits before her, Ning Xi's eyes lit up as she took two from Chuan's hand, then tilted her head back to offer him one. Delicious and refreshing. "Are you tired from climbing?" After speaking, she leaned in to place a gentle kiss near his lips. The kiss was soft and tender. Chuan's cheeks flushed slightly, his eyes bright as he gazed at her. "I'm not tired. What is fatigue? Just one more kiss, and I could climb 10 more trees." Chuan, invigorated by Ning Xi's kiss, felt a surge of passion within him. Watching Chuan's spirited figure, Ning Xi's fox-like eyes sparkled, and she couldn't help but break into a sweet smile. Chapter 38. A Worm or a Tongue. Suddenly, her lips felt cool. She widened her eyes in surprise. The deep green gaze before her seemed to possess an enchanting allure, tempting her to lose herself within it. The mighty python Xian pressed gently against her before releasing, his tone tender as he asked, "Are you hungry? When would you like to eat?" The first time witnessing their interaction, the males stared in astonishment. Was this gentle soul truly their cold and serious chieftain? The one renowned for his dual abilities. The strongest of the Python Xian clan, who was invincible in the northern continent. Ning Xi remained blissfully unaware of their astonished expressions. Python Xian noticed, but paid no mind. His love for Xi was something he could proudly showcase, unafraid of others' opinions. Not hungry. When do they usually eat? Ning Xi wrapped her arms around his neck, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. From the novels she had read, food seemed scarce in the beast world, with meals typically being 2 a day. Yet during her stay, aside from the first day, she had enjoyed 4 to 5 meals daily, sometimes fruits, sometimes roasted meat. Python Xian observed her curious demeanor, a hint of fondness crossing his eyes as he leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "In the midsummer and bountiful autumn, food is plentiful. Females eat whenever they wish, even during foraging and play. In the blossoming spring and the hidden winter, it is 3 meals a day." After a moment's thought, he continued, "Males generally eat twice a day, early in the morning before dawn, and during collective hunts." He refrained from mentioning that during the scarcity of the hidden winter, males might go several days with only 1 meal or none at all. The cool touch of his lips against her ear sent a delightful shiver through Ning Xi. She struggled to keep her thoughts focused, striving to absorb the knowledge he imparted. I understand. Thank you, Xian." No sooner had she spoken than she felt a sudden chill on her earlobe, as if something slick had brushed past it, causing her to jump in fright. Tensing up, she stared wide-eyed. Xian, is there a bug on my ear?" She had become so anxious that she momentarily forgot about the python's unique abilities, her breath quickening. Her brow furrowed in a near-tearful expression. Python Xian's gaze softened as he looked at her, the tip of his tongue discreetly flicking out, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, his eyes gleaming with intensity. He nearly lost control and transformed, with a hint of exasperation. He pulled her tightly into his embrace, his voice chilling yet slightly husky. "Don't be afraid. I'm here. There won't be any bugs." Ning Xi shuddered, then released a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't a bug. Regarding his last 2 words, she dared not probe further. Suddenly, a burnt smell wafted through the air. Cough, cough, cough. From nearby came the sound of a female coughing uncontrollably, and Ning Xi turned to look. spotting a fiery beauty with red hair, clad in a sleek black athletic outfit, squatting on the ground, her face pale as she coughed. A male beside her swiftly produced a blue crystal and placed it in her mouth, gently saying, "Yen yen, is one enough? I'm fine now." After swallowing the crystal, Python Yen stood up as if nothing had happened. Were it not for her sparkling eyes, Ning Xi might have doubted the preceding events were merely a figment of her imagination. Is the crystal that effective? Just as she pondered this, Python Yen approached, her eyes gleaming, breathless as she pointed at the cabbage beside Ning Xi. "How do you eat this? I had my male roasted earlier and specifically instructed them to add scallions, ginger, and garlic, but it turned out watery and mushy, not tasty at all."
And a bit stinky.
She quickly added, "Cooking well is a rare skill. I won't let my learning go to waste. When I return, I'll have my male bring you my new snake skin." The snake skin was a vibrant shade of red, and Python Yen inexplicably thought that the fair-skinned female before her would be quite suited to it. Originally intending to offer meat, she decided on the snake skin instead. New snake skin? Perfect for making little undergarments. One piece should suffice. There's no need for excess. Contentment is the key to happiness. We're also preparing to cook cabbage. Let your beast husband come over to learn. We'll need both fatty and lean meat, along with clean scallions, ginger, and garlic. After a moment's thought, she added, "Oh, and we'll need a stone pot, the same one we used for stir-frying onions and meat last time."
All right.
Python Yen's eyes brightened as she cheered, then dashed off. The other females, seeing this, rushed over to learn as well. In the end, Ning Xi's backpack, aside from the scallions, ginger, and garlic, also received an additional reward, the snakeskin. That night in the cave, bathed in the faint glow of the moonlight, Ning Xi's eyes sparkled as she observed the two robust males skillfully using bone needles to sew garments for her. She retrieved the snake skins she had received, their touch pleasantly cool, soft, and smooth. Experimentally, she pulled one, marveling at its remarkable elasticity, which allowed a half-meter piece to stretch to an impressive length of 1 meter. Such exceptional elasticity! Ning Xi mused in astonishment. It shall serve only for making undergarments, not outerwear, for although it is small, I fear it may sag. Mao Xian's cold, green eyes always seemed to carry a hint of warmth whenever they turned to Ning Xi. The snake skins from midsummer were thin and elastic, far superior to those from the winter hibernation or the spring and autumn shedding. Ning Xi is indeed fortunate to have acquired so many midsummer skins, he reflected. With a bright smile, Hu Chuan's eyes twinkled as he looked at Ning Xi, his tone sincere. As a refreshing breeze swept through, Ning Xi closed her eyes in contentment, relishing the sensation. It is a Xian's wind, she thought happily, selecting a lighter-colored snakeskin and gently offering it to Mao Xian with a soft voice. Let us make this into undergarments too.
Thank you, a Xian.
Not at all a burden, Mao Xian replied, his legs transforming into a silvery serpent tail as he embraced Ning Xi, planting a kiss on her cheek before contentedly resuming his task with the bone needle. Noticing Hu Chuan's eager orange eyes, Ning Xi smiled and handed him another piece of skin. Thank you, a Chuan, for crafting this into trousers. She leaned in and planted a kiss on the corner of his lips, eliciting a radiant smile from the nearly 2-meter-tall, cheerful male. Of course, Ning Xi. Half a month seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. The bond between Ning Xi and her two partners deepened rapidly through their daily interactions, and she gradually grew familiar with the females in the tribe. The day to journey to the sacred mountain arrived, yet she had not yet found her third beast husband. Nevertheless, she had little time to dwell on this, as the road to the sacred mountain felt arduous. After a rain the previous day, the sun blazed fiercely today. The air in the forest was thick with humidity, causing her clothes and hair to cling uncomfortably to her skin. Weary, she sat on Hu Chuan's back, retrieving a chilled watermelon from her spatial pouch. She slowly savored one piece while pressing another against her face, the coolness sending a delightful shiver through her, invigorating her senses. Ning Xi, are you feeling unwell? The great tiger immediately halted, turning back with concern. Ning Xi perked up, shaking her head. I just had some ice-cold watermelon. It feels wonderful. Afterward, she pulled out several pieces of watermelon from her bag, leaning forward to offer them to Hu Chuan, her smile gentle. A Chuan, you should cool off too. Enduring such discomfort in this weather, Hu Chuan had been running nearly 10 kilometers through the jungle with her trailing behind all morning. Ning Xi's thoughtfulness only deepened his sense of guilt. His eyes reddened as he accepted the watermelon she offered. Ning Xi is truly wonderful, he lamented inwardly, feeling remorse for subjecting her to hardship. How could I not awaken my ice abilities? I should have transformed into a cold-blooded beast man. After so long, he had failed to help Ning Xi gain weight. I am truly despicable. Ning Xi, I'm back. A refreshing breeze swept by, and Ning Xi sighed in relief upon hearing the familiar voice of Mao Xian. Chapter 39. Both desires her life-giving breeze had returned. Just as she prepared to turn around, she felt a cool embrace encircle her waist. In an instant, she was drawn into Mao Xian's refreshing arms. Unable to resist, she snuggled against him, exhaling a contented sigh. Ah, how delightful. Xian, are you tired? He seemed to carry traces of a fresh, dewy fragrance. Have you bathed? Ning Xi's lips curled into a smile. She adored this perfectly clean sensation. It appeared that her two males were meticulous about maintaining hygiene, never bringing the stench of blood from the outside world into their home. Not tired. Are you feeling hot? Mao Xian gently wiped the fine beads of sweat from her nose, smoothly retrieving a crystal from his spatial pouch and placing it in her mouth. He had taken a detour to the polluted marshes of the central continent to obtain the colorful crystals, but regrettably, other fierce beasts had scared off the prey, leaving him with only one. During the stifling autumn, I must find an ice ability male for Ning Xi. Among the few single males in the tribe with ice abilities, both he and Hu Chuan deemed them unsuitable. Ning Xi deserves the very best. Unaware of Mao Xian's thoughts, Ning Xi was blissfully enchanted by the melting crystal. Its faint sweetness lingered on her tongue. After swallowing one, she felt an ethereal sensation, akin to Chang'e consuming an elixir and preparing to ascend. Light and warm, her entire being filled with comfort, she closed her eyes in bliss, holding his hand against her cheek. Did you give me a crystal? It feels amazing. Though she had many red, yellow, and blue crystals in her bag, they did not provide such exquisite pleasure. Mao Xian tenderly stroked her soft cheek with his thumb. Yes, it is a colorful crystal. This time, due to time constraints, once Ning Xi finds another partner, I will have the leisure to hunt for more. Having only two partners felt insufficient, as they did not dare to venture far or for long, always subconsciously worrying about her. This hunting expedition had been the longest yet. He had left nearly a whole day after Ning Xi fell asleep. Hu Chuan, intrigued, inquired, what kind of male does Ning Xi prefer? Once we reach the sacred mountain, we shall find one for you, ideally a high-level male with ice attributes. Suddenly being put on the spot, Ning Xi instinctively straightened her posture, glancing up at Mao Xian. Meeting his smiling gaze, she tilted her head, candidly admitting her preferences. I like males like you too, handsome and good-tempered. Emotional stability is crucial when seeking a partner. The males here were all alike, never demanding anything of the females, as if their happiness was enough. The males are all quite exceptional. I wouldn't mind a marriage before love. After finishing her sentence, Ning Xi couldn't help but smile, her eyes sparkling. It seemed she was indeed a bit of a flirt, yet unexpectedly, her honesty was well received. Her words caused the corners of both males' lips to lift, their hearts warmed. After a brief exchange, they fell into a comfortable silence, focusing on their journey. As the dual suns began to set, the temperature became more pleasant. Ning Xi lay atop the great serpent's head, her eyelids growing heavy. Noticing her state, Mao Xian gently urged, sleep now. In the next moment, Ning Xi closed her eyes and drifted into a deep slumber. They journeyed for 11 days before finally entering the eastern continent's territory. Along the way, they encountered many tribes participating in the same ritual, the atmosphere gradually becoming more lively. As they neared their destination, the Longshan tribe and another group converged. Curious, Ning Xi observed the gathering, only to feel a chill at her waist as Mao Xian's cool, melodious voice reached her ears. Ning Xi, stay close to Chuan. I will go ahead and greet them. The front line was occupied by the Silver Wolf tribe from the northern continent, with whom they exchanged pleasantries every year and occasionally traveled together. Ning Xi nodded obediently, assuring him, yes, go ahead. Chuan and I will remain in the group and not wander off. Understanding the social obligations of a leader, she felt reassured. After ensuring Ning Xi was settled, Mao Xian approached the front, engaging in amicable conversation with the Silver Wolf tribe leader. Amidst the assembly of males, he seemed to radiate light. Ning Xi caught a glimpse of him, his exceptional demeanor shining under the sunlight filtering through the leaves, illuminating his flawless, pale visage into something strikingly beautiful. With a gentle stretch of his long arm, Hu Chuan enveloped Ning Xi's slender shoulder, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. How could she be so thin? He lowered his head and placed a tender kiss atop her head. Cece. The one conversing with Mongshuan is the chieftain of the Silver Wolf tribe, Inu. This year, many single males from their tribe are attending the awakening ceremony, and you may have the opportunity to observe them. Observe? Observe what, if not what she imagined? Ning Xi curiously inquired. Isn't it customary for partners to come from the same tribe as the females? Just as Helior approached, she overheard Ning Xi's question and exclaimed, "Cici, how could you not know this? It's unnecessary. Males can live with females from different tribes, and their partners will simply follow them wherever they go. Isn't that akin to leaving without a return?" Ning Xi pondered, feeling a bit bewildered. That might apply to ordinary males, but what about the tribe's most formidable warriors? Would they also leave their combat prowess behind? Indeed, what's the issue with that? Helior found herself momentarily stunned by the inquiry. Ning Xi blinked her innocent eyes at Huchuan, who chuckled in response. Most tribes are not overly concerned with such matters, especially since there are more males than females. Having partners is already a blessing for the males. At that moment, Inu jovially patted Mongshuan's shoulder, exclaiming, "Good lad, you've found a partner." Upon witnessing the rarely cold Mongshuan break into a smile of happiness, Inu paused before understanding dawned upon him. Even the most stoic males warm up when they find someone special. What do you think of my suggestion? We have 2 days until we reach Qishan Mountain. Shall we travel together? All right, Mongshuan replied with a smile. How about we let the young ones become acquainted during mealtime? Inu proposed with a grin. Sounds good. After exchanging a few polite remarks, they hurriedly returned, eager to see if their dear Cici was feeling frightened. Ning Xi was not afraid in the slightest. Rather, she was filled with excitement from the gossip she had heard thanks to Helior, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Upon seeing Mongshuan return, she brightened and softly said, "Ah, Xian, you're back." Her eyes, beautifully shaped with a slight upward tilt, swept over him, and Mongshuan felt as though even the air had turned pink. A buzzing sensation filled his head as he quickly rushed over, pulling her from Huchuan's embrace and enveloping her in his own, murmuring affectionately, "Cici, I've missed you. Were you thinking of me just after being apart for a moment?" She teased playfully. Ning Xi's heart swelled with sweetness as she wrapped her arms around his neck, tenderly resting her face against his neck. "I missed you too." Before she could finish her thought, a cool, husky voice interjected, "Both of us do." Chapter 40. Ning Xi. What audacity. This is in public. And there are others nearby. Is she not ashamed? Her cheeks flushed, and she playfully pinched Mongshuan's ear, shooting him a mock glare. Given the presence of others, she refrained from speaking further. If she did, it might lead to even more risky remarks, for the creatures of this realm lacked any sense of decorum. The twinkle in Mongshuan's eyes deepened. Ning Xi, incensed, pinched him again, this time on his cheek. "Hey, why are you still smiling?" Mongshuan ceased his laughter, his emerald gaze growing profound. "All right, I want to smile." Sensing the imminent danger, Ning Xi lifted her face, offering a sweet smile. "You should smile. It looks better on you." With a look akin to a dog spotting a delicious bun, she felt a twinge of fear. The innocent Helior appeared a bit confused. "What do you mean by both of us?" Cici's third partner has been brought back by the chieftain. Suddenly inspired, she brightened. "Where is he?" Surely, they had returned with Cici's new admirer. "What person? Who is Green looking for?" Ning Xi blushed, instinctively asking, why the sudden interest in finding someone? "Your chieftain just said both of them miss you. He counts as one, but who is the other?" Helior's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Ning Xi's lips twitched, and the heat from her cheeks began to creep down her neck. He was not just one. "Isn't Green's partner Mongshuan?" As they approached, a multitude of unfamiliar males and females merged into the gathering, and Ning Xi's eyes lit up as she swiftly changed the topic. "Are those the beast men from the Silver Wolf tribe?" Green, being so eager for gossip, would surely divert attention. Indeed, Helior's eyes sparkled, and she turned to look. "Yes. The Silver Wolf tribe is primarily composed of wolf beast men. The wolves are trustworthy, and for the next 2 days, we will travel together." Mongshuan chimed in, continuing, "During our journey to Qishan Mountain, we may encounter both stray beasts and rogue beast men. Cici, please stay close to us." What is the difference between stray beasts and rogue beast men? Ning Xi obediently nodded, asking for clarification. She knew that rogue beast men were those who had been cast aside by females for their wrongdoings, marked by the beast god's brand on their faces. And they were utterly devoid of morality. She had her suspicions about stray beasts, but dared not assume. It was better to inquire directly. Huchuan's clear, melodious voice, laced with mirth, explained, "Stray beasts can be both good and bad. They have boundaries and won't harm females. However, Encountering rogue beast men, who are without limits, will likely lead to conflict. This year, there were 17 males and 3 females from the tribe attending the coming-of-age ceremony, namely Sisi, Helior, and Tendan. They were the tribe's most precious young beast men, and any misstep was unacceptable. The two tribes traveling together would serve as a formidable deterrent. Helior, filtering out what she deemed boring information, keenly grasped the key facts. Her lips curved into a wide smile as she eagerly pulled Ning Xi forward. Sisi, let's go take a look. I've heard that the males of the Silver Wolf tribe are strong and swift. It wouldn't hurt to gather a few more. 2 are even better. Ning Xi turned to glance back at Mengshuan. Xian, Helior, and I are just going to check ahead. We want to wander off.
All right.
Mengshuan replied nonchalantly, reclining against a large tree, casually crossing his legs and raising an eyebrow as he watched Ning Xi not far away. Mengshuan, why are you stopping me? Huchuan asked, surprised at the arm blocking the way. Hearing this, Mengshuan subtly withdrew his hand and replied in a casual tone, Sisi is shy. If we are nearby, she might feel embarrassed. She has a preference for good-looking individuals, and since this is a rare outing, I want her to enjoy herself without interruption. Huchuan had barely settled when he noticed a male staring intently at Ning Xi, his gaze filled with a strong sense of aggression. Frowning with concern, he kept his eyes fixed on that direction, ever ready to intervene and protect Ning Xi should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Sensing something, Ning Xi suddenly turned her head to glance at Huchuan. Their gazes met. With a faint smile gracing her features, her delicate features seemed to come alive, radiant and captivating, making it hard for anyone to look away. In that moment, Huchuan thought she outshone the sun itself. He beamed widely, mouthing the words, I love you, Sisi. Ning Xi tilted her head and formed a heart shape with her hands towards Huchuan, replying love you. She then turned back to continue listening to Helior's gossip. Helior's eyes sparkled with excitement as she grasped Ning Xi's hand, pointing ahead eagerly. Look, that's her. She also came of age this year and has over 30 suitors. Her cave is always filled with visitors. Age 30? Ning Xi gazed incredulously at the strikingly beautiful figure exuding an aura of cold restraint, a queen whose desires were few and far between. You heard it right, it's indeed 30, she exclaimed. Look, didn't someone just enter? I've heard that many come and go from her abode daily, even during the daylight hours, with scarcely a moment of respite. Ning Xi remarked, something seems off. Do you see that male over there with the crimson ears? She continued, he is a fox, and he is quite foul-smelling. Don't be deceived by his beauty. The odor intensifies during mating. Oh, very well then, Ning Xi replied, a hint of guilt creeping in as she touched her nose. Having felt a fleeting flutter of attraction moments ago, who would have thought that a male fox with such captivating features would carry such a pungent scent? Ning Xi had assumed that Huluer had brought her along to scout for potential partners, only to discover that they were merely gossiping instead. She marveled at how much Huluer knew about the rumors surrounding the Silver Wolf tribe. In modern terms, she was undoubtedly a chosen paparazzi. A gentle breeze swept by, bringing with it a refreshing chill. Ning Xi stretched languidly, and as she tilted her head back, she suddenly locked eyes with a pair of ruby-like irises, startling her. Was there someone in the tree? It was a youthful male, his strikingly handsome features tinged with the innocence of youth, his gaze sharp yet exuberant. He bore an untamed wildness, unmistakably formidable. Noticing Ning Xi's gaze, he flashed a broad grin. Ning Xi, responding politely, returned a slight smile before quickly averting her gaze. Tugging at Huluer's sleeve. Let us return to the group. We should eat something before we set off. Adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, she guided Huluer away from the evidently intimidating youth. All right, let us go, Huluer exclaimed, rising from her seat with a pat on her backside. Did the little female smile at him? He raised an eyebrow in surprise, captivated by the soft, lovely profile of the little female, her fair skin tinged with a hint of pink, and her slightly fragile silhouette. Truly beautiful. Though undeniably attractive, she appeared rather frail, giving the impression that she seldom had her fill. Wouldn't she faint from walking? Chapter 41. The two teams converge. When the main group located their resting place, they halted to recuperate, preparing to resume their journey the following day. The wind rustled through the branches, revealing a vibrant tapestry of green. The youthful males, clad only in animal skin skirts, busied themselves in the clearing before the cave, setting up a bonfire and placing thick animal hides for the females to sit upon. They then guided the females to the side, with Huluer and 2 Dand arriving early, comfortably settling among several unfamiliar females. Spotting Ning Xi, they waved, Shi. Come sit with us. Ning Xi's fox-like eyes curved into crescent shapes as she tied her hair into a high ponytail. Adorned in a silver-white outfit made from python skin. With a gentle smile, she greeted Luer Dan, who Luer felt her heart melting at the sight, generously patting the space beside her, inviting Ning Xi to join them. All present were young females preparing to take part in the coming bonding ceremony, and upon witnessing Ning Xi's unique and beautiful attire, their eyes lit up in unison. As Ning Xi took her seat, she was immediately showered with compliments. The conversation revolved around her stunning clothing, and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. After a long journey filled with tension, Meng Xian felt a flicker of fatigue as he pinched his brow, his handsome features betraying a hint of weariness. The voices of the females praising Ning Xi filled his ears, and an imperceptible smile tugged at the corners of his lips as his gaze, laden with affection, settled on the obediently smiling Ning Xi. Suddenly sensing something, he turned his attention to another mountain peak, his emerald eyes brightening as he stood, observing Ning Xi herself. He refrained from interrupting, quietly approaching Hu Chuan. Keep an eye on Shi. I'll check the other side of the mountain. Understood. On the opposite mountain, a young male of exceptional bone structure and refined demeanor suddenly sneezed. Ning Xi had briefly stepped away when she learned that Meng Xian had left for a while. Upon returning to her seat, she felt somewhat unsettled without him, a sense of insecurity creeping in, amplified by the presence of so many strangers. The females, noticing her discomfort, gathered around her, chatting animatedly to uplift her spirits. Shi, your hair is so beautiful. Your eyes are stunning too. I think your outfit is the most beautiful of all. The vocabulary of the beast world was somewhat limited, with the word beautiful being repeated ad infinitum. Soon, the young males, having completed their tasks, took a break and gathered closely around the females' bonfire, a veritable horde of walking testosterone. With so many people present, Ning Xi felt a twinge of nervousness. She glanced back at Hu Chuan, gaining a sense of reassurance, and then bowed her head to eat quietly. Her demure demeanor while eating drew the attention of Ning Xi, who concealed his racing heart with a smile. His eyes glinting with determination as he licked his lips and murmured, "Little female, it seems we meet again." Suddenly, a large hand appeared before her. Accompanied by Hu Chuan's clear voice, Shi, have something to eat. Ning Xi arched an eyebrow, taking a bite of the fish meat Hu Chuan had grilled for her. The fish was succulent and melted in her mouth. Delicious. Enjoy it if you like. There's more. Thank you for your hard work. As they chatted while eating, the females soon finished their meals, and the males began to perform. Two young males from rival tribes displayed their strength before the bonfire, vying for the favor of a particular female. The raw power on display ignited Ning Xi's excitement, her heart racing at the sight of well-defined muscles and the intoxicating aura of masculinity emanating from them. It was truly a visual feast. She watched with delight, unaware that a confident young male had emerged from the crowd, striding towards her with an air of arrogance. Behind Ning Xi stood Hu Chuan, who immediately spotted the approaching defiant youth, but chose to remain silent after a moment of contemplation. She has too few suitors, he thought. While it was encouraging to see males pursuing her, he would intervene if she showed disinterest. Ning Xi remained oblivious to all of this, her attention drawn to the abundance of fruits laid out in front of the females, among which was a peculiar fruit resembling a banana. Its appearance was similar but exceedingly large, shaped oddly like a heart formed by the intertwining of two fingers. Are bananas in the beast world so romantic? She mused, glancing at it discreetly. Almost immediately, someone handed her one. This is a yellow heartfruit, a specialty of the eastern continent. A melodious voice filled with youthful exuberance reached her ears. In the next moment, the young male's warm fingertip brushed against her hand, causing her to startle and instinctively retreat. The fruit in his hand slipped from his grasp and fell at her feet. Eni chuckled, bending down to retrieve it, his sun-kissed, smooth cheek brushing against her hand resting at her side. How careless, she thought momentarily, only to look down and find herself staring into a pair of crimson eyes, her heart racing as she straightened up. Zombies. The sight of those blood-red eyes sent shivers down her spine. Nearby, Luer and Tu Dan paused their eating, exchanging glances between the handsome young male and Ning Xi, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Someone is pursuing Shi, they exclaimed, clearly thrilled. This male has good taste. Let us see what he is capable of. Ning Xi, her gaze lowered to the yellow heart fruit placed on her leaf plate, politely thanked him without touching it. Upon witnessing the scene, Hu Chuan smiled knowingly. striding over with long strides. He retrieved a banana from the side, skillfully peeled it, and placed it on a pristine leaf, cutting it into bite-sized pieces with a bone knife before presenting it to Ning Xi. Gently ruffling her hair, he encouraged, "Go ahead and eat." Ning Xi's eyes sparkled with delight as she turned and nestled into his warm, comforting embrace, her voice soft and endearing. "Ah Chuan, you are truly wonderful." Inha observed the slender yet beautiful female, who was snuggling affectionately in Hu Chuan's arms. His fingers curled slightly, his interest intensifying. Soon, the plate of bananas was devoured, and Ning Xi contentedly squinted her eyes, her lips curving into a delicate smile, radiating warmth and charm. Beside them, a confident young woman, who harbored a fondness for Ning Xi, cheerfully offered her a piece of a newly presented fruit. "This one is sweeter. You should give it a try." The fruit resembled a lychee, without its skin, each piece substantial and juicy. With a friendly smile, Ning Xi replied, "Thank you, I'll taste it." Discreetly, she tucked it into her backpack, ensuring it was safe to eat before savoring it. The sweetness burst forth, and she exclaimed, quite delicious." Noticing her genuine delight, Ning Xi offered one of her oranges to the young woman. "You should try this. It has a sweet and sour flavor." "Oh, I do love to. By the way, my name is Lang Hua. You can call me Ha Hua. What is your name?" The girl appeared so delicate that one instinctively softened their tone when speaking to her.
Ha Hua.
"I am Ning Xi."
Ning?
"What a unique surname. Can I call you Cici?" The girl's curiosity was evident. "Yes, that would be fine." Ning Xi felt a slight blush creep onto her cheeks, somewhat overwhelmed by Ha Hua's enthusiasm. Observing this interaction, Inha's crimson gaze deepened. The little female donned peculiar attire, softly illuminated by the flickering campfire, which accentuated her fair skin and rosy cheeks. With her eyes half lowered, her long lashes framed a delicate visage, remnants of fruit juice enhancing her already alluring lips. His gaze traveled downwards, past her shoulders and collarbone, to her waist, subtly concealed beneath animal hide, and her slender, pale ankles. Indeed, she exuded a charming delicacy. His crimson eyes narrowed slightly as he licked his dry lips, swallowing hard, and crossed his legs nonchalantly. Abruptly, he leaned in closer, asking Cici, "Did you only bring 2 males?" Ning Xi's heart skipped a beat as she swiftly grasped his insinuation, her mind blossoming with thoughts, even feeling a tingle in her fingers. She lifted her gaze, her eyes clear and unwavering, directly meeting his. "We are not acquainted, and I dislike being addressed in such a manner.
Please call me Ning Xi."
Furthermore, the number of males I brought is not something for an unfamiliar outsider to inquire about. She had always been this way in her modern life, refusing to grant any opportunity for closeness to those she did not like. Orcs were straightforward and unambiguous, and she had been direct enough, hadn't she? Inha, highly gifted and resembling his mother, had been doted on by his family, rarely needing to exert himself in social situations. Ning Xi's forthright rejection left him somewhat bewildered. Had he been rebuffed so abruptly? How could such an exceptional male be turned down? Was the little female's judgment flawed? No, one could not refuse so bluntly. "Cici Ning Xi,
Please take a good look at me.
I am strong and formidable. I wouldn't deceive you. Would you like to see?" "Ah, how repulsive." Ning Xi's expression turned cold at his words. "I fear I did not make myself clear. I do not fancy you, and your behavior is disgusting." "How can there be such a revolting male?" Inha narrowed his eyes, a smile devoid of warmth gracing his lips. The situation was not aligning with what Helior and Tudun had anticipated. Helior frowned, her expression fierce as she spoke up, "Exactly, disgusting." Tudun, with wide eyes filled with indignation, placed her hands on her hips, exclaiming, "Yes, disgusting. You should leave quickly if you know what's good for you." The females of the Silver Wolf tribe glared at Inha. "Inha, do not go too far. Do you intend to force a female?"
Pa, shameless.
Regardless of their tribe, females banded together for warmth and protection, unhesitatingly standing in solidarity with one another, purely supportive of their own kind. Ning Xi felt a surge of emotion as she watched the females rally to her side, her nose tingling. This world could not exist without girls. Under the onslaught of the many females, Ina pressed his tongue against his molars, his voice icy. "You call me disgusting?" Before Ning Xi could respond, a light laugh echoed from behind. Hu Chuan's clear voice, infused with a formidable aura, interjected, "Little male, pursuing a mate should be about mutual consent. If a female declines, one must not persist. This is a truth known to every male, and your tenacity is rather unbecoming." As his words fell, Ning Xi found herself enveloped in Hu Chuan's embrace. He leaned down, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead. "Do not be afraid. I will handle this." With that, he positioned himself protectively in front of her. Inha's mind reeled as he absorbed the impact of Hu Chuan's words, his once stylish hair now disheveled and smoking. His crimson eyes flashed with ferocity. He would not speak harshly to a female, but to a male? That was a different matter altogether. Enraged, he retorted, "What gives you the right to speak here? Mind your own business." Before he could finish, his words caught in his throat as he beheld the 6 stars adorning Hu Chuan's chest. The little female guardian was of the 6th tier? Humph. Fuming, Inha turned and stormed away. Noticing the tremor in the female behind him, Hu Chuan quickly turned back. "Cici. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Ning Xi grasped his hand, resting it against her face, feeling a wave of comfort wash over her. She tilted her head up, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "Ah, Chuan, hug me. I feel so uneasy." Hearing her fragile and tender voice tugged at Hu Chuan's heart. He pulled her into his embrace, holding her tightly. I'm sorry, Cici, it's my fault." The warmth of his embrace enveloped her, and the security of their closeness gradually calmed her anxious spirit. Ning Xi clutched Hu Chuan's arm, her cool cheek nuzzling against his chest. "It's not your fault. Don't blame yourself. Where is Xian? I miss him." The feeling of complete dependence from her beloved stirred a warmth within Hu Chuan. His gaze drifted to her luscious red lips, and his orange eyes deepened with intensity as he swallowed hard. "Cici. I wish to kiss you." Before Ning Xi could fully comprehend his intent, his heated lips pressed against hers. Initially tentative, their kiss deepened, and sensing the sudden spark from the little white tiger, Ning Xi instinctively let out a soft whimper. Hu Chuan tightened his embrace around her, the kiss growing fervent, laced with desire. The passionate kiss lingered for an eternity, and it was only when Ning Xi felt breathless that he released her. Her legs weakened, her body feeling as if it could melt away, but Hu Chuan swiftly caught her, cradling her in his strong arms as she gasped for air. A flicker of concern crossed Hu Chuan's face. "Cici is so fragile. After officially becoming mates, will she be able to withstand 3? No, perhaps 4. As night enveloped the world in silence, the air was thick with unspoken emotions. A multitude of females slumbered within a cavern, while the males, transformed into their beastly forms, stood sentinel at the entrance.
Suddenly,
a majestic white tiger among the pack was startled, darting into the thicket, soon followed by the haunting howls of wolves echoing in the distance. The males stationed at the cave's mouth did not flinch, their composure unwavering. Only the followers of Hu Lu'er and Tu Dan exchanged knowing glances, silently steeling themselves, ever prepared to rush to aid at the sound of a familiar cry. It was only after the wolf howls had subsided that they felt secure enough to lay down once more. The following day, Ning Xi rose groggily from her makeshift grass nest. Upon noticing several females still asleep beside her, she momentarily struggled to grasp her surroundings. Blinking, she instinctively opened her backpack and retrieved a tooth-cleaning fruit to chew. Gazing at the adorable icon of the fruit, paired with the gratifying figure of 1500, she felt a sense of accomplishment swell within her. After swallowing the fruit, a refreshing clarity enveloped her. She squinted with delight and stretched leisurely before stepping outside. The moment she emerged from the cave, she caught sight of the cold-faced python, Xian, sewing a pair of small undergarments, and a smile unexpectedly graced his features.
"Cici.
You're awake? My apologies for returning late." Upon hearing his familiar voice, Ning Xi's eyes sparkled, and she trotted toward him, exclaiming, "You're back." Chapter 43. This is an enigmatic, beastly world. Don't run. Upon witnessing the charming female rush toward him, Xian hastily tucked away the bone needle and the half-sewn fabric, advancing swiftly to catch her. "You silly thing, didn't you see the needle in my hand? Such tender skin. A cut would surely bring tears to the poor little one." "Ah, Xian, I missed you," she replied, nestling into his embrace, an overwhelming sense of security washing over her. She tilted her head back, beaming. "What were you doing just now?" The image of him coldly sewing clothes reminded her of a long-standing internet meme about a stern face washing undergarments. Ning Xi chuckled at her own thoughts, her arched brows and eyes brimming with sweet satisfaction. Tiger Chuan, carrying a platter of roasted meat, observed this tender scene, feeling a pang of envy, yet predominantly joy. Xian held a special place in his heart for Shi. Her happiness was paramount. Catching sight of the radiant young man standing a short distance away, Ning Xi's eyes brightened. She extricated herself from Xian's embrace and took his hand, approaching. "Ah, Chuan, What us for breakfast? As her words left her lips, the warmth of a large hand grasped her other, their fingers intertwining. The contrasting sensations of warmth and coolness offered her a similar sense of safety. Albeit with a hint of shyness, there was a thrill in the air. Looking into her expectant eyes, Tiger Chuan leaned in and placed a gentle kiss by her lips. He then retrieved 2 oversized wooden bowls from his space, setting them on a nearby flat stone. With a radiant smile, he announced, "Today, we have stir-fried onions with meat and a pan-seared moose steak. I've added some crushed red chili. Do try it, Xi." He recalled how delighted she was whenever she indulged in spicy food, despite the tears it would often bring forth. Such an adorable sight, like a mischievous little cub, one can't help but want to spoil her, he mused. Observing Ning Xi settle down, Tiger Chuan produced a pair of small chopsticks and 2 larger pairs, arranging them neatly before removing the cover from the dishes. The tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, instantly captivating Ning Xi's stomach, which rumbled in response. Blushing, she quickly devoured the meat that Xian had offered her. It was salty, spicy, fragrant, and succulent. Her eyes gleamed with delight. "Ah, Chuan, this is delicious. Eat more if you like. There's plenty," he replied, his eyes sparkling. Witnessing the one he cherished savoring his culinary creation filled him with immense joy. "What shall I prepare for Xi at noon?" The sun, one large and one small,
continued its ascent in the sky.
Curiously, Ning Xi shielded her eyes with her hand, squinting upward. One sun was its usual size, while the other appeared significantly smaller. "Is it farther away?" She pondered, marveling at the wonder of it all. "This is indeed a remarkable beastly world," she reflected. "What is she looking at?" Hu Lu'er, rubbing her sleepy eyes, approached, munching on a couple of tooth-cleaning fruits. "The sun," Ning Xi replied. Hu Lu'er eyed the sky with skepticism. "What is so fascinating about the sun?" "Just enjoying the view." She beamed, moving closer to Ning Xi, her eyes sparkling. Xi, let me tell you. That bald-headed fellow from last night got a good thrashing from someone lost 2 teeth. Hee, what a kind soul." The 2 males nearby stiffened, their ears perked up at the mention of that name. Ning Xi felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, furrowing her brow as she rubbed the back of her hands, grasping Xian's hand for comfort. The familiar chill of his skin against hers soothed her. She raised an eyebrow, her tone buoyant. "That is quite amusing. I wonder which brave hero did that." Both Xian and Tiger Chuan exhaled in relief simultaneously. Hu Lu'er settled down to eat, and Ning Xi gestured for her to sit beside her. Her partner instinctively began to prepare food. "What about Dan?" She went to relieve herself. "Be careful. It's hot, spicy, so fragrant."
Hu elu excellent, I absolutely loved chili.
Seeing the females of their household enjoy their meal, Hu Lu'er's followers set up a fire beside Xian, retrieving the freshly cleaned meat and borrowing some chili from Tiger Chuan. They had stored a significant amount of onion, ginger, and garlic, and although they hadn't yet stockpiled chili, they were eager to prepare the meat using the methods they had learned from Xian. Soon, the intoxicating aroma spread far and wide. "What is that delightful smell?" Even the tooth-cleaning fruit pales in comparison. The gradually awakening females, lured by the scent, clamored to their partners for something delicious. Before long, Dan had just taken her seat when a throng of admirers surrounded her. Noticing the source of the enticing aroma in the hands of several male guardians, she gulped, inching closer to Ning Xi. "What kind of meat are you eating? It smells incredible." The scent tickled her nose, a delightful sensation, making her mouth water.
"Ah,
I can hardly contain myself." Ning Xi smiled gently at the females who had aided her the previous day. "It's just ordinary moo beef, but prepared in a rather special way. Please join us." Hu Lu'er nodded in agreement, gesturing for them to sit. Come. My males can prepare more for us to share." She appreciated the assistance of these females from yesterday and felt a fondness for them. Dan, thoroughly enjoying her meal, couldn't bring herself to pause, nodding enthusiastically. Yes. The elegant and poised female commanded, "You lot, process the fresh catch for Xi's males, and the rest can go hunting. Bring back the pelts and fur. We shan't dine for free." "Understood." The males moved with alacrity, borrowing some onion, ginger, and garlic, and soon began to roast the meat. Initially clumsy but quickly finding their rhythm. Before long, the aroma intensified, enveloping the area. "Wow, this is truly delectable." The large-eyed female savored her meal, tears of joy streaming down her face. Ning Xi handed her a cup of water, and after her partner tenderly wiped her tears away, she chimed in sweetly. "That's just the chili flavor. You might not be accustomed to it the first time. With a gentle push, he nudged the leaf devoid of chili peppers toward her, saying, "You should try this one. It's not spicy." She recalled having seen somewhere that a runny nose after consuming chili indicated an allergy. The female, in perfect harmony, picked up a piece and placed it in her mouth. As she chewed, her eyes suddenly sparkled with delight, exclaiming, "Oh, beast god, this is absolutely delicious. Such a brilliant mind must have conceived this marvelous dish. It is so fragrant." Hu El proudly lifted her chin, declaring, "Of course. It was our Shi who came up with it." How impressive! Listening to the chatter of the females, Ning Xi felt elated, consuming far more meat than usual. Hu Chuan, noticing the sparkle in her eyes as she absorbed their conversation, instinctively picked up a piece of meat and savored it in small bites. His heart swelled with joy. Shi had already devoured her fifth piece. He needed to hasten and prepare more. A glimmer of amusement flashed in Meng Xian's eyes as he deftly sliced the meat, showing considerable patience towards the males learning to barbecue. The females, engaged in lively conversation while eating, soon became quite familiar with one another. From behind a distant tree, a curious figure observed Meng Xian being called away. Raising an eyebrow, he boldly looked over and spotted Ning Xi sitting beside an array of delectable food. His eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed in a vibrant, youthful voice, "How fragrant! This female's admirer, I have already claimed." Without a word, just the mere scent made his mouth water. He could hardly fathom the happiness of someone who consumed such delightful foods every day. Unbeknownst to Ning Xi and her companions, they were blissfully indulging, somewhat overstuffed. Nature called. And having consumed too much water, she glanced at the happy females around her. She quietly leaned in to whisper something in Hu Chuan's ear, to which he nodded in agreement. Behind them, the sly wolf-like figure of Ning Xi stealthily followed. Chapter 44. So alike, it is difficult to bear. Surrounded by towering trees, the lively sounds from afar were crystal clear. Ning Xi bit her lip, her face flushed as she said, "Ah Chuan, turn around, don't stray too far." Previously, it had always been Ah Xian accompanying her, whose formidable strength allowed him to protect her from a distance. She had never faced such an embarrassing moment before. For the sake of safety, she had to cast aside her modesty. Hu Chuan cautiously circled around, ensuring no danger lurked nearby, before smiling and saying, "Shi, go ahead. I won't look." Ning Xi, blushing, ran to the base of a large tree, quickly resolving her physiological needs. Using a piece of animal hide to wipe herself as she lifted her skirt. Looking at her hands, she raised her head and called out, "Ah Chuan, I need to wash my hands." "All right, I know of a small stream not far from here. I'll take you there. It's close. And a male from the tribe is guarding it, so there will be no danger." Hu Chuan affectionately ruffled her long hair, lifting her effortlessly and settling her on his arm. Without looking back, he hurled a bolt of lightning at the soiled piece of animal hide, instantly reducing it to ashes without a trace. At that moment, by the stream, a resplendent butterfly fluttered its wings delicately, landing gracefully on the green leaves of a giant tree by the water's edge. Closing its eyes, it spoke in a deep yet clear voice, "It is so peaceful here." Just as it finished speaking, the sweet, gentle voice of a female approached, quickly stopping beneath the tree. "Ah Chuan, it's so cool here. Let's fill some water to take back."
All right.
The butterfly, lowering its gaze, noticed the small female's momentary surprise. Such a delicate creature? Exquisite and ethereal, she appeared fragile, as if a mere gust of wind could shatter her.
Poor thing.
He did not let his overwhelming power lead him to be indiscreet, quickly withdrawing his gaze. He flitted away, inadvertently resolving the presence of a lurking male. Ning Xi caught a glimpse of the beautiful butterfly, her eyes brightening, but before she could examine it further, it vanished. She blinked in confusion, wondering if she had just imagined it. "What's wrong, Shi?" Hu Chuan asked, noticing her fixed stare at the tree, smiling. "Nothing." Ning Xi quickly washed her hands. "Ah Chuan, let's head back." "Okay." On their return, they coincidentally encountered Meng Xian, who had come searching for them. Once reunited, a grand procession formed, with the two tribes setting off in unison. The silvery serpent's tail slithered gracefully, swiftly wrapping around Ning Xi's slender waist, placing her atop its head, encased in a protective shield. "Shi, hold on tight." Ning Xi nestled against the coolness of the serpent's head, giving it a gentle kiss before sitting upright. "Ah Xian, I'm ready."
All right.
As soon as he spoke, Meng Xian slid forward, merging into the safest position within the ranks. Ning Xi held the large fruit Hu Chuan had given her, cradling it with both hands as she took small bites. Her lively eyes curiously surveyed the procession ahead. Each female had at least one giant serpent by their side. Uncertain if they belonged to different species, Ning Xi felt that her own looked the most pleasing. From atop an eagle's back, Hu spotted Ning Xi and hopped onto her serpent's head, patting it as she caught up. With a spirited wave towards Ning Xi, she called, Shi, would you like to try the yellow heart fruit? I have plenty stored. Hearing her voice, Ning Xi glanced to her right, where the girl's radiant smile accompanied a beast world version of a large heart-shaped banana. Upon noticing her gaze, Hu waved the banana toward her. Go ahead, Hu, eat it. I don't like yellow heart fruit. Peeling it is too much trouble.
So, I prefer not to.
A faint smile tugged at her lips. The fruits of this world truly appeared whimsical, presenting themselves as if to express affection. The orc who named them surely possessed a romantic spirit. Beside them, Dan observed the scene with a hint of confusion, unable to fathom why Ning Xi did not enjoy the soft, sweet fruit. Tilting her head, she thoughtfully redirected the conversation. Shi, after pairing up, where do you plan to go? Females had fewer opportunities to venture out compared to males. Typically, after the coming-of-age ceremony, they would travel with their partners for a period. This duration varied. Some females would only be away for a few days, while others might travel for years. Hu's mother often roamed for extended periods, returning only briefly when it was time to give birth. Upon hearing Dan's voice, Mang Xian's heart skipped a beat. This was something he had not mentioned to Shi, as he had intended to send her out, but had omitted discussing matters that a partner should consider. He initially planned to finalize Shi's third partner before bringing it up. Would Shi be upset? Ning Xi did not appear angry. She was merely a bit anxious. Where to? This was something Xian and the others had not disclosed, leaving her completely in the dark. Continuing to feign amnesia seemed implausible, especially since she had already consumed several of the colorful crystals. By now, she should have fully recovered. She remembered Dan's love for conversation and her strong desire to confide. Ning Xi arched an eyebrow, contemplating. I haven't decided yet. What about you, Dan? True to form, Dan eagerly opened up. Me? I want to visit the Western continent. I've heard it's warm during the winter. I plan to experience that winter, and then return. Hu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she joined the conversation. I've heard there are beautiful mermaids there whose tears turn into glowing pearls when they cry. I want to see that. I also wish to visit the southern continent. It's so hard to choose which to visit first. Upon hearing this, Dan's eyes widened with curiosity. What is there in the southern continent? Hu leaned in with a mysterious grin, mouthing the words with a breathy tone. I've heard there are snow monsters there. They sing and look quite similar to humans. I wonder if they can form partnerships. Are the snow monsters entirely made of ice? If Suha were to find a partner, would summer intimacy not be quite refreshing? Is that truly the case? Your words have stirred a longing within me. Rabbit Dan, caught up in excitement, nearly tumbled from the serpent's head. Her companion, quick-witted and agile, deftly flicked his tail to steady her, his melodious voice gently indulgent as he remarked, If Dan wishes to go, let us all partake in some merriment. During the coming adulthood ceremony, Dan shall gather several formidable partners, ensuring she faces no fears wherever she ventures. Listening to their conversation, Ning Xi gradually grasped the essence. This was indeed the beastly world's version of a honeymoon. However, did mermaid tears truly transform into pearls? And what of the snow creatures? Are they mere snowmen? A flurry of questions swirled in Ning Xi's mind as she gazed at the two chatting females. Time slipped by swiftly in their engaging discourse. Unbeknownst to them, 2 days had passed, and the main group had entered the vicinity of Chishan Mountain. The number of beastmen noticeably increased, with some tribes participating in the ceremony, while others formed groups to peddle their wares, alongside a handful of solitary wandering beasts. The males grew increasingly vigilant, never straying far from their partners. It was common for each female to be flanked by at least 2 males for protection. The tense atmosphere weighed heavily on Hu Chuan. He feared unforeseen mishaps and worried about his ability to safeguard Ning Xi. Each hunting expedition left him anxious, concerned that without his presence, the formidable serpent Xian might struggle to manage alone, leaving Ning Xi vulnerable. One day, while Ning Xi indulged in an afternoon nap, Hu Chuan stealthily approached Serpent Xian for a conversation. His expression was grave as he inquired, Where's the male you sought? Chapter 45, a novel use for crystal stones. Serpent Xian paused in his meat-roasting endeavor, his emerald gaze flickering momentarily as he lifted his head. his cool voice resonating with clarity. He will arrive before the awakening ceremony. His light green eyes gradually deepened with emotion. What he did not reveal was that the individual's arrival was indeed certain, but it was for the sake of the fruits. He had failed to persuade the individual. Both threats and enticements had fallen short, and confrontation was beyond his means. While he contemplated selecting other males, he realized that upon learning of the newcomer, all other candidates seemed inadequate, unworthy of Xi. Yet that was of little consequence. He understood that upon meeting Xi, that fellow would undoubtedly take a liking to her. Hu Chuan furrowed his brow, casting a skeptical glance at Serpent Xian, an instinctive sense of something amiss nagging at him, though he could not pinpoint it. Surely, it was merely his overactive nerves. Upon awakening, it was already the following morning. At the base of Qishan Mountain, within the exclusive tree hollow designated for the Changshan tribe, Ning Xi savored a rare restful slumber. The adulthood ceremony occurred annually, and participating tribes possess their unique tree hollows at the mountain's foot. As she chewed on a cleansing fruit, feeling warmth enveloping her abdomen, a smile graced her lips as she stepped out of the hollow. Her gaze fell upon her two companions at the entrance, diligently working on animal hides. One was tall and strikingly handsome, with silvery hair cascading naturally, his pale skin appearing almost ethereal under the sunlight. The other sported a neatly cropped hair of white-brown gradients, youthful and brimming with vigor, exuding a charming innocence. How delightful! They were both hers, and entirely legitimate. Ning Xi's lips curved upwards as she approached with light steps. "Are you crafting garments?" Hu Chuan, his eyes bright and cheerful, rose to embrace her waist and guided her to a wooden platform, laying down a hide cushion. Xi. "Please sit. Are you hungry?" Serpent Xian, his hands never ceasing their tasks, turned his calm gaze towards Ning Xi, always adorned with a smile. "I'm preparing several thick garments for you. Not knowing where you may wish to go after bonding, I will make 2 sets for each season to store." Observing the delectable spread of stir-fried onions and meat, grilled fish, and neatly rolled lettuce with beef, Ning Xi nodded appreciatively. "I'm starving. It all looks so delightful. Thank you for your efforts." The lettuce, difficult to store, would wilt even under protective coverings after half a day. Yet the vibrant leaves on the table were freshly picked that morning, a testament to her companion's quiet labor behind the scenes. How could one not be moved? "Why aren't you eating, Xi? Would you like some water?" "I found a patch of flowering plants with honey while hunting today." Hu Chuan, his smile radiant, retrieved a bamboo cup from his space, filled it with water, and delicately added honey. Stirring it carefully, he held it up to Ning Xi's lips, anticipation glimmering in his eyes. "Would you care to taste?" Ning Xi's smile widened as she responded sweetly, "Of course." As she took a sip, the refreshing floral sweetness enveloped her senses, prompting her to tilt her head back in delight. "Delicious. I adore it." Suddenly remembering something, she exclaimed with joy, "I have a jar of honey in my space. You and Xian should try it too." That jar was a gift from Green Air, kept in her backpack and forgotten until now, revealing such a delightful taste. She resolved to experiment with more culinary delights to share with them in the future. "Certainly, I shall give it a taste." Serpent Xian set down the hide, lazily rising to his full height, striding over with long strides. Without warning, he bent down to align his gaze with hers and kissed her. Moments later, Ning Xi let out a soft murmur, and Serpent Xian, noticing her difficulty in breathing, promptly released her, placing a piece of blue crystal in her mouth. Watching her breathing gradually stabilize, he exhaled with relief, softly uttering, "Quite sweet." As those words left his lips, Serpent Xian's eyes flickered with realization. This crystal seemed to possess special properties. No rush, he would explore its potential gradually. Ning Xi, with her alluring fox-like eyes, gazed at him, feigning a fierce glare, though her charm rendered her harmless. Hu Chuan chuckled at her expression, akin to a kitten with claws out, appearing fierce yet utterly innocuous. Unable to resist, he leaned closer and playfully pinched her cheek, the softness of her skin making it hard to let go, though he restrained himself, releasing her after a gentle squeeze that left a faint blush upon her cheek. After a brief moment of silence, Hu Chuan, puzzled, examined his hand, noting the calluses had multiplied. "Look at what I've done to Xi, he pondered. Should I not care for my hands? What if, during bonding, I inadvertently hurt her? The image of such a scenario caused him to shake his head vigorously. No. I cannot allow Xi to be harmed. Thus arose the dilemma, how to explore without causing harm. A thought struck him. Crystals. Xi, come, have a yellow crystal. Ning Xi, perplexed, looked up just as he offered her a piece, the yellow shadow disappearing into her mouth before she could question. It dissolved instantly, leaving her unable to expel it. Ning Xi's eyelids fluttered, casting a reproachful glance at Hu Chuan. I'm perfectly fine. Do not waste it. Having just consumed one from Xian, another seemed excessive. Though it boasted benefits for beauty and longevity, she felt youthful and in good health, deeming it wise to reserve it for emergencies. Not wasted, Hu Chuan observed as the redness faded from Ning Xi's face, returning to its usual fair complexion. And he grinned broadly. I've found the solution. The meal concluded swiftly, and it was time to prepare for the ascent. The two males moved with remarkable efficiency, having finished all tasks by the time Ning Xi enjoyed her fruit. Serpent Xian surveyed their temporary dwelling, ensuring no traces of other females lingered, before turning to Ning Xi. Xi, it's time to go. With a practiced flick of his cool tail, he coiled it around her, lifting her gently onto his head, and jumped down to join the ascending group. After bonding, this place would no longer be necessary. The entrance would be sealed until the arrival of the next batch of females. The weather remained sweltering, yet the gentle breeze stirred by Serpent Xian, coupled with the wide mountain path, made Ning Xi's journey relatively tolerable. Perched atop the great serpent's head, she curiously surveyed her surroundings. The towering Qishan mountain pierces the clouds, with a mountain range radiating from its core, presenting a continuous expanse of majestic peaks as far as the eye can see. Before long, they reached the summit, which appeared as if it had been effortlessly flattened, the sheer face extending into an endless horizon. Ning Xi cast her gaze downward, observing the path they had traversed now obscured by thick layers of cloud, enveloped in ethereal mist. For a fleeting moment, she felt as though she had ascended to the heavenly realm. This thought made her breath slightly labored. She placed the red crystal, which she had been holding in her hand, into her mouth. Having never ventured to such heights before, she feared the onset of altitude sickness might impede the ritual. Hence, she had grasped the crystal tightly since they were halfway up the mountain. After consuming one, perhaps due to a psychological effect, she felt her breathing ease and her vision clear significantly. Dan, filled with excitement, pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Green air!" Xi looked quickly. There lies the square for tonight's awakening ceremony. Following her gesture, Ning Xi's eyes fell upon an ancient altar. The altar stood tall, constructed from massive stones, each etched with enigmatic patterns that wove intricate tales of the ancient and mysterious. The top was flat, adorned with animal bones and enormous fangs. Surrounding the altar were unevenly stacked blue stone steps, sprawling over an area that could easily accommodate a football field. The atmosphere was imbued with solemnity and grandeur. As Chapter 46 unfolds, Ning Xi and her companions arrived at the square, where numerous females curiously surveyed their surroundings under the protection of their partners. Surrounded by a throng of beastmen, Ning Xi nestled closely within Meng Xian's embrace, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Having spent such a long time here, it was her first encounter with so many beastmen. The square likely housed over 10,000 individuals. Each female was surrounded by numerous males. Ascending further, they beheld the striking sight of dozens of burly men encircling a single female. Upon noticing Meng Xian's approach, the men sensed the overwhelming aura of a high-ranking beastman. Their gazes sharpened, instinctively shielding the voluptuous and beautiful female within their midst. Meng Xian offered no glance, tightening his hold on the petite female in his arms as he calmly proceeded. Only upon seeing the female in his embrace did the burly men relax, inwardly relieved that such a formidable male was already claimed. Otherwise, with his popularity and strength, what chance would they have with the females? After surveying the scene, Ning Xi felt her enthusiasm wane. Hu Chuan, perceiving her lack of curiosity, promptly suggested, Xi, would you like to go play? Over there. There's an orchard with particularly delicious fruits that only bear fruit a few days before and after the opening of Qishan Mountain. Meanwhile, Meng Xian queried, are you bored? Not really, Ning Xi instinctively replied. In the presence of so many beast men, she wished to avoid creating any disturbances, opting to cooperate with their arrangements without making demands. The only request she made was to wash her hands after using the restroom, a display of her understanding and thoughtfulness that tugged at one's heartstrings. Xi, there's no need to fear. You can always talk to us about anything, Meng Xian said earnestly, his deep green eyes radiating unabashed affection. Those eyes, often veiled with indifference and aloofness, only revealed warmth in the presence of a select few, and Ning Xi was the singular exception in his 25 years of existence. Hu Chuan, belatedly realizing the situation, expressed concern, bending down to cradle her face as he said, Meng Xian is right. She should feel free to make requests or express her dissatisfaction. It's understandable that you might have felt wronged all along. He had been puzzled by the sense that something was amiss, but could never pinpoint what it was. The revelation that she had been suppressing her feelings left him filled with self-loathing. Unsure of how to proceed, he instinctively retrieved a fruit from his space to offer her. Would you like to eat some fruit? Hu Chuan presented a sliced yellow heart fruit toward Ning Xi's lips. For some reason, he found joy in feeding her, and witnessing her sweet smile after eating filled him with happiness. Ning Xi gently turned her head, evading the food at her lips, and with a hint of helplessness, replied softly, I've eaten quite a bit already. I can't eat any more. You and Xian enjoy it. Noticing her continued obedient demeanor, Meng Xian pinched the bridge of his nose, the corners of his lips curling up slightly as he let out a melodious sigh. Shi, could you try to gradually trust us? His seemingly helpless yet indulgent expression brought sweetness to Ning Xi's heart. When one feels an overwhelming sense of security, it is only natural to become a little spoiled. She lifted her chin playfully, her voice sweet as she hummed, How am I to know whether you can be trusted? Despite her words, she understood that in the world of beasts, partners were unconditionally trustworthy. The lovely females, barring any unforeseen circumstances, were also deserving of trust. However, she had grown accustomed to a lack of security since childhood. Her parents were indifferent, her grandmother aged, and having matured early, she seldom troubled her grandmother with her emotions. She had learned to be restrained and self-sufficient. As her words faded, a handsome face suddenly loomed closer, its intense gaze piercing through to her. Ning Xi instinctively stepped back, her pupils constricting as her heart raced. Xian. Shi, Meng Xian's calloused hand cradled Ning Xi's face, his fingertips gently tracing the delicate contours of her alluring eyes. His voice, laced with a husky timbre, whispered, After the coming-of-age ceremony, I will show you. As his words echoed in her mind, a vivid image of a damp beast hide flashed across her thoughts, causing Meng Xian to pause. She had heard rumors of a potion from the central continent that could enhance a male's abilities. Should he inquire with Lan, who hailed from the super tribe of the central continent? Ning Xi's eyelashes fluttered, her face flushed with embarrassment. How infuriating! She understood immediately. Let us go pick fruits.
All right.
After listening to heartfelt confessions and declarations of loyalty along the journey, Ning Xi lifted her gaze, her smile sweet as she met the genuine stares from both males, silently resolving to try wholeheartedly to trust them. When enveloped by love, lowering one's guard is merely a matter of time. Their destination soon arrived. The wondrous fruit trees grew precariously at the edge of a cliff, a place where only the most confident males would dare to bring their partners. Hence the absence of others. The air was saturated with the intoxicating aroma of ripe fruit. Ning Xi slid down from Meng Xian's embrace, her bright eyes curiously surveying the fruit trees. These trees were not tall, resembling those of the modern world, and the fruits appeared to be the size of ordinary apples, their vibrant red hues tantalizingly inviting. Ning Xi felt a surge of joy. When she was in high spirits, she longed for affection.
Action.
I'm here. Hug me. With a light and buoyant step, Ning Xi turned and leaped into Meng Xian's arms, wrapping her limbs around him without reservation, pressing her body against every inch of his skin like a parched traveler encountering water in the desert. The sun blazed in the sky, its warmth unrelenting. Meng Xian felt his heart skip a beat as her soft, warm body pressed against him with the gentlest of touches. Ning Xi, like a cat discovering catnip, rubbed her face against him, her cool nose tracing along the contours of his muscles as she sighed contentedly. Xian, you smell so good. Meng Xian's throat was parched as he replied, I didn't pick any flowers today. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a tall figure. His green gaze flickered, and he leaned down to kiss the top of Ning Xi's head, his voice deep and melodious. Shi, let us go pick fruits. Ning Xi let out a delicate hum, reluctantly squeezing into his embrace before finally departing with satisfaction, declaring, I am going to pick the largest fruit. With that, she beamed and dashed ahead. Meng Xian's gaze deepened, and he swiftly seized the eager Hu Chuan, subtly signaling him with a glance, his voice barely above a whisper. Guard the entrance. Hu Chuan, taken aback, responded with confusion. He's coming. Meng Xian's voice grew even softer. Hu Chuan instantly comprehended, his face breaking into a broad smile as he leapt excitedly. Cece's partner dilemma is resolved. Before arriving, he had heard Meng Xian mention that the enigmatic and formidable male visited annually to gather fruits. They merely needed to facilitate a meeting between Cece and him. With Cece's charm, who could resist falling in love? Without a second thought, he sprinted toward the entrance. Observing Hu Chuan's swift departure, Meng Xian chuckled softly, shaking his head in amusement. He then stretched his long legs and leaned against a large tree. Chapter 47. I will take responsibility for you. Upon seeing Ning Xi again, and noticing Meng Xian by her side, Dai Lan felt a surge of anticipation. Is this the little female he spoke of? If it is her, a partnership might not be out of the question. A gentle breeze swept by, carrying the increasingly sweet scent of fruit. Ning Xi glanced back at Meng Xian, feeling somewhat reassured. She obediently arched her brows and gazed up at the apples within reach, finally spotting fruits reminiscent of those in the modern world. In high spirits, she began to hum a tune, her melodious voice causing a male in the distance to pause momentarily, sighing inwardly, how enchanting. Meng Xian furrowed his brow, lost in thought as he gazed ahead, suddenly struck by a realization, his fingertips gently tapping. As Ning Xi prepared to pluck an apple, her vision suddenly elevated as a gentle gust of wind lifted her. With a startled exclamation, she recognized the familiar aura and sighed in relief. The sensation of weightlessness was exhilarating. Is this a Xian's wind ability? A broad smile spread across Ning Xi's face, her eyes sparkling. She had always been prone to anxiety, avoiding thrilling activities in the modern world. Was a roller coaster akin to this? Delightful. She turned her head, her voice soft as she playfully urged, Xian, hurry up. All right, Meng Xian replied, carefully enveloping her in a protective gust of wind, transporting her directly into the arms of a male clad in a blue and white gradient robe. No one noticed the barely perceptible smirk that graced the male's lips. The two collided unexpectedly.
Ah!
Ning Xi gasped, her pupils dilating. It was too close. Her skin was almost aflame with her condition. Their chests pressed together, their noses nearly touching, the distance a mere breath away from a kiss. Dai Lan blinked slowly, his heartbeat momentarily stalling before inexplicably accelerating. This strange, unprecedented feeling was far from unpleasant. He stepped back, steadying her arm. Are you all right? His melodious voice rang out. Ning Xi instinctively looked up, her eyes widening in surprise as she inhaled sharply. He was the epitome of grace. The man before her, clad in a long robe, was tall with long legs, short raven hair, and pale, misty eyes. His prominent nose and exquisite bone structure exuded an air of refined aloofness, a unique charm coupled with striking looks. Ning Xi's heart raced, and she softly reassured, I'm fine. Oh no, she seemed to have fallen in love once more. Dai Lan gazed at Ning Xi, feeling as though her delicate eyelashes were brushing against his heart, provoking a delightful itch. Up close, she appeared even more breathtaking, captivating to the point of evoking a sense of protectiveness. Noticing the shift in his emotions, a bright spark flickered in his eyes. He quickly concluded that he was fond of her. With newfound clarity, Dai Lan smiled and released her arm, his voice melodious and soothing. I am Dai Lan. My beast form is a butterfly, an 8th tier ice elemental, and I am 29 this year. As he spoke to Ning Xi, his gaze naturally settled upon her. Under the scrutiny of those beautiful, light-colored eyes, Ning Xi felt somewhat overwhelmed, her palms becoming clammy and familiar tingles coursing through her skin. Dai Lan observed her charming demeanor, his fingers curling slightly, his gentle and radiant eyes fixed upon her as he softly remarked, Do not fear. My affection for you is my own affair. And you are free to decline. As he casually lowered his gaze, he inadvertently revealed the image of Ning Xi's silhouette etched upon his robe's chest. From her angle, Ning Xi caught sight of it, her pupils widening in astonishment as she blurted out, I will take responsibility for you. Dai Lan paused for 2 seconds before breaking into another smile. All right, thank you. Truly, how endearing. His eyes sparkled with warmth, his demeanor exuding elegance and gentleness.
Dilan.
The Orchid's Lawn. Such a lovely name. And he is indeed handsome. His powers are remarkable. What window did God close to grant him such blessings? Can I hold your hand now? Ning Xi barely registered his words, nodding without hesitation. Yes, that's fine. As he tightened his grip, Ning Xi came back to her senses, instinctively raising her gaze to meet his smiling eyes and his exceptionally handsome face. She felt her cheeks flush hotter, both anxious and embarrassed, reluctant to release his hand. Her arm began to tingle, an overwhelming itchiness setting in. Is something wrong? He inquired. No, nothing's wrong, Ning Xi replied, one hand grasped tightly while the other remained firmly in his grasp, forcing herself to remain composed. I really want to know, I can't. She bit her lip, her alluring fox-like eyes beginning to redden at the corners as she struggled to maintain control. Dai Lan observed her fragile state, feeling a pang of sympathy in his heart. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and Mang Xian snatched Ning Xi into his embrace, gently stroking her slender back. "Cici, are you feeling unwell?" Dai Lan's grip faltered, his heart seemingly hollowed out. He looked at the little female clinging tightly to Mang Xian. "Xian, what's wrong with her?" "She's having an episode. From now on, when she feels anxious, I will hold her close immediately. It will pass soon." Mang Xian's voice was cool, yet slightly hoarse. He speculated that after formally becoming partners, deeper communication might help her feel more comfortable. "All right, I will remember that." Dai Lan's gaze softened as it returned to Ning Xi. Ning Xi nestled against Mang Xian, her peripheral vision catching sight of the exceptionally poised Dai Lan, which heightened her nervousness. "Xian, can you hold me a little tighter?" "Of course." Mang Xian bent down, lifting her by the armpits, his pale lips pressing toward her rosy ones. Before long, Ning Xi's gaze became dazed. A soft, indistinct sound escaped her lips, and Dai Lan nonchalantly shifted his gaze, contemplating her fondness for fruits as he gathered a few more to place in his space. After sharing a kiss and collecting the fruits, Hu Chuan remained diligently stationed at the entrance. The person before him was his beloved little sister, and he would not budge an inch, fearing that Ning Xi's third beast husband might be interrupted. Hu Luer, hands on hips, her round eyes glaring fiercely, shouted, "Brother, let me in. I want to pick fruit." The beast god understood that her partners had gone to great lengths to bring her here to taste the legendary fruit that only ripened once a year on Qishan Mountain. Who would have thought that after such an arduous journey, she would be blocked at the entrance by her own brother? She wanted to gather more to share with Cici and Dan Dan. Speaking of which, where was Cici? Hu Chuan paused momentarily, then suddenly broke into a smile, recalling to ask, "I didn't realize you could be so fierce." This smile dissipated the anxious furrow between his brows, infusing him with a rebellious, carefree air. Helior's eyes sparkled with mischief as she leaned closer and whispered conspiratorially, "Is Cici inside with the clan leader, frolicking in the grass? Such refined taste. Perhaps I shall refrain from disturbing them. Let us just sit here for a while." Hu Chuan offered no explanation, merely smiled and remained silent. But when he turned his gaze inward, his brow instinctively knitted once more. Behind him, Helior's eyes gleamed with cunning as she playfully waved her small fist, leaping up to gesture at the back of Hu Chuan's head. Noticing the movement behind him, Hu Chuan chose to ignore it, his eyes lighting up with surprise as he spotted Ning Xi, exclaiming, "Cici, you brought out the three-beast husband." Chapter 48, The 8th Level Butterfly. Helior, brimming with joy, exclaimed, "Brother, you said Cici went in search of the three-beast husband? That's splendid. Cici has gathered enough males for tonight." As Ning Xi approached, she heard Helior's exuberant voice and turned to meet her bright, curious gaze. A blush crept onto Ning Xi's cheeks. "How long have you been here, Helior?" Helior, a natural chatterbox, was unable to contain her excitement and dashed over, seizing Ning Xi's arm while her inquisitive eyes scanned the unfamiliar, pink-eyed male. "Not long. You're doing great. He is quite handsome and worthy of you."
Who will you sleep with tonight?
"My brother, the clan leader, or the newcomer." Ning Xi retorted. "Do I not have any dignity? Please, don't say more." Seeing Helior's increasingly outrageous remarks, Ning Xi's face turned crimson, and she attempted to cover Helior's mouth. But her height of 1.7 meters was entirely overshadowed by Helior's impressive 1.8 meters and athletic prowess. With a mischievous grin revealing her small tiger teeth, Helior continued, "It must be my brother. Our tiger timing is just right, while the python's is too prolonged. Sister, you must be quiet. At this rate, I'll be mortified." An idea struck Ning Xi, and she swiftly retrieved several red apples from her space, stuffing them into Helior's arms. "Helior, here, try these. They're delicious. They're so good and crunchy." Crunch, crunch. Helior wasted no time taking a bite, her eyes lighting up as she devoured the apple with remarkable speed. Once she finished one, her curiosity surged anew as she gently nudged Ning Xi with her elbow. "Cici, what is your new follower's beast form?" Ning Xi glanced at Dai Lan, who was tall and slender, engaged in conversation with Mang Xian, his profile perfectly framed in the half-light. His long neck, finely sculpted nose, and perfect jawline exuded an ethereal quality akin to the morning mist, evoking an indescribable sense of detachment. Seemingly aware of her gaze, Dai Lan turned and smiled back, prompting Ning Xi to instinctively smile in return. Dai Lan's heart fluttered, For the first time, he felt sweetness could indeed describe a person, and his smile broadened. Ning Xi quickly averted her eyes, her face flushed, feeling an odd sensation as if his glance had pierced her heart, a fatal blow. Internally, she was in a frenzy, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness! So handsome, so handsome, so handsome! Mine, 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 mine!" Catching a glimpse of Hyue's sparkling eyes, Ning Xi was momentarily stunned before quickly regaining her composure, a smile gracing her lips. "His beast form is a butterfly. Butterflies are beautiful."
What?
"A butterfly? Isn't that rather weak? Can he manage?" Hyue gasped, a hint of disdain flickering in her eyes. Suddenly, she felt he was unworthy of someone as splendid as Cici. One cannot judge a mate solely by appearances. A handsome exterior is futile if it lacks utility. The beast world is fraught with danger. A male lacking in strength cannot protect a female unless she remains within the tribe for life. No, Cici wouldn't he understand. She must speak up. "Cici, he is inadequate." Before she could finish, Ning Xi quickly interjected, fearing Hyue might voice something too extreme. "He is quite formidable, possessing an 8th level ice ability." Knowing Hyue as she did, Ning Xi realized that if she did not intervene, Hyue would likely suggest that a butterfly beast man was insufficient and that Ning Xi should seek another. They would be family henceforth, and certain words, once spoken, could lead to embarrassment in future encounters. Hyue was a friend she cherished, and Dylon was also someone she wished for. Observing the little female as soft praise, Dylon instinctively covered his chest, feeling a tender sensation in his heart, as if something had lightly brushed against it, making him feel warm and achingly sweet. 8th level, Hyue exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. Huchuan, somewhat exasperated, cast a glance at Hyue before walking over to cover Ning Xi's ears, leaning down to kiss the top of her head. His lips brushed against her slightly flushed ear as he whispered, "Cici, is it too noisy?" Ning Xi, feeling a tickle in her ears, shrank her neck and smiled, shaking her head. "No, she is quite adorable." Hyue's straightforward nature was genuinely pleasant to be around, and Ning Xi found great joy in it. Hyue grinned broadly, revealing her teeth. "I knew Cici was amazing. 8th level, even stronger than your clan leader. Once Cici bonds, she can go anywhere." Hyue was genuinely happy for Ning Xi, her smile unwavering, a sense of pride swelling within her. "My sister is super impressive." Night soon descended. The bright moonlight enveloped the square. The beastmen ignited small bonfires in groups according to their tribes. Clan leaders took turns stepping onto the stage to present offerings, while the massive bonfire in the center of the altar burned without flames. The flickering light illuminated the devout faces of the beastmen. Ancient incantations echoed in the night sky, seeking strength for the tribe's young males. Suddenly, the flames on the altar flickered, enveloping all the blessed youths within, an immense, invisible power surging into their bodies. Ning Xi murmured, "How wondrous! Does the god of beasts truly reside in this sacred mountain?" It must be true. The youths receiving blessings on stage appeared spirited, and Ning Xi immediately spotted Huchuan, whose bright smile and handsome features captivated her. Their eyes met from afar, each exchanging a smile. Ning Xi thought, "So handsome, mine." Huchuan mused, "So beautiful, mine." A chill swept through as the autumn breeze rustled. The thin python skin shorts and short-sleeved attire Ning Xi wore felt rather insufficient. She had deliberately changed into ordinary clothing to avoid drawing attention. Now, the cold prompted her to bow her head and sneeze. A blue and white gradient robe wrapped around her from behind, gently enveloping her in warmth, accompanied by a faint floral fragrance. "Cici, don't fret. Your turn will come soon." He added, "May I call you Cici? I find it lovely as I heard Xian and the others use it, and I accidentally called you that earlier. I apologize." "No need for apologies, just call me Cici," Ning Xi replied. Dylon had given his robe to Ning Xi, leaving himself clad in only a makeshift beast-skin skirt. When Ning Xi turned to look, she was taken aback by his broad shoulders and narrow waist, his creamy white skin appearing smooth and delicate. Was this the legendary truth that clothing can slim you down while undressing reveals muscle? "Cici, are you cold wearing so little?" Ning Xi pointed to him, her voice sweet and playful. "You look colder than I do." They shared a smile, their gazes locked. As the ceremony progressed, Ning Xi began to feel drowsy, her head bobbing. Dylon shifted closer, cradling her head to let her rest on his lap, his cool palm gently covering her eyes to shield her from the bright moonlight and flickering flames. Chapter 49 Bonds. "Cici, Cici." Groggily hearing a sound, Ning Xi opened her eyes, 3 enlarged handsome faces suddenly appeared before her.
Ah!
Ning Xi gasped, her pupils dilating in shock. Quickly recovering, she covered her mouth to stifle her exclamation. The commotion stirred up Hu Elvier, who had been dozing beside her. She sat up with her eyes closed and began to shout as well. Ah, 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 ah. Her mouth wide open, she flailed her arms about. The surrounding scene exuded an unusual tranquility, the atmosphere notably solemn and grave, with numerous pairs of eyes fixed intently upon them. Ning Xi felt a jolt of surprise and rushed over to grasp her friend's lips, pinching them towards the center in a hurried attempt to silence her. Elvier, we're going up. Hu Elvia opened her sleepy eyes and, upon seeing so many people staring at her, widened her gaze in disbelief.
What are you looking at?
Haven't you seen a beautiful female sleeping before? Ning Xi felt a wave of embarrassment on her behalf, her cheeks flushing as she silently took Hu Elvier's hand.
Just as she was about to speak.
Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed everyone discreetly averting their gaze, apologizing in unison. My apologies, little female. We couldn't help ourselves upon hearing the noise. Yes, don't look. Don't scare the little female. With that, Hu Elvier's face brightened with a smile as she tugged Ning Xi towards the stage, her demeanor relaxed and unperturbed, reminiscent of strolling through her own backyard. Ning Xi thought to herself, how wonderful. She truly understands her status as a female. The males followed closely behind, with Meng Xian ruffling Ning Xi's hair. We'll be waiting for you down here, so go ahead and don't worry. Hu Chuan's clear voice, tinged with inexplicable excitement, called out, Shi. I'll be waiting for you to come down. Pairing. Don't be afraid, we're all here. Dai Lan gently stroked her long hair, taking off his significantly larger robe to don a matching cloak he had just made.
All right.
Ning Xi smiled obediently, following Hu Elvier and Tu Dan. Taking a deep breath, she walked confidently and leisurely towards the sacrificial altar. Behind her, an array of handsome males gathered to observe, numbering in the thousands. The female followers occupied only a small fraction. Most were 18-year-old youths attending the adulthood blessing ceremony, while others were single males acting as bodyguards, with some wandering beasts present specifically to seek companions. The phrase more wolves than prey suddenly flashed through her mind. Ning Xi discreetly surveyed the females standing beside her, forming 4 uneven rows, roughly numbering around 400. Considering this was the total count of all females reaching adulthood across the 5 continents this year, their numbers appeared pitifully small. Despite the regulation mandating one female to choose 3 partners, many males still found themselves without companions, destined to live out their lives in solitude. It was thus understandable that females held such elevated status. In the beastly realm, the males were tall, robust, and strikingly handsome. Yet they remained devoted to their partners for life, their numbers exceedingly disproportionate. If only I could send some back to my modern-day sisters. As Ning Xi grew anxious, her thoughts began to wander, fearing that if she paused, she might succumb to a yearning for companionship. The sky was devoid of clouds, bathed in bright moonlight. The wind stilled, and ancient incantations resonated from all directions around the altar. It was said that the mysterious beast men chanting the spells resided on the sacred mountain, serving as emissaries to the beast gods, their appearances unknown to anyone, only appearing briefly once a year during the adulthood ceremony. As the incantations gradually filled the air, Ning Xi soon found herself too occupied to ponder further. Radiant moonlight cascaded down in silvery beams, akin to shooting stars descending from the heavens, precisely enveloping each female upon the altar. The atmosphere instantly grew even quieter. A gust of wind surged. In that fleeting moment, a gentle warmth flowed into her body, prompting Ning Xi to involuntarily close her eyes. She felt as though her limbs and every inch of her being were tenderly cocooned, reminiscent of returning to her fetal days. Enveloped in the comforting amniotic fluid, her mother replenishing her with ample nourishment once more. Every cell within her jubilantly rejoiced, her body becoming lighter and infused with vigor. The warm sensation lingered for an extended period until the last trace of warmth settled into her dantian. It felt akin to consuming thousands of colorful crystals, her abdomen radiating warmth, when suddenly, a heat enveloped her left wrist. Ning Xi opened her eyes, glancing down to find a string of small beads adorning her wrist, each no larger than a fingernail, translucent and resembling glass. They appeared like pearls shrouded in dust, hazy and obscuring their true nature. Curiously, she lifted her hand, feeling no weight whatsoever. When she touched the beads, her fingers effortlessly passed through them, making contact with her wrist instead. Had she fallen into an illusion? Seeing this, Dan approached with a knowing smile and softly remarked, Xi, have you forgotten? You can only see it, not touch it. If you could touch it, it would be quite bothersome to wear all day. Ning Xi, a bit surprised, lowered her gaze. Only to see and not to touch? How can something that looks three-dimensional actually be two-dimensional? How fascinating. As the followers took the stage to prepare for the pairing ceremony, a melodious call echoed from all directions, and Ning Xi saw her several partners approaching. At the forefront, Meng Xian strode towards her with his long, straight legs, towering around 2 meters tall, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted. Exuding an aura of cold, ethereal beauty, his posture as upright as bamboo. His green eyes slightly lowered, his side profile distinctly chiseled. He observed her from head to toe with a gaze filled with affection, releasing a breath of relief. Hu Chuan's eyes sparkled, the corners of his handsome face curving upward in a grin that could not be contained. Striding forward with confidence, as if he were about to ascend an international award stage. At the back, Dai Lan looked over, his eyes gentle and clear. His demeanor tranquil as snow, each movement radiating exquisite beauty, a presence of nobility that could captivate for an eternity. The followers soon stood beside their respective females, and the ceremony officially commenced. What would the ceremony entail? Ning Xi nervously fidgeted with her fingers, her long lashes fluttering.
Suddenly,
a cool sensation brushed her lips as Meng Xian's kiss descended, and in that instant, it felt as if an intricate bond had suddenly woven between them. As he pulled away, he whispered, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Instantly, she felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. Ning Xi holet. Realizing that the pairing ceremony did not seem to require her to do much. Next came Hu Chuan's kiss, a fiery peck that left her lips slightly tender. An invisible bond forming anew. Xi, I love you. His heartfelt declaration echoed in her ears as they parted, lifting her spirits sky-high. Hu Chuan stepped back, and Dai Lan gently approached, bowing slightly, delicately brushing aside the strands of hair that framed Ning Xi's cheeks, leaning in to lightly touch her lips. I am very much looking forward to this. Ning Xi's heart skipped a beat. Looking forward to what? His words ignited a fluttering sensation within her, leaving her momentarily dazed even after the ceremony concluded. Chapter 50. There's more excitement ahead. Meeting the gaze of 3 profound eyes, Ning Xi's heart trembled. Who could have imagined that after 20 years of singlehood in the modern world, she would find herself married within less than half a year in the beast realm? And to 3 partners, no less. How exhilarating. Perhaps there was even more thrilling excitement to come.
I
feel a bit hungry, Ning Xi murmured, her voice soft and tremulous. Let us eat something first. Just the thought of what was about to unfold made her so anxious that she could scarcely breathe. Oh no. I might have a yearning for companionship coming on. Ah Xian, come quickly. I really need a hug right now. Before she could finish her sentence, Meng Xian swept her into his arms with a domineering embrace.
All right.
He cradled her effortlessly, sensing her tension, pulling her closer while leaning down to place a gentle kiss atop her head. In the icy embrace, the comforting sensation of skin against skin enveloped her, and Ning Xi greedily absorbed his warmth, releasing a long sigh.
Ah, Xion.
I'm here. The brief alleviation was swiftly overshadowed by a deeper yearning. She longed to be closer. A rosy hue blossomed on Ning Xi's cheeks, her gaze imbued with fragility and contentment. A flicker of concern crossed Tiger River's eyes. She was unwell again. Beside them, Dai Lan furrowed her brow. What affliction was this? It seemed more psychological than physical, a deficiency of emotional security. What had she endured? Her pale pink eyes brimmed with compassion. Regardless of her past, they would cherish and love her, ensuring her happiness and shielding her from further grievances. Dai Lan stepped forward, gently stroking the crown of her head, and softly inquired, "What would you like to eat? Xi, do you enjoy baby pig meat?" The melodious voice of the gentle breeze and bright moon reached Ning Xi's ears, igniting a blush as she shyly replied, anything is fine. I'm not picky." Tiger River's eyes sparkled as he flashed a cheerful smile at Dai Lan. "You're Dai Lan, right? Xi loves lettuce wraps with grilled meat. The meat should be marinated with ginger, and it's not difficult to prepare with some scallions and ginger. I'll teach you later." He was determined that if the food was delightful, she might eat a bit more. He had to impart all he knew to the newcomer. They would nurture Xi together. Lettuce? Ginger? Scallions? So many ingredients mentioned, and all he had heard of was grilled meat. Dai Lan's heart grew serious.
All right.
"I will learn earnestly," she replied with a gentle nod and a smile. Tiger River inadvertently caught sight of the stars adorning his chest, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he leaned in for a closer look, counting them with his gaze. There are 8. He chuckled as he playfully bumped his shoulder against Dylon, teasing, "You're quite something." Dylon laughed, arching an eyebrow. "I'm older than you, 29, yet still called a kid." This novel experience was uniquely delightful, yet not at all unwelcome. "It doesn't matter. I'm the second child and you're the third," Tiger River replied, his eyes bright. "How wonderful. We now have an 8th tier. I'm a 7th tier beastman now, so Shi's safety is absolutely guaranteed. By the way,"
He still hadn't told Shi.
Shi, I'm 7th tier. 7th tier? Ning Xi turned her head, her soft gaze directed at Tiger River, who was deliberately puffing out his chest. 7 little stars gleamed prominently there.
Wow.
"You really have 7 stars, Ah Chuan. You're amazing," Ning Xi drawled, her tone sweet and endearing. "Is the adult blessing ceremony this impressive? I hear that the higher the level, the harder it is to advance. And each tier is a monumental challenge. To go from 6th to 7th tier in one blessing, how remarkable. You're even more remarkable." Her praise made Tiger River's heart blossom with joy. He leapt into the air, bouncing twice to express his happiness. The gentle breeze wafted through, carrying the sweet scent of love. Shi, I'm off now. See you tomorrow. Oh no, perhaps the day after." Tiger Lu Air's excited voice suddenly interrupted. Ning Xi looked up to see the radiant smile of Tiger Lu Air, cradled in the arms of a tall, sun-kissed male. She watched as she playfully tugged at the green-haired male's locks with one hand while the other deftly tapped the lips of the red-haired male. Heavens! Such a grand scene was something she had never even witnessed in some modern romantic films. Unfamiliar with such sights, Ning Xi's pupils widened, only to hear the equally exhilarated voice of Tu Dan, Shi, I'm off now. Turning back, she encountered a similarly extravagant tableau. She quickly averted her gaze, her eyes darting elsewhere, spotting a somewhat familiar red-haired female with sultry eyes. Upon noticing Ning Xi's glance, she raised an eyebrow and threw a flirtatious wink. Ning Xi instantly looked away, too shy to continue staring, burying her face in Meng Xian's chest. This world was too insane, it was utterly bewildering. Burying her head like an ostrich into his embrace, she felt his deep, rumbling laughter resonate through her, the vibration sending a tingling sensation through her ears. Ning Xi stretched her long arms, clinging tightly to his neck, leaning in closer. After a moment of contemplation, she bit down gently on his robust arm, her warm lips leaving a soft, dull ache behind like a playful little creature. Meng Xian lowered his gaze to the fuzzy head resting against him, his green eyes reflecting a hint of perplexity. After observing her for a moment, he genuinely asked, Shi, what are you doing? Are you gnawing? That pressure seems insufficient. I'm biting you, Ning Xi mumbled, her words slightly muffled as she held on. Would that make it more comfortable? Then feel free to bite me. Anywhere on my body is fine. Meng Xian chuckled, affectionately patting her head, his expression full of indulgence. As long as she was happy. Ning Xi thought he must be teasing her, yet she had no evidence to prove it. One thing was for sure, tonight was destined to be exhilarating. The moonlight shone brightly, and the trees in the mountain forest were lush and vibrant. The females departed from the altar, now accompanied by their partners. The wind rustled through the leaves. Clouds drifted in unexpectedly, veiling the moonlight, and darkness enveloped the surroundings. With towering trees all around, Ning Xi blinked, finding everything around her blurred into shadowy shapes. Feeling slightly fearful without night vision, she nestled closer into Meng Xian's embrace. Are you cold, Shi? Came his deep voice from above. At the same time, warmth enveloped her back, a faint yet delightful floral fragrance wafting through, the familiar scent of Dai Lan's robe. A sudden warmth brushed against her lips, and she heard Tiger River's cheerful voice nearby. Shi, take a bite of the grilled meat. When we reach the cave entrance, I'll grill some for you and teach Dai Lan how to prepare it. Ning Xi felt a surge of warmth in her heart. She opened her mouth to take a bite of the meat and replied in a sweet, soft tone, All right, I'm not cold. It's just too dark. And with no sounds, I'm a bit scared since I can't see. In the shadows she couldn't perceive. 3 males simultaneously regarded her with expressions of sympathy and tenderness. She cannot see in the dark. How pitiful. Like the males. The females did not struggle with visibility at night. Chapter 51. In the stone bed within Meng Xian's tree hollow, a series of loud knocks resounded, and Ning Xi's vision brightened. To her delight, she suddenly regained sight. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a luminous, silver orb the size of a basketball, one on each side, illuminating a small area around her. Intrigued, Ning Xi tilted her head to examine them closely. Occasionally, tiny sparks of electricity danced across the surface, the silver light flickering as faint sounds of electricity crackled. Suspended in the air without any apparent support, they emitted light in a most peculiar manner. How wondrous!
See.
How is it? Came Tiger River's cheerful voice, causing Ning Xi to instinctively turn her head, meeting his direct, eager gaze brimming with joy. His face seemed to plead. Praise me. Ning Xi smiled, lifting her lips into a grin as she stood on her tiptoes to plant a gentle kiss on his chin, lavishly showering him with praise. My big tiger is amazing. Tiger River, in his excitement, couldn't help but exclaim, there's even more impressive stuff coming up. He had prepared for this moment since the day he first laid eyes on Xi and had been eagerly anticipating it ever since. As soon as he finished speaking, the pupils of Meng Xian beside him instantly transformed, the deep emerald slits fixated intently on Ning Xi, who could sense his anticipation. Under the scrutiny of such profound gazes, Ning Xi's heart trembled slightly, a hint of panic washing over her. What could be more formidable? Without needing to articulate it, she understood all too well, suddenly recalling something. Her voice quivered as she inquired, You too? You won't be joining me at the dining table, will you? Join you at the dining table? I'm curious, Hu Chuan replied. Meng Xian's gaze darkened. Do you enjoy dining together? Dai Lan chuckled softly. I'm fine either way. I'll follow Xi's lead.
No. Separate.
Ning Xi hastily waved her hands. Do not fear. We all care for you. The beast god protects females. No one can compel you to do what you do not wish. Dai Lan observed her anxiety and comforted her with a gentle tone. Upon hearing this, Ning Xi released a sigh of relief, her bright eyes gazing at him with gratitude. Under the moonlit sky, when she was placed on the stone bed within the tree hollow, Ning Xi was still somewhat taken aback. Was it really this swift? The journey back seemed to have been halved. She recalled the trip there had felt interminable. Hu Chuan curiously crouched by Ning Xi's legs, playfully pushing her robe off her shoulders, poking at the translucent orb with intrigue. How fascinating. Is this what will infuse with a soul later? I wonder what it will be like. Will the white tiger appearing on Xi's wrist be imposing? It must certainly be magnificent. Meng Xian shot a glance at Hu Chuan. Let us eat first. I'll go hunting. Dai Lan smiled, willingly taking on the hunting task as a newly inducted member, eager to showcase his abilities. Ning Xi caught Dai Lan's smile, momentarily dazzled, her eyes sparkling with admiration, silently marveling at how someone could possess such beauty. Noticing her gaze, warmth ignited in Dai Lan's eyes, his light pink irises shimmering like stars, clear and serene. With a gentle smile, he said, Xi, wait for me. I shall return swiftly. Ning Xi felt her heart race under his gaze, her ears, cheeks, and neck flushing with warmth. Feeling somewhat flustered, she blinked, her brows softening as she replied tenderly, All right, please be careful. Yes, I will. Watching his elegant figure disappear from view, Hu Chuan excitedly dashed out, swiftly transforming into his beast form. Xi, I'm going to dig for ginger. I'll collect plenty. No sooner had he spoken than the large tiger vanished from sight. Meng Xian reached out, intertwining his fingers with Ning Xi's, his deep, melodious voice laced with a hint of danger. Who is more handsome, him or me? Ning Xi was momentarily taken aback by his question, quickly regaining her composure as she offered a sweet smile, leaning softly against him. My Xian is the most handsome. Indeed, whoever is asked is the most handsome, she affirmed, and she was not wrong. Each one was indeed exquisite. All were the best. Ning Xi reassured herself, comfortably nestled in his embrace, quietly listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat, observing the obedient and soft female in his arms. Meng Xian felt his heart soften immensely. How could his little darling be so beautiful? Contemplating what was to come, his green eyes deepened with intensity. Ning Xi consumed her dinner unusually quickly. After all, with 3 pairs of predatory eyes watching, no one could eat comfortably. Are you full, Xi? Meng Xian leaned closer, his long, strong hand resting lightly on her abdomen, gently squeezing. His brow furrowed slightly. You've hardly eaten. Your stomach is empty. I'm full, really, Ning Xi protested softly, blushing as she moved his hand away, looking up at him with her lively, fox-like eyes. She couldn't possibly feel full. Her nerves had left her appetite non-existent. Meng Xian wrapped an arm around her waist, his fingertips brushing over her lips, his voice deepening. Xi, it's my turn to eat.
Xi.
We're waiting outside the cave. Hu Chuan exclaimed excitedly, leaping to the cave entrance, his bright eyes sparkling as he called to Dylon.
Come out. Dylan smilet.
Glancing at Ning Xi, Shi, I'm outside. Just as they stepped out, cool, soft lips pressed down on Ning Xi's. Meng Xian's prominent nose brushed against her own, a wicked, enchanting laugh escaping him. Shi, I'm about to begin. As soon as the words left his lips, his cool fingertips began to lift the animal hide. His hands seemed to possess an innate guidance. Ning Xi's heart skipped a beat as her gaze met his. Filled with a possessive intensity and deep emotion, his stare unwavering and fervent, as though he wished to see through her very soul.
Wait.
We shouldn't engage in vigorous activity after a meal. It could upset your stomach. Ning Xi grasped his pinky, blushing as she leaned closer to whisper in his ear. I need a bath.
All right.
She quickly took a thorough bath. Ning Xi did not refuse any longer, turning to lie back on the stone bed. Her watery, fox-like eyes looking up at Meng Xian. The air seemed to freeze, and Ning Xi raised her hand, gripping his arm. Her eyes radiating both indulgence and a timid apprehension. Such an overt hint was instantly understood by Meng Xian. He swallowed hard, unveiling the massive animal hide to lie down beside her. In the tree hollow's grand bed, the fur shifted, and soon, animal pelts adorned the head of the bed. A short while later, half of one lay on the ground beside the bed. Hearing her stifled sobs of complaint, he sighed in resignation. What was he to do if his partner found him too large? Such matters were beyond his control, after all. The moonlight softly spilled through the cave entrance. On the stone bed, the animal hides shifted. The following morning, Ning Xi remained asleep. By noon, she awoke. That night, she continued to sleep. Happy times always seemed to pass swiftly. In the blink of an eye, another morning arrived, and Ning Xi's eyelids felt heavy. Her mind still muddled from sleep. Meng Xian is so peculiar. What should I do if I like him a bit? She pondered. Am I the more peculiar one? Chapter 52. I suggest you cultivate this interest. Is it my turn? Is it my turn? Just as Meng Xian had finished bathing Ning Xi and dressing her in new clothing and fresh animal hides, he heard an excited voice urging from the cave entrance. His eyes darkened, the forest green depths narrowing. Noticing Hu Chuan had quieted down, Meng Xian lowered his gaze, feeding Ning Xi 2 blue crystals. Watching as the alarming red marks on her skin vanished in an instant, his brow relaxing. With eyes full of tenderness, he matter-of-factly retrieved a blue crystal from his face, washed his hands, and placed one into her mouth. Noticing his long, strong fingers, Ning Xi immediately abandoned her own actions. No, she would feel pain. After a moment of contemplation, he extended his slender, pink, forked tongue, skillfully wrapping around a blue crystal and slowly bending down. His entire being was soft as silk. The moment Ning Xi consumed the crystal, she felt an overwhelming sense of ease, comfortably rolling over with a sweet smile as she drifted back to sleep. Meng Xian raised his head, dark currents swirling in his eyes, extending his tongue to lick his lips before striding out of the tree hollow, lowering his voice. Be quieter. She is sleeping. Hu Chuan, feeling wronged, exaggeratedly covered his mouth, peeking inside. The beast god knew how difficult the past 2 nights had been for him. Finally, after waiting for them to finish, she had fallen asleep again. He wasn't so deranged as to engage in anything at that moment. He merely wished to check on her condition. Sensing his thoughts, and recalling Ning Xi's delicate appearance upon her recovery, Meng Xian decided to share his findings with the other 2 males. A cool, hushed voice narrated softly, explaining that consuming crystal stones could heal the bruises and red marks on Cici, and that these stones would not inflict any harm upon her body. Hu Chuan's eyes sparkled with realization. I have discovered it too. How splendid. This means that as long as we have an abundance of crystal stones this winter, I shall diligently excavate the fierce beast's crystal stones. Dylon's gentle gaze flickered with understanding as she recalled the colorful crystals she had amassed over the years in her space. A soft smile graced her lips, her eyes seemingly illuminated by moonlight. The clarity of her pale pink irises deepened slightly. Excellent. They would all be reserved for Cici. Ning Xi remained oblivious to the fact that her 3 partners were contemplating how to utilize the crystal stones for her benefit. Awakened by her cravings, Ning Xi drowsily opened her eyes to the gentle sunlight filtering through the cave entrance, which felt rather pleasant. She attempted to sit up, but, alas, found herself unable to do so, not due to any physical discomfort, but rather a profound psychological fatigue, while her body felt surprisingly light, devoid of any unpleasant sensations. For some inexplicable reason, she simply wished to remain lying down. Xian's sweet and soft voice was utterly enchanting. Startled by his own voice, Ning Xi abruptly opened her eyes. Awake? Meng Xian swiftly entered the cave, supporting her with one hand and offering her a cleansing fruit to eat. Ning Xi shot him a flushed glare. The certain python had not left the cave for an entire night.
No, it seemed to be 2 nights.
Do you wish for water? Lan and the others are roasting meat. We shall have a meal shortly.
Mang Suen tenderly assisted her to sit upright.
Retrieving a bottle of water he had prepared earlier and bringing it to her lips. With her cheeks flushed, Ning Xi leaned against his sturdy arm, lowering her gaze as she sipped the water. Do you desire fruit? Not really. Ning Xi raised her glistening fox-like eyes, her expression pure and innocent, with the slightly upturned corners of her eyes tinted with an enticing red, resembling a fragile and helpless little rabbit. Meng Xian's heart quivered. Her delicate and bewildered gaze pierced through to his heart. Had he perhaps teased her for too long? He would be more cautious next time. He explained that it was said that consuming sweet treats could elevate one's mood. I don't want fruit. I want meat. Very well. Meng Xian's gaze fell upon the mate mark on his chest, resembling Cici, yet distinctly different, and found it inexplicably adorable. Ning Xi. That is the Ning Xi version of a Q-style anime avatar. Has Cici awakened? Came the bright voice of Hu Luer from outside, immediately followed by Hu Chuan's quiet response. She just woke up. She may sleep again, so keep your voice down. All right, I shall lower my voice. Ning Xi hurriedly dressed. Her spirits lifted as she stepped out of the cave. Luer, is there something you need? As her words fell, she beheld the radiant Hu Luer, her enchanting eyes sparkling with joy, clearly flourishing in her surroundings. While Ning Xi observed Hu Luer, the latter was also looking at her. Seeing her complexion, now more vibrant than before, Hu Luer exclaimed, Cici, your complexion looks splendid. Have all 3 eaten? How impressive. I can barely manage 2 before feeling overwhelmed. Ning Xi's face flushed crimson, feeling a pang of self-loathing for her quick understanding. Her eyelashes fluttered shyly, her smile imbued with bashfulness. No, just a Xian. Hu Luer swiftly approached and placed a fruit in Ning Xi's hand. This is a gift from a female from the West Continent. Cici, give it a try. Peel it and eat. As a chill touched her hand, Ning Xi instinctively looked down, discovering an orange-red, palm-sized round fruit, its nature a mystery to her. She habitually stowed it in her backpack. Mango. Soft, glutinous, and sweet.
Ah.
It's a mango. Ning Xi. Her eyes widening in delight as she eagerly retrieved the mango from her backpack. Meng Xian, stepping closer, took the fruit and began peeling it with ease, soon returning it to Ning Xi's hands. Ning Xi offered him a sweet smile, then divided the fruit in half, presenting a piece to Hu Luer, revealing her fair, beautiful face as she beamed. Thank you, Luer. I adore little fragrant mangoes. Hu Luer promptly took the fruit and chewed it a few times before swallowing, watching as her partner approached to clean her hands. With excitement, she exclaimed, No need to thank me, Cici. After a moment, her gaze shifted to the few males maintaining their distance. Hu Luer leaned closer to Ning Xi, lowering her voice. Cici, in these past few days, has it only been your family leader? No one else? Ning Xi observed Hu Luer's expression, reminiscent of a close friend eager to share gossip. Glancing over at Meng Xian and the others, relieved to find that they were not paying attention, she leaned in slightly, her eyes wide with curiosity. No, I lack the courage for that. Luer, what about you? It's quite impressive. A model for our generation, she added, her fear palpable. Hu Luer inched closer, her voice dropping even lower. It's all right not to have the courage now. That can be cultivated gradually. Cici, I suggest you nurture this hobby. It's quite joyous. As her words fell, the 3 males from Hu Luer's family exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Meng Xian and the others fell into contemplative silence for a moment. Suddenly, a piercing cry from an eagle beast man echoed from outside, sharp and soaring, as if the sky had been rent asunder by talons. Meng Xian immediately rushed over to cover Ning Xi's ears. Upon hearing the message conveyed from outside, his gaze turned icy, his dark green pupils narrowing into slits. Hu Chuan, go investigate, but do not stray far. Understood. Noticing Meng Xian's serious demeanor, Ning Xi's heart tightened as she sat up and grasped his hand. Xian, what is happening? Chapter 53. The eagle cares for its chick. The 2 males stood up almost simultaneously, positioning themselves protectively around her, while Hu Luer was similarly shielded by her partners. Don't be afraid, Cici. I am here, Dailan said, gazing into Ning Xi's bewildered eyes with gentle reassurance. Everyone, please remain calm. Let us wait for news from Chuan. With that, Meng Xian held Ning Xi tightly, his deep green eyes scanning the distance, betraying no emotion. Qishan Mountain is a sacred place where the annual coming-of-age mating ceremony takes place, and every year, there are rogue beast men attempting to abduct females. This year, however, it seems a rogue beast has been the one to seize a female. Rogues are typically free-spirited and enjoy independence. They are not inherently malevolent and are no different from other males. Therefore, they are not looked down upon, and occasionally, a female may choose a powerful rogue beast. However, the occurrence of a rogue beast attempting to abduct a female is indeed unexpected. Meng Xian's expression grew somber. Do not fear, Cici. Stay close to a Chuan and Lan. All right, Ning Xi nodded obediently. In this critical moment, all she could do was cooperate. A sharp, urgent cry pierced the air once more. The males instantly shifted into their beast forms, becoming vigilant. Suddenly, Ning Xi found herself ensconced in Meng Xian's cool serpentine tail. Her perspective elevated as she realized she was now perched upon the back of the white tiger. A Chuan has returned? Before Ning Xi could comprehend the situation, she heard Meng Xian's serious voice. I will go and take a look. I shall return shortly. With that, Meng Xian left her with those words, swiftly disappearing from view. Watching Meng Xian's departing figure, Ning Xi clutched the sturdy tiger fur beneath her legs. Lowering her gaze, she caught sight of Hu Chuan's sharp claws emerging from their pads, while Dielon's translucent, colorful wings refracted rainbows in the sunlight. Brother, what has happened? Hu Luer inquired. What is going on? Ning Xi toed. In a fit of indignation, Hu Chuan flicked his tail and then turned to gently nuzzle Ning Xi with his plush head, having just witnessed a female being abducted by a stray beast. Such audacity. Taken from her bed, no less. They certainly know how to seize the moment. Both Huliuer and Ning Xi spoke in unison. What? Do the strays wish for death? Huliuer's expression darkened, her fury igniting. What? Strays are stealing females? Ning Xi furrowed her brow, perched atop the white tiger's back, her worry evident. Dielon, having completed her aerial reconnaissance, gracefully landed on Ning Xi's shoulder, whispering words of comfort. Fear not, she hasn't fled far. We can catch up. The female will be safe. The unintentional softness of her voice brought solace. Ning Xi exhaled deeply, her gaze fixed ahead. At that moment, at the foot of the mountain, Mongshuan convened with the leaders of various tribes, accompanied by a cadre of male guards, to deliberate on a strategy. An elder leader proposed. We cannot allow these stray beasts to succeed. We must rescue the female. The crowd erupted in righteous fury, echoing, Yes. Let us reclaim the female. Slay the strays. Rescue her. Their fervent roars resonated far and wide. Ning Xi exchanged glances with Huliuer, the sun hanging high in the sky, the wind in the forest growing stronger. Yet the heat remained mild. Ning Xi lowered her gaze slightly, peering down towards the mountain base, where she could vaguely discern numerous beastmen figures. To her astonishment, when did her vision become so keen? Cici, came a voice from Huliuer, tinged with an unclear emotion. Ning Xi turned in confusion, only to be met by Huliuer's bright orange slit pupils, her heart jolting at the sight. What's wrong, Green? Slit pupils. What emotions do they signify in a cat? Huliuer gritted her teeth. The more I think about it, the angrier I become. I wish I could beat that beast man who abducted the female to death. It's outrageous. If he likes her, he should pursue her. Why resort to such barbarity? She resolved then and there to despise strays from this day forward. Hearing Huliuer's passionate declaration, Ning Xi felt a pang in her heart and softly spoke. I understand your concern for her, Green. We must trust that everyone will bring her back safely. Let us not act impulsively. Let us wait for news together, shall we? Without powers. A female venturing to save another would be akin to sending a meat bun into a pack of dogs, likely to be devoured by feral beasts. Tracking the strays' trail proved not challenging. Their footprints and the damaged vegetation were clearly visible. Mongshuan, preoccupied with thoughts of the little female at home, exhibited unparalleled scouting skills, proving formidable in battle, dispatching the stray beasts with ruthless efficiency. The beastmen worked in seamless harmony, ultimately cornering the strays and rescuing the unperturbed female. Just as Ning Xi awaited anxiously, a cheerful eagle's cry echoed, followed by jubilant cheers from the mountain base. Ning Xi's eyes brightened. Have they returned? Let us go see. Before Huliuer could finish her sentence, she transformed into her beast form and leapt forward with agility. Ning Xi patted the tiger's back. Let us follow, Green. Along the way, Ning Xi felt an unsettling sense of forgetfulness until she encountered the excited rabbit Dan at the mountain's foot. Rabbit Dan glanced at the vibrant butterfly perched on Ning Xi's shoulder, momentarily captivated, before politely averting her gaze to Ning Xi. Cece, I heard Green say you've acquired a remarkable butterfly beast man. Congratulations. It was then that Ning Xi remembered her oversight. She had forgotten about her new companion. With a sideways smile, she replied gently to Rabbit Dan. Thank you, Dan. The sun shone brightly, the midday air fresh and invigorating, lifting spirits considerably. After exchanging a few words with Rabbit Dan, they noticed Hyliur returning, brimming with mystery. Grabbing both Ning Xi and Rabbit Dan, she urged, Quick, come see the commotion. Ning Xi and Rabbit Dan exchanged amused glances, chuckling at Hyliur's unmistakable curiosity. As Hyliur tugged them along with fervor, Ning Xi blinked curiously and followed her lead. In adulthood, aside from running the 800 meters, she rarely engaged in such spirited activity, but found it quite enjoyable. Soon, they broke through the throng and entered the encircled area. Ning Xi immediately spotted Mongshuan, tall and imposing among the other leaders. His expression severe, yet his gaze enchanting, his long limbs exuding an extraordinary presence. Noticing Ning Xi's gaze, Mongshuan looked over, a slight smile curving his lips, akin to an ice mountain thawing, radiating warmth.
Look.
That red-haired female is the one who was abducted by the strays during mating, Hyliur exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. She continued, I heard her beast form is a clucking chicken. Her cries were so loud that the nearby strays thought she was being mistreated and came to her rescue. Can you guess what happened next? Hyliur raised her brows, teasingly, withholding the answer. What happened? Ning Xi and Rabbit Dan were about to respond when a snowy white squirrel head suddenly intruded, its innocent, clear eyes blinking curiously at Hyliur. Chapter 54. Hyliur's Insecurities.
Who are you?
Get away. Hyliur gasped, dramatically clutching her chest and glaring at the intruder. Why are you being so fierce with me? The little squirrel responded in a soft voice, tilting its head in a somewhat accusatory manner. A hint of guilt flickered in Hyliur's eyes. I'm sorry if I startled you. I speak like this out of habit. It's nothing personal. Please don't take offense. No offense taken. But can you continue? What happened in the end? The little squirrel's eyes sparkled with excitement, its gossip-loving spirit ignited. Before Ning Xi could intervene, the two young females, as if they had found kindred spirits, embraced each other and delved into the gossip. Ning Xi arched her brows and smiled softly. Girls are truly delightful. As Hyliur animatedly recounted the tale, she gestured passionately. Little did they know it was all a misunderstanding. That heroic stray was an eagle beast man, a 6th-tier lightning type, more formidable than all three of her mates combined. And, just like that, she brought the stray back. Observing Hyliur's envious expression, Ning Xi found herself at a loss for words. Ning Xi offered, That's good. The female is safe. She blinked, glancing at the red-haired elder female who leaned against a golden-haired male, her nose slightly flushed as she whispered something. She appeared quite aggrieved. Ning Xi's brow furrowed, and a hidden sympathy stirred within her for the red-haired female, silently cursing the unreliable males involved. Though they meant well, such sudden events could be distressing for females. Just as she finished her mental tirade, the couple before them began to kiss publicly, the sound crackling in the air. Ning Xi averted her gaze, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. What is this? If you're not embarrassed, then it's others who are. Suddenly, she recalled advising her roommate back in modern times, who, despite her beauty and good family background, would cry in the dormitory after every breakup. The girls rallying to comfort her and curse her scoundrel ex. Yet, the next day, she would reconcile with him, leaving the girls feeling like fools. Since then, Ning Xi had refrained from saying much. There's a saying, respect others' destinies. The sun shone brightly, and the birds chirped joyously. Before long, Ning Xi witnessed a scene she would never forget. In a sudden surge of excitement, the male transformed to a towering 3-meter-tall golden eagle, radiating a dazzling array of golden sparkles. The little female nestled closely against him, rubbing her face against his. In an instant, as she tilted her head back, she morphed into a chick. Help! Ning Xi screamed internally, her mind racing with chaos. This insane world. The eagle affectionately captured the chick in its grasp, bestowing kisses upon it. Ning Xi felt her worldview shatter. Were they not simply pecking at each other? It seemed inevitable that their beaks would break. People often appear busily preoccupied during moments of awkwardness. Ning Xi neatly tucked her bangs behind her ears, gently biting her lower lip as she glanced at her shoes. Then shifted her gaze to her hands. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a brilliant bead, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. What could this be? She lifted her wrist to inspect it closely. Among a string of grayish, translucent glass beads, one stood out, a dazzling, pristine green gem, reminiscent of jade. As if dust had been swept away, it mirrored the faint, joyful hue of a Xian's pupils. Intrigued, Ning Xi delicately pinched the bead with her fingertip, only to find it insubstantial, her fingers passing through. Yet the bead underwent a transformation. Within the translucent, pale green sphere, a magnificent silver python coiled up, seemingly in slumber. Is that a Xian's beast form? Ning Xi murmured. In the next moment, she witnessed the giant python open its eyes, revealing chilling yet enchanting green irises, beautifully fierce, breathtakingly stunning. It was indeed a Xian. What is she looking at? A deep, melodious voice inquired. Ning Xi, filled with delight, looked up and raised her wrist, exclaiming as Xian, "Look, it's right here." The python lowered its gaze, observing the delicate, fair wrist adorned with beads, pondering how long it would take for them all to turn colorful. His green eyes remained fixed on her face as he bent down to take her hand, pressing a kiss upon it. "It's me. Do you like it, Shi?" "I like it very much," Ning Xi replied earnestly, nodding, her happiness palpable. A Xian extended his long arm, pulling her into his embrace, gently caressing her porcelain-like cheek. His softly tinted lips brushed against her forehead, and in a husky voice, he said, "As long as you like it, I will find you more in the future." A series of rumbling sounds emanated from Ning Xi's stomach, and her face flushed crimson. Shi is hungry. Let's go back and eat." Hu Chuan, with a bright smile, lifted a Xian's hand away, effortlessly cradling Ning Xi in his strong arms, lifting her with ease. This was not the first time he had held her. Her weight felt almost negligible, despite the reality of her form. His orange eyes fixated curiously on her chest, brimming with bewilderment. The intensity of his gaze made Ning Xi instinctively bite her lip. After a prolonged moment of a stare, she playfully twisted her hand at his waist and pouted. "Don't stare. I'm hungry. Let's hurry back."
All right.
Hu Chuan snapped back to reality, a broad grin spreading across his face as he effortlessly placed Ning Xi onto his back with one hand and leaped lightly. Such strength. Ning Xi's eyes widened in astonishment. Clinging to his shoulders, she mused that with his immense strength, the foreman must be thrilled to have him around for heavy lifting. Tossing her around felt as effortless as playing. After their meal, a Xian once again stuffed a few crystal stones into Ning Xi's mouth and, gazing at her, said, Shi, once we truly bond, a profound connection will form between us. I will sense any danger you may encounter, no matter where you are. This is paramount. So, would you consider bonding with Hu Chuan? Just a moment ago, Ning Xi had been enraptured by his words about the beads. But now she felt her nerves tighten as she covered her waist, forcing a somewhat pitiful smile.
Now?
Right now? She had no intention of refusing. It just felt too sudden. A Xian discerned her anxiety and shyness, his deep green eyes softening as he caressed her slightly cool cheek. The sooner, the better. There will be a bonfire tonight, and afterward, everyone will separate to explore places favored by the females. Thus, it is best to resolve the bonding matter promptly. We must infuse our souls together, for delays could invite complications. Only males who have truly bonded can accurately sense their partner's whereabouts and health. There may be stray beasts or rogue beastmen ahead. Completing the ceremony sooner will provide an extra layer of security. Ning Xi understood. She glanced at the bright-eyed Hu Chuan and then at the elegant Dai Lan, her cheeks warming as she nodded. Hu Chuan's eyes sparkled as he let out a joyful howl and dashed inside, emerging half an hour later with a glum expression. He looked at a Xian, who was grilling meat, and the studying Dai Lan, his words stuck in his throat. He felt unworthy to be Shishi's partner. Once he found her a more formidable male, he would leave. Far away. He would never return. Boo, how embarrassing. A Xian had taken only a day and a night. Was that all the time it took? The meat isn't ready yet. Do you want to go back in for a little longer? Dai Lan, unaware of his inner turmoil, assumed they hadn't begun, gesturing towards the meat he was grilling with concern. The meat isn't ready. Hu Chuan felt as if the sky had fallen. A Xian raised an eyebrow, seemingly understanding. With a smirk, he murmured, "It was like this the first time. Your first time was also so quick." Hu Chuan exclaimed in surprise. A Xian. I shouldn't have consoled him. He was much quicker than this. Chapter 55. The Butterfly Prince. Has the bead brightened? Dai Lan gently inquired. What bead? Oh, the bead. Yes, it has brightened. Hu Chuan laughed heartily, recalling the majestic white tiger depicted on the bead, instinctively puffing out his chest. He knew the white tiger was formidable. As long as it has brightened, let Xi rest. I am a butterfly beast man, and I possess the innate ability to track with butterfly powder, allowing me to mark accurately. Bonding later will not affect this. As his words fell, he unfurled his resplendent wings, the rainbow-hued butterfly wings shimmering slightly, releasing a fine golden powder from the scales. The powder was barely perceptible to the naked eye, imbued with a unique spiritual mark of the butterfly beast man, gently settling on Ning Xi's shoulder within the cave. Hu Chuan curiously circled around the enormous butterfly wings, exclaiming, "What magnificent wings! I've never seen such large butterfly wings in my life. It's truly amazing, so grand and beautiful. Xi will surely love it." Although their time together had not been extensive, he understood that Xi was fond of all beautiful things. Beautiful females were drawn to beautiful objects. It was only logical. However, why hadn't Xi emerged yet? Was she so exhausted that she had fallen asleep? Suddenly struck by a thought, Hu Chuan's smile froze. He realized he lacked the ability to tire her out enough for her to sleep. Ning Xi, however, felt wide awake. Just moments ago, Hu Chuan had stuffed her mouth with an abundance of crystal cores, and now she felt as though she could knock out a bull with a single punch. Reflecting on the earlier scene, Ning Xi lightly bit her lip, her thoughts drifting. Shouldn't the male offer some comfort at this moment? He had run off before she had the chance to speak. Was it too late to go out and console him? However, comforting him in front of the other two males might hurt his pride. Perhaps she should wait for an opportunity to speak with him privately. Little did she know, he had already confessed his feelings first. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the cave. Ning Xi gasped, looking up at the series of silvery lightning orbs that served as illumination within the hollow of the tree. The intense flashes of lightning intermittently crackled, illuminating the interior of the hollow tree to a brightness almost akin to that outside. Surely, if it were to fall, it would ignite the trees, wouldn't it?
No.
I must ask Chuan to remove the thunderball. Feeling a tinge of trepidation, she rose to her feet, sidestepping the thunderball's vicinity, and hurriedly made her way outside. For the first time, she felt that the tree hollow was excessively vast, as if she might be ensnared by the thunderball. Outside, the sun shone brilliantly, and a gentle breeze caressed the air. Just as Hu Chuan was about to enter the tree hollow, he caught sight of a slender, delicate figure gliding towards him. And his eyes brightened. Xi, are you hungry? Come, let us eat some meat. Ning Xi looked up in surprise, meeting his sparkling, cheerful gaze, his demeanor exuberant. He seemed not to need any consolation at all. Or could it be that the males of the beast world were all so fleetingly emotional? Was Xian the exception? What was she lost in thought about? When Mengxian glanced at Ning Xi, his emerald eyes shimmered slightly. He leaned down to gently tap her petite nose, his deep, melodious voice laced with affection. The cool touch on her nose snapped her back to reality. Ning Xi tilted her head back, revealing a sweet smile. I was pondering whether the thunderball in the hollow might fall and ignite the tree. I want Chuan to take it down. Hu Chuan's melodious voice, laced with laughter, reassured her. Not at all. Don't be afraid, it's very stable. However, as he spoke, he waved his hand and retrieved all the thunderballs. My Titi is so wonderful. Watching her, he felt as though she was completely unconcerned about his inadequacies. How fortunate he was to have encountered such an extraordinary female. A hint of crimson crept to Hu Chuan's ears as his gaze lingered on Ning Xi, growing fonder with each passing moment. Unable to restrain himself, he dashed over and snatched her from Mengxian's arms, burying his face into her neck, nuzzling affectionately. Xi, I adore you so much. Mengxian raised an eyebrow, perplexed.
Cici.
Are you hungry? As he watched Hu Chuan release Ning Xi, Dailon approached with a warm smile, gently taking her small hand in his large, warm palm, unintentionally exposing her neck. A slender black cord adorned with a thumb-sized, lustrous jade pendant dangled there, its pure, vibrant hue devoid of any blemish, reminiscent of a tranquil emerald lake. Utterly beautiful. Noticing Ning Xi's captivated gaze, Dailon removed the pendant for her to examine closely. The small piece of jade, imbued with Dailon's warmth, felt smooth to the touch, carrying a hint of coolness. Suddenly, a phrase flitted through Ning Xi's mind. Skin to skin. In an instant, her thoughts were awash with ambiguity and allure. Do you like it? Dailon asked, his lips curving into a gentle smile. As Ning Xi felt the jade's warmth, her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed as she gazed at his handsome face. Responding shyly, I do. Ning Xi's eyes remained fixed on Dailon. His raven hair was impeccably neat, with a sharply defined jawline and an alluringly moving Adam's apple. He exuded a cool elegance that was profoundly enticing. How could one not find him captivating? "Shall I put it on you?" Dylon inquired with a smile. Ning Xi snapped back to reality, finally comprehending his question. Looking up with curiosity, she asked, "Does this hold any special significance? Is it acceptable to gift it to someone?" Novels often depicted such scenarios. Ordinary crystals she could take at will, but something carried with her might hold greater importance. "It's a reward for my coming of age. You are my partner, the most significant presence in my life, not just anyone." What Dylon did not say was that this was a unique jade pendant from the royal house of the Liao Dai super tribe, bestowed upon each prince upon passing their coming-of-age trials, symbolizing their royal status. He delicately placed the jade upon Ning Xi's slender, fair neck, blinking slowly, his long eyelashes fluttering. His smile gentle as flowing water. "You look beautiful wearing it, Xi." When Hu Chuan returned with the roasted meat, he was greeted by this enchanting scene, exclaiming in delight. Meng Xian, with a subtle glint in his green eyes, approached leisurely, remarking, "How lovely." He then turned his gaze toward the amiable Dylon, realizing why he was so remarkable. He was indeed a butterfly prince. Dylon raised an eyebrow, returning the smile. "There are no princes now. In the future, we shall all be brothers." The two handsome males, both possessing exceptional charm, exchanged smiles. Observant Huchuan, fueled by curiosity, leaned in closer. "How did you two meet?" Ning Xi also turned her attention towards them, her bright eyes gently fixed on their faces. Meng Xian settled down beside Ning Xi, wrapping his long arm around her and pulling her onto his lap. Smiling down at her as he spoke, "After becoming the clan leader, I come here annually and lawn visits every year to gather fruits. As our encounters increased, we occasionally sparred, and thus we became acquainted." "Oh, I see." Ning Xi felt a wave of happiness wash over her as she withdrew her gaze. No bizarre drama or misunderstandings. How wonderful. She cherished these warm, serene days that brought her peace. Dylon gracefully took a seat beside them, retrieving roasted meat from his space, allowing it to cool leisurely. Testing the temperature with his lips before placing it on a freshly prepared wooden plate, Huchuan selected the largest, juiciest roasted fish, peeling away its skin and bones before offering it to her. "Eat up." Ning Xi looked at him with a gentle smile, opened her mouth, and tasted the meat, her eyes sparkling with delight. Delicious. The meal was quickly devoured, and they tidied up, preparing to head to the square for the celebratory bonfire feast, marking the coming of age. This event occurred annually, serving both as a celebration and a selection process, where females chose strong males from the newly matured males to ensure ample protection during their recreational outings. Chapter 56. Isn't a partner's ability insufficient to satisfy her? Ning Xi gazed at the lush, primeval forest, inhaling deeply, feeling invigorated. Xi, it's time for us to depart, Meng Xian reminded her. "How about I take Xi?"
Dylan so gestet.
His lips involuntarily curving upwards as he approached Ning Xi, taking her hand. His pale pink eyes sparkled with delight as they met hers.
"All right."
Ning Xi tilted her head back, her eyes crinkling with joy. She was eager to see his beast form. How large would his butterfly wings be? Would they display the beautiful, eclectic colors she had seen by the stream? Seeing her agreement, Dylon's smile deepened. "Let's go." At his melodious voice, Ning Xi felt her waist tighten as her feet lifted off the ground. Instinctively, she raised her hands, wrapping her slender wrists around his long neck. A faint floral scent wafted through the air, and as she looked up, she beheld his magnificent wings unfurling behind him, resplendent and iridescent, breathtakingly beautiful, reminiscent of the colors she had admired by the stream. Just as the words left her lips, the stunning wings trembled, releasing countless golden specks that drifted toward her. As they touched her skin, they vanished, as if melding into her very being. "Xi, with my essence upon you, I can sense you wherever you are," Dylon said softly, gazing down at the exceptionally obedient female in his arms. Reflecting on that fleeting glimpse of her in the tree, he mused that perhaps this was destiny. Ning Xi's eyes sparkled as she beheld the exquisite wings. It was all so magical. Huchuan, witnessing this, wore a triumphant smile, knowing without a doubt that Xi would adore those stunning wings. Meanwhile, Meng Xian averted his gaze, feeling slightly uncomfortable. In less than half an hour, they arrived at their destination. The square was bustling with activity, with all the awakened teams present, gathering in a large circle around roaring bonfires. In front of each female, a bonfire blazed brightly, with roasted meats sizzling above, while assorted fruits were neatly arranged on nearby stone platforms. The female companions gathered around her, providing meticulous care. She, over here. Amidst the crowd, Hu El greeted Ning Xi with a radiant smile. You arrived just in time. The performance is about to begin. Upon hearing this, Tu Den also looked over, her expression filled with delight. Ning Xi's eyes lit up. Was there really going to be a performance? Feeling a bit anxious in the crowd, she hurried to take a seat. Let us sit next to El.
All right.
She walked briskly toward them, flanked by 3 males. Indeed, once seated, the gazes directed at her diminished, allowing Ning Xi to breathe a sigh of relief. As soon as she settled in, several platters of roasted meat and a variety of raw meats, alongside unfamiliar yet evidently sweet fruits, were presented before her. The spread was comprehensive. I wonder who prepared all this? A soft voice interrupted her thoughts. Hello, little female. I am Bao Luo, the chieftain of the leopard tribe from the East Continent. Our tribe resides at the foot of the mountain. Feel free to visit any time. We have plenty of fruits and meat. Ning Xi met his pristine, chestnut-colored gaze, her eyes sparkling. He looks just like a version of Hugo. How handsome. The females of the beast world were indeed well-fed. Thank you so much. Ning Xi replied politely, her eyes crinkling into a smile. Such a well-behaved and slender female, Bao Luo remarked, his tone subconsciously softening. Isn't it customary for males to be so friendly only towards females? He felt a surge of honor at being able to provide sustenance for a female. This opportunity to offer food was one he had earned through strength among the chieftains, benefiting from their proximity. Providing food to females, while perhaps sending strong cubs from the tribe to deliver fruits and meat, could lead to being favored by one of them. After all, their tribe had become the one with the fewest single males due to the bonfire gatherings over the years, attracting many wandering beasts and significantly enhancing their tribe's strength. By the way, she really is quite slender. Can't her partner satisfy her hunger? His gaze subtly drifted over the torsos of the males surrounding her. Bao Luo was momentarily taken aback. Although he couldn't discern the rank of the one in the long robe, the other 2 were both at the 7th tier. Surely, she wouldn't go hungry. He relaxed, promptly shifting his gaze to the next newly seated female. As their conversation concluded, Hu El and Tu Dan excitedly moved closer. She, you came just in time. The performance has begun. Tu Dan cheerfully handed Ning Xi a delicious fruit she had discovered earlier. Knowing that she was shy and wouldn't refuse, she thoughtfully offered one first, hoping to win her over. Ning Xi felt a sudden chill in her hand and looked down to see a crystal-like green grape. Her eyes brightened as she placed it in her backpack, eagerly anticipating that this time it would not disappoint. Crystal grape, sweet and juicy. Indeed, it was a grape. Ning Xi retrieved it from her backpack and popped it into her mouth, the delightful sweetness flooding her senses, reminiscent of the clear, sweet flavor from her childhood. It had a slight tang, with an aromatic grape essence, truly delicious, unlike the overly sweet grapes she encountered as an adult. So sweet, thank you, Dan. Ning Xi smiled, her eyes crinkling with delight. No sooner had she spoken than a large bunch appeared before her, enough to fill a bowl.
Eat.
I have more. Tu Dan playfully winked at Ning Xi before turning to place another bunch on the stone platform for Hu El. Ning Xi felt touched, her lips curving into a beautiful arc. She didn't hesitate, savoring the grapes, contemplating how she must share some modern food from her backpack when they parted. That was her only worthy offering. Quick, look. The performance has started.
Hu El exclaimed, her excitement coloring her cheeks.
Ning Xi turned her gaze forward. 2 equally muscular and handsome men were exchanging blows in a display of strength. Their movements were crisp and visually appealing at first, but soon their expressions shifted, and the fight turned serious, resulting in a bloody mess. Ning Xi gasped, instinctively leaning back into Hu Chuan's embrace, her gaze retreating from the spectacle. This performance was not for her enjoyment. Hu Chuan, handing over the meat he was grilling to Dai Lan, reached out to seek assistance from Mang Xian to wash his hands, then, with a hint of concern, pulled Ning Xi closer. Don't be afraid, Shi, come eat something. As soon as he finished speaking, Dai Lan used an ice blade to cut the roasted meat into smaller pieces, cooling it as he offered it to her. Try this. If the taste doesn't suit you, I'll adjust it. Ning Xi accepted the meat, nodded in appreciation, and lightly kissed his chin as a reward. Her voice sweet and soft. Thank you for your hard work, Alan. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Mang Xian's deep green gaze. An idea struck her, and she leaned over to plant a kiss on his alluring chin as well, noticing the intensity in his eyes soften, his pupils lightening in color. She smiled, satisfied. Her dear Xian was feeling a bit jealous. He appeared so gentle. She hadn't expected him to be the jealous type. This sensation was quite delightful. Suddenly, a chin appeared before her, and she could see the light stubble. "Kiss me too, Xi." The stubble was a gradient of white and brown. Curiosity piqued. Ning Xi leaned in and gave it a kiss. Hu Chuan beamed with joy. This harmonious scene was observed from afar by a red-eyed youth perched in a tree, his wolf-like eyes brimming with thick desire. He unconsciously touched his own chin, fantasizing about the soft, red lips of the little female pressed against it. Just the thought overwhelmed him. Without hesitation, he began crafting something with fervor. Chapter 57. Viviparous, oviparous. Or direct birth.
Is that so?
Such things exist? The beast world is indeed full of wonders. Ning Xi and her companions chatted and laughed, completely oblivious to the greedy gaze fixed upon them from a distance. At a critical moment, the scrutiny intensified. Dai, who was grilling the meat, and Meng Xian, peeling fruit, both paused, their beastly eyes narrowing, sharply turning to look. There stood a line of young males from the leopard tribe, vigilantly guarding the area, their eyes gleaming as they observed the females in the crowd. The pink and green eyes met without any sign of alarm. No danger. Two remarkably handsome males nonchalantly diverted their gazes, continuing with their respective tasks. In that moment, the disheveled youth behind the tree leaned against the sturdy trunk, gasping for breath like a fish out of water. So terrifying, the males of the little female. He's striking features were tinged with an unusual flush, his brows still sharp but now clouded with confusion. Having entered Shishi's domain, I hope I won't be beaten every day. Soon, a determined glimmer flickered in his eyes. Even if it meant enduring beatings, he was resolute about entering. He was enamored with that obedient little female. In the center of the circle, two naked males engaged in combat. Ning Xi had been avoiding looking in that direction, unaware that the performance had quietly transformed into a different form. Air glanced at the scene, a mischievous smile creeping onto her lips as she leaned closer to Ning Xi, whispering, Xi, look quickly. There's a little bird. A little bird? Is there a male in beast form? Unable to resist her curiosity, Ning Xi stole a quick glance. Oh. It seems they're not fighting anymore? This time, she earnestly lifted her gaze, her eyes glistening with moisture as they met his. However, after a fleeting glance, she quickly withdrew her gaze, as if scalded. With a dry voice, she remarked, they aren't wearing animal skin skirts in broad daylight, nor is it appropriate to be bare at night. Although their figures were indeed splendid, and one could certainly observe a large tree adorned with a small chili pepper, the presence of so many females made her wonder if it was fitting. What of the male's dignity? It was all for the female sake. She mused that the more one saw, the more experience one would gain, enabling them to choose a partner with discernment, perhaps even the largest one. Whole Air spoke with a relentless fervor. Ning Xi nestled in Hu Chuan's embrace, sipping the refreshing floral nectar that Meng Xian had prepared for her, and nearly choked upon hearing Whole Air's words. More observation? No. She couldn't bear to look at all. She often felt out of place due to her lack of abnormal tendencies. Noticing the rosy hue that spread across Ning Xi's cheeks, Whole Air and Tu Dan exchanged knowing glances, sharing a playful smirk before deftly shifting the topic. Amongst the few females present, each with distinct personalities and behaviors, they didn't fully comprehend but respected Ning Xi. I'm leaving bright and early tomorrow. I need to eat, and I'll depart after lunch, she announced. By the way, have you decided where to go tomorrow, Xi? The conversation inadvertently veered from the size of the males to the prospects of a honeymoon trip. From their words, it seemed they had made plans. Ning Xi felt a spark of curiosity. I haven't figured it out yet. Have you all decided? Unfamiliar with the area, every destination was a new tale and scenery for her. Anywhere that wasn't too cold would suffice. With 2 humanoid air conditioners at home, along with Alan, who possessed ice abilities, she had no fear of the heat. She was quite eager to explore and gain insight into this wondrous, beastly realm. Central Continent. I'm heading to the super tribe to have my partner gather some colorful crystals. Why the rush to collect colorful crystals? Whole Air bit into a fruit, grimacing at its sourness, yet her curiosity remained piqued as she leaned in. For everyday use, the red, yellow, and blue crystals are sufficient. Only when having offspring do we require the colorful ones. Dan wouldn't be thinking of having offspring already, would she? I'm in heat now. I want to have a furry little one to play with. I hope I can conceive in one go. Dan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Whole air clapped her thigh in delight. It's definitely possible. You might even have two. After all, rabbits often have two of those little things. Will the offspring take on a beastly form? Ning Xi inquired, her inquisitive eyes glimmering with curiosity as she turned to Tu Dan. She understood that the males experienced pain during childbirth, yet she was uncertain of what the offspring would resemble. Would they be viviparous, oviparous, or born directly as humans? As her words trailed off, the two females fell silent for a moment, casting a sympathetic glance at Ning Xi, their thoughts echoing, "Poor Xi. She has forgotten even this after her fall." With a cheerful smile, Whole Air leaned in. "Regardless of gender, the newborns will all be the size of a palm." "Yes. Yes. I've heard it's quite simple, they just slide right out. Don't be fooled by their small size at birth, they grow quickly." Ning Xi spread her hand, contemplating her own palm. "So small? It appears rather simple." With this thought, a smile unconsciously graced Ning Xi's lips, and the last remnants of doubt regarding childbirth faded away. How wonderful. This method of procreation didn't repulse her. If there were no reproductive isolation. She glanced back at her three partners, who seemed ever ready to meet her gaze, breaking into smiles the instant she looked their way. Meng Xian's green eyes were strikingly beautiful yet enchanting. Hu Chuan wore a radiant, youthful smile, and Dai Lan's gaze was gentle and warm as jade. All three possessed extraordinary looks and unique charm. Any one of them would have been unattainable in her modern life, yet here, she could have them all. It was exhilarating. With a blush creeping up her cheeks, Ning Xi averted her gaze, reflecting that such responsible and handsome males would surely produce delightful children, regardless of whom they resembled. Just then, she felt a soft weight at her feet, and looked down to see an adorable ragdoll cat, letting out a soft gasp. Where did this little kitten come from? So cute. Chapter 58. Do you like the silver wolf? Their eyes met, and the ragdoll cat seemed startled, slipping and tumbling to rest beside Ning Xi's other foot. The round little head lifted, locking eyes with her for a moment before tilting. "I'm a big leopard, not a little kitty." The mewling voice was as soft as the kitten itself. Its tiny ears and tail quivered with excitement. The luxurious blue fur and large, expressive oval eyes made it resemble a ragdoll cat. Ning Xi felt her heart melt. Noticing the little creature's gaze fixated on the roasted meat in Dai Lan's hand, she chuckled and picked up a piece of meat, raising her brows as she scanned the surroundings. She couldn't find the kitten's parents, and it wouldn't be right to feed someone else's young one without permission, so she popped the meat into her mouth instead. As she chewed, her eyes lit up. Delicious. She had no idea what kind of meat it was, but it was exceptionally tender, reminiscent of chicken breast coated in egg and starch. The three males simultaneously turned their attention to the roasted meat, silently noting what Ning Xi loved to eat. The little leopard's eyes widened in disbelief. He thought his sister was offering him the meat. Just as he prepared to refuse, he realized he had sneaked out without any treats to offer her, and he couldn't eat her food. The astonished expression on his face made Ning Xi chuckle. "So adorable. I want to pet you." With a beaming smile, Ning Xi turned to Hu Chuan, glancing over him to Meng Xian, softly asking, "May I hold it?" She wasn't entirely clear on the customs regarding marking males, so it was best to ask first. Hu Chuan chuckled, tilting his head aside to facilitate their conversation. Observing this, Dai Lan's calm eyes momentarily flickered with a ripple of concern. A hint of doubt clouded his soft pink gaze. Did females truly not understand the conditions for forming a mark? He pondered if she had encountered some unpleasant experiences. With this thought, Dai Lan felt a gentle pang in his heart, prompting him to avert his gaze. Retrieving his inquisitive glance, he focused intently on the roasted meat. If she was willing, she would reveal it to him. If she chose not to share, he would simply remain unaware. Meng Xian's cool, broad palm enveloped her delicate fingers that held the roasted meat, meticulously cleaning and drying them. His voice was deep and melodious. "It's fine to hold it." Males under 12 years haven't solidified their temperaments and are still essentially cubs. They won't develop a mark simply from a female's touch. 12 years old. In modern terms, that's middle school age. What about those older than 12? He discreetly surveyed the surroundings with his striking fox-like eyes before lowering his gaze, deciding it best not to broach peculiar questions in such a crowded place. "Let us cuddle the little kitty," Ning Xi exclaimed with delight as she gazed at the fluffy little creature. It seemed that in this beastly world, there were no terms like aunt or uncle. Self-identification wouldn't lead her astray. "Can I hold you?" "Yes, yes." Ning Xi extended her arms, scooping the little kitten into her embrace. Solid? It feels rather heavy." The plush, soft creature was delightful to touch, and Ning Xi's fair, delicate fingers gently scratched the back of the kitten's neck. Noticing the affection of the beautiful elder sister, the leopard cub, with an air of delightful relaxation, playfully nestled upon her lap, adorably stretching and retracting its pudgy little paws. Its fluffy ears perked up and quivered with joy, eliciting peals of laughter from Ning Xi, her smile deepening with each passing moment. The gentle gaze of Mang Xian fell upon the scene, his thoughts drifting back to Kai Jing, while the formidable beast kings lurking in the depths of the murky swamp stirred with unease. Observing Ning Xi lost in the charm of the leopard cub, Hu Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, his heart racing with fervor. Unable to contain himself any longer, he reached out, seizing Ning Xi's delicate wrist, boldly placing her soft, fair hand upon his chest. What is so delightful about petting a small leopard? Come, pet me instead, Xi. The warmth and firmness of his muscular chest sent a thrill through Ning Xi, halting her playful scratches.
Meow?
The little leopard, momentarily dazed, lifted its head, the sensation of bliss fading as it lingered in its contentment. Ning Xi, at this moment, lowered her gaze to the palm-sized, long-haired blue leopard, now sprawled on its back, its plush little belly exposed, and its round, bewildered eyes wide with confusion. Oh my! Truly, it is adorable. Ning Xi could not resist gazing at the fluffy bundle on her lap, unhesitatingly retracting her hand from Hu Chuan's impressive chest to gently caress the little leopard with tender strokes. Such a good little one.
Eh.
The leopard cub responded gleefully.
Not so we hear, Hu Chuan remarked.
From a distance, he perched upon a tree, concealed by the vast trunk, with only his keen eyes visible. He observed the harmonious interaction between the girl and the leopard cub, envy swelling within him, almost palpable. The desire to join this family grew stronger within him. To be a mate for Xi, to be her companion, must surely be a source of great happiness, he mused. As one of the strongest males of the younger generation in the tribe, he was popular for his youth and good looks. In the past, he had never cared about such things. Yet now, he felt immensely grateful for his prowess, which gave him the courage to pursue Ning Xi. The night jungle buzzed with excitement, the atmosphere intensifying as several newly arrived males began performing a provocative dance. Hu Lv and Tu Dan had already huddled together, eagerly discussing the shapes, their joyous chatter a topic Ning Xi felt excluded from. Thumping rhythms accompanied the strikingly handsome males as they boldly discarded their animal skin skirts, unabashedly showcasing their masculine prowess. Ning Xi instinctively moved to shield the little cub's eyes, but in the blink of an eye, the cub darted away. At that moment, Bao Luo approached, casting a resigned glance at the agile cub, and with a smile, placed a piece of meat before Ning Xi. I apologize. My cub can be quite mischievous. I hope it hasn't disturbed you. The rambunctious little one had only just learned to open its eyes. And if it continued to escape like this, it would surely be a handful, and a reprimand awaited upon their return. No, it is rather adorable, Ning Xi replied, her lovely brows arching as she shook her head with a gentle laugh. So, it is indeed a cub from the leopard tribe? What breed of leopard resembles a little kitten so closely? Thank you, Bao Luo expressed sincerely before chasing after the little leopard. Mang Xian, who had been attentively observing Ning Xi, discerned her reluctance and affection, tenderly ruffling her hair with a large hand, his cool voice laced with an unintentional tenderness. Would you like to adopt a male from the leopard tribe? Dai Lan brought roasted meat to her lips, gently speaking. There are quite a few males from the leopard tribe awakening their abilities this year, 6 just like that little cub. Ning Xi, taken aback, withdrew her gaze, her beautifully arched brows curving into a delicate smile as she replied, her voice sweet and soft as ever. I do not desire a leopard. Should I encounter someone I fancy, I will inform you. What about a wolf? Do you fancy a silver wolf? As he carried his prey over. He fortuitously overheard her words, his body reacting before his mind could catch up, excitement spilling forth. Chapter 59, Ning Xi, are you unwell? I'm afraid I do not like wolves either. Ning Xi responded, observing his crimson eyes, the slick sensation returning to her hand. She grasped Hu Chuan's large palm, rubbing the back of her hand against it. His warm, powerful hand enveloped her small one, pressing against his solid chest, a wave of security washing over her, allowing the tension in her muscles to finally ease. Dislike wolves? He felt as though the world had collapsed. He had confidence in correcting other flaws. But disliking his beast form? What could he do? Nothing at all. He had no intention of being reborn. Reflecting on his observations over the past few days, He felt compelled to express his concern for her before she departed, fearing it would be their last encounter. This was the first time he had encountered a female he fancied, and he wished to share a few more words to leave a memory behind. With that thought, his gaze softened. Ning Xi, are you unwell? You haven't been eating properly, otherwise, how could you be so thin? The moment the words left his lips, Ning Xi's pupils dilated in shock. He knew about her condition. Sensing her distress, the three males swiftly formed a protective barrier around her. With Hu Lv Air and two Dans standing resolutely in front of her, their partners also stepping forward with fierce expressions. A brawl was on the verge of erupting. The situation quickly attracted the attention of those around them. In an instant, Ning Xi noticed numerous unfamiliar females rushing over, glaring at He, still burdened with his prey. They exchanged heated words. How shameless. She doesn't fancy you, so why do you persist? What's the matter? Want to provoke her? I heard just yesterday that a wolf tribe male was pursuing a female unsuccessfully and threw a fit. That must be you. Dare to bully our females? How many lives do you have?
Pa.
Don't you dare say she's unwell. It's you who is sick. A glimmer of cunning flashed in his eyes. The rumors were indeed true. The females were united. Upsetting one roused them all. It was a pity he had no chance to converse with Shi. He cast a lingering glance at Ning Xi, stowing the prey away and preparing to flee. His movements graceful and swift, yet unappreciated. Each female exchanged glances with their partners. As he attempted to escape, he soon found himself surrounded. He raised an eyebrow, a knowing look passing through his red eyes. You were commanded by your partners to come and beat me, weren't you? He had dared to flirt and was prepared to face the wrath of all the female partners. He was utterly unafraid, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Come on, let us have at it. The males exchanged glances and charged forward in succession. No one used their powers. They engaged in a brawl for half an hour before dispersing. At that moment, on the other side, Ning Xi observed the unfamiliar females defending her, her heart swelling with emotion, reminiscent of a night during high school study hall. The overwhelming pressure had triggered her long-suppressed condition. Unable to contain herself, she gently grasped the arm of a nearby girl, who, startled, complied with her need for comfort, offering a gentle embrace. However, everything eventually changed. A suitor she had previously rejected captured that moment on camera and posted it online, branding her a lesbian and claiming she flirted with girls in class. While others might have dismissed it, the male in question was exemplary in both character and academics, and his words were never doubted, causing the rumor to spread like wildfire among the boys. The girls were indignant, yet it did not deter the boys from their lewd remarks. Since that fateful day, wherever she went, she was met with the teasing remarks of boys. Ning Xi, I hear you're a lesbian? It was a nightmarish period. Fortunately, that phase has passed. In university, she encountered wonderful roommates and now, she found herself among such delightful females. Ultimately, she considered herself fortunate. Shi, are you alright? Hu L's voice jolted Ning Xi from her reverie. She blinked and looked up to find numerous unfamiliar faces filled with concern. Little female, are you not eating enough? You look so thin. I have plenty of sweet fruits in my space. Let me share some with you. You must eat well and gain some weight for your health. Exactly. Look at me. I'm so plump. I have 3 layers of belly. This fat is essential for surviving the winter. With each female who spoke, their partners would set down items beside Ning Xi. In the blink of an eye, a small mountain of goods had accumulated. Ning Xi stared in astonishment at the vast array of items, animal skins, prepared fresh meat, various fruits, and fresh vegetables, all neatly piled together. What is this? She exclaimed. These are welcome gifts for you, Hu Chuan said, her smile radiant as she gestured towards another small mountain not far away. Ning Xi felt a swell of emotion, a bittersweet pang in her heart. Truly, this world could not exist without girls. She wanted to cry. They were all so wonderful. Hey, don't cry. Please don't. Had she really started to cry? In the next moment, a cool hand reached out. Mang Xian, with a look of concern, gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with his cool fingertip. Feeling a bit shy, Ning Xi dabbed at her eyes and smiled brightly. Her voice soft and sweet as she said, All right, I won't cry. Thank you all. Having thought of something, she turned to glance at Mang Xian, who instinctively leaned closer, tilting his ear towards her. Ning Xi felt a surge of sweetness in her heart. She arched her brows and said softly, Xian, I still have plenty of scallions, ginger, and garlic in my space. I'd like to share some with these females, to teach their partners how to prepare meat. Is that all right? While the portions might not be substantial, enough only for a single barbecue, it would be sufficient to educate their partners. It is better to teach someone to fish than to simply give them fish. She cherished the females here and was eager to share. Of course. You don't need to use your space. Chuan and Lan have gathered plenty. It's more than enough, Ning Xi replied, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. With a beaming smile, Ning Xi looked at the group of beautiful females, her cheeks flushed as she said, I'm so happy that everyone spoke up for me and gave me such generous welcome gifts. As a thank you, let my partner teach you how to make delicious barbecued meat. Barbecued meat? Every male knows how to do that. Do we really need to be taught? The females exchanged glances, but none voiced any objections, graciously agreeing instead. Females should be pampered. All right, thank you. Seeing this, Ning Xi turned back to exchange a knowing glance with Hu Chuan, who immediately adopted a serious demeanor and sprang into action. He was reliable in front of outsiders, organizing everything with remarkable efficiency. First, he taught the males how to identify scallions, ginger, garlic, and chili, explaining the purpose of each item. As he spoke, Dai Lan naturally distributed generous portions to each male. Hu Chuan took his time with the explanation, and everyone listened intently, eager to learn. Now go prepare the meat. And let us try grilling some, Hu Chuan concluded with a bright smile.
All right.
The male's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, instinctively understanding that mastering this skill would bring joy to their partners. Their partner's happiness was their greatest bliss. In Chapter 60, Confessions with Glares, most of the males had fresh meat ready to go, swiftly moving into action. Hu Chuan's instructions were detailed, displaying no impatience whatsoever. The males learned diligently, making hardly any mistakes, and soon the aroma of grilled meat filled the air, accompanied by the sounds of saliva being swallowed. The females were astonished, their eyes widening as they looked at Ning Xi, unable to believe that barbecued meat could smell this good. Upon tasting a piece, their eyes widened even further. This meat is unbelievably delicious. Oh my goodness, how can something be this good? Ning Xi felt a deep sense of satisfaction watching everyone enjoy the meal. She nestled softly against Meng Xian, affectionately wrapping her arms around his sturdy arm, rubbing her cheek against it. Feeling it wasn't enough, she squeezed even closer. Amidst the romantic ambience, the four of them felt a little cramped. Her affectionate demeanor almost made Dai Lan envious, while making Hu Chuan feel a twinge of jealousy. Unbeknownst to them, Meng Xian's self-control was waning, his body stiffened. His green eyes deepened as he gazed down at Ning Xi. Her hair was smooth and fluffy, accentuating her delicate, fair face, making her appear even more fragile and beautiful. Such a sight was utterly captivating. Don't move, he commanded in a husky yet melodious voice, causing Ning Xi to freeze in place, quiet as a mouse. The power of the Qing Xian python was ever present, and she momentarily did not wish to test his patience. In the distance, behind a tree, a bruised and battered wolf beast lay hidden among the lush foliage, gazing greedily at the slender little female. Her eyes sparkled like stars when she smiled, her brows elegantly arched, her petite nose and beautiful teeth making her look irresistibly cute. When she tilted her head to laugh, it struck straight at the heart. Another rogue eagle beast on the mountain shared the same sentiment. His dark eyes shimmered with a peculiar light, fixated on Ning Xi without blinking. Merely looking at her made his heart race. It felt as though the softest feather had brushed against his heart, rendering him unable to resist the allure. Eagle Yuan suddenly realized he was enamored with this female. Accustomed to following his whims, he decided to pursue her. With a flap of his wings, he charged toward Ning Xi. At that moment, Ning Xi was exchanging fruit-tasting experiences with a few new acquaintances when suddenly, darkness enveloped her vision. Confused, she looked up to see the young version of Little Li standing before her, her eyes lighting up as she raised her head. Here for revenge? Why was this male glaring at her with such intensity, as if his eyes might pop out? Just as she pondered whether this male was seeking vengeance for the Milky Way, she noticed his hands clenched tightly, forming large fists. Ning Xi's heart raced as she instinctively turned and dove into Meng Xian's embrace. Ah, Xian, hold me. It was terrifying. One punch from him could send her to the afterlife. Seeing the little female's reaction, Eagle Yuan's gaze faltered. For a moment, he felt deflated but refused to give up on the opportunity to approach this captivating female. He loosened his fists, discreetly adjusted his animal skin skirt, wiping away the nervous sweat from his palms, and took a deep breath. Little female, from the first moment I laid eyes on you, I liked you. May I come closer? He asked. I am an eagle beast, possessing 7th-tier lightning abilities. I'm excellent at hunting. Upon hearing the mention of 7th-tier abilities, curious gazes from all around turned towards them, filled with envy, curiosity, and gossip. The three males beside Ning Xi observed her reaction, realizing this was a confession. Hearing his melodious voice, Ning Xi blushed and lifted her head, contemplating her response. After all, he was the younger version of Little Li, and she had a weakness for such looks. 7th-tier abilities were indeed rare. She possesses both ability and beauty. Perhaps she merely lacks a bodyguard for her honeymoon trip. As she lifted her gaze, she found herself captivated by the striking eyes of a male, which would certainly be enchanting were they not glaring so fiercely. Ning Xi felt a shiver run down her spine under the intensity of that gaze. It became evident that this male was merely here to toy with her, boldly proclaiming nonsensical declarations of affection. Such insolence. Flustered, she quickly averted her eyes and, blushing with embarrassment and irritation, declared, "You cannot enter. I have no fondness for you." She did not need a bodyguard. Her partner was more than sufficient. 2 for 1, 3 for 7. If Ing Yuan were to know, he would surely exclaim in protest. For their eagle kin, the females they admired are treated with such respect, not out of malice or intimidation, but simply due to their innate nature. Yet, none were aware of Ning Xi's misunderstanding. The three males, having discerned Ning Xi's stance, unhesitatingly unleashed their formidable presence, signaling the eagle kin to depart. They welcomed those favored by the females, but would not hesitate to drive away those who were not. Ing Yuan's expression dimmed as he turned away. Soaring into the sky without a hint of hesitation, he possessed his pride and would not linger in pursuit. Yet, a pang of sadness welled within him. Was he truly so unattractive? That beautiful female had not even spared him a glance. Ning Xi thought to herself, feeling a twinge of fear that kept her from looking too closely. The heart of an eagle quietly shattered. This minor episode swiftly passed, unnoticed by all. As the moon hung low amidst the willow branches, the joyous revelry came to a close, with everyone bidding cheerful farewells and departing in succession. Though fleeting, the warmth of the occasion lingered in memory. With the dawn set to scatter them in different directions, Ning Xi felt a twinge of reluctance. She was the last to leave. "No worries, we shall meet again," Dai Lan gently reassured her. "You should return and rest." "All right, we're heading back," Ning Xi replied, nodding obediently. The silvery tail of the python curled around her as she naturally settled upon the head of Meng Xian. Ning Xi still pondered the earlier inquiry, softly resting her chin on him, her eyes sparkling as she asked, Xian, what about males over 12? How do they receive their marks?" Understanding this was crucial. She wanted to be well-informed to prevent inadvertently taking on a responsibility she was not prepared for. 4 single males over 12. If a female as heart was stirred, any form of contact would result in a marking, even a mere touch of the hand. Did that mean if a female fancied someone, a simple touch would suffice? Would the males object? Ning Xi was astonished. Ha ha ha. Males are not foolish. They would be delighted to be admired, and if truly disinterested, they can easily evade. Hu Chuan laughed heartily. Just like Dai Lan, can he truly avoid it? Is it Ning Xi he cannot evade, or Meng Xian? Observing the 4 family members walking away, conversing joyfully, Yin He and Ing Yuan unexpectedly locked eyes, the tension palpable. Chapter 61. A Kiss of Affection. The moment their gazes met, the atmosphere crackled with intensity. "What do you intend to do?" Ing Yuan glared with fierce eyes. Yin He raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. "What? I might be inclined." But she does not agree. Did he really appear to be such an admirable character? Where did this foolish eagle come from? TSK. Ing Yuan lifted his chin slightly, casting a disdainful glance at Yin He, his deep, melodic voice carrying an implicit warning. "Do not touch her. Males must not harm or coerce females. Get lost." Yin He rolled his eyes before, inexplicably, he found himself on the receiving end of a beating. Ning Xi remained blissfully unaware of these events, only recognizing that the beastly world had turned tumultuous in autumn. Just as Meng Xian predicted rain was imminent, dark clouds obscured the moon, and the wind began to whip fiercely. Just moments ago, the night had been clear and serene. Ning Xi, taken aback, gazed skyward, her neck craned as if studying the stars, but after the clouds veiled the moon, darkness enveloped her surroundings. Hu Chuan swiftly unleashed several lightning orbs, carefully keeping them at a distance from Ning Xi, ensuring she could see the surrounding landscape from a safe vantage. Shi, can you see?" Ning Xi smiled brightly. "Yes, I can see." "Ah Chuan, you're amazing, so considerate." He was like a mobile light bulb in the beastly world. Hearing her soft, complimentary voice filled Hu Chuan with delight, his fluffy tail nearly wagging off. The silver python, with a keen gaze, sensed the rising humidity and plummeting temperature, solemnly advised. She, we must accelerate. Upon hearing this, Ning Xi found the safest position, lying flat on his head, softly stating, Xian, I'm ready. Her sweet, obedient voice made the hearts of the three males swell with warmth. Dai Lan's eyes softened, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he looked at Ning Xi. Filled with anticipation, to accompany her through the rest of his life was his fortune. The wind grew fiercer, leaves rustling in response. The moment Meng Xian accelerated, unbeknownst to Ning Xi, 3 transparent protective shields enveloped her, forming a total of 6 layers to guard her securely. The python's large form and stable head made it feel as if she were lying atop a small, round waterbed, soft and cool, quite comfortable. Ning Xi's vision sparkled with the glimmering silver scales, resembling scattered diamonds, utterly enchanting. Curiosity piqued, she reached out to touch, finding Meng Xian unresponsive. Gathering her courage, she pressed her lips against a small patch of his skin. Given the python's vast size, surely wouldn't he notice? After waiting a moment without receiving a response, Ning Xi's eyes lit up. Indeed, he felt nothing. She lowered her gaze and pressed her lips again, the cool surface beneath her giving her an inexplicable sense of satisfaction, leading her to indulge in countless soft kisses. Just as she was lost in her gentle caresses, a familiar large tree hole came into view. Ning Xi's eyes brightened as she softly inquired, Xian, have we arrived? A deep, husky voice confirmed, yes, we have. There was an inexplicable sense of danger in that voice, causing Ning Xi's long lashes to flutter as her cheeks flushed. Suddenly aware of her surroundings, she found herself standing at the entrance of the cave. In the next instant, she felt a firm grip around her waist, a cool hand tightening as she was abruptly pulled into Meng Xian's embrace. Ning Xi's lips parted in surprise as she gazed up into his seemingly languid yet intensely predatory dark green eyes, her face burning with embarrassment. Her fingers instinctively rested against his chest. Xian. Yes, I am here. The howling wind ceased abruptly, and the sound of raindrops hitting the leaves filled the air. Meng Xian swiftly ushered Ning Xi into the tree hollow, his green eyes deepening with desire. Eager to press her onto the bed and immerse himself in passionate entanglement with her. As her tender kisses graced the top of his head, he became consumed by overwhelming longing. His possessive kisses fell upon her crimson lips with fervor. Ning Xi, overwhelmed, leaned back slightly, exposing her delicate, pale neck. Under Meng Xian's kisses, she became dazed, her hands unconsciously cradling his head, her slender fingers weaving into his silky, silver hair, which felt cooler than expected, softer than she had imagined. The fervent kisses grew increasingly intense, and Ning Xi, in a daze, thought he must have sensed her affection when she kissed his head. The 2 males who followed behind, witnessing this moment, exchanged knowing glances, their expressions deepening as Hu Chuan took Dai Lan outside to fetch warm water. Dai Lan pondered, boiling water? Hu Chuan replied matter-of-factly, one must wash both before and after. Otherwise, the females may easily fall ill, as Cici mentioned. Dai Lan nodded thoughtfully, realizing that washing before and after also implied that one should consume cleansing fruits before and after a kiss. Unconsciously, he touched his own lips. Within the tree hollow, Meng Xian restrained himself from releasing Ning Xi, gesturing for Dai Lan to enter, gently pushing her into Dai Lan's embrace. Be careful. Remember to feed her the crystal fruit. Understood. After speaking, Meng Xian retrieved a handful of crystal fruits from his spatial pouch, placing them on the wooden platform at the cave's entrance, and grabbed the eager Hu Chuan, saying,
Come with me.
Cici will feel shy. Even in her current state of haziness, once she awakens tomorrow and recalls being observed, she would be too embarrassed to speak. In truth, Ning Xi was already feeling utterly humiliated. Anyone caught in the throes of passion would struggle to maintain composure when abruptly shifted into another's embrace. She opened her blurred eyes, instinctively clutching her clothing. After careful consideration, she softly said, Dai Lan, I would like to bathe first. Upon finishing, she gazed at him with bright, gentle eyes, causing Dai Lan's heart to swell with tenderness. Very well, he nodded gently, smiling as he tucked her long hair behind her ear. Doesn't it feel awkward calling me Dai Lan? Just call me Lan like Xian does.
Lan.
Yes, I'm here. The water is ready. The bathing water is here, Cici. Do you need any help? Hu Chuan entered, cheerfully carrying a large wooden tub filled with freshly heated water. This tub was something he had learned to make from the two-headed cow beasts and other males. No need for help, Ning Xi replied, blushing. Can Dylon step out as well? I will bathe quickly. After placing several thunderballs, Hu Chuan headed outside. Dylon moved the tub further inside before turning to the cave entrance. Cici is bathing. I will step out. The moment he exited, the silver-white python swung its tail, blocking the cave's entrance, leaving only small gaps for ventilation. Ning Xi glanced at the massive python at the entrance, feeling reassured as she settled into the large tub, quickly washing herself and changing into the clean clothes Meng Xian had prepared in her backpack. Turning to look towards the entrance, she felt her face warm and softly said, Lan, I am done bathing. Though her voice was soft, the males heard her. The python moved its tail aside, and Ning Xi lifted her eyelids to see Dylon entering gracefully, gently drying his hair with a beast's skin, his movements delicate as he helped her dry her hair. He led her to the wooden bed covered with soft beast skins, lowering his gaze to place a kiss on her forehead. Dylon's eyes were filled with utmost tenderness as he let her lean against his shoulder, his fingers weaving through her long, dark hair. Cici, yes? Ning Xi nestled closer to Dylon, turning her body slightly, bringing them even closer. From her angle, she could just see his alluring Adam's apple. Below it lay his chiseled collarbone, and just above his chest, 8 small stars glimmered dazzlingly. Dylon, clad in a loose robe after his bath, inadvertently revealed his fair neck, the veins pronounced, exuding an enticing allure. Chapter 62. The Skinship of Butterflies. A sudden rumble of thunder echoed, and the sound of rain intensified. The chaotic noise of raindrops hitting the leaves surrounded them, yet the cave remained exceptionally quiet. Ning Xi heard Dylon's voice, slightly hoarse, say, Cici, I am about to begin. Are we starting now? Ning Xi's cheeks flushed as she remained silent, even too shy to meet his gaze, her attention lingering on his soft robe. The blue and white gradient fabric draped elegantly as droplets from his black hair fell to the ground. Dylon gazed down at her with gentle eyes, tentatively lifting his hand to softly caress her cheek with his fingertip. Seeing her not resist, he patiently threaded his slender fingers through her flowing black hair. His pink eyes filled with warmth. Dylon cautiously wrapped his arms around her waist, leaned down, and kissed her lips softly, the contact quiet and tender. Ning Xi's eyes widened, as if an electric current coursed through her, leaving her in a state of blissful tremors. Was this truly the essence of skinship? Ning Xi muset. As the kiss ended, Dylon gently pinched her soft cheek, his warm voice, tinged with a subtle rasp, whispered in her ear, Cici. It is my honor to become your partner. Ning Xi, her fox-like eyes glistening, looked at him with a flirtatious expression. Dylon's long, fair hand caressed her smooth, dark hair. His smile shallow, yet filled with desire. If you feel uncomfortable at any moment, just say so, and I will stop. Outside the cave, the rain poured heavily, with one python and one tiger steadfastly guarding the entrance, listening to the faint sounds emanating from within. The great white tiger, its eyes gleaming, frequently glanced back. Half an hour passed, and his eyes sparkled. After an hour, he was still smiling. After 2 hours, he appeared somewhat dazed, and by 3 hours, he was utterly astonished. The next morning, the great white tiger, who had kept his eyes open all night, was deeply filled with self-doubt. Meng Xian, wasn't it promised that the males would finish quickly for their first time? Am I the only one? The silver-white python, observing the roasted meat before him without blinking, flicked his tail lightly, giving the white tiger a gentle nudge, his cool voice laced with a hint of hoarseness. Go dig for lettuce. I heard Lan has finished bathing Cici. She will be hungry when she wakes up, so we must prepare the roast meat beforehand. When Ning Xi awoke, it was already noon. The rain had stopped in the morning, and the sun was shining brightly. As she opened her sleepy eyes, she saw several thunderballs glowing on the cave ceiling, their light soft and gentle. The cave entrance was blocked, with only a few rays of light filtering through the gaps, creating a serene and warm atmosphere, granting her a sense of fullness and security. Cici is awake. Are you hungry? Came Dylon's gentle voice. Ning Xi blinked and sat up, replying, Not hungry, Lan. The moment she met his pale pink eyes, memories of their tender moments from the previous night rushed back, causing her cheeks to flush. What time is it now? Is it lunchtime, or should I sleep a bit more? Dylon took Ning Xi's small hand and pressed it to his lips. Is it already noon? No more sleeping. If we keep this up, we will only wake in the afternoon every day. Although she enjoyed their exchanges, losing half the day like this was not acceptable. She needed to inform Ah Xian and the others. Hu Chuan, shall we eat in bed? Hu Chuan's voice rang from outside the cave. Outside, Ning Xi replied. She disliked eating in bed. It would only lead to a mess with food spilling over. As soon as Ning Xi exited the cave, she was met with Hu Chuan pouncing towards her, only to be swatted aside by the python's tail. Don't jump. She can't handle it. A cool sensation enveloped her waist, and in the blink of an eye, she found herself in the python's reassuring embrace. Ning Xi smiled, instinctively pressing her face closer, snuggling against him.
Action.
Her warm cheeks resting against his chest made Meng Xian's heart soften, and in a deep, melodious voice filled with affection, he replied, Yes, I'm here. Hu Chuan, having been brushed aside, was unperturbed. He quickly transformed into his human form and approached Ning Xi, offering her a cleaned crystal fruit. Cici, you truly are a wonderful person. He mused, thinking how she didn't seem to mind his clumsiness. Not only is she kind, but she also cares for me. Caught off guard by this unexpected compliment, Ning Xi paused in her chewing and looked up at Hu Chuan, puzzled. Why do I suddenly have a good person card? The emerald green eyes of Meng Xian gazed at Hu Chuan without a flicker of emotion. He retrieved a thermos of warm water he had prepared earlier and removed the insulating cover, bringing it to Ning Xi's lips. Cici, don't listen to his nonsense. Drink some water and get ready for dinner. Chuan has prepared stir-fried onions with meat, and I've grilled some fish with a hint of red chili. Ning Xi nodded obediently. Her eyes sparkled as she took a sip from Meng Xian's hand. The warm, sweet water, infused with a subtle floral fragrance, made her smile with delight. Did you add honey? It's delicious. After saying this, she took the cup to drink more. I just went to the riverbank to wash some hides and spotted quite a few long-whiskered shrimp. I grilled a bit with minced garlic for you to try. Once she finished her water, Dai-Lan approached, holding a large leaf and placing it on the table. As she unfolded the leaf, it revealed tender meat inside. Ning Xi stared in astonishment at the nearly half-meter-long shrimp before her. Is this river shrimp? Can long-whiskered shrimp be eaten? Hu Chuan laughed brightly and leaned closer, intrigued by what Dai-Lan had brought. It's edible and tastes quite good. Chuan and Xian, why don't you try some too? Dai-Lan encouraged them to partake. Hu Chuan, unabashed, tore off a piece and chewed it, his eyes lighting up. Delicious. He promptly tore off another piece, dividing it into two, and offered a bite to both Ning Xi and Meng Xian. Ning Xi chewed thoughtfully. The succulent texture combined with the soft, fragrant garlic was exceptionally delightful. Her eyes twinkled as she looked at Dai-Lan. It's really good, I like it. I'm glad you do. There's plenty more. Dai-Lan replied leisurely, pulling out another large leaf, and then another, and yet another. Ning Xi counted. There were about 10 half-meter-long long-whiskered shrimp. They nearly filled the space outside the tree hollow. Is this what you call a little? It seems quite different from our version of a little. The radiant sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow on Ning Xi's face. Hu Chuan immediately shielded her from the light, nuzzling against her neck, feeling as though she emitted an enchanting fragrance. Ning Xi shrank her neck slightly, a playful smile on her face as she poked his head with her slender, fair finger. That tickles, stop it. Hu Chuan obediently retreated, laughing as he asked, Cici, have you decided where you want to play? I don't know. Ning Xi suddenly remembered she hadn't said goodbye to Lu Er and Dan Dan. She still wanted to give them the small bread. She hesitated, needing to ask if it could be taken out. In other beast realms, she would never have considered asking, nor would she have thought of sharing something as peculiar as bread. However, given the camaraderie among females here, perhaps it was different. She turned to Meng Xian and quietly asked, Can I give the small bread I had before to Lu Er and Rabbit Dan? Yes. Just remove the transparent hard beast skin from the outside. Meng Xian lifted his eyelids slightly, offering her the fish meat he had prepared. Transparent hard beast skin? You mean the outer packaging? Ning Xi smiled brightly as she understood, taking the meat from him. Okay, I got it. Her guess was correct. She could indeed share it. What smells so good? Suddenly, a cheerful voice from Hu Lu Er interrupted. Ning Xi turned to see Hu Lu Er sitting atop the giant python, beaming with joy, a sight that instantly uplifted her spirits. Lu Er, this is the grilled shrimp with minced garlic made by my Dai-Lan. It tastes wonderful. Come and try it.
Hu Lu Er, was momentarily so preist.
Can long-whiskered shrimp be eaten? She quickly dismissed her doubt and agreed. All right. Cici, you're amazing. Your partner's skills are so impressive. With a light leap, she approached. The three males instinctively cleared a large space for her. Hu Lu Er plopped down, pulling out a heap of fruits from her space and placing them before Ning Xi, her smile radiant. Cece, I have fruits from the entire eastern continent here. Remember to eat more every day. You look so thin, it's quite pitiful. Ning Xi was momentarily taken aback by the assortment of fruits, meeting Hu Lu Er's sincere gaze, which made her heart feel warm and slightly tender. Her tone softened unconsciously. Thank you, Lu Er. You're so kind to me. The small bread in her hand suddenly seemed inadequate. Perhaps she should share some Snickers with her, or maybe even another fire starter. A magnesium fire starter didn't seem quite right though. She decided to ask Meng Xian later. Uncertain matters were best inquired of the locals. Ning Xi let go of her worries and chatted with Hu Lu Er while they enjoyed their food. Dai Lan, who had been mostly silent, attentively observed how Meng Xian and Hu Chuan cared for Ning Xi, keenly noting her preferences and learning diligently. Noticing her gaze linger on the red fruits, he washed one clean and offered her a slice. Ning Xi bit into it, grimacing at the sourness. Dai Lan dried his hands, placed a cleansing fruit in her mouth, and leaned closer to kiss her lips, his tongue sweeping away the sourness. His pale pink eyes regarded her earnestly as he smiled and asked, "How about now?" Ning Xi instinctively licked her lips, her cheeks flushing as she smiled back. It's sweet. He was quite the flirt. Were it not for her knowledge of the absolute loyalty of males in this beast realm, she might have thought him a master of romance. Catching Hu Lu Er's sparkling gaze, Ning Xi's face turned beet red. To distract herself, she picked up a fruit resembling an apple and took a bite, only to wince at its acidity. Meng Xian chuckled lightly, leaning over to grasp Ning Xi's wrist, bringing it to his lips and nibbling on the remaining fruit, unfazed. Hu Lu Er's eyes sparkled at the sight, her expression turning notably inquisitive as she pointed at Meng Xian behind Ning Xi. I always thought the leader was heartless and devoid of emotion, but now I see he's just a late bloomer. At 25, wasn't that a bit late to bloom? Meng Xian raised his eyelids slightly, his gaze steady upon Ning Xi as he said in a calm tone, had it not been for finding Cece, I would never have awakened. Hearing his affectionate words, Ning Xi felt her ears grow warm, casting a shy glance at Meng Xian, her expression tinged with playful annoyance. He smirked, dangerously handsome. For a moment, Ning Xi was entranced, longing to embrace him. Just as her fingers twitched, she caught sight of Hu Lu Er's wide, curious eyes, and she quickly withdrew her hand as if scalded.
Cece.
I'm going to the western continent to see the mermaids that drop pearls. Hu Lu Er's eyes sparkled with excitement as she spoke of mermaids. I heard that when mermaids cry, they drop pearls. Different emotions produce different colored beautiful pearls. I want to find a mermaid partner and make him cry every day. After a moment she added, oh. Dan left early this morning and didn't he wait for you to say goodbye? Do mermaids really drop pearls? Ning Xi asked, intrigued. If it wasn't too much trouble, she would like to see it as well. The expressions on her face were noticed by her three attentive partners who exchanged glances and nodded. As they continued to eat and chat, 2 hours slipped away unnoticed. Hu Lu Er stood up, brushing off her bottom. I'm leaving too. The grilled long-whiskered shrimp was delicious. Cece, stay happy. As the words fell, the radiant maiden transformed into an adorable, soft white tiger, effortlessly spinning and leaping onto her companion's emerald serpent head. Ning Xi recalled the small bread she had yet to give away, rising to her feet and gently calling out, Green, wait a moment, I have something for you. The tiger Green, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, bounded back and tilted her head at Ning Xi, inquiring, what is it? Ning Xi was utterly enchanted by the adorable white tiger. She arched her brows and smiled sweetly. It's food, quite sweet. I believe you'll enjoy it. Just give me a moment to retrieve it from the cave. With a beaming glance at the serpent Xian, who understood her cue, he strode over, joining her as they made their way towards the cave. Xian transformed his legs into a serpent's tail, blocking the entrance. Ning Xi swiftly opened her backpack, revealing bread too. There were 2 in total. She would eat one, leaving the other. Yet, the display indicated 2. Was her backpack auto-refreshing, or was it malfunctioning? Holding her breath, she clicked to take one out. To her astonishment, 2 filled sandwiches appeared before her. There was no malfunction. Could it be that her backpack could automatically restock? This revelation quickened her breath. Did this mean she would have an endless supply of bread? If only she knew the conditions for refreshing. She. Should I give both to Tiger Green? Can I strip the beast hide outside for space? Xian picked up the bread, awaiting Ning Xi's decision. Hearing his voice, Ning Xi snapped back from her joy, instinctively tilting her head and smiling sweetly. Yes, both for Green. And there's something else. Xian, could you help me see if I can give this to Green? She opened the backpack to the flint section, revealing magnesium rod flint too. Taking one out, She was left with one. Ning Xi carefully unwrapped the packaging, following the instructions, and drew it across the ground, igniting a bright flame momentarily. Chapter 64. The Severity of Skin Thirst. Xian, can this be given to Green? She raised her head, her eyes gleaming. The instructions say one can be used 1,500 times. Males have unique methods of preserving fire sources, and this is handy in emergencies. If all goes well, one should last a lifetime. I just wonder how convenient it is for external use. Xian's green eyes narrowed slightly, his expression complex as he gazed at the fiery object. With Shi's trust in him, he felt compelled not to betray it. He recalled that the super tribe had something similar, known as a flint, where two stones could create fire. He had only seen it from afar once. As long as similar items existed, it sufficed. With this thought, he pulled Ning Xi into his embrace. Shi, this can be gifted. Regardless of its origin, you shall say it is from the super tribe. The super tribe in the central continent is shrouded in mystery, and peculiar items sent their way are never questioned. No one will discern the truth. All right, I understand. Ning Xi replied, tucking the wrapped bread and the flint into her belongings, then swiftly exiting. The tiger Chuan, having finished tidying up, transformed into his beast form, lounging outside the cave to bask in the sun. Upon seeing Ning Xi emerge, his fiery gaze immediately turned towards her. Shi, everything is packed. We can set off anytime. He grinned widely, his fluffy tail wagging energetically, leaving a trail in the air. The soft and adorable appearance of the large cat brightened Ning Xi's eyes as she affectionately rubbed against the tiger's leg. Thank you for your hard work. She then skipped lightly towards Green, softly stating, Green, these two are delicious treats, and this is something to start a fire. At this point, Ning Xi discreetly scanned the surroundings with her lively eyes, ensuring no one was around. Lowering her voice, she continued, when you use it, just scrape it on the ground and place some easily ignitable dry grass, avoiding human use. In the beast world, both females and their companions could be trusted, and that feeling was truly wonderful. While Ning Xi spoke, Xian also cautioned several of Tiger Green's companions, who nodded seriously in understanding before shifting their gaze to Green. Green was utterly astonished, her eyes widening as she clamped her mouth shut, terrified she might inadvertently scream. Oh, beast god, what did she just say? She has something to start a fire. Is she a high priestess from some tribe? It must be so. Green swiftly devoured the bread, erasing all evidence, and adeptly stored the flint in her space, resolutely deciding she would never use it unless absolutely necessary. Shi, you are so kind to me. I will remember you. She vowed to cherish Shi's kindness for a lifetime. Her secret would remain safe. Unbeknownst to Ning Xi, Green was bestowing upon her an elevated status in her heart. Watching her store the items, Ning Xi exhaled in relief, a smile gracing her lips. After a brief exchange, Green took her leave, beaming brightly at Ning Xi. Shi, I hope you have a wonderful time, and I wish to see you next time as a plump Shi. With that, she turned and gracefully leaped onto the shoulder of the great white bear, her delicate hands grasping its ears, laughing joyfully. She waved casually behind her. The four males accompanying Green immediately followed in the bear's footsteps, and the group swiftly vanished from sight, Green's confident, exuberant laughter echoing in the forest. Suddenly, Ning Xi felt a slight sting at the tip of her nose. A hollow sensation enveloped her heart, and the surrounding silence felt markedly heavier. The quiet after the bustling excitement was somewhat unbearable. Ning Xi felt a bit dazed, slowly blinking as her long lashes concealed the anxiety beneath her eyes. In moments of speechlessness, one truly becomes speechless. Unexplainably, her skin thirst returned with a vengeance. The unsettling urge surged, every inch of her skin yearning for solace. Ning Xi furrowed her brows, instinctively clutching her arms. Unconsciously, her fingertips sank into her flesh. Three males quickly noticed her discomfort and gathered around her. Would you like a hug? Xian offered, though his tone left no room for inquiry as he extended his long arms and enveloped Ning Xi in his embrace. A soft sigh escaped her lips involuntarily. Ah! Ning Xi felt a tingling sensation, both physiological and psychological, overwhelming her senses. She nestled deeper into his embrace, pressing against him to eliminate the last vestige of space between them, subsequently closing her eyes and emitting a soft sigh. Hearing Ning Xi's languid sigh, as if her mind had been emptied, Xian swallowed his words. He supported her waist, steadying her stance, his green gaze laced with concern. Are you feeling more comfortable? Ning Xi's voice was sweet and melodious. Xian, it's still not enough. I want more. Hold me tighter, please. The moment her words left her lips, Xian's heart trembled. He gazed at the gentle figure nestled against him, his expression softening as his serpent tail coiled around her delicate, fair legs, his arms tightening around her. An immense sense of satisfaction flooded Ning Xi's heart, awakening an uncontrollable yearning to touch his skin. She gently bit her lip, mentally reassuring herself, "He is my partner." Legally so. Nestling her head against his chest, her slender fingers ventured to his beastskin skirt, tracing the defined lines of his abdominal muscles, firm and palpable, an exquisite sensation. Pressing her face against his chest, she felt the steady, powerful heartbeat beneath, as if she were becoming addicted. Was her skin thirst becoming severe? Unbeknownst to her, Xian's heart raced as well, her delicate, boneless hand against his skin igniting a fervor within him. He retracted his smile, regaining his frigid demeanor. Yet the tempest of emotions swirling in his eyes was so intense it seemed on the verge of overflowing. Ultimately, in a haze of confusion, Ning Xi touched every inch of skin she could find, feeling a sense of relief wash over her as clarity returned to her gaze. Upon realizing her actions, she froze for a moment, then her face flushed crimson. Why was she becoming increasingly eccentric? "Sisi, shall we share a kiss?" Dai Lan approached leisurely, gently caressing her sleek, dark hair with his large hand. Xian had mentioned that she was feeling unwell and should take the initiative to kiss. However, he feared that being too forward might provoke her resistance. It was evident that she was not a person driven by desire, and he wished to ensure her comfort. Hearing Dai Lan's words, Ning Xi's pupils dilated and then suddenly constricted. Perhaps she wasn't as peculiar as she thought. Blushing, she shook her head, her voice sweet. Sultry whisper, "I'm feeling much better now. No need for a kiss. All right, if you're uncomfortable, just let me know. I greatly anticipate it." Dai Lan slowly blinked, a graceful smile illuminating his features. He eagerly looked forward to enveloping her in his embrace and fostering intimate contact to bring her both physical and mental ease. His melodious voice made Ning Xi's ears flush with warmth. Suddenly, her fingertips tingled with a desire for closeness, and she opened her arms to plunge into Dai Lan's embrace, squinting her eyes as she rubbed against his clothing. Then, with a hint of bashfulness, she tilted her head back and smiled. "Let us discuss where we should go." Her curiosity about this wondrous, unknown beast world was insatiable. Chapter 65. The Mushroom House. We shall journey westward, enjoying ourselves along the way, aiming to reach the western continent before the winter solstice. What do you think, Cici? Python Xian leaned closer, his cool lips brushing against Ning Xi's, his deep, melodious voice tinged with seduction. Ning Xi felt a delightful shiver race through her heart and ears, instinctively wrapping her arms around his sturdy waist. Nuzzling her small face against him in a show of affection, "I'm agreeable. You decide." Tiger Chuan exclaimed with sparkling eyes, "Then let us head to the western continent. It's perfect for spending the winter solstice there. I've heard it's the best place for females to celebrate the winter solstice. And there are mermaids who weep pearls I want to see." From their conversation, it seemed that winters on the western continent were not overly cold. Would it resemble Sanya and Huagua? Ning Xi's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she gently asked, "Is the winter solstice warm on the western continent?" Noticing her slightly dazed expression, Dai Lan felt his heart swell with soft emotions and gently replied, "The winter there is slightly cooler than the current temperature. No need for heavy furs. The winds may be brisk, but overall it's quite livable." Slightly cooler than now. Ning Xi glanced at her silver-white snakeskin sports attire, which was thin and breezy, barely covering her undergarments. A gust of wind sent a chill through her arms. "So, it's like wearing short sleeves with a light jacket? That sounds delightful." Python Xian's cool voice carried a hint of laughter. "Then let us be off." Because of her presence, he felt an unexpected anticipation for the unknown landscapes, an emotion he had never experienced before. "Ah Xian," Ning Xi cooed sweetly, her voice soft as she opened her arms towards Python Xian. Her tender, playful demeanor melted Python Xian's heart, and he pulled her into his embrace, planting a gentle kiss on her lips. "Let us go." Tiger Chuan, seeing Ning Xi follow Python Xian, transformed into his beast form with eager energy, shaking his fur in excitement. "We're going to take Cici out to play." "Let us go," Dai Lan said, gazing at Ning Xi with a tender look, methodically organizing their belongings, his voice gentle. In the beast world, they departed as soon as they decided. Brilliant butterflies soared in the sky, clearing the path as Ning Xi sat atop the giant python's head, a large white tiger closely guarding her side. They made their way leisurely toward the western continent. Under the protection of 3 layers of shielding, Ning Xi's hair flowed smoothly, In high spirits, she lifted her gaze, peering through the tree branches at the azure sky, fragrant with the scent of blooming flora. A gentle breeze caressed her, compelling her to sigh in contentment. This is so comfortable. The three males felt their hearts soften at the sound, their eyes brightening considerably. The post-rain jungle was vibrant and charming as Ning Xi sat leisurely atop the python's head, enjoying fruits and the scenery. Her gaze drifted past a nearby large mushroom. Suddenly, she sat up straight, completely captivated by the extraordinarily large mushroom. A mushroom house? It's 2 meters tall, and the cap is as large as a trampoline. I wonder if it's edible? If it is, one would be enough for the whole family to feast for a month. The three males halted simultaneously, following her gaze. Dai Lan's lips curled into a smile as he looked at her with sparkling eyes and softly asked, "Shall we go play?" "Yes, let us play," Ning Xi nodded eagerly, her eyes gleaming. In the next moment, her waist was ensnared by the python's tail, lifting her into Dai Lan's open arms. "Let us go take a look." As Dai Lan cradled her and soared into the air, the large white tiger leaped ahead. Python Xian swiftly circled the area, scattering insects in all directions. When Ning Xi stood beside the mushroom, the surroundings were impeccably clean. Not a single ant was in sight, and even the ground had been swept clear by Tiger Chuan. Ning Xi's gaze swept over the damp leaves piled nearby as she smiled at Tiger Chuan, her voice sweet and syrupy. "It's so clean. Thank you for your hard work. It's no trouble at all. It's what I ought to do." Tiger Chuan grinned widely, revealing a row of neat, white teeth. His eyes filled with genuine joy. He was immensely grateful for the sudden thought that had crossed his mind that day. Becoming her mate was the best decision he had ever made. Surrounded by lush greenery, the air was fresh. Up close, the mushroom appeared even larger. Ning Xi tilted her head back in awe, her beautiful fox-like eyes widening. It truly is a mushroom house. There's a large hole in the mushroom's leg, forming a little house. But I wonder if it's sturdy enough. Will it collapse? Is it solid? Shall we go test it out? Tiger Chuan quickly approached, wrapping his arm around Ning Xi's shoulders, beaming with delight. It was the first time he realized that the forest wasn't just a place for hunting but also a treasure trove of delightful experiences. "Thank you, Cici. I love Cici." Ning Xi raised her head, her face filled with anticipation. She instinctively reached out, tightly embracing Tiger Chuan's waist. In the next moment, her feet left the ground as she was lifted onto the mushroom. Just as she had imagined, it was smooth and soft, bouncing back quickly when pressed down. So squishy. I could probably take one home as a sofa, right? Ning Xi stood and took a few steps. It felt like walking on a sponge. How marvelous. A natural sofa. Seeing that Python Xian and Dai Lan had also joined her on the mushroom, Tiger Chuan gleefully bounded around, jumping and bouncing on it. Each step elicited a delightful duong sound. After a while, he let her go. Tiger Chuan leaped lightly, but when he landed, he lost control and sank halfway into the mushroom, causing Ning Xi, who was sitting beside him, to be lifted up. "Ah!" Ning Xi gasped, then slid down into Tiger Chuan's sturdy embrace. "Dove, indulgently silky," the long-forgotten advertising slogan popped into her mind, making her chuckle at herself. Seeing her laugh joyfully, Tiger Chuan felt as if he had discovered a new world. He suddenly kissed her lips and gently placed her down on the opposite side before jumping heavily. Plunging into the mushroom. "Protect Cici," he shouted before disappearing into the depths. Ning Xi was momentarily stunned, collapsing into Python Xian's embrace as laughter bubbled forth uncontrollably. The big tiger was simply too amusing. With the giant hole in the mushroom, a sofa was no longer feasible. As Ning Xi's mind sparked with inspiration, she crouched down and plucked a piece of mushroom, swiftly stowing it in her backpack. Holding her breath, she gazed ahead, waiting for half a minute without any response. Puzzled, Ning Xi wondered if such a large mushroom could truly be inedible. She plucked another piece. Yet again, there was no reaction. It seemed that she was indeed correct. It was not edible. "Do you want to eat mushrooms?" The expression on her face was unmistakable. Mang Xian chuckled as he affectionately ruffled her hair. Ahead lay a patch of smaller mushrooms, which appeared to be edible. Dai Lan smiled gently. "I want to eat," Ning Xi said, wrapping her arms around Dai Lan's, her eyes sparkling as she spoke softly. With their companion expressing interest, the three males rallied to assist. Mang Xian cleared the area of insects while Hu Chuan tidied up the surroundings. As Ning Xi was led by Dai Lan, the environment was pristine and refreshing. Various mushrooms peeked out from the damp soil, glistening with moisture and looking delectably enticing. Ning Xi felt as though she had stepped into a grand garden, marveling at the novelty of everything around her. Chapter 66, Blood Ning Xi. This looks like a table, Ning Xi remarked, gazing at a colossal round mushroom that reached her waist. She gently tapped the cap, exclaiming in awe, "It resembles a standard small round dining table, with a few stools beside it. One could easily dine here." She. What is a table? Hu Chuan inquired, leaning in with curiosity. Ning Xi, her heart fluttering with delight, softly replied, "It's the stone slabs or wooden stumps we use to place our food on when we eat." The males silently noted her words, each contemplating what materials might best serve to craft the table she described. Hu Chuan, with a glimmer of thought in his eyes, mimicked Ning Xi's actions and patted the mushroom. With a gentle slap, the mushroom split open. Hu Chuan's expression mirrored the mushroom's fracture. Ning Xi, caught between laughter and exasperation, pulled Hu Chuan's hand away, her inquisitive gaze returning to the marvelous mushrooms. Seeing Ning Xi's silence, Hu Chuan assumed she was upset and trailed closely behind her, making every effort to amuse her. She, over there is another table, a black one. Ning Xi turned at his words, her eyes widening in surprise at a fallen, enormous dead tree, densely covered in black mushrooms the size of tables. Those can't be mushrooms, can they? They look like Ning Xi. Black Ning Xi? Is there such a thing as black Ning Xi? Ning Xi mused, her understanding limited to what she had encountered online, where she had predominantly seen orange varieties. She had yet to behold such a dark cap. Could it really be Ning Xi? Ning Xi? Is that the name of this fungus? Do you like to eat this, she? Meng Xian approached her, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. Their tribe's naming conventions were peculiar yet melodious. Snapped back to reality, Ning Xi affectionately embraced his arm, nuzzling her face against it and offering a sweet smile. "I'm not sure, but let us go take a look. We should first identify it with the backpack." Hearing it might be edible piqued Hu Chuan's curiosity, and he eagerly rushed over to pluck one, inadvertently causing the black fungus to turn blood red.
Whoa.
He instinctively released it and jumped back, suddenly alert. She, don't come over. There's blood on the fungus, and it doesn't smell like beast men. There was likely some strange beast lurking nearby. Blood? Ning Xi's pupils dilated, her fingers instinctively tightening. Dai Lan, unfazed, raised an eyebrow and nonchalantly walked over, flipping the discarded fungus to examine it closely. He discovered that the blood was actually from the fungus itself. The mushroom's cap was black, while the underside was white. But upon contact, it changed to red. He glanced at Hu Chuan before turning to Ning Xi. "This fungus turns red when touched. It's not actual blood." Ning Xi exhaled in relief, her face a mask of confusion as she approached. Peering closely, she thought it hardly resembled anything edible. However, since they were already here, why not try one? With that thought in mind, she reached for the nearest one. Suddenly, the world went dark before her eyes as a small black fungus appeared before her. From above, Meng Xian's cool voice echoed, "Use this one, she." He had just taken a bite, and aside from a bitterness, he felt no discomfort. "You can take it." The males were all aware of Ning Xi's ability to discern food, though they were unclear on how she did it. They had an inkling, however. And this time they were more observant. Ning Xi smiled brightly, unhesitatingly accepting the fungus and placing it in her backpack. As long as she did not acknowledge the backpack's capabilities, no one would discern its true nature. Even if someone guessed, it would not matter. The awkwardness would fall on the one who dared to inquire. Just as she contemplated this, Hu Chuan approached, his face alight with curiosity. "Does your space have identification functions?" "That's amazing." "Ning Xi, it's fine if my partner knows. Males in the beast world don't stray or change their hearts. It's enforced by the beast god." Ning Xi smiled gently, but chose not to respond, her gaze subtly drifting forward. Blood Ning Xi, bitter with a hint of astringency. Her eyes instantly brightened. Could it truly be Ning Xi? The name Blood Ning Xi sounded exceptionally rare. Gazing at the expansive patch before her, a radiant smile graced Ning Xi's delicate face as her sweet voice tinged with delight rang out. "Lan, a Xian, a Chuan, we're harvesting Ning Xi." Unsure of the specific effects of this variety, she thought, but using it to simmer meat soup should be foolproof, right? If memory serves, Ning Xi is typically nourishing. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she added, "By the way, be careful not to touch the roots when picking. We only want the caps of the larger ones, not the small ones. We must leave some behind to propagate. We can't let such a wonderful thing go extinct." "Understood." The three males immediately sprang into action. Meng Xian encircled Ning Xi with his protective embrace, his tail forming a barrier around her as he deftly unleashed wind blades, swiftly harvesting a large bounty. Dai Lan's crystalline ice blades danced gracefully, rapidly yielding another substantial collection. Hu Chuan found his abilities less applicable here. Instead, he gleefully gathered the lingji they had cut, cheerfully exclaiming, "The bleeding fungus must taste meaty." After all, only animals bleed. Dai Lan's brow twitched slightly in exasperation as he averted his gaze. Oblivious. Hu Chuan continued to scavenge, mumbling, She is truly amazing." His antics drew Ning Xi's attention, and she instinctively followed him with her eyes. Biting her lip, her cheeks flushing, she reminded him, Chuan, your beast's skin skirt is about to fall. It's all right, we're all family. Hu Chuan nimbly adjusted his skirt. But the next time he bent down, it slipped again. Ning Xi's eyes were momentarily dazzled, and she decisively looked up, focusing on Meng Xian's stern visage. His handsome features flawlessly captivating from every angle, momentarily replacing the image of Hu Chuan's antics. Half an hour later, Ning Xi surveyed the newly added section of her backpack, where the Q-version image of Lingji displayed a plus 125. 125 mushrooms the size of tables, surely enough for years of soup. Ultimately, in addition to the Lingji, they had gathered a plethora of edible mushrooms, their bounty abundant. As the group strode forward, stepping into the sunset, Dai Lan diligently learned how to care for Ning Xi. A soft smile gracing his face as his gaze remained fixed upon her. Her long, dark hair cascaded freely down her back, a few strands gently framing her face, charming yet lively. Her thick eyelashes, like wings, softly cast mottled shadows beneath her eyelids. Beneath the resplendent glow of the setting sun, the entire scene appeared both hazy and exquisite. How beautiful! Cici is truly enchanting. Hu Chuan's clear, melodious voice carried a playful laugh. Indeed, it is quite beautiful. Suddenly, the silver-white python spoke. As Ning Xi heard the unabashed compliment, the corners of her lips involuntarily curled upward, yet soon her smile faded. Who do you wish to accompany you tonight, Cici? The great white tiger circled around the python, its fluffy head fixated on Ning Xi atop the python's head, its gaze fervent. Chapter 67. Let us ride the tiger. According to the previous pairing sequence, tonight it was a Xian's turn. Ning Xi's cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze, her delicate, fair fingers unconsciously tracing the small scales on the python's head. Cici is wonderful. This way. Each male gets equal time with you. Hu Chuan boisterously praised her. Previously, he had feared that his limited time would result in losing her favor. Yet he was astonished at how generous Cici was. Nevertheless, the issue of time needed addressing. He could not allow Cici to endure any grievances alongside him. She deserved nothing but the absolute best in everything. Yes, quite fitting. A Xian's cool voice resonated with a hint of laughter, remaining characteristically reticent. A beautiful butterfly gracefully descended, alighting lightly upon Ning Xi's shoulder, its grand wings affectionately brushing against her rosy ears. This was a matter for Cici to decide. The butterfly, indifferent to desire, could not fathom why it longed to be embedded within her. As a latecomer, receiving such equitable treatment was not due to his own merit, but rather Cici's inherent kindness. Such a splendid Cici, he vowed to cherish her all the more. Noticing that her three companions were in good spirits, Ning Xi softly declared, "Well then, let us make this a delightful decision." A faint floral fragrance wafted through the air, causing her ears to tingle. She gently tilted her head, reaching out to caress the radiant butterfly wings, her fingertips instantly adorned with golden dust. "Oh no, I've smudged your powder," Ning Xi exclaimed, startled, gazing at the shimmering gold on her fingertips. "Cici, why not try applying the golden dust to your hands?" The butterfly's wings slowly folded. Upon hearing this, Ning Xi delicately dabbed some of the powder onto the back of her left hand. The fine golden dust was instantly absorbed. Such excellent absorption. Is it a skincare treatment? In the next moment, a rich rose fragrance emanated from her hands, prompting Ning Xi to exclaim in delight, "Lan, this golden dust smells of roses." No perfume could rival the sweetness and romance of this. The butterfly was slightly taken aback. Is that crimson flower a rose? What a lovely name. Indeed. Today's powder carries the scent of roses. Do you like it? The butterfly inquired softly. Wherever he flew, even without direct contact, the scent of flowers would cling to him, naturally coalescing into the golden dust on his wings. If he so wished, the golden dust could fall and, when applied to the skin, leave a lingering fragrance. If he did not wish it, even the sharpest claws would fail to remove a single speck of powder. Yes. I adore it, Ning Xi replied, her sweet smile beaming as she brought her hand to her nose for a gentle sniff. The intense rose aroma was intoxicating. With her fox-like eyes slightly lifted, she mused joyfully. Isn't this the beastly world's version of perfume? A natural, harmless kind at that. Seeing her delight, the butterfly spread its wings and expertly dusted golden powder onto her shoulder. The scent that settled on her clothing was subtler than that on her skin, serving as a target for her senses. Having completed this, he gracefully flapped his wings and soared into the sky, continuing his reconnaissance. A Xian moved steadily, and, with the transparent protective shield, Ning Xi felt quite comfortable. As the scenery around her transformed, she looked on with curiosity. They paused midway to enjoy some roasted meat and refresh themselves. A Xian meticulously assisted her in cleaning her fingers, gently wiping them with clean, thin animal skin. Shall we go? Ning Xi nodded obediently. Noticing Ning Xi was ready, Huchuan seized the moment to offer her food, swiftly peeling and slicing an apple, presenting it to her in a bowl.
Cici, eat this.
Now, where shall we find a place to spend the night? Do you wish to ride the tiger? He continued in a flurry, as if fearing her refusal. I beg you, Cici. My dear Cici, let us ride the tiger. His eyes beseeched Ning Xi, his expression one of earnest pleading. Ning Xi took a bite of the apple, then playfully offered Huchuan a piece, laughing lightly. All right then. I shall trouble Chuan to take me later, and do enjoy the apple yourself. Cici is wonderful. Cici loves me the most, Huchuan declared triumphantly, raising an eyebrow as he happily munched away. Ning Xi lowered her gaze, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. For some inexplicable reason, Huchuan's expressions and actions often made her want to laugh. Perhaps some individuals are simply endowed with a natural sense of humor. The apple was sweet and refreshing, quite pleasing to the palate. Ning Xi's eyes lit up, and she turned to feed the other two companions. You should try this too. It's a bit tangy, but quite delicious. She preferred fruits that weren't overly sweet, as too much could become overwhelming. A brief cough could lead to a cloying sensation in her throat. A most unwelcome predicament. A Xian took a bite and nearly lost his composure, silently noting, Cici enjoys sour flavors. The butterfly remained unfazed, mentally recording. Finding sour fruits to bring back would please her as well. Huchuan's eyes sparkled with delight. This is delicious. The fruit Cici offers are simply exceptional. Both the butterfly and a Xian glanced over, noticing his evident joy. A twinge of envy stirred within them. It was truly wonderful that he could share a meal with Cici. Let us move on, shall we? Huchuan cheerfully sprawled beside Ning Xi, prostrating himself in a show of endearment. Ning Xi chuckled, watching as his tail swirled in an almost spiral formation. In the next instant, a cool sensation enveloped her waist as she was gently lifted and placed atop the tiger's back. They set off westward. As autumn deepened, the great white tiger's fur felt softer than before, and Ning Xi unknowingly dozed off atop the tiger's back. A Xian, noticing this, covered her with a soft piece of animal skin. Gazing at her delicate, peaceful visage, only her exquisite face visible, his heart swelled with warmth. By evening, as they approached the cave, Ning Xi remained asleep. The three males, in perfect harmony, refrained from waking her. Huchuan gradually lay down, flattening his body. The butterfly retrieved a new robe from his space, gently draping it over her. A Xian, having exchanged for prey from the leopard tribe, skillfully skinned, deboned, and cleaned it. The warm, golden rays of the setting sun illuminated the sleeping young female's rosy face, painting a picture of tranquil serenity. The butterfly exchanged a glance with a Xian. Silently signaling to move a distance away, he sought a large stone to serve as a table. He ventured far and found many stones that felt lackluster. Suddenly, a pristine white boulder caught his eye, clear as if water flowed within. The butterfly's eyes sparkled as he glided over and gently landed upon the stone, proclaiming, "This will do." "Hey, that butterfly, I saw the stone first." A bright, melodious voice rang out, and the butterfly turned to see 5 males surrounding a plump female with black skin and red hair, adorned with beast teeth, striding swiftly towards him. As the female approached and beheld the butterfly's splendid form, her eyes brightened, and with a sincere tone, she asked, "You are male, right? Do you have a partner? If not, come inside, and be my beast husband." "I do have a partner." For the first time, Dailon rudely interrupted the female as she spoke. He was eager to return, and after finishing his words, he stored the stone in his space, intending to find a secluded spot to craft a table. He aimed to complete it before she awoke. With this thought in mind, he spread his wings and soared into the sky. The petite black-skinned female watched the butterfly with bright eyes, excitedly tapping her partner's arm, urging, "Quick, chase after me." Chapter 68. The Mushroom Table. Ning Xi awoke to the sight of the setting sun, feeling somewhat disoriented. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat up, her face being gently pinched by cool fingertips. Beside her, the deep voice of Meng Xian resonated. Xi is awakened. It's time to eat. Okay, I'll be right there, Ning Xi replied, playfully stretching her slender arms towards Dai Lan with a radiant smile. Dai Lan walked over with a lightness in his step, cradling the pouting female in his arms. His pale pink eyes brimmed with affection as he softly inquired, "What do you think of this stone table, Xi? Is it the kind you desired?" Ning Xi was placed upon a stone stool adorned with animal hides, and before her stood a translucent crystal mushroom table. The surface was polished to a smooth finish. Warm and luminous, radiating a gentle glow, its mushroom shape a stunning spectacle, akin to a meticulously crafted work of art. Ning Xi could not help but exhale softly. "It's so beautiful. Is this truly a table?" "No, it's a masterpiece." Dai Lan affectionately leaned down, placing a tender kiss on her forehead. "I'm glad you like it. I hastily made this table, but once I have more time, I will craft an even finer one. You can share any ideas you have, Xi. I love it, I really do." "Thank you, Lan." Ning Xi beamed at Dai Lan, her eyes sparkling with delight. In modern times, this would be an invaluable treasure, one she could never hope to afford. Here, however, it was luxuriously designated as a dining table. And they were concerned she might be dissatisfied. It reminded her of that mushroom from yesterday. Hu Chuan set down the food and circled the table, expressing his astonishment. Meng Xian, with a light green gaze filled with amusement, glanced at Hu Chuan, that was made to resemble the mushroom because Xi mentioned the table looks like one. "Let us sit and eat. I'll make a few matching stone stools another day," Dai Lan said with a smile, recalling the smaller stones in his space. Ning Xi tiptoed and gently kissed his chin, having ultimately overestimated her own reach. At a height of 1.7 meters, even on tiptoes, she could not reach her partner's lips. Blushing, she wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her forehead against his chest, her tone sweet as she murmured, "You've worked hard." Rarely did Xi take the initiative like this. Dai Lan gazed down at her tenderly, gently cradling her face and bestowing a kiss upon her lips. "It's no trouble at all. These are duties of a male." Noticing the bright-eyed Hu Chuan in their periphery, Ning Xi stepped out of Dai Lan's embrace, walking over with a light-hearted gait to peck his chin. "Ah, Chuan, you've worked hard too." Without waiting for his response, she turned and nestled into Meng Xian's arms, rubbing against his skin contentedly, burying her head in his chest. And murmuring softly, "Ah, Xian, you've worked hard as well." Meng Xian held her as they sat, his large hand gently caressing her hair. "It's no trouble. Soon it will be Xi who will be working hard." Ning Xi, oblivious to his words, was entranced by the sparkling crystal mushroom table. Dai Lan took a seat gracefully beside her. Hu Chuan wore a broad smile, reveling in his partner's acknowledgement of his efforts. So much so that he didn't even notice his suddenly emerging tail. The tail playfully lifted the animal hide skirt, wagging cheerfully, but when he sat down, he felt a chill, exclaiming, "Ah, cold bottom." Dai Lan averted his gaze, unable to watch. Ning Xi, her cheeks flushed, rested against Meng Xian's chest, her delicate shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. How had she never realized how amusing Hu Chuan could be? It was only fitting that he was a vibrant 18-year-old male. The breeze was gentle, and the sunset radiated warmth. The three handsome and charismatic males seated beside Ning Xi catered to her every need during the meal. Indulging in the luxury of sitting at the crystal table, Ning Xi found her appetite significantly heightened as she surveyed the neatly arranged dishes before her. She opened her mouth to savor the fish that Meng Xian had expertly deboned, her eyes lighting up, so delicious, and with chili added. If only there were a staple food, a bowl of rice to accompany the spicy grilled fish would be delightful. Suddenly, a voice from beside her exclaimed, "I finally caught up." Intrigued, Ning Xi turned to see a voluptuous female seated atop a green peacock, her bright eyes fixed on them. With dark skin and fiery red hair, she exuded a sultry allure. Upon noticing Ning Xi's gaze, the female's deep blue eyes sparkled with excitement as she gracefully leaped down from the peacock's back, announcing, "Hello, little female.
I am Baolink."
A black panther in beast form. "It's a pleasure to meet you. May I exchange a few cotton flowers with you?" This heat cycle had come upon her unexpectedly, and she hadn't prepared any cotton flowers for her bleeding. Seeing a butterfly with a mate, she decided to approach for a trade. The cotton flowers? Ning Xi looked curiously at Meng Xian, pondering what they were. Did they have any at home? The terms sounded reminiscent of cotton. Those are the cotton flowers used during a female's heat cycle. Bao Ling tilted her head in confusion. The description sounded strikingly similar to menstruation. Could those cotton flowers be the beast world's equivalent of sanitary pads? Ning Xi suspected she was indeed correct, blinking her clear fox-like eyes. She shook her head with a friendly smile, softly replying, "I'm sorry, I don't have any stored," reflecting on her recent experience with menstruation before her crossing. Ning Xi's gaze shifted slightly. She recalled the feeling of having forgotten something important. It had been 2 months since her last cycle. Could she be pregnant? No. That seemed unlikely. She had only made it a few days ago. Apologies? Bao Ling's expression turned serious as she approached Ning Xi menacingly, her companions trailing behind her. Ning Xi snapped back to reality, and upon looking up, she was met with Bao Ling's fierce gaze. Feeling anxious, she clutched Meng Xian's arm, her mind racing with questions. Aren't females in the beast world typically friendly with each other? What is happening? Does apologies carry a special meaning here? Ning Xi watched the unfolding scene, her mind racing. Meng Xian positioned himself protectively in front of her, reassuringly stating, "Do not be afraid. I am here." Hu Chuan glared apprehensively at Bao Ling, his eyes wide as saucers, determined to protect Xi regardless of her gender. Dai Lan surveyed Bao Ling and her companions calmly, instinctively adopting a defensive posture, recognizing that one of her partners likely held a rank comparable to his own. Bao Ling strode forward, her gaze fixed angrily on Meng Xian and the others, her chest heaving with agitation. "Have you been mistreating her? Why is she so thin? Look at her hands, her waist, that delicate neck. She appears as if she could snap with a mere touch. It pains me to see her like this." Chapter 69. The Defense of Females. Observing the enraged yet beautiful female, Ning Xi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, rising to her feet with a touch of gratitude in her voice. "Bao Ling, you've misunderstood. I simply have a physique that doesn't gain weight. All 3 of them are my partners, and they treat me very well." It turned out she was merely concerned for her. A gust of wind swept by, carrying the delectable aroma of roasted meat. The furious little female suddenly froze, instinctively raising her head and wrinkling her nose to sniff the air. The gaze lingered on the fish skewered over the fire, and her brow furrowed once more, a surge of indignation rising within her. "They offered you this? The spiny, meager fish that could easily cause injury? Such treatment towards a female is utterly unacceptable." Observing her expression of skepticism, Ning Xi gently pushed aside her companion, her eyes arching with warmth as she spoke softly, "I assure you, I am not deceiving you. My partners treat me exceptionally well. Every meal is abundant with meat and fruits. The fish is quite delectable. Let us sit down and savor it together." As her words settled, Ning Xi approached and tenderly took Leopard Ling's hand, guiding her to sit at the crystal table. She meticulously selected the fish bones, placing them before Leopard Ling, her eyes sparkling with a gentle smile. "Do try it. It is truly fragrant." As Leopard Ling leaned closer, she realized her earlier misjudgment, for the meat was indeed aromatic. Her eyes brightened, and without hesitation, she mimicked Ning Xi's actions and began to eat, while her partners busily assisted Mo Xian and the others nearby. After consuming a fish, Leopard Ling, suppressing a satisfied lick of her lips, stood up with contentment. "I'm glad you're well. Thank you for the roasted fish. It was delightful. I have something good for you as well." She called back, "Leopard Star, bring a bundle of lotus root for her." Coming right up, Ling Ling, a tall, cherubic male emerged from the space, presenting a large bundle of off-white lotus roots to the more amiable Dai Lan. Leopard Ling, her spirits soaring, pointed at the roots. "Have your beast husband dry these for you. Store them in the space. They could save your life during the winter when food is scarce." Life-saving provisions? Ning Xi gazed at Leopard Ling, whose face radiated sincerity, feeling a lump in her throat as her eyes glistened. This world truly cannot exist without girls. Recalling her fondness for the fish, Ning Xi turned to the grilling Hu Chuan. "Ah Chuan, please teach Leopard Ling's male how to cook the fish and provide some scallions, ginger, and garlic." "Understood." Ning Xi smiled with her enchanting eyes at Leopard Ling. "Many fish are poisonous. I will show you some that are safe to eat. In the future, should you wish for more, instruct your male to catch these specific varieties." No sooner had she finished speaking than she discreetly opened her backpack, retrieving an assortment of various fish.
Thank you.
"By the way, what is your name?" Leopard Ling waved her hand, storing the fish in her space, and asked with a cheerful smile, Ning Xi. Ning? What beast form is that? Leopard Ling, unfazed, grinned widely. All right, Ning Xi the little female, I shall remember you. With that, she leapt into her partner's embrace, lifting her chin in a haughty manner and huffing at Mo Xian and the others. I apologize for misunderstanding you. However, your partner is far too thin. You must take good care of her and ensure she gains some weight. She then playfully raised an eyebrow at Ning Xi. I'm off now. I hope when we meet again, you will be as robust as I am. In less than half an hour, night had completely descended. She. It's time for a bath. The clear, melodious voice of Mo Xian resonated from behind. Ning Xi turned to meet his deep green gaze, and before she could respond, he swept her into his arms. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around his neck. The cave was adorned with several beautiful thunderballs, dutifully illuminating the space. Curiously, Ning Xi observed the immaculate cave, with the ground covered in soft, thick furs. A large wooden tub at the entrance was steaming invitingly. Go ahead and wash. I'll be at the entrance. Call for me if you need anything. Mo Xian set Ning Xi down, retrieving a freshly made leather outfit and undergarments from his space, placing them on the fur bed before stepping toward the entrance. In an instant, he transformed into a silver-white giant python, blocking the cave's entrance. Ning Xi gazed at the steadfast Mo Xian, her eyes curving with affection. She bent down to dip her hand into the water, which was delightfully warm. Though he spoke little, his attentiveness was evident. After a quick wash, she donned the clean leather, just as she prepared to gather her soiled garments. A pair of large hands took the clothes from her. She, focus on resting. I shall take care of the laundry. Ning Xi watched Dai Lan smoothly collecting her undergarments, and with her back against her flushed cheeks, she whispered, Then I must trouble you, Lan. Not at all, she. There's no need to be so formal with me. Dai Lan gently caressed her face before exiting the cave with Hu Chuan, who was holding the wooden tub. As Ning Xi gazed at the approaching Mo Xian, his green eyes focused intently on her. Would you like some fruit? Presenting an apple, Ning Xi instinctively leaned back, accepting a small bite from his hand. Her slender neck was delicate and pale as jade. Mo Xian's green gaze deepened, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed. After taking a couple of bites, when the apple was offered again, she bashfully shook her head. I'm full. Mo Xian quietly observed her, finishing the remaining apple himself. His piercing gaze fixated on her as if he were consuming something far more significant than mere fruit. Ning Xi instinctively sensed the danger in his gaze. The next moment, his handsome face loomed closer. His cool lips brushed against hers, and as she stepped back, his strong hand easily grasped her wrists. Her back pressed against the soft furs as they both tumbled onto the bedding. His lips brushed against her soft hair, his throat moving slightly as he spoke in a patient and gentle tone. She, I'm about to begin. The proximity was overwhelming, his cool breath fanning over her ear, an almost aggressive familiarity enveloping her. She shivered slightly, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Okay. Don't be afraid, just sleep. Mo Xian's voice was husky, laced with a smile. Ning Xi looked up in surprise as he leaned down to kiss her forehead. Silly she. If you do not wish to, no one can force you. This time, it was Ning Xi who was left speechless. She had not expressed any unwillingness. The crystalline stone could alleviate physical fatigue, but could not ease the weariness of the heart. Certain experiences, when indulged in moderation, are pleasurable, however. Excessive duration can lead to exhaustion. That suffocating sensation of entanglement. Once or twice a month is sufficient, right? At other times, 1 or 2 hours should be more acceptable. It is impossible to abstain completely. After all, she quite enjoys it. Not unwilling, just don't take too long. Ning Xi was resolute yet flustered. No sooner had she spoken than a fervent kiss descended upon her. Chapter 70. The Rose by the Pillow. The moonlight was gentle, and the stars twinkled. Inside the cave, the atmosphere was enchanting as Mo Xian busily prepared. The delicate and melodious sounds spilled forth, while outside, 2 attentive males were equally occupied. Hu Chuan, holding a robust lotus root nearly matching his height and weight, looked questioningly at Dai Lan. How do we cook this? Do we peel it? Dai Lan chuckled and shook her head. No need. Just place it directly over the fire. Once the outside is charred, the inside will be perfectly dried. This particular root was also found in the large pond adjacent to their tribe. While its flavor was average, it could be stored for a long time. Regardless of the food, anything that can be preserved for an extended period is immensely valuable. Everyone competed to harvest it. Several nearby tribes would engage in skirmishes each year over the coveted lotus roots. After hearing this, Huchuan swiftly picked up one, added kindling to the fire, and set the root to roast, casually chatting with Dailon as they cooked the lotus root. An hour later, faint sounds of water echoed from within the cave. Huchuan pondered momentarily before sidling up to Dailon, his voice low and slightly hoarse. Cece dislikes prolonged durations. Let us be mindful henceforth. No, rather, you should be the one to take heed. As soon as he finished speaking, he proudly elevated his tail, exclaiming, I have no such troubles. Dailon responded with a quizzical expression. Is that truly a matter for boasting? On the following morning, Ning Xi awoke naturally, her eyes fluttering open with a soft murmur. As she sat up, she was greeted by a vibrant bouquet of red roses beside her pillow, their dewy petals glistening, exuding a delicate fragrance that enveloped her. How beautiful, she thought, cradling the roses carefully. Oh, it seems they lack thorns? Are the roses in this beastly realm so considerate? She blinked and lifted the bouquet closer, realizing that the thorns had indeed been removed. Such thoughtful companions, Ning Xi smiled sweetly, leaning down to inhale their fragrance deeply. Cece had awakened early and prepared roasted mushrooms. Suddenly, Dailan's soft and melodious voice drifted from the cave entrance. Ning Xi looked up to meet his striking pink gaze. Lon, thank you for the flowers. I truly adore them. Dailon gracefully approached, presenting 2 freshly cleaned teeth-cleaning fruits to her lips. As long as you like them. I stumbled upon the flowers during the hunt. The sentiment was unintentional. He lightly touched the rose petals with his fingertips and playfully tapped her nose, grinning as he added, You mentioned the scent of roses yesterday, and I thought the name quite fitting. I picked a few upon seeing them in the morning. She was touched that he remembered her casual remarks. Ning Xi fluttered her eyelashes, accepting one fruit while saving the other. One is sufficient. Excess would be wasteful. Your enjoyment renders it not wasteful. His gentle tone made Ning Xi's ears tingle, and she instinctively glanced at him. The light behind him cast a warm glow, highlighting his soft brows and deep-set handsome features. Her heart raced audibly, and she placed a hand on her chest, feeling its fervent rhythm. As he took her hand to lead her out, her expression remained somewhat dazed. Realizing his romantic nature, she felt an overwhelming fondness for Cece, exclaiming, Ah, let us savor the roasted mushrooms. A bright voice chimed in from the side, Huchuan. With her eyes sparkling, Ning Xi savored the roasted mushroom, which was perfectly crisp on the outside and tender within. Delicious, she beamed, her smile sweet and demure. Enjoy it if you like, there is plenty more, said Meng Xian, leisurely roasting more mushrooms. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Ning Xi's voice held a note of excitement. We could create a deeper stone pot for mushroom soup, both fresh and delectable, a remedy for monotony. No sooner had she spoken than a large, translucent crystal materialized before them. Dailan's smile was gentle as he replied, Cece said so, I shall make it. Seeing the magnificent crystal that seemed to contain flowing water, Ning Xi gasped and quickly gestured, No, please, not such an exquisite stone. Something ordinary will suffice. We can reserve this for other creations. A crystal pot? Not to mention its practicality. How extravagant. Dailon obediently stored the crystal, nodding with a soft smile. As you wish. In the beast realm, the concept of stir-frying was virtually non-existent, with roasting being the singular method of cooking. Thus, even upon discovering new ingredients, the instinct was to roast them rather than pursue other culinary avenues. Even after learning to stir-fry, it was a rare occurrence. Ning Xi preferred her food roasted. The matter of the soup pot was not easily articulated, so she picked up a twig and sketched the pot's shape on the ground. Observing her rudimentary drawing, Ning Xi sighed. She lacked artistic talent. I wonder if my several beast husbands will comprehend this. She thought to elaborate, it shouldn't be too difficult to make, right? After all, we previously crafted a stir-frying pot. Ning Xi raised her head, speaking softly and clearly. Can this be made from stone? A stone approximately this size, hollowed out in the center, deeper than the stir-frying pot, filled with water and mushrooms, seasoned with salt for soup. Of course. I have a pot in my space. We can make it right now. Huchuan's eyes sparkled as he eagerly retrieved the stone pot from his space. Ning Xi cast her gaze down at the well-preserved stone pot, her brows curving upward as she gently remarked, This pot is suitable for stir-frying, but it might be a tad small for soup. Even filled to the brim, it would yield less than 4 bowls. Nonsense. As long as it's sufficient for Cece, that's all that matters. I'll make a larger pot when I have time. Huchuan looked at Ning Xi with bright eyes, his voice resonant, as if making a vow. Her cheeks flushed, and her enchanting eyes sparkled like dew. Her skin glowed with a healthy radiance, making her strikingly beautiful. Such a lovely female was hers. Hu Chuan's admiration deepened, and without hesitation, he puckered his lips and leaned in, planting a kiss on her cheek with a playful sound. Ning Xi touched her face, blushing fiercely, and playfully scolded him, Chuan, meeting his captivating gaze. Her irritation dissipated in an instant. He was undeniably handsome, his skin a healthy wheat hue, with striking features and large, twinkling eyes that held depth and affection. The combination of her sweet, melodic voice and her alluring gaze made Hu Chuan's heart flutter, his pupils dilating with longing. Suddenly, he leaned in and pressed a kiss against her soft lips, then joyfully stepped back, seizing the freshly cleaned mushrooms from Meng Xian and tossing them into the pot. Chieftain, add water. Meng Xian appeared puzzled. Chieftain? Indeed, Xian is the chieftain of the Changshan tribe, she realized, momentarily forgetting. Ning Xi's eyes narrowed in thought. Swiftly moving to crouch beside Meng Xian, he effortlessly embraced her in his long arms. Xian, what will happen to the tribe if you leave? Ning Xi clung to his arm, her voice soft as she looked up at him. Will the tribe be abandoned without a leader? Chapter 71. The Substitute. The new substitute chieftain takes office. Meng Xian gazed into her shimmering eyes, a smile of indulgence gracing his lips. Each tribe has 2 substitute chieftains. It is commonplace for the current chieftain to be unavailable or to meet with unforeseen circumstances. The presence of 2 substitutes ensures the tribe's continuity during such events. But what if the substitutes also accompany their partners? Ning Xi asked playfully, her curiosity evident. Fear not. The high priest will oversee matters and nurture a new chieftain. Meng Xian's green eyes shimmered with a hint of emotion as a strong hand gently stroked Ning Xi's head. Ah, I see, Ning Xi replied, her eyes wide with intrigue. The existence of substitutes and the high priest was a fascinating aspect of their tribal structure. Suddenly, she recalled a striking face and pure blue eyes, feeling her cheeks warm. Her long lashes fluttered slightly as she awkwardly used the back of her hand to cool her flushed face. In the Changshan tribe, a beautiful blue peacock lazily rested atop a tree branch, suddenly sneezing. The peacock lifted its head, revealing sapphire-like eyes that sparkled, its melodious voice echoing gently through the woods. It has grown cooler. I wonder if Xian has managed to plump that delicate female. Thinking of the fragile, beautiful, and clever female, Kong looked down, chuckling softly. Such an innocent little creature. At the same moment, Ning Xi and Meng Xian both sneezed in unison. Achoo.
Achoo.
They exchanged amused glances, their movements instinctively leading them to share a kiss. Ning Xi arched her brows, her heart brimming with delight as she mused. 1 scolds, 2 ponder, 3 mutter, and 4 catch a cold. It seems someone is thinking of her and Xian. Who could it be? Could it be LV Air? Has it turned cold? A soft voice floated from beside her, and Ning Xi felt a warmth envelop her shoulder. Her peripheral vision caught sight of a robe in a gradient of blue and white. Turning her head, she offered a gentle smile to Lan, who was draping the garment over her. Thank you, Lan. Although she did not feel cold, she appreciated the sentiment of her partner. After all, wearing it was not uncomfortable. She wondered what kind of beast hide the robe was made from. It was exceptionally soft and bore a faint scent of roses. As she gazed at Lan, who was smiling sweetly with her delicate face tilted up, the smile on his handsome visage deepened, his eyes radiating warmth like water. She. This is what I ought to do. Suddenly, he leaned in closer, their noses brushing together, his lips barely grazing hers. After a fleeting touch, he stood up with a smile and went to sit beside Meng Xian, pulling out a long worm from his space to roast. Ning Xi's lips curled into a soft arc as she watched her partner's busy figure. She lowered her gaze to the robe, feeling its softness and pondering. It must be quite comfortable as a sanitary napkin, right? It looks like it has excellent absorbency. She. Would you like to try some lotus root powder? Hu Chuan, having finished his task, rushed over, his eyes brightening at the thought of the freshly dried lotus root powder from the morning. Lotus root powder? Is that the gigantic lotus root that Bao Ling gave yesterday? Ning Xi's eyes sparkled with interest as she leaned closer to Hu Chuan, her voice soft and smiling. Yes. Let me have a taste. No sooner had she spoken than a thick, dark gray lotus root appeared before her, with black residue dropping to the ground. Ning Xi looked down in confusion. Is the beast world lotus root meant to be eaten roasted? However, it seemed a tad overcooked.
Lan.
Come quickly and see how to eat this, Hu Chuan called out, his voice tinged with the excitement of discovering something novel. Dilan was sitting beside Meng Xian, both engaged in roasting meat and boiling soup, unable to leave. Just peel it and make a small opening. You can eat what's inside, Dilan replied, turning his head with a gentle tone.
All right.
Hu Chuan responded enthusiastically. Ning Xi curiously leaned in to observe. You can eat it just by pouring it out? Would it be lotus seeds or the prepared lotus powder? Shi, be careful with that hard part. Your delicate hands shouldn't get hurt. Hu Chuan cautioned as he noticed her hand instinctively reaching for the dark lotus root powder. His gaze lingered on her fair skin for a fleeting moment. The skin of the lotus root becomes hard when roasted black. Ning Xi attempted to pry it open but found it too tough. Naturally withdrawing her hand, she looked up at Hu Chuan with a light smile and said, I can't manage it. It's up to you, Chuan.
All right.
Hu Chuan's fingers transformed, sharp and gleaming like a blade, easily puncturing the iron-hard lotus root. With a gentle flick of his fingers, he drew a circle, and Ning Xi blinked, watching the round piece fall to the ground in astonishment. She couldn't help but gaze at his hand, thinking how useful such sharp nails would be for firefighters. If only they could have won, many tragedies could be averted. Hu Chuan took a bite first, grimacing as it tasted as dry as dirt, swallowing with a frown. Shi, this isn't tasty. Just a little taste is enough. Carefully, he pinched a small amount and brought it to Ning Xi's lips, looking as if he feared she would eat too much and feel unwell. Ning Xi's thoughts returned to the present as she stared at the pale, white powder, her fox-like eyes widening in surprise. She immediately took it and placed it in her backpack for inspection, laughing at herself for the action. Is this vigilance inscribed in her DNA awakening? This is a pure beast world, devoid of any unscrupulous elements. Hu Chuan, familiar with her habit of stashing everything in her space, watched her indulgently, waiting patiently. Ning Xi relaxed, inwardly exclaiming, Indeed. Lotus root powder, dry and mildly sweet. It's lotus powder. Her eyes brightened with evident excitement, her voice sweet. This can be eaten for breakfast. Adding hot water and some flower nectar will make it delightful. I'll boil some water right away. Hu Chuan immediately sprang into action, not giving a second thought to how Ning Xi knew it was edible. He simply wanted to cater to her whims, believing only in her happiness, and if she gained weight, all the better. Observing her partner's diligent demeanor, Ning Xi arched her brows, her soft voice sweetly saying, Thank you for your hard work. Finally, I won't have to gnaw on meat every day. Her recipe repertoire had expanded, leaving her quite satisfied. If only she could find a staple food, but even potatoes and sweet potatoes would suffice. As a human, she couldn't afford to be deprived of carbohydrates for long. Not to mention her taste preferences, her body wouldn't tolerate it. Haven't you eaten yet, Ning Xi? My Meng just made some jerky. Let me share some with you. Suddenly, a resonant female voice called from behind. Ning Xi turned to see Bao Ling gracefully leaping down from the back of the azure giant python. Her red hair blazed like a rampant fire, leaving a striking trail in the air as she leaped, exuding a vibrant vitality. Ning Xi's eyes lit up as she stood from Hu Chuan's embrace. Bao Ling, you're here? At that moment, Meng Xian's cool voice interjected, Clan leader Meng Yu, what a coincidence. Do you know each other? Bao Ling curiously glanced back at her giant python. Acquaintances. The azure giant python affectionately rubbed its tail against Bao Ling's cheek before transforming into human form, its voice clear and melodious. All right, you two chat, I'll go find Ning Xi. Bao Ling raised an eyebrow with a smile and pulled out a prepared beast hide pouch from her space, striding confidently towards Ning Xi. I brought you some cotton flowers. Today, she donned a black beast hide wrap and a matching short skirt that perfectly accentuated her alluring curves. With each confident stride, she exuded an effortless charm that left Ning Xi entranced. Such a cool outfit. Ning Xi's eyes sparkled, momentarily captivated by the striking black-clad beauty. So beautiful. Ning Xi. Bao Ling bent down, curiously observing her as she waved her hand in front of her face. Why does this little female seem so dazed? Ning Xi suddenly snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing as she stammered. I was listening. Why are you blushing?
Bao Ling lên nít cờ lô.
Her gaze catching the rosy hue of Ning Xi's lovely features, a hint of awe flashing in her eyes. You're truly beautiful, though a bit dazed. One who is attractive wouldn't lack a strong partner, as long as one can survive. That's what matters. You're beautiful too. Ning Xi shyly lowered her gaze, taking a small step back. The presence was overwhelmingly strong, and she felt somewhat overwhelmed. At that moment, The mushroom soup pot began to bubble. Bubbling and boiling, Bao Ling glanced curiously but discreetly averted her gaze. She crouched down, opening the beast hide to reveal white cotton flowers inside. Ning Xi, do you think these are enough? Her Meng Yu had gathered plenty from the neighboring tribe yesterday, and considering Ning Xi had none, she thought to bring some along. Even though it was early for the mating season, it was prudent to have some in her space. Ning Xi lowered her gaze, observing the beast hide bag filled with fluffy white items resembling cotton, vaguely reminiscent of the shape of safety shorts. She did not scrutinize closely. Instead, she arched her brows and nodded gently. This is sufficient, thank you. Let us share a breakfast together, and I shall savor the lotus root powder you delivered yesterday. Reflecting on the curious gaze of Bao Ling from earlier, Ning Xi turned and pointed at the bubbling stone pot. That is the bai fish soup. Do give it a try. If you enjoy it, perhaps you could ask your partner to learn how to prepare it for you in the future. After speaking, she glanced at Meng Xian and the handsome male with short green hair. Momentarily surprised to notice the 8 stars adorning the male's chest, Bao Ling's partner is also of the 8th tier. Shi, you are truly remarkable. Possessing so many culinary techniques, Bao Ling remarked with a smile. Noticing Ning Xi's inclination to share, she finally directed her gaze toward that direction and curiously inquired, is bai fish soup akin to boiling bath water? Not quite. Bai fish soup requires boiling the water and seasoning it with salt. Ning Xi replied with a playful smile. Soon, the bai fish soup and lotus root powder were served at the table. Both females' eyes sparkled with delight. Bao Ling took a generous mouthful of the lotus root powder and was instantly enchanted by its soft, sweet flavor. Oh, this is delightful. So fragrant. Seeing her enjoyment, Ning Xi responded cheerfully, if you like it, do indulge yourself. I love it. Since we are quite familiar now, may I call you Shi? You may address me as Ling, Bao Ling suggested, taking a sip of the bai fish soup, her eyes glowing with excitement. Ning Xi chuckled softly, of course, Ling. Bao Ling laughed heartily in return, Shi. The meal was filled with joy, leaving both females pleasantly full. Just before departing, Bao Ling suddenly recalled something and retrieved a cotton flower-made safety pant from her space to show Ning Xi. You might not be familiar with this. Come closer, and I shall explain it to you. This is a new use discovered by a male from the Guagua tribe, yet to be shared widely. Ning Xi approached with light steps, her demeanor demure as she lowered her gaze. Then please teach me. Bao Ling's deep blue eyes sparkled as she watched Ning Xi, finding her adorably reminiscent of her own young female offspring. With a heart full of affection, she unconsciously softened her tone, saying, it's no trouble at all. I'm delighted to teach a female. She unfolded the safety pant made of cotton flower, explaining earnestly, I must tell you, this method is far more convenient than what we used previously. As she spoke, fearing Ning Xi might not understand, she called out without turning, Jinhua, come here and use your wings to shield us. I need to remove my skirt. All right. A golden eagle beast man glided over, spreading its enormous wings to create an impenetrable barrier around Bao Ling and Ning Xi. Though the wings on Ning Xi's side were a good 5 or 6 meters away, certainly avoiding any misunderstandings. Ning Xi's several partners immediately stood up. Do not worry. Our Ling possesses such a nature. She would never bully a female, Meng Yu reassured, chuckling as he stood. The 3 males grew quietly vigilant. Meng Xian cast a cool glance at him and subtly remarked, will clan leader Meng Yu no longer return to the tribe? Meng Yu looked toward Bao Ling's direction, a satisfied smile gracing his lips, with the faintest crow as feet hinting at happiness. I shall return. Ling expressed a desire to see the place where I grew up, and who knows when she might return. Your cave is still preserved, Meng Xian remarked, a hint of a smile appearing in his cold green eyes. Very well. Tiger Chuan, eavesdropping on the commotion from Ning Xi's side, leaned close to Dai Lan's ear and whispered, that is the former clan leader of our Changshan tribe, impressive since childhood. Everyone thought he perished outside, and we mourned for a long time. Dai Lan, somewhat exasperated, pushed Tiger Chuan away a little, saying, no need to be so close. I can hear you. She then raised an eyebrow and added slowly, they can hear it too. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. Ning Xi stared in astonishment at the golden-hued wings, momentarily feeling as though she beheld the sun god. In the blink of an eye, she saw Bao Ling decisively sit on the ground, extending her legs to pull on the safety pants, giving them a little jump. Look, Shi, with just this adjustment, it completely covers the backside, eliminating the fear of leakage or odors escaping. It's both convenient and secure, unlike before when any slight movement risked a mishap. Ning Xi's expression faltered slightly as she observed Bao Ling's swift and natural actions, unsure of how to respond. Witnessing someone don safety pants was a first for her. She forced a somewhat awkward smile. All right, I understand now.
Thank you, Ling.
This is the beast world. There's no need to be surprised. It's perfectly normal here. Everything is fine, everything is fine. Ning Xi unconsciously clenched her hands, gently biting her lip as she mentally repeated to herself for a while. Understanding is all that matters. Bao Ling said, patting the golden eagle's wings. The beast man instantly folded its wings, lowering its large head to affectionately nuzzle against Bao Ling's neck before soaring back to perch on a large tree. Shi, I must take my leave. May our paths cross again. Bao Ling swiftly transformed into her beast form, nodding toward Ning Xi, before turning and leaping nimbly into the jungle. Her partners immediately followed suit. Chapter 73. Does the backpack automatically restock every half month? Shi, come, have some more buy fish soup. Tiger Chuan crouched before Ning Xi, holding a bowl of soup. Ning Xi returned her gaze, offering a sweet smile as she gently leaned forward to sip the buy fish soup from the wooden spoon. Thank you, Chuan, I can manage on my own. You all should have some too. It's a bit hot. Best to sit while drinking. Just as she settled down, Dai Lan gently lifted her and placed her at the crystal mushroom table. As soon as she sat, Tiger Chuan pushed his bowl of soup toward her.
See.
Hurry and drink this. And how about trying the jerky that female sent you? All right, Ning Xi responded with a light laugh. Meng Xian carefully stored the fire source in his space, flicking his fingers to summon a gust of wind that cleared away the remnants of the fire pit before picking up a large beast skin bag nearby and retrieving a handful. Give it a taste? He offered, extending his hand in front of Ning Xi. Ning Xi lowered her gaze, her long, dense eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. In the cool, pale palm, she found brown meat strips, roughly the size of her fingers. She picked one up, instinctively placing it into her backpack. Antler deer jerky, firm and savory. Ning Xi's eyes brightened with delight. Is this deer meat? I've never had deer before. But why eat such a cute creature? With tears in her eyes, she took a large bite, her eyes sparkling as she nodded at her partners and softly said, It's delicious, you all should try some too. The meat was firm yet easy to chew, rich in flavor that only intensified with each bite. Gazing at the backpack icon, Ning Xi opened it to find the box previously adorned with a chibi-like bread illustration, now showing a picture of bread with no plus sign or number behind it. Her brow furrowed slightly as she calculated the refresh time for the little bread, recalling that it took half a month for the first one to appear. So, does it refresh every half month? She clicked on the magnesium stick and flint, which displayed a 1. No refresh occurred. Ning Xi speculated that the refresh time for items in the backpack was consistent, restocking every half month. As her gaze drifted across the item icons, she clicked on the buy fish, which read buy fish 1500. Taking another one out, she saw buy fish 1499. Ning Xi's eyes sparkled brightly. If her assumptions were correct, the original items in the backpack restocked every half month, while the newly added items would not. She looked forward to the restock in half a month. She enjoys jerky. I wonder if she likes dried fruits? Tiger Chuan observed Ning Xi indulging in the jerky and eagerly retrieved a large bag of orange fruit jerky from his space. This knowledge was imparted to him by the python from the deer spirit family. At that time, the python had come to teach Meng Xian, and he happened to have some free time, so he went to learn. There were numerous fresh fruits, yet the dried fruits remained untouched. Hu Chuan smiled brightly, pinching a piece and presenting it before Ning Xi. Do you like this, Shi? It was a piece of candied orange, about the size of a circle formed by his thumb and forefinger, its bright orange hue glistening in the light, obscuring Ning Xi's view. She leaned forward slightly, using Hu Chuan's somewhat rough hand to grasp the edge of the fruit, gently pulling it closer before savoring it slowly. The taste was a delightful balance of sweet and sour, soft yet chewy, and delightfully bouncy, making it a perfect everyday snack. She had not anticipated that dried oranges could be so delectable. Lifting her gaze, she playfully blinked at Hu Chuan and exclaimed, Delicious! I like it. Is it something you learned from a Chuan and the deer spirit family? She recalled that the great python from the deer spirit family could make this. Indeed. Shi, you are truly remarkable. Not only do you possess beauty, but your intellect is equally admirable. I have never encountered such a clever female. You guessed it just by taking a bite. Hu Chuan gazed at her with utmost seriousness, showering her with praise. Meeting his pristine orange eyes made Ning Xi's cheeks flush as she shyly replied, Oh, I'm not that amazing. In the beast world, Even a simple word could elevate someone to the heavens, making her feel somewhat bashful. You truly are impressive, Xi. Dailon chimed in with a smile. Yes, indeed. Very impressive, Mang Xian added, his voice cool yet affectionate. After speaking, he brought over a bundle of cotton blossoms he had prepared. Xi, would you like to keep this in your space, or should I hold on to it? Ning Xi looked down to see a large beast skin bag filled with pure white cotton. Curiously, she crouched down to touch one. The cotton blossom felt almost weightless in her hand, soft and airy, akin to silk, smooth to the touch. It was light, soft, and warm, resembling silk cotton more than regular cotton. She tugged at its edges, immediately sensing a gentle resistance, indicating its resilience and good elasticity. With her eyes sparkling, Ning Xi released her grip, watching as the cotton blossom gradually returned to its original form. She wrapped her delicate, pale hand around Mang Xian's arm, her skin unconsciously brushing against his slightly cool skin as she curiously inquired, Xian, is this how cotton blossoms look when they are picked? In modern times, cotton must be processed after picking, but in the beast world, crops are unpredictable. One cannot rely solely on preconceived notions. It was more convenient to ask a partner directly. That is what the mouth is for. Mang Xian understood her question, recognizing her lack of familiarity with cotton blossoms, which all females in the beast world were well acquainted with. His green eyes shimmered, and with a deep, melodious voice, he elaborated, cotton blossoms grow high upon trees, clustered together in large masses, resembling clouds drifting among the branches. Dai Lan floated over gently, offering Ning Xi a bite of garlic-roasted long-horned insect. Continuing Mang Xian's explanation in a soft tone, cotton blossoms have the properties to repel insects, cleanse stains, and eliminate odors. When soiled, they can be washed and reused. Some females who cannot find a python partner carry cotton blossoms with them. It may be inconvenient, but the effect remains the same. As for males, they are not entitled to use cotton blossoms. All precious items are reserved for females. Ning Xi's eyes brightened as she bent down to pick up a small flower. Isn't this a natural version of antibacterial sanitary pads? The real antibacterial kind. Before she traveled here, she had faced difficulties with sanitary pads. Unable to find a trustworthy brand in her entire dormitory, she had not expected that one cotton blossom could satisfy all her needs. If only there were a time-space express delivery service, I could send some to my sisters in the modern world. When does Xi's heat period begin? Dailon asked gently, his voice soothing and melodious as he gazed down at her. I have heard that females may feel weaker during their heat periods, so preparations should be made in advance. Ning Xi's heart jolted. She bit her lip, her face growing somewhat pale as she replied, I don't know. Seeing her vulnerable and helpless demeanor pained Dailon, and he enveloped her in his embrace, his warm gaze lowering to hers as he softly reassured, do not worry. We're here for you. Xi, share your concerns with us, and let us devise a solution together, all right? Nestled in his embrace, with her arm pressed against his skin, she gently voiced her uncertainties without hesitation. I have my heat once a month, and I've been here for over 2 months without it. I do not feel unwell at all. Previously, her menstrual cycle had also been irregular, but it never exceeded a week in either direction. Since arriving and not engaging in mating, she had naturally assumed that the stress was the cause. She had not given it much thought. Chapter 74, A Journey to the Guagua Tribe. They set off for the Guagua Tribe to consult their high priest regarding Xi. Mang Xian decisively made the decision. Professional matters should be entrusted to professionals. Since it concerned Xi's health, they could not afford to be careless. Let us go. Everything is ready. Hu Chuan handed Ning Xi a small beast skin bag of candied oranges, his clear voice tinged with a hint of seriousness, and upon closer inspection, his eyes glistened with red. He had even contemplated where to bury her if she fell ill and died, and how he would follow her in death. Ning Xi looked down at the large bundle of dried meat in her arms, sensing Hu Chuan's unusual mood. Was he worried about her? Chuan, hug me. Ning Xi, with one arm holding the meat, extended the other towards Hu Chuan, tilting her head and sweetly coaxing. Seeing her adorable demeanor, Hu Chuan opened his arms and tightly embraced her, his voice muffled as he said, All right, I will carry Xi. His heavy tone made Ning Xi doubt the seriousness of not having her heat in the beast world. Consequently, she fell silent. The atmosphere along the way felt oddly heavy. The Guagua tribe was not far away. After 2 hours, Ning Xi found herself seated upon Hu Chuan's back, accompanied by her 3 partners as they traversed a barren gorge. Before them, the landscape opened up, and her eyes sparkled at the sight. An endless expanse of emerald green lake, towering ancient trees rising from the water. Thick emerald vines cascading down and branches intertwining, filled with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers, teeming with life. Numerous wooden houses were constructed among the trees, resembling enlarged versions of hobbit homes, with sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, perfectly complementing the enchanting wooden houses, forming a breathtaking tableau. Ning Xi couldn't help but exclaim, "So beautiful! Is this not a gigantic fairy tale kingdom? Oh, look! There's a little female." A light and joyous youthful voice rang out, tinged with excitement. No sooner had the words left his lips than Ning Xi spotted a giant grass-green frog perched upon a leaf before her, its limbs adorned with golden patterns, and a pair of round green eyes stared directly at her.
Quack.
Ning Xi's pupils dilated in fear as she prepared to speak. What a large frog. Who just echoed my thoughts. Seeing her frightened, Meng Xian swiftly coiled his tail around Ning Xi and placed her in Dai Lan's embrace. With a gentle tightening of his waist, Dai Lan's soft voice reached her ears. "Do not be afraid, Xi. This is an orc from the Guagua tribe." As he spoke, he positioned himself to shield Ning Xi from the frog's gaze, his cool palm gently stroking her back. Suddenly, resplendent wings unfurled, fluttering softly, showering her with countless specks of golden powder that landed precisely on her delicate, smooth wrist. Dai Lan beamed, his eyes filled with tenderness. Xi. Try rubbing it and see if you like today's flavor? Today's flavor? Does it change every day? Ning Xi felt as though she had been warmed by something. A subtle heat blossoming in her chest, prompting her to involuntarily tilt her head and gaze deeply at Dai Lan. "Well, let me give it a try," she said with a light laugh, lowering her eyes. Curiously, she used her fingertip to spread the golden powder, which melted into her skin, releasing a faint scent of jasmine. "Is there jasmine nearby? Could I perhaps gather some to brew jasmine tea? Though the season for foraging is not right, it is certainly better than having none at all." Noticing Ning Xi's relaxation, Hu Chuan cast Dai Lan an appreciative glance, mouthing, "You lad have a way with the females." Dai Lan chuckled helplessly. In the front, Meng Xian was conversing with the frog boy who had just appeared, stealing a glance back. Seeing Ning Xi's face alight with a smile and her eyes sparkling, he silently sighed in relief, internally lamenting that it was indeed Dai Lan who was adept at charming others. Ning Xi had chosen her partner wisely. However, is having someone who can charm enough? He himself was not very talkative, and Hu Chuan was young, full of curiosity and a lively spirit. He needed to find another companion who could sweet talk and bring joy. Meng Xian diligently crafted a comprehensive plan for Ning Xi in his mind while maintaining a composed demeanor as he chatted with the frog boy. After an unexpected revelation, he raised an eyebrow in surprise, a smirk gracing his lips as he turned back to say, "Let's go. We shall enter and find the high priest."
All right.
Dai Lan nodded, lifting Ning Xi into his arms and gracefully soaring forward with a flap of his wings. The magnificent wooden house was enchanting. It was Ning Xi's first encounter with such an exquisitely crafted abode since arriving. The door was adorned with lush green vines, and flowers climbed the roof, creating a fresh and natural atmosphere that harmonized perfectly with the great trees surrounding it. Ning Xi's eyes sparkled with delight. Observing her admiration, Dai Lan bent down to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead, softly murmuring, "After we meet the high priest, we can stay here for a few days. The females are always welcomed in the tribe, and since it's rare for Xi to enjoy it here, we can extend our stay. Let us remain until you grow tired of it, shall we?" "Sounds good. Let's stay a few more days," Ning Xi replied, her lovely fox-like eyes curving into a smile as she gazed up at the refined yet untamed Dai Lan, finding his handsome and gentle demeanor utterly captivating. After passing through a series of wooden houses, the guiding frog transformed into human form, a sturdy young man clad in a grass-green animal skin skirt, effortlessly leaping onto a tree branch high above. He turned back to wave at Ning Xi and the others, urging, "Come up. The high priest resides here. I'll check if he is available. It's time to see the doctor." Ning Xi's long lashes fluttered, a wave of nervousness washing over her as the diagnosis of her skin condition had made her apprehensive about visiting the doctor. "Lan, quickly, let me touch you." Dai Lan replied, "Of course, Xi, you may touch anywhere." Ning Xi instinctively clutched the fabric of Dai Lan's long robe, as if bewitched, leaning closer to him, her delicate, snow-white fingers slipping into his sleeve. The coolness of his skin against her arm provided some relief to her itch. Noticing her change, Dai Lan looked down with a hint of concern, aligning his gaze with hers, reassuring her, "The high priest will be quick. There's nothing to fear." "Lan, kiss her. Make it a bit deeper," came Meng Xian's low voice from behind. Dylan's pupils constricted slightly. His previously light pink eyes deepened with intensity as he cupped Ning Xi's face, leaning in to kiss her lips, gradually increasing the pressure. Inside the treehouse, the high priest sat leisurely, waiting. Hu Chuan obediently perched on a nearby branch, his bright smile fixed on Ning Xi's beautiful profile. After they finished kissing, Hu Chuan playfully wrapped his arms around Ning Xi's waist from behind, pulling her into his embrace, boasting, "I can tell. You're not as good at kissing as I am." He then raised an eyebrow at Dylan, signaling for him to practice more. Dylan responded with a light chuckle. "Indeed, I feel I need more practice." Hu Chuan remarked, "I sense something is off, but I can't quite pinpoint it." Chapter 75. Fate unfolds 3 years later. Ning Xi felt a profound sense of satisfaction, her cheeks flushed and her eyes slightly dazed, enveloped in the comforting sensation following the alleviation of her skin condition. Suddenly shifted into another embrace, she opened her eyes to meet Hu Chuan's bright amber gaze. "A Chuan," she shyly chided, her upturned eyes resembling a crescent moon, her charming demeanor inadvertently flustering Hu Chuan. Without delay, he leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "Xi, your voice is delightful. Call my name again." Despite being the same name, hearing it from her lips was particularly enchanting. He could never tire of it. Ning Xi, blushing, caught his wandering hands, exclaiming, "Stop." Meng Xian's cool green eyes glimmered with a captivating beauty under the sunlight as he earnestly regarded Ning Xi, smiling gently. Xi, we are about to meet the high priest." At the mention, Ning Xi's slender back stiffened, her long lashes fluttering as she nodded obediently. "All right." She hoped it was merely an irregularity with her menstrual cycle. Meng Xian's legs transformed into those of a beast, his tail curling around Hu Chuan and Ning Xi, effortlessly transporting them to the wooden door of the treehouse. He then coiled around the tree, following closely behind. Dylan's pale pink eyes gazed toward the silvery white python's tail as he spread his wings and soared gracefully upwards. Hu Chuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Meng Xian, his astonishment barely contained. "Are you all right? What kind of male wraps another male with his tail?" Though he couldn't climb trees, he could use the vines to ascend. "Do you mind?" Meng Xian raised an eyebrow, his green eyes unwavering as they met Hu Chuan's, his deep voice carrying an inexplicable edge of danger. Hu Chuan shivered under the intensity of that gaze, which clearly conveyed, "I don't mind. Do you?" How domineering. How excessively so.
Creak.
Suddenly, the wooden door swung open from within, revealing a tall, slender male with waist-length green hair. Upon seeing Ning Xi, he raised an eyebrow, welcoming her with, "Welcome, little female, to the Guagua tribe." His features were sharply defined, his eyes deep as an abyss, and he wore only a green animal skin skirt. His cascading emerald hair, reminiscent of the finest green silk, flowing down and concealing his chest. A fleeting look of astonishment crossed Ning Xi's face. What a beautiful male. With such stunning hair, it looks like luxurious dark green satin, impossibly smooth. With such hair quality, he could easily win a shampoo commercial in modern times. Momentarily distracted by his flowing locks, Ning Xi quickly regained her composure, curling her brows into a polite smile. Qing Zhou's smile broadened, exuding an innocent charm as he approached, saying, "Not in heat yet? Don't worry, I'm here to check." He paused to give Ning Xi a moment to react before gently extending a green vine, entwining it around her hand. The sudden chill at her wrist made her legs weaken, and as her heart raced, she unconsciously bit her lip, murmuring, "Then I must trouble the high priest." Qing Zhou's fingers pressed lightly against the vine, a soft green light emanating from his fingertips, flowing gently through the vine into Ning Xi's wrist, his focus intently fixed on her abdomen. In ancient times, there were those who diagnosed pulses through silk. Now, it seems, one can diagnose through vines? Ning Xi found this beast world version of traditional Chinese medicine both absurd and oddly familiar. Half a minute later, Qing Zhou's expression grew serious, his posture straightening as several males exchanged grave glances, Hu Chuan's reaction being particularly pronounced as he nearly burst into tears. In his heart, Hu Chuan silently prayed, "O beast god, please don't let Xi die. I would willingly exchange 50 years of my life, no, my entire remaining existence for the peace, health, and longevity of Xi. By the grace of the beast god." A minute later, Qing Zhou's features relaxed, and with a measured demeanor, he retracted the vines. Taking a step back to speak, "It's nothing. She merely possesses a frail constitution and cannot endure the energy received during the bonding ceremony. There remains a residual energy cluster in her abdomen, which will render her infertile for 3 years. She will gradually recover, and after 3 years, she will return to normal. At that time, she will be able to bear offspring.
What?
A residual energy cluster? Can it be removed? Hu Chuan's eyes turned cold as he gravely questioned, holding Ning Xi firmly. How could she be so weak as to be unable to absorb the energy? Has she suffered some form of harm? He cursed himself for his ignorance. Dielon's pale pink eyes lowered slightly, filled with compassion as she gazed at Ning Xi, while the other male, Mang Xian, looked equally concerned. Is it serious? What precautions should we take? Mang Xian's expression was solemn. Removing it would render her participation in the ceremony meaningless. Do you wish for her to experience the pain of childbirth? Qingzhou shot a curious glance at Hu Chuan, his tone icy. I don't want to. It hurts. Let me hurt. Hu Chuan's pupils dilated in shock, instinctively shielding Ning Xi's abdomen with his warm palm. Disregarding Hu Chuan's fearful expression, Qingzhou turned to the other two males. It's not severe. She simply cannot conceive for now. There are no other repercussions. The little female is still quite healthy. After a moment's thought, he added, take her out for some fresh air. She appears somewhat anxious. She lacks the innate sense of relaxation typical of females. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the upward curve of Ning Xi's lips and the sparkle in her eyes. Qingzhou raised an eyebrow in perplexity. Strange. Why does it seem like this female has become more relaxed after hearing she won't conceive for 3 years? Aren't females supposed to take pride in bearing strong and robust offspring? Yet here she is, appearing more at ease. Ning Xi was overwhelmed with joy. Her sweet voice tinged with laughter, soft and melodious. Thank you, High Priest Qingzhou. She had contemplated this possibility before the bonding. Although there was a high likelihood of reproductive isolation, perhaps it was not as definitive as she had imagined. Informing her partner of the possibility that she might not bear children was merely a way to prepare for the worst-case scenario. If they could accept it, that would be ideal. If not, she could seek out a male who would. Later, she resolved to let things unfold naturally. Should a child come, it would be destiny. Moreover, she wouldn't have to endure the trials of pregnancy and childbirth. To her surprise, there was an unexpected delight awaiting her in 3 years. 3 years would allow her to savor the joys of life without the worry of conception, providing ample time to acclimate to this beastly world. The corners of Ning Xi's mouth could hardly contain her smile. Observing Ning Xi's untroubled demeanor, Qingzhou sighed in relief and continued. She does not have a beast form that hinders reproduction. Even after 3 years, her chances of conceiving will be significantly lower than those of other females. His deep, penetrating gaze swept over the 3 males with an air of danger, a casual smile playing on his lips, though it did not reach his eyes. You 3 wouldn't mind, would you? If you do, we can leave them behind and find the little female a few suitable males as companions. Our tribe's males are quite commendable. Chapter 76. A Fairy Tale Brought to Life. Upon hearing this, Ning Xi instinctively smiled, her heart swelling with sweetness. They would not mind. She could see the sincerity in her partner's eyes. I don't mind. I never even considered that she would bear children. Hu Chuan was the first to express his sentiments, his eyes shimmering with joy at the knowledge that Ning Xi was safe. Wiping away a tear, he excitedly retrieved some dried fruit from a space and stuffed it into Ning Xi's mouth. She, eat up. There's more where that came from. May the beast god bless us. As the dried fruit entered her mouth, Ning Xi instinctively chewed, savoring the sweet and tangy flavor. She raised her brows and smiled sweetly at Hu Chuan. Thank you, Ah Chuan. Meanwhile, Dailon watched Ning Xi intently, tenderly caressing her fair, rosy cheeks. His soft pink eyes brimmed with affection as he spoke earnestly. I don't mind. I only wish for you, Shi. Just give me the opportunity to care for and accompany you, and that will suffice. Before meeting Shi, he had never considered seeking a partner. Now, all he wanted was to remain by her side. As for offspring, I can provide for them, but without them, I can focus entirely on nurturing Shi. Ning Xi beamed, her eyes twinkling as they met Mang Xian's deep green gaze. I don't like children. Mang Xian took 2 steps closer and added in a low, slightly hoarse voice, will Shi be saddened by not being able to bear children? Most females cherish the prospect of offspring. Being able to give birth signifies health and strength, as well as the ability to attract powerful partners. Ning Xi felt a pang of sympathy as she gently smoothed the furrow in his brow with her fingertip, her voice soft and serious. Ah Xian, I am not sad. Do not worry. According to the high priest, I will not have my period for these 3 years, and I want to conceive, which won't harm my body. Oh my, how could such good fortune exist? In this beastly world, where the importance of offspring was paramount, not being a beast person, was elated by this notion. Having been shaped by modern ideals, Qingzhou noticed her expression and smiled genuinely. He called out to the young guide behind him, "Qingning, please take them to their accommodations." After a moment of silence without a response, Qingzhou raised an eyebrow in confusion and turned back, his flowing green hair cascading down his shoulders as he moved. Noticing the young guide lost in thought while staring at Ning Xi, Qingzhou chuckled knowingly and lightly flicked the boy with a vine. "Hurry and show them to their quarters." Qing Ning reacted swiftly, leaping away with remarkable agility, returning his gaze with a cheerful grin. "Yes, great priest. I will do so right away." "Can frogs really jump like that?" Ning Xi mused, watching him with curiosity, feeling quite cheerful as she remarked, "I have certainly witnessed the leaps of frogs before. Are you fond of sunshine? I can take you to a sunny spot." Qing Ning inquired melodiously as he guided them past numerous trees. Although he addressed the group, his gaze lingered on Ning Xi. "If you like, I can arrange for you to stay in the treetop house. If not, I can take you to the ground level." He thought to himself, marveling at how a female could be so slender yet so beautiful. "I would love to. Please arrange for us to stay up high." "Thank you," Ning Xi replied politely, her eyes curving with delight. As they traversed the forest, opportunities for sunlight were scarce, and she felt as if she might mildew from the lack of brightness. Staying high up to bask in the sun would be delightful. King Ning spricht. Pristine eyes sparkled as he beamed. "You have excellent taste, little female. I will take you up right away." With a single leap, he could reach her doorstep, and if they lived further away, he could still keep a close watch. Once the bright-eyed boy had bounded off, Ning Xi finally relaxed and curiously surveyed their new abode for the next few days. The sky was a clear blue, the clouds wispy like smoke. On a sturdy tree, as tall as a 20-meter building, stood a beautiful wooden house of approximately 60 square meters, firmly anchored to the trunk near the treetop. Surrounded by lush greenery, the view was expansive. Sunlight streamed down directly, filling the air with the fresh scent of flowers and trees. Ning Xi couldn't help but inhale deeply, sighing, "What a beautiful house. A fairy tale come to life. If you like it, stay for a few more days, Shishi, come sit here." Dylon produced a crystal table from his space, followed by a wooden stool, laying out animal skins.
Coming.
Ning Xi's eyes sparkled as she skipped over eagerly, obediently taking her seat on the animal skin stool. As soon as she settled down, Hu Chuan came bounding over with a playful smile. "Come and enjoy the delicious food." He deftly arranged the dried fruits on the table and, seizing a moment, pressed Ning Xi against the table and planted a kiss on her lips. Ma Xuan, moving at a leisurely pace, retrieved some jerky, placed it on a clean leaf, and pushed it towards Ning Xi. He then produced a cup, filled it with water, and brought it to her lips, advising her to drink some water before eating. "Thank you for your hard work," Ning Xi said, taking a sip from Ma Xuan's hand and smiling gently. Once Ning Xi was comfortably settled, the three males busied themselves again. Before long, they had tidied up the treehouse, transforming it into a neat and cozy space. Outside, they constructed a sturdy cooking station, arranging pots and dishes with care. "What do you want to eat later?" Ning Xi was munching on the dried fruits when suddenly she felt a chill around her waist, followed by a solid body pressing against her back, accompanied by Dielon's gentle voice. Unexpectedly, Ning Xi's fingers tightened. An inexplicable sense of emptiness welled up within her, and the sensation of crawling under her skin began anew, itching intensely. She turned around, raised her hand, and slipped her delicate, jade-like fingers into the collar of his robe, pulling it aside to reveal his firm chest. Leaning her head against his slightly cool skin, she cuddled him softly, murmuring Lon, "Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Dylan's body stiffened for a moment. Then he extended his long arms to embrace her tightly, gently patting her back with his large hand. Ning Xi's gaze became dreamy, and she instinctively pressed against him more frequently. Dylan's pink eyes deepened in intensity as he slowly lowered his gaze, locking eyes with Ning Xi. Her eyes were sparkling and innocent, her full lips slightly parted, revealing a glimpse of her pearly teeth. Dylan's Adam's apple bobbed as he could not help but lean down. Watching the handsome face before her gradually magnify, Ning Xi's heart raced, and she instinctively held her breath, feeling the itch beneath her skin intensify to a painful degree. Suddenly, her lips were captured in a kiss. The air around them seemed to bubble with a rosy hue. Dylon tenderly wrapped one arm around her slender waist while the other cradled the back of her head, leaning in to kiss her deeply, savoring the moment. The gentle kisses and cool embrace provided Ning Xi with immense security, alleviating her symptoms significantly as her mind began to clear. Chapter 77. A Beastly Hot Pot. Are you thinking about it? A voice as melodious as a gentle breeze broke the spell. Ning Xi snapped back to reality. Suddenly aware of her hand's position, her face instantly flushed crimson as she withdrew her hand awkwardly, shaking it as if to dispel the lingering sensation. Don't be shy, she thought. Her hand had merely been resting on his arm. How could the delightful touch have ventured so low? Had her inner impudence been unconcealed? Ningxi's long lashes fluttered as she spoke in a soft, bashful tone. Lon, shouldn't we think about eating? Dylon chuckled at her flustered attempt to change the subject. His tone warm and indulgent. Yes, it is time for a meal. What would you like to eat today? Basking in the bright sunlight, Ningxi's beautiful eyes sparkled as she tilted her head and playfully said, I want hot pot. Is that okay? All right, you say, and I shall prepare it. Dylon replied with a gentle smile. With lettuce, mushrooms, and chili peppers, the ingredients were modest. A simplified version of hot pot should suffice, right? Oh, and lotus root. Ningxi suddenly recalled. Who brought the lotus root? She blinked and glanced over at Huchuan, who was busily working nearby. Feeling somewhat shy, she averted her gaze and softly asked, Chuan, do we still have fresh lotus root? Upon hearing Ningxi's voice, Huchuan's eyes lit up as he turned around excitedly. We have one fresh piece. I saved it to see how long it would last. Would you like to drink some fresh lotus root soup, Cici? Huchuan was immensely grateful for his curiosity. Had he not been intrigued to study it, Ningxi would have missed out on her desired fresh ingredients. There's lotus root, Ningxi exclaimed, her eyes shining with delight. But let's not have the soup. Chuan, could you slice the outer layer of the lotus root for a hot pot?
Sure,
Huchuan replied cheerfully. Ma Xuan smirked, pulling out the newly crafted pots from his space, setting up both a large and a small one. Shall we make the hot pot as Cici suggested? Should we use the frying pan or the soup pot? Ningxi approached and wrapped her arms around his arm, her palm brushing against his cool skin. Let's use the soup pot. And maybe both pots, the large one for the mushroom broth and the small one for the spicy flavor. Understood, Ma Xuan affirmed. With enthusiasm, Ningxi began directing her partners in the kitchen, relying on her voice to guide them. Cooking was beyond her capabilities. As the years spent isolated at home had left her culinary skills unrefined, and she had grown thinner instead. As Ningxi described her ideas, the males listened intently, their eyes lighting up with excitement. Huchuan could not help but exclaim, Cici, your method sounds amazing. It instantly sounds delicious. Thank you for teaching us this novel way of cooking. You're truly wonderful. I love you the most. I love you all too, Ningxi replied, her eagerness growing. If you understand, let us begin. Though the compliments may have been exaggerated, they certainly uplifted her spirits. With a smile, Ningxi eagerly anticipated the cooking session. The three males began to work in harmony. Huchuan, the most adept at cooking, took charge of the hot pot base. He followed Ningxi's every step while incorporating some of his own ideas, chopping scallions, ginger, chili, and garlic. After rendering fat from the meat, he removed the residue and sauteed the spices until fragrant, adding water along with some mushrooms he deemed flavorful. Ningxi watched him work and felt her mood lift as she smiled, her eyes curving in delight. Cici, I made a table. Do you think it will work? A sudden chill at her waist accompanied Dielon's soothing voice. Ningxi followed his pointed finger to see a rectangular table made of stone, with two holes the size of pot bases in the center. The table was solid and sturdy. It will work. Lon, you're amazing, she praised, leaning up to nuzzle against his arm. Remembering her fondness for sunlight, Dylon placed the table in the sun, saying, All right, I'll set it here. Just as he finished speaking, Ma Xuan brought over the pot, while Huchuan moved the fire. The table and pot fit perfectly together, with Dielon's ice layer providing insulation near their legs. Before long, a variety of meat slices, fresh and tender lettuce, and mushrooms were laid out on the table. Ningxi approached Dylon, who was busy preparing long whisker worms, and squatted beside him. Dielon's ears twitched as he slightly turned his head, revealing his handsome visage, and gently asked, How would you like to eat the long whisker worms?
Cici?
Ningxi's eyes brightened. How could he read her mind so well? Remove the head and tail, the shell, and the black line on the back. Chop them into tiny pieces, then add salt and some lotus root powder to mix evenly. I'll handle it when we cook. A simplified shrimp paste, she suggested, pondering whether the lotus root powder would suffice in place of starch. Soon, an irresistible aroma wafted through the air. All right, Cici, you must be starving now. It will be ready soon. Huchuan turned to kiss her cheek emphatically, exclaiming joyfully, Thank you all for your hard work. It smells wonderful, and you're all so impressive. Ningxi gazed at the vibrant, spicy hot pot, her mouth watering as her gentle eyes sparkled with anticipation. After settling down, Meng Xian placed a suitably sized wooden bowl in front of each individual. With a bubbling soup pot nearby, he deftly picked up a piece of meat and, using a gust of wind to cool it, brought it to Ning Xi's lips. Why not give it a try, Xi? Thank you, Ning Xi replied, as she opened her mouth to take a bite. The spicy and fragrant flavor made her eyes light up. It's delicious. You all must taste it. Initially, she had assumed that the ingredients would yield a mediocre dish, yet the flavor was surprisingly delightful. Bathed in the bright sunlight, savoring a beastly version of hot pot was a novel experience for Ning Xi. As she ate, the warmth enveloped her, prompting her to fan herself with her hand. In the next moment, her surroundings suddenly dimmed as gusts of wind and ice were simultaneously released. Ning Xi looked up in astonishment to see 3 massive leaves above her. What's this? The sun is a bit intense, Xi. Just eat, Hu Chuan chuckled, his gaze filled with a hint of concern. It was all his fault for being so careless and not preparing the sunshade animal skins in advance. I'll make sure to do it tonight. Ultimately, each of the 3 males held a gigantic, unknown leaf above her head to shield her from the sun, their eyes filled with tenderness as they regarded Ning Xi, feeling a sense of guilt for causing her discomfort. This kind of wholehearted love was something Ning Xi had not experienced since her grandmother's passing. Now, by fortune, she found herself surrounded by such wonderful companions, and perhaps even more would join in the future. Ning Xi felt as though she had found a solid support, someone to rely on. A sweet softness spread from her heart throughout her entire being, radiating outward. This moment of transformation made her feel more vibrant, adding a touch of brightness to her fragile charm. Her partners immediately noticed this change, their faces lighting up with joy as they gazed at her. The 3 distinct handsome faces, all displaying the same affectionate indulgence. Ning Xi vaguely recalled a saying, once a person is loved, they will become as gentle as a kitten. Xian, let me pour this, she said as she saw Meng Xian about to pour a bowl of shrimp paste into the pot. All right, Xi, be careful. It's hot. Meng Xian said with a hint of worry, but still handed the bowl over. Ning Xi cautiously used the serving chopsticks to lower the shrimp paste into the pot, the pieces plopping evenly into the bubbling broth. Satisfied, she took her seat. I'm quite adept at this. The 3 males collectively sighed in relief, and Hu Chuan exaggeratedly praised. Wow. Xi is amazing. All the pieces are identical in size. I can't even do that. Ning Xi blushed. Oh, it's nothing. As she spoke, she tried to cover her embarrassment by shoving a piece of meat into her mouth. It's so hot. Meng Xian frowned slightly and immediately leaned closer to her lips, his cool tongue skillfully curling around the meat and pulling it into his mouth, swallowing it without flinching despite the heat. Dylon gently pinched Ning Xi's chin, leaning in to check. Fortunately, you didn't burn yourself. Eat slowly, no need to rush. Exactly. There's no one competing with you. Take your time, Hu Chuan added. As he spoke, he picked up a piece of shrimp paste to blow on it before placing it in Ning Xi's bowl, but as he gently pinched it, it broke into 2 pieces and fell back into the pot, submerged by the splashing water. Unfazed, Hu Chuan tried again. He picked up another piece, somewhat questioning his own life choices. Why can't I pick it up? Am I being too forceful? Ning Xi suddenly remembered that they didn't have a ladle. Chuan, don't use chopsticks. Do we still have the wooden spoon we used for the fish soup? Right here. Meng Xian said as he retrieved it from his face. Perfect. Xian, can you make some small holes in the wooden spoon for scooping? Ning Xi's eyes sparkled as she looked at Meng Xian and spoke softly.
Sure.
Countless fine blades of wind emerged, and once the holes were made, the debris was swept away. Meng Xian smiled with his green eyes. Is this okay? Yes. Chuan, give this a try. Ning Xi's eyes brightened as she looked at the somewhat frustrated Hu Chuan. Holding the ladle, Hu Chuan felt as though he had discovered a new world. This is amazing. She is so clever. Dylon's voice was soft. Indeed, very impressive. The hot pot tastes wonderful, the mushrooms are fresh, and the spicy broth is exhilarating. Not only Ning Xi, but the 3 males were also thoroughly enjoying their meal. Hu Chuan was a bit rough in his eating. Meng Xian was quiet, and Dylon was elegant. No matter which one Ning Xi looked at, it felt like a visual feast. As she savored the tender and smooth shrimp paste, she thought with delight, I can't wait to figure out how to make milk tea. After the meal, everyone's bellies were pleasantly full. In the future, if we have the chance, let's gather more ingredients. The hot pot will taste even better, Ning Xi said, her brows arching with a sweet, enchanting smile, reminiscent of a lively little fox.
All right.
Yes, Xi. Indeed, there will be opportunities, the three males echoed in unison. Their gazes momentarily fixed on her charming smile as they hurriedly tidied up. Tomorrow, we can venture into the forest to treasure hunt. Perhaps we'll discover new food. If we don't recognize anything, we can search thoroughly one by one, using our backpacks, Ning Xi suggested. This was something she had longed to do ever since discovering the backpack's identification function, but had refrained from doing so previously due to her unfamiliarity with the surroundings.
Now.
She had plenty of time. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly heard a sound from afar. Ning Xi furrowed her brow and looked into the distance. Between each wooden cabin was a tree, and all she could see were green leaves, obscuring her view. Yet the sound grew increasingly closer. Quick, catch him. Don't let him escape. A sudden, harsh shout echoed. Soon, footsteps approached. Nang Xian swiftly wrapped Ning Xi in his embrace with his tail, while Dailan and Hu Chuan positioned themselves on either side, ready to defend. Stop. You all stand still. Aha. Run quickly. A female voice, tinged with tears and anger, rang out. Leaning against Mang Xian, Ning Xi instinctively tightened her grip on the silver-white tail entwined around her, her gaze filled with curiosity as she looked ahead. Suddenly, the wooden cabin shook, and a magnificent, fiery red nine-tailed fox leaped into view, standing before Ning Xi and her companions. They exchanged glances. The fox's gaze was slightly cold, its clear brown eyes innocently fixed on Ning Xi before shifting to Mang Xian, its voice cool. Who are you? When did the Quack Quack tribe acquire a new female? Ning Xi stared at the beautiful fox, curiously counting its tails. There were indeed 9. She gasped softly, a living nine-tailed fox. The mythical nine-tailed fox from fairy tales appearing in the beastly world was utterly marvelous, and her eyes sparkled with wonder. The 3 males stiffened at Ning Xi's words. Dailan gently tilted his head, tenderly caressing her cheek, and softly said, Xi, you cannot. This male is tainted. If you like foxes, we can find another. The fox carries the scent of a female. However, there were no markings on its chest. Most likely, you and a female who did not participate in the bonding ceremony engaged in bonding activities. Mang Xian's green eyes flashed with a cold light. Ning Xi processed Mang Xian's words, her eyes widening in disbelief as she turned to the red fox, anger coursing through her. Did he hurt a little girl? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, her chest heaving as her slightly upturned eyes glimmered with red. Just as she was about to speak, an enormous black eagle swooped down, and a female jumped off its back, pouncing onto the fox. Aha. Don't be afraid. I will take responsibility for you. Among all these followers, I love you the most. Be good, don't cry. The fox's 9 fluffy tails swayed casually, and in a flash, it transformed into human form, wrapping the female in its arms and kissing her. Ning Xi, what direction is this taking? She gazed at the tall female with a hint of perplexity. This certainly did not appear to be an underage individual. Could there be some misunderstanding? As the atmosphere grew increasingly strange, the sound of commotion drew nearer. King Ning Bunting leaped forward, and upon spotting Ning Xi, her eyes instinctively brightened. Quickly regaining her composure, she looked at Hu Ha with exasperation and remarked, Ah, you. She will be eligible to participate in the pairing ceremony next year. Can't you wait a mere year? Now all you can do is wait for death. A chilling voice emerged as Qing Zhou, with waist-length hair, slowly approached. Her exquisite visage bore an inscrutable expression. The beast god forbids the existence of such males. His masculine traits have already been stripped away. Retaining something so futile only serves to amplify sorrow. He, being a good person, would lend a hand, for this was the deserved retribution for harming a female, to dissect and extract the bird's egg, to sever the bird's head. After coldly issuing the command, several males surged forth from the crowd behind him, firmly restraining Hua's limbs, rendering him unable to struggle. Ning Xi watched in horror, her eyes wide with fear. What were they planning to do? A forced castration?
No.
Get away from him. You must not touch him. I consent. I am willing. I demanded he mate with me immediately. The young female, in a state of panic, flung herself onto him, tearing at the male's grasping Hua's limbs, sobbing furiously. Chapter 79. Capturing the Bird. Qing Zhou turned her gaze to Ning Xi, a polite smile gracing her lips. I apologize for disturbing you. I shall expedite the process. What manner of affairs unfold day by day? Such a slender little female ought not to be frightened to death. She appears exceedingly pitiable in her frailness. Ning Xi, still oblivious to being perceived as someone who might be frightened to death, managed a polite smile and replied obediently, It's nothing. Please continue. Do not mind us. How would they proceed? Lost in thought, she then saw the high priest with waist-length hair turn to the two individuals on the ground, his voice gentle. Little female. Are you willing? Qing Zhou raised an eyebrow in surprise, slowly brushing aside her flowing locks, her tone elongated. What could such a small female possibly understand? She may have been lured. I am willing. The female, tears streaming down her face, appeared flustered, yet unyielding in her gaze. She would protect her beloved male. She vaguely recalled the circumstances. It was she who had initiated contact. Dai Lan subtly shifted to obstruct Ning Xi's line of sight, vigilantly observing the unfolding farce. As she beheld the chaotic scene, Ning Xi, with her delicate and enchanting features, furrowed her brow, clutching tightly to Meng Xian's arm. Retreating into his embrace, she whispered softly, "Should we avoid this? Is it inappropriate for us to be here while the other tribe conducts their affairs?" "No need. It will conclude shortly," Hu Chuan replied, turning to gently caress her cool cheek. The desires of the female are paramount, yet such actions without repercussions for the male are indefensible. Although he perceived clearly that this fox was deeply concerned for the female in his arms. As a male, he understood the male's psyche well. It is a sentiment that one would rather face death than harm the female they cherish. There might be another layer to this situation. Yet, such reprehensible acts against females are intolerable, and the tribe's punishment is inevitable. Will it truly end soon? Ning Xi inquired, casting a puzzled glance towards the beautiful female and the striking male fox beside her. Hu Ha's eyes shimmered with deep affection as he tilted his head, his elongated fox eyes radiating an innate innocence. His youthful voice, imbued with an icy chill, recounted, yesterday, a vile beast man infiltrated, and how inadvertently consumed the sweet illusion fruit that the beast man had deliberately placed at the entrance. The beast man escaped. He had always been defenseless against How. Having consumed the sweet illusion fruit, she was even more irresistible, and he had succumbed to temptation. He accepted the blame for this divine punishment. Initially, he had intended to slip away quietly, merely observing her from a distance, but to his surprise, he had been spotted and pursued. He would accept the tribe's punishment that awaited him. It was all his fault. He could only hope that How was not with child. She had not yet received the beast god's blessing, her constitution had not yet changed, and to conceive now would bring her pain. He could not afford to die. The vile beast man remained at large. The tribe was unsafe, and now there appeared another female, seemingly as innocent and unguarded as How, the most susceptible to deceit. High priest, the vile beast man has been captured. A coarse voice erupted nearby. Although Meng Xian swiftly covered her ears, Ning Xi still felt a ringing in her ears. Kill him, Qing Zhou stated without turning her head. No sooner had the words left her lips than several males sprang into action. Ning Xi was momentarily engulfed in darkness as a large hand obscured her vision. Her ears were covered. In the place she could not see, the tattooed vile beast man was silenced, not a sound escaping his lips, as blood splattered on the scene. Qing Zhou maintained her composure, addressing Hu Ha with a steady voice. Though there are other reasons, an offense is an offense. Punishment must be served. You comprehend this, do you not? Divine punishment is one thing. The tribe must also impose its own retribution. If this time is overlooked, who knows if other males might deliberately entice, placing females in peril? Yes, I understand. Please proceed. High priest. Hu Han nodded earnestly, voluntarily lifting his fur skirt. 2 gusts of wind swept through, and several droplets of crimson blood danced in the air. The lifeless bird's corpse was rendered unrecognizable. The farce concluded abruptly. Soon, only the fox and the female remained, along with her few followers. Hu Chuan turned back to continue explaining the characteristics of the sweet illusion fruit to Ning Xi, who awkwardly shifted her toes against the ground. There were still others present, yet they continued discussing. Was it a bit too reckless? Would they truly not face any repercussions? The little female pressed Hu Ha, feeding him numerous crystal stones, then turned with a radiant smile, her 3 companions momentarily captivated by her beauty before quickly diverting their gaze to Ning Xi. Her melodious voice, imbued with youthful innocence, chimed. Hello, I am Qing Hao. I apologize for interrupting you. I hope we did not frighten you? Ning Xi arched her lovely brows, gently shaking her head. It's nothing. You are not disturbing me. I am not afraid. I am merely a bit curious. What was their situation? What were their plans moving forward? A male devoid of masculine traits, in this world dominated by females, could he truly live a fulfilling life? These musings remained unvoiced, as she dared not inquire openly. As she watched them disappear from view, Ning Xi couldn't help but sigh inwardly, hoping that the female would not find herself with child. The beast world certainly offered generous benefits for childbearing. She, shall we take a look at our dwelling? Dai Lan's gentle voice broke through. The lunch was delightful. Everyone overindulged. Males digest quickly, but if you do not move about, you may feel uncomfortable later. All right, Ning Xi smiled and embraced his arm. Dai Lan tenderly took her hand, their fingers intertwined. Upon entering, the space suddenly expanded. The wooden house had skylights wide open on either side, sunlight pouring in and illuminating the entire interior. The area beneath the skylights was filled with vibrant green branches, adding a whimsical charm to the room. The furniture within was sparse, with a massive round bed in the center adorned with thick animal skins. Ning Xi counted roughly 5 or 6 layers, the topmost being the softest light yellow fur. A thick layer of similarly colored animal skins lined the perimeter of the bed. On either side of the bed, according to Ning Xi's custom, stood 2 simple nightstands. One held her neatly folded clothes, while the other cradled a delicate bouquet of tender yellow flowers. These vibrant blooms added a touch of romance to the otherwise stark room, a simplicity that Ning Xi adored, enveloping her in warmth and comfort. Is there anything you'd like to change? Asked Meng Xian as he finished tidying up and entered the room. If you dislike anything, just say so, and we shall amend it. Hu Chuan's bright eyes sparkled with a clear smile. She cherished this place, and he was determined to make it the best it could be, ensuring her utmost comfort and happiness. It was evident that every detail had been thoughtfully arranged, and Ning Xi, her smile sweet, tilted her head in appreciation. Meeting the eager gazes of the 3 males, she generously offered her praise, her voice soft and melodic. I really like it. Thank you for your hard work. Having you all here brings me such happiness. Her words elicited grins from the males. As long as you like it, Meng Xian replied, his deep green eyes brimming with tenderness. Meanwhile, on the other side, the entire Guaga tribe had gone on high alert due to the intrusion of the beastmen, intensifying their patrols. The atmosphere within the tribe grew notably serious. Qing Hao watched as Hu Ha, determined to leave, became the target of her frustrations. I don't resent you, she shouted, her emotions spiraling out of control. If I have physical needs, I can find another male to fulfill them, but emotionally, I need you. The bond forged from their childhood together was irreplaceable. In her eyes, Hua shone like the purest moonlight, an attachment she could not sever. In Chapter 80, Dreams of 2 Colors, Hua bore the pain silently, drawing her into his embrace, gently coaxing, you must be hungry. When you're hungry, it's easy to get angry. Allow me to roast some meat for you. Qing Hao's frown transformed into a smile as she nestled against him. I knew you were the best. After preparing the roasted meat and quickly tidying up, Hua looked at his beloved with an innocent smile that was as captivating as ever. A clean room will surely lift your spirits. Qing Hao chuckled softly, her laughter filling the air. That night, after Qing Hao had drifted into slumber, Hua observed the complex expressions of the other males and, with a carefree smile, declared, take good care of her. I shall take my leave. His fiery form weaved through the thicket, pausing momentarily at the tribe's edge to glance back with lingering affection before resolutely departing. The fiery 9-tailed fox skillfully navigated the jungle, bringing down prey one by one, expertly stowing them in his space before returning to the tribe. Upon seeing the familiar wooden house, he discreetly left the food behind, contemplating a head of prey before hastily running towards Ning Xi's dwelling. After setting down the offering, he turned to leave completely, the rustling sound fading almost instantly. Meng Xian watched his decisive figure depart with a soft sigh, before meticulously tending to the prey and storing it away. He then turned and entered the cozy wooden house, gently lying down beside the bed. The enchanting beauty on the large bed suddenly began to weep softly, causing the 3 males beside her to awaken simultaneously, turning their gazes toward her. In her dreams, Ning Xi's cheeks flushed, her brows furrowed, and her breaths came in quick succession. No, Xian, don't. Meng Xian paused, his green eyes glowing in the darkness, fixating on her. Was she having a nightmare? He leaned down to listen closely, wanting to understand what had distressed her so deeply, prompting her tears in her sleep. The incoherent murmurs were barely audible, and Meng Xian chuckled softly, retrieving a yellow crystal from his space and gently placing it in Ning Xi's mouth. Will this make your sleep more comfortable? Hu Chuan's lips curved upward, secretly pleased, thinking, good thing she didn't mention me. If she had, Xian would have been unable to say anything. His bright orange eyes remained glued to Ning Xi's alluring face. Delighting in the thought, Hu Chuan, get up, step aside. Meng Xian embraced her, patting her back soothingly, his voice low and comforting. Sleep now. Shi, sleep.
Dreaming.
Ning Xi gradually relaxed. The next day, Ning Xi groggily rose from the bed, glancing at the beast's skin wrapped around her legs, her face turning crimson. So, she had slept entangled in the beast's skin last night, with all three of her partners present. For a brief moment, she questioned her life choices. Where was the exit? After breakfast, Hu Chuan eagerly seized Ning Xi's hand, looking down at her with curiosity. Shi, what happened last night? At his words, Ning Xi's eyes flickered as she recalled the bizarre and terrifying dream, beginning with vibrant yellow light, followed by her three partners being summoned before the beast god and having their treasures confiscated. A shiver ran down her spine, her long lashes fluttering. Shi, what's the matter? Suddenly, everything went dark as her nose collided with a warm chest, and she found herself enveloped in Hu Chuan's tall frame. Instantly, clarity returned to her eyes. She extended her delicate, pale arms, snuggling into his embrace, her voice a mixture of embarrassment and dread. I dreamt of the time we met as children and became mates, and then you three were taken before the beast god and had your treasures taken away. The dream had been both yellow and violent, a recollection that still sent chills down her spine. She hadn't intended to share this, but seeing his concern made her relent. Meanwhile, Meng Xian, tidying the dining table, caught sight of Ning Xi's cheeks flushed like a ripe peach. As her voice dwindled to a whisper, he suddenly realized what she meant by treasures. Lowering his gaze, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Walking over to ruffle her hair, "Don't overthink it. It won't happen." If only they had met earlier, he could have protected and loved her from childhood, ensuring she never faced any hardship. Hu Chuan fell into contemplation, his bright eyes fixed on a spot, imagining how he would have spoiled her if he had known Shi as a child. Regret washed over him for being late to the game and allowing her to grow so thin. He felt he owed her so much. He truly wasn't worth much. A sharp clap echoed through the air. Ning Xi jumped, her gaze turning to the handsome youth who had inexplicably slapped himself, confusion flickering in her eyes. Had something transpired that she was unaware of? The motion struck her as oddly familiar, yet she couldn't quite place where she had seen it before. Dai Lan gracefully set the fruit platter down and approached Ning Xi with light footsteps, gently saying, Shi, I am an 8th tier. There are few of us in the entire beast world. Both Xian and Hu Chuan are 7th tier, also rare, powerful beings. You need not worry. Pursue your desires freely. We shall protect you. If only they had met sooner. Listening to Dai Lan's gentle words, Ning Xi felt a surge of joy, as if she had hit the jackpot. Realizing his overwhelming support, she had known her partners were formidable, but had never experienced it directly. Suddenly, with this newfound understanding, it dawned on her that her companions were indeed exceptional warriors. A mischievous glint flashed in her eyes as she tilted her head and smiled sweetly. Then, can't I walk with confidence? She isn't clamp beast. Why would she need to walk sideways? Hu Chuan interjected curiously. Meng Xian paused, casting an inexplicable glance at Hu Chuan, while Dai Lan maintained a calm smile. Ning Xi, oblivious to their exchanged glances, feeling a tad embarrassed, muttered, it's nothing. I just said it casually. Suddenly struck by a thought, Ning Xi's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she inquired, are there claw beasts in the river? The sideways walking claw beasts, aren't they just crabs? In the beast world, everything is grand. Surely the crab roe and legs would be a delight to feast upon. Imagining the fragrant and delectable crabs, Ning Xi swallowed hard. Observing her gluttonous expression, Meng Xian affectionately brushed his fingers against her cheek and softly replied, they abound beneath the lake. Recalling his casual glance from yesterday when he noted the rampant claw beasts in the lake, with many tree roots nearly hollowed out, Ning Xi's eyes gleamed with excitement. She nestled comfortably against him, playfully toying with his long, elegant fingers, her voice sweet and endearing. After our meal, shall we go catch some? We can eat them. With that, she released her hold and wrapped her arms around his waist, gently rubbing her cheek against his chest. Her tone soft and delicate, claw beasts are truly delicious. We should catch plenty to make sauce. So fresh. You'll love it. Look out. The claw beasts are coming.
Run.
Suddenly, a high-pitched cry pierced the air. Ning Xi turned in surprise, unprepared to meet a pair of cerulean eyes. Locking gazes. The chubby little baby's pupils instantly narrowed into slits, and soft, fluffy cat ears popped up. Ning Xi was taken aback as the baby transformed in the blink of an eye into an adorable, plump orange cat. its expression a mix of fear and a desperate wish to escape, yet somehow its feet kept slipping. Despite its efforts, it remained rooted in place, its fur standing on end like a duster. Remembering the lesson learned from mistaking a leopard for a kitty, Ning Xi held her tongue, instead gazing intently with her lively eyes. The chubby orange cat curled up, attempting to vanish from sight, hoping this was merely an illusion. It appeared so small and helpless, evoking a desire to cuddle it. Such a darling. Ning Xi's heart melted. Where did this little creature come from? Hu Chuan laughed, approaching the plump orange kitty and bending down to grasp the nape of its neck, raising it curiously. Meow. Watching the fluffy orange ball flail its legs in the air, Ning Xi found it both adorable and pitiable, her voice soft and amused. Ah, Chuan. Put it down. Don't hurt it. As soon as she uttered the words, she stepped forward, rescuing the little creature from Hu Chuan's grasp, cradling it gently in her arms, soothingly stroking its fur. Meow, sister. The little kitty instinctively rolled in her embrace, exposing its round belly, purring contentedly. Ning Xi felt an irresistible urge to pinch its cheeks. Where are your parents? Did you come out to play all alone? The kitty tilted its head innocently, blinking its big round eyes at her. They're at home. I came out with you to catch claw beasts. Ning Xi's heart raced with delight. How could anyone resist such a charming little kitten? Certainly she could not. After a rustling sound, a series of small heads popped out from behind the leaves, stacked one atop another, all adorably plump. A few little ones whispered to each other. Hey, there's a pretty sister we've never seen before. She's really beautiful, just like my mother. In the blink of an eye, the previously harmonious little ones turned to glare at each other. She looks just like my mother. My mother is the most beautiful. No way. My mother is the prettiest. My mother is chubby. She eats a lot. My mother is also chubby, and she eats a lot. Watching the little ones squabble, Ning Xi couldn't help but chuckle, her shoulders shaking with laughter. They were simply too adorable. She, come sit, Dai Lan said, retrieving a stone stool from his space. Once seated, he pulled Ning Xi into his embrace, allowing her to rest on his lap. Ning Xi leaned into him, her delicate fingers unconsciously petting the kitty in her arms. Suddenly, a cool sensation brushed against her lips, accompanied by a rich fruity aroma. Above, Hu Chuan's cheerful voice chimed in. She, while I munch on these, you can enjoy the little one's antics. Hu Chuan secretly decided to reward the little ones for their cuteness later. As Ning Xi nestled in Dai Lan's arms, petting the cat and savoring the fruits offered by Hu Chuan, she observed the little ones bickering. My mother can eat a whole bull beast. My mother can eat two. My mother can eat poop. My mother can eat a whole bowl of poop. My mother can eat. She can bury her head in poop and eat. My mother can eat claw beasts. I don't believe you. You're just boasting. Upon hearing this, Ning Xi raised an eyebrow in confusion, contemplating the implications as she gazed down through the leaves, catching glimpses of the emerald waters below. Were the claw beasts in the beast world truly that fearsome? The little one's boasting seemed almost ludicrous. Just then, a feminine voice broke her reverie, and not just one. Reflexively, she looked up to see a strikingly elegant, voluptuous female striding towards her, followed by 4 other smiling females. Mother! In an instant, Ning Xi felt the orange kitty deftly leap from her arms to the embrace of the robust female, gazing up adoringly at its mother. Soon, the other little ones returned to their respective fathers, whispering something to their mother. Recalling the earlier scene, Ning Xi couldn't help but smile. How would their mother react upon hearing the playful banter? Hello there, I'm Ching Chun. What's your name? Have you just arrived here? As she mused, several females approached. Ching Chun, clad in a lustrous black serpent skin wrap and a matching ultra-short fur skirt, her slightly curled emerald hair exuding a sense of freedom, greeted her warmly. Ning Xi sprosortset responding gently. Hello, Ning Xi. I just arrived yesterday and will be staying here for a few days. Ning Xi. What a unique name. I'm Hubai. Welcome to our Guagua tribe. Can we play together? A stunning female with red eyes exclaimed excitedly.
Me too, me too.
Observing their enthusiastic demeanor, sensing their kindness and sincerity, Ning Xi couldn't help but smile, her voice naturally softening. Of course, I'd love to play together another day. Do you have time now? Ching Chun asked, her voice vibrant and full of energy. Ning Xi paused, instinctively glancing at Dai Lan, who held her close, meeting his gentle, encouraging pink eyes. She smiled sweetly, realizing what to do. I'm free. The midday breeze was warm as Ning Xi nestled in Mang Xian's arms, cautiously following the group of females toward the lakeside, with Hu Chuan and Dai Lan flanking her protectively. They were headed to play in the water by the lake. Upon reaching the shore, they encountered a group of individuals with serious expressions engaged in conversation. The croaking of frogs echoed incessantly, creating quite a din. Chapter 82. Swimming. Ning Xi lingered at the back of the group, feeling anxious about whether she could interact well with these unfamiliar females. She pondered if there was a custom of presenting gifts upon meeting. If so, what should she offer in return? While lost in thought, she overheard a male voice. Another little one got caught while playing in the water. This is the 16th time. My dear child has suffered an unfortunate injury, with a portion of flesh pinched away from their toe by those pesky pinchers. How I long to eradicate them all. Alas, I share your sentiments. Our chief has tasked us with the daily pursuit of these nuisances, yet the more we capture, the more seem to proliferate. Each year, at this time the pinchers abound, and the sight of those formidable claws instills fear within me. One can easily be ensnared while merely swimming. As several patrolling males noticed the arrival of females at play, they promptly retreated to allow them space, offering a cautionary reminder. This area has been thoroughly cleared of the larger pinchers, but do remain vigilant. Some may have escaped our notice. Understood. The females chimed in with laughter. The males, momentarily entranced by their radiant smiles, soon regained their composure and bounded off to continue their crab-catching endeavors. Their voices gradually faded, leaving Ning Xi curious about the ferocity of the crabs in this beastly realm. I wonder if they are palatable? Seated upon the sturdy arm of Meng Xian, Ning Xi gazed curiously at the tranquil, azure surface of the lake, its gentle ripples creating a picturesque scene that belied the presence of numerous crabs. Suddenly, a resounding splash echoed as a mischievous little one joyfully leaped into the water, sending droplets flying. Plop, plop. Soon, the serene calm of the lake was disrupted by the joyful sounds of various small creatures frolicking in the water, their innocent laughter brightening the atmosphere. Observing the playful antics of the little ones brought a yearning to Ning Xi. It had been ages since she had last swum. Come play, Ning Xi. There are no pinchers here. Just as she contemplated this, she heard someone call her name. Instinctively, she smiled and turned to see a vibrant youth with a head of lush green hair beaming at her from the shimmering lake. Submerged up to her neck, she gracefully paddled, her long legs gently propelling her through the water, exuding an air of utmost contentment. As Ning Xi watched, more females emerged from the water, warmly inviting her with cheerful exclamations. Little Ning Xi, come join us. The water is shallow and delightful. Even if you cannot swim, we will guide you. It's so much fun. Please come down. Assessing the situation for any lurking dangers, Ning Xi chuckled softly and decided to accept their invitation, but prudently turned to Meng Xian for reassurance. Xian, is it all right? Though she may not perceive the risks, her partner certainly could. Seeing her eager anticipation, Meng Xian could not bear to disappoint her and nodded with a smile. It's quite safe here. Do you wish to change into something more suitable? As he spoke, he discreetly unleashed a gust of wind to eliminate any potential hazards lurking in the water, consolidating them into a small pit. Yes. Ning Xi's eyes sparkled with delight, her tone soft and sweet. Afterward, she gently called to the females in the water. Please continue playing. I'll change into something more appropriate. Today, she wore a newly crafted jumpsuit by a Chuan, which was somewhat inconvenient for swimming. Changing into the two-piece outfit made by Xian would be perfect. A long-sleeve top and trousers, lightweight, water-repellent, and highly elastic, ideal for swimming. Upon finishing her words, she glanced up at Meng Xian, only to find him gazing down at her with tender affection. Ning Xi felt a blush creep onto her cheeks as she smiled softly. Xian, I do like to wear that snug sports outfit you made just for a little swim. Of course, the tree hollow above is unoccupied. I'll take you there to change, Meng Xian replied, signaling to Hu Chuan and Dai Lan to tidy up in advance. With a swift leap, Hu Chuan ascended, while Dai Lan gracefully took flight, both heading to prepare the tree hollow, laying down soft animal skins. Meng Xian transformed his tail into its beastly form, elongating and rising straight up, cradling Ning Xi as he ascended to the hollow 20 meters above. As they climbed, Ning Xi embraced his arm, feeling a delightful thrill akin to riding an elevator. She playfully wrapped her arms around his neck, resting her head against him. Xian, you're amazing. We're up here already. Isn't it impressive? Meng Xian chuckled, his deep, melodious voice carrying a hint of affection. It's nothing remarkable. All serpent men can do this. However, I did put in a bit of thought to bring you joy. I had not anticipated how delighted you would be. He mused, somewhat helplessly. For Ning Xi's innocence made her easily deceived. He would need to remain close to protect his little darling. Can Ning Xi swim? How impressive! Hu Chuan, who had tidied the fallen leaves, approached with sparkling eyes upon seeing Ning Xi. Feeling a tad bashful under his admiring gaze, Ning Xi shyly replied, I can only swim for a little while, I'm not that skilled. Swimming was a skill she had possessed even before her diagnosis of the thirst skin condition, which the doctor had encouraged her to practice more for relief. She had dutifully signed up for a swimming card at the local pool. The gentle embrace of the water felt soothing and liberating, akin to a mother's nurturing embrace. Even swimming for just a little while is quite impressive, Dai Lan chimed in softly, emerging from the tree hollow. Her eyes were tender as she said, All right, Ning Xi, go change. Do you need assistance? Ning Xi accepted the outfit from Meng Xian, standing on her tiptoes to plant a kiss on his chin, then doing the same for Hu Chuan and Dai Lan. Her voice sweet and obedient, It's wonderful to have you all. I can manage changing on my own. 2 minutes later, Ning Xi emerged with a satisfied smile. Her silver athletic outfit hugging her form perfectly, accentuating her graceful and slender curves. Her hair was styled into a neat bun, and her eyes sparkled with warmth, radiating a youthful charm. The three males were momentarily entranced. All right, let us descend, Ning Xi said, her voice dripping with sweetness, pulling the males from their reverie. Meng Xian approached with long strides, his cool green eyes filled with affection. I'll take you down, just as before. With a swift motion, Hu Chuan produced a piece of dried meat and offered it to Ning Xi. Take a bite, it'll help. They descended to the lake's edge, where Dai Lan handed her a cleansing fruit. Enjoy your time in the water. We'll keep watch from here. Okay. Ning Xi chewed the fruit, feeling refreshed and warm inside, her spirits lifting even higher. As she arrived, exclamations filled the air. Ning Xi, your hair looks wonderful. Come over here. You're so beautiful. Your outfit is lovely, and you look stunning. Join us. Several young females marveled at her appearance, giggling and urging her to come closer. I'm on my way. Ning Xi stepped into the lake, the cool sensation enveloping her from her toes to her entire body. As she adjusted to the temperature, she submerged and began to swim forward, her movements light and graceful, akin to a nimble water bird. The water gently caressed her skin, and as she glided through the depths, the currents flowed past her, bringing a sense of invigorating freedom that soothed her spirit and instilled profound tranquility. A smile graced her lips as she leisurely swam forward, her ethereal form swiftly disappearing from the circle of onlookers. Meng Xian and the others fixed their gaze upon Ning Xi, their hearts gripped with concern for her safety. However, soon their apprehension transformed into pure admiration and pride. Chapter 83. A Moment of Glory. Ning Xi had expected to need time to acclimate, but upon entering the water, it was as if she were a fish returning to its element, her muscle memory awakening and immersing her in the experience. She effortlessly transitioned between the frog stroke, butterfly stroke, and backstroke. As she glided through the water in the butterfly stroke, her movements were both graceful and ethereal, captivating the nearby females who could not help but stare in awe.
Wow.
She truly resembles a fish. Is Ning Xi's beast form a mermaid? The silvery, serpentine garment clung to her as she entered the water, shimmering with each delicate motion, creating a breathtaking tableau that rendered onlookers spellbound. She is simply stunning. Look at her glow. Soon, Ning Xi's swimming prowess attracted numerous gazes. In the distance, Qing Yu, the clan leader, arrived to deal with the crab beasts and was inadvertently drawn to the sight of the elegant, free-spirited figure in the water. How beautiful! Is that truly real? In that moment, the vague imprint of a partner in his heart suddenly crystallized. This female was precisely the type he adored. Qing Yu felt a surge of delight, his bright black eyes sparkling with a sunlit warmth that was irresistibly inviting. He felt no resistance to such a smile in his youth, having seen it since childhood. It never grew tiresome.
Splash.
She emerged from the water, casually wrapping herself in the pelt offered by her partner, and confidently approached him, playfully teasing. Our esteemed leader Qing Yu never takes a break, catching crab beasts under such a blazing sun every day. Abruptly interrupted, Qing Yu snapped back to reality, noticing Qing Chun skillfully stepping back with a familiar smile. Qing Chun, don't tease me. All right, go have fun. It's not safe here with so many crab beasts around. I'll handle it. With that, he turned and walked away, embodying dedication. Qing Chun watched his retreating figure, finding him increasingly handsome. Why doesn't she just confess her feelings to the leader? She thought, her face lighting up with a proud smile. I want to take the initiative. If he likes me, He will come to court me. If not, it's fine, there are plenty of males to choose from. However, it would be best if he does like me. His smile is truly like a warm sun. With that, she leaped back into the lake, locking eyes with Ning Xi, who had just resurfaced. Did I scare you? Ning Xi chuckled. Not at all. You look beautiful. Ning Xi's light brown eyes sparkled like amber, marveling at how stunning this female appeared up close. Her playful green hair framed a fair face adorned with charming freckles, her rounded shoulders exuding health and beauty. Her features were strikingly deep, reminiscent of a mixed-blood princess. As Ning Xi admired her, Qing Chun was equally enchanted. Observing the delicate, pale female before her, she felt a protective urge. How could someone so slender also be so beautiful? What do you like to eat? I'll get you some later. I didn't bring anything to present because I didn't know you were coming. Fearing Ning Xi might misinterpret her intentions, Qing Chun quickly added, I don't mean to imply I dislike you don't mind, do you? Not at all. Thank you, Ning Xi replied, her brows lifting in delight. Adapting quickly to the local customs, she thought of the fish and scallions in her space and added softly, I have a gift for you too. Come play with me when you have time. No female could refuse barbecued meat seasoned with scallions and garlic. I want to play with you too. Is that all right? Qing Chun's sweet voice chimed, and Ning Xi turned to meet her sparkling blue eyes, instinctively smiling. Of course.
And me.
It would be so impressive to be friends with such a beautiful female. Hey, how do we think of the same thing? All right then. Ning Xi, beaming with joy, readily agreed to the friendship. As she gazed into the sincere, clear eyes of the females before her, so evidently innocent and straightforward, the slight tension she felt upon her arrival gradually dissipated. Before she knew it, she had spent the afternoon frolicking in the water with a group of females until noon, when the temperature rose and they began to return for lunch and rest. After saying her goodbyes to the last female, Ning Xi emerged from the water. Just as she stepped onto the shore, she was enveloped in the warm embrace of Mang Xian, the comforting pelt wrapping around her. Looking up, Ning Xi smiled sweetly. Ah, Xian, did you wait long? Were you bored? Not long, not bored. She please turn around, Mang Xian replied. Without thinking, Ning Xi turned, feeling her damp bun being gently undone. She smiled as she sensed his hands, though somewhat clumsy, were incredibly gentle, not even causing her a moment of discomfort. Her heart began to race. All done, he said softly. As her hair fell, Ning Xi felt as if the water had magically vanished. What an incredible water ability. It's completely dry. Ah, Xian, you're amazing. She turned to look at Mang Xian, her brows curving into a charming arc, calm and obedient, with a radiant gentleness. She adjusted the thick pelt that felt warm against her skin, pulling it down over her shoulders. She raised her hand to fan her face, but in the next moment, the pelt was taken away and a warm robe was draped over her shoulders. A soft voice from behind asked, Is it still warm? Is this better? Both Mang Xian and Dai Lan spoke simultaneously. Ning Xi gazed at the smile in Mang Xian's green eyes, standing on her tiptoes to plant a kiss on his chin. Not warm at all. Such meticulous care filled her heart with sweetness. She then turned back with a gentle smile, wrapping her arms around Dai Lan's arm and playfully swaying it. Much better, thank you, Lan. No need to thank me, Dai Lan said, gently touching her face. Warm yet cool to the touch, which reassured him. Are you hungry? Let us go back for a meal. Mang Xian placed the washed and cut fruit into a bowl, weighing it in his hands, concerned it might be too heavy for Ning Xi. His green eyes flickered. He swiftly used a wind blade to carve a branch, quickly crafting a round wooden plate with meticulous care, washing it before placing the fruit inside. He handed it to Ning Xi, his deep, melodious voice instructing, Shi. Start eating, I'll go hunting. Lan and a Chuan will accompany you back. If you need anything, just call for me. I can hear you. I'll also look for fruits you haven't tried while hunting. Okay, take care of yourself. Ning Xi looked up with a sweet smile, softly urging him. Watching her obedient demeanor, Mang Xian felt a swell of affection, a smile forming in his eyes as he nodded in agreement before shifting into his beast form and disappearing into the forest. Chapter 84. Consume them all. Shi. Do you want to ride a tiger back? Hu Chuan asked cheerfully, raising his eyebrows in anticipation. Sure, then it's a bit of a burden for a Chuan. Ning Xi replied with a sweet smile, naturally accepting her partner's light-hearted invitation. They cherished their visible beauty and the tangible connection they shared. She wished to pamper her partners more, hoping to enhance their joy in each other's company. As she sat upon the tiger's back, Ning Xi smiled brightly, thinking, I and my partners are destined pairs. After returning home, Ning Xi refrained from venturing out. After finishing her meal, she took a brief nap and then lay outside with her partners, basking in the sun. She rested on the white tiger while Dai Lan settled on her shoulder. Shi, where do you want to go tomorrow? Dai Lan's voice chimed in her ear, clear and melodious, reminiscent of a mountain stream. Ning Xi turned to the lovely butterfly perched on her shoulder, cupping her hands to meet his gaze. I want to explore the forest and see if I can discover new ingredients. When she first arrived, she had yet to grasp the intricacies of the beastly realm. Thus she remained exceedingly cautious, never voicing her desire to venture outside. However, once she became acquainted with the rules, she returned to the Qishan mountain and continued her journey. Although she indulged in some playful moments along the way, it was all rather rushed. Now, having finally paused and with an abundance of time at her disposal, she felt compelled to explore the forest. All right, I understand, Dai Lan replied with a smile. Ning Xi, filled with curiosity, lifted him closer to her eyes. Do butterflies have mouths? From where does Lan produce sound? She recalled that he seemed smaller during their last encounter. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and her eyes brightened as she sat up straight. Gently inquiring, Lan, can you all control the size of your beast forms? If a butterfly could enlarge, could it not serve as an aircraft? The white tiger's ears twitched as he turned to nuzzle against Ning Xi's hand. Of course not. Only males who have awakened their abilities can control the size of their beast forms. You have a keen eye, Shi. All three of your companions possess special powers. How impressive, Dai Lan added with a chuckle. As they conversed, Meng Xian returned, transforming into his human form with a hint of dampness from a recent bath. He swept Ning Xi into his arms, lowering his gaze to plant a gentle kiss upon her lips. Finding it insufficient, he cradled her and deepened the kiss. For reasons unknown, his brief absence had intensified his longing, almost making him wish to tether her to his beast-skin skirt, ensuring her constant presence. After a moment, Meng Xian released Ning Xi, his voice hoarse as he asked, how should we prepare the claw beast? Roast it or boil it? Ning Xi, her light brown eyes glistening with excitement, responded, Xian caught some?
How many?
Let's stir-fry it. Without a steam pot, the simplest method of steaming was out of the question, but they could certainly make spicy crab instead. Ning Xi took charge, directing Dai Lan to stoke the fire, Tiger Chuan to handle the cooking, and Meng Xian to tidy up the table and chairs. With a gentle smile, she instructed, peel and wash the ginger, slice it, chop the garlic and chili into sections, mince the garlic, remove the gills and innards of the crab. Then wash it and cut it in half before we stir-fry it. Before long, everything was prepared. Meng Xian tossed some fatty meat into the pan, and with a sizzling sound, the oil quickly rendered. Dai Lan methodically skimming off the oil residue, Tiger Chuan followed Ning Xi's lead, gently stirring in the ginger, garlic, and chili before adding the crab. At this point, Ning Xi fell silent, as she had no further instructions. The rest was left to Tiger Chuan's instincts. Clearly, he excelled in his endeavors. The rich and assertive spicy aroma wafted far and wide, causing Ning Xi to swallow hard, while the little females in the quack tribe, who were dining, simultaneously found themselves salivating. What is that delectable scent? Go, see who is cooking. In no time, nearly all the females of the tribe were drawn to the source of the tantalizing aroma, instinctively stopping by the tree next to Ning Xi. Qingshan glanced at the eager expressions of her companions, and being the first to leap down, she declared, I'll go take a look. She would never admit that her curiosity had gotten the better of her. Ning Xi was enjoying her meal when she turned around to meet the sparkling eyes of Qingshan, causing her to startle and grip the crab leg in her hand a little tighter. What smells so wonderful? Qingshan could no longer resist swallowing hard, her gaze fixated on the crimson delicacy before her. Seeing her reaction, Ning Xi chuckled softly. This is stir-fried claw beast. Would you like to join me? Can we eat the claw beast? Let me try. Qingshan eagerly sat down, mimicking Ning Xi as she seized a crab leg and hastily stuffed it into her mouth. Crunch, crunch, delicious. Though a bit tough on the teeth. Slow down, Shi, or you'll break a tooth. Ning Xi snapped back to reality and quickly responded, wait. Let me show you how to eat it. You can peel off the outer shell. We only eat the meat. As she demonstrated, Qingshuan's eyes widened in amazement. Ning Xi, you're truly remarkable. Eating it this way makes it even more delicious. Once we're done, let your partner and mine learn how to make it. Ning Xi glanced over at Meng Xian and the others, who had prepared another large pot, smiling as she said, Qingshan, you're fantastic. Turning to her partner, Qingshan commanded, Eagle Eye, go catch some claw beasts. We can't just eat and not learn. Collect more for Ning Xi. Qinglin, you go learn too. The males quickly disappeared from sight. Ning Xi marveled at their speed, then noticed a crowd gathering in the nearby tree. She was startled but soon realized they, like Qing Shun, had followed the enticing scent.
Indeed.
As she smiled in their direction, they boldly approached. Ning Xi, can I learn too? I want to learn for free. I'll trade you pink snake skin. I'll trade you tail needle beast honey. The females, full of anticipation yet maintaining their distance, refrained from intruding. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from afar, accompanied by a male's startled shout. Oh no! Qingshuan's tree root has been bitten off by a claw beast. The tree house has collapsed.
Ah.
That was my favorite tree house. Darned claw beasts. Eagle Eye, Qing, you all go catch those claw beasts. I want to eat them all. Chapter 85. Out with the old, in with the new.
Quack.
The high-pitched croaking resonated. Several males swiftly transformed into their beast forms and darted in various directions, some to rescue the house, others to catch claw beasts. Qing Shun, her face flushed with anger, chewed through the claw beasts and their shells, struggling to swallow as she lamented. Eat. I will consume them all. Woe is me, my tree, my home. The females who had been drawn to the delightful aroma were deeply moved by Qingshuan's pitiful state, and they approached her with comforting words. One red-haired female, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, Don't be upset. I'll send my partner to catch them. We'll gather them all for you. The other females chimed in unison, Yes. Yes. I'll send my partner to catch them too. I will too. I'll join you. A beautiful brown-haired female clenched her fists, nodding emphatically.
Yes.
With so many of us females, our partners combined will yield plenty. She had little concept of large numbers, and turning to pat the shoulder of another female beside her, she quietly asked, So, how many partners do we have altogether? The female who had been patted was momentarily taken aback, contemplating before her eyes lit up, and she clapped her hands, a lot. The brown-haired female's eyes sparkled as she nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, a lot. Ning Xi suppressed a laugh, finding their earnestness endearing. These kind-hearted and innocent females were truly lovely. As they comforted Qing Shun, their attention was soon captivated by the food on the table. Curiosity piqued. They leaned in closer to catch a whiff of the overpowering aroma. One female, surprised by the familiarity of the dish, tentatively inquired, What is this? Claw beast? Noticing their curiosity, Ning Xi instinctively replied, It's stir-fried claw beast. Would you like to sit down and try some? She paused, momentarily stunned by her own words. Having grown accustomed to politeness in modern times, she realized that with so many females present, even one crab leg each might not suffice. What to do? Why did I speak so swiftly? Ning Xi felt a pang of regret, yet she maintained a gentle smile. Observing her hesitation, Meng Xian promptly prepared more claw beasts and handed them over to Tiger Chuan for frying. No need, let my partner learn. What you have here isn't even enough for yourselves. Indeed, it is sufficient for a partner to learn a bit. Well, can we start learning right now? As Ning Xi gazed into a pair of sparkling eyes, warmth enveloped her heart, and she secretly sighed in relief, curving her brows and eyes into a sweet smile. All right. We can begin right away. Suddenly, a thunderous splash echoed, followed by a long, high-pitched croak, causing the surrounding birds and beasts to scatter in haste. What is happening? Such a loud noise. The unexpected sound startled Ning Xi, her long lashes fluttering as she instinctively turned to the source. A female leapt up abruptly, exclaiming, My tree has fallen too. Those dreadful clawed beasts, they will devour everything. I must return and eliminate them. The other females beside her hurriedly offered a few comforting words to the youthful one before each took their beastly partners back home to check on their wooden abodes. Everyone felt sympathy for the young one, but none wished for their own homes to suffer a similar fate, for that would cause prolonged heartache. Each departed in a flurry of urgency. Within a minute, only the youthful one and a protective male remained at Ning Xi's doorstep. Quietly, Ning Xi dismantled a crab and handed it to her, shifting the hard-shelled creature aside. Contemplating for a moment, she softly reassured, It's all right. Out with the old. In with the new. You shall have a larger and more splendid treehouse. The young one paused, chewing on the clawed beast, contemplating Ning Xi's words. Suddenly, she raised her head towards Ning Xi. Indeed, how did I not think of that? After saying this, she gently grasped Ning Xi's hand, smiling brightly. She. You are so clever. I truly adore you. Thank you. I shall go seek a new tree right away. Without hesitation, the young one leaped onto her partner's back, calling over her shoulder, Remember to eat the milk fruit while it's fresh. I'm off now. Alright, do come back to play when you can. Ning Xi watched the excited young one leave, not forgetting to set down the gift, her gaze returning to the curious python Xian who was wiping her hands. Ah, Xian. Are clawed beasts truly that formidable? How could they sever such a sturdy tree, especially when the roots grow thicker and stronger? It seems unbelievable. Alone, they are not formidable. But in numbers, they can easily sever tree roots, Python Xian replied, somewhat awkwardly imitating Ning Xi by dismantling the crab, a cool smile gracing his voice. There is no need for concern, Xi. Soon, this crisis will be resolved. Tiger Chuan savored a piece of the removed shell, his expression blissful as he remarked. What a delectable treat. Who could possibly resist such flavors? Previously, there hadn't been ample males assigned for the task due to the necessity of hunting. Without hunting, there would be nothing to consume.
But now?
The clawed beasts are easily dealt with as prey. Tiger Chuan placed the prepared meat into Ning Xi's bowl, devouring the hard shell himself, tilting his head back with closed eyes, exclaiming, "Ah, the exquisite flavors of the beast world. How fortunate that Xi chose me, otherwise, where would I find such delightful meat?" Ning Xi felt her cheeks warm, and before she could respond, she heard Butterfly Orchid's agreement beside her. Indeed. Being with Xi is our good fortune. Thank you for choosing me. Butterfly Orchid's exquisite face radiated gentle warmth as she placed the clawed beast meat into Ning Xi's bowl, elegantly munching on the shell with a look of sheer enjoyment. Though spoken in a simple tone, it caused Ning Xi's heart to flutter for a long while. Lowering her gaze at the mound of meat in her bowl, she sweetly suggested, "You all should eat as well. There is so much here that I cannot finish alone." Aware of their strong teeth and digestive capabilities, and reluctant to discard the salted clawed beast shells, Ning Xi said nothing more, quietly portioning some meat for them. Salt is a precious commodity here. No one would waste edible food seasoned with salt, and Ning Xi understood and respected that, though it did stir a pang of sympathy within her. After completing these gestures, Ning Xi lifted her head, unexpectedly locking eyes with deep green ones, while beside her, the pink ones sparkled gently, and the orange ones shone bright with mirth. The feeling of fortune was not theirs alone. She too shared in it. Ning Xi smiled, her brows arching as she playfully encouraged, "All right, let's eat. Sharing such delicious food with you makes it even more delightful." The autumn breeze flowed gently. Python Xian lowered his gaze, a faint smile gracing his lips. Very well. He lowered his gaze and consumed the meat in his bowl. How fortunate he was to encounter such an exceptional female, kind, gentle, delicate yet perceptive. Chapter 86. The Marvelous Milk Fruit. As the meal concluded, a lingering sense of satisfaction remained. Observing her handsome partner swiftly tidying up the aftermath, Ning Xi's lips curled into a subtle arc as she instinctively stepped aside to make space. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted the fruit that the young one had placed on the ground earlier. Her eyes brightened, and she approached, crouching beside the milk fruit in curiosity. On a large, clean green leaf, there lay a collection of fist-sized, pointed at both ends and rounded in the middle, pale green oval fruits. Ning Xi furrowed her brow, feeling a sense of familiarity. Had she seen them before in her childhood? Where could that have been? What is she looking at? Just as she began to piece together a clue, a shadow fell before her, and in the next moment, a hand draped over her shoulder, accompanied by Tiger Chuan's melodious voice. Ning Xi withdrew her thoughts, smiling as she took his warm hand and gently rubbed it against her cheek, tilting her head in curiosity. "Ah, Chuan, do you know how to eat this?" Tiger Chuan looked down with confidence. "I actually do not recognize this." He decisively called out to Butterfly, who was preparing to fly off to catch clawed beast's lawn. "Do you know how to eat milk fruit?" His bright smile echoed through the air. He was unsure, but surely someone must know. Ning Xi turned to look in his direction, and the vibrant butterfly appeared even more enchanting under the sunlight. Its semi-transparent wings shimmered with an array of colors, yet remained perfectly clean, harmoniously blending together in a beauty that seemed unreal. Recalling Lan's dark hair, Ning Xi pondered, could it be a colorful shade of black? Wash it clean and eat it directly. If she cannot bite into it, I will eat it after I catch the clawed beasts. Butterfly Orchid gracefully took flight, leaving behind her gentle words. Very well. Ning Xi nodded obediently. Just as she finished speaking, she felt a cool sensation at her lips. She. Do hurry and taste it. I will eat whatever you cannot bite into. Tiger Chuan urged excitedly, eagerly anticipating a bite from the fruit she had nibbled. Wasn't it akin to sharing a kiss with her? Unaware of Tiger Chuan's thoughts, Ning Xi giggled softly in agreement, lowering her gaze to the sliced fruit. She took a piece and placed it into her backpack. Milk fruit. Sweet and creamy. Her eyes sparkled as she took it out and popped it into her mouth. It was neither crunchy nor soft, but rather possessed a unique texture, sweet with a hint of creamy flavor that made one crave more with every bite. Tiger Chuan fed Ning Xi, and soon, a milk fruit was devoured. Ning Xi looked up in astonishment. Did I really eat such a large fruit? She had just finished her meal. Initially intending to take a single bite to sample the flavor, she had unknowingly consumed the entire fruit. The taste didn't seem particularly extraordinary, yet it was inexplicably addictive, a marvelous fruit indeed. There isn't too much left. Would you like more? Tiger Chuan pinched Ning Xi's cheek, a flicker of guilt crossing his bright orange eyes. He had not sought out fruit immediately upon arriving. The fruits she cherished were all gifts from others. As her partner, he felt inadequate and had caused her some distress. Hu Chuan tenderly embraced her. Pressing his lips against the crown of her head, "Cici, I shall procure an abundance of milk fruits for you in the future." "Oh, A Chuan, you are truly wonderful." At this moment, within the Grand Priest's abode, Grand Priest Qingzhou, after listening to the clan leader Qingyue's words, fell into contemplation for a while before inquiring with a tone of incredulity, "Is the claw beast truly that delectable?" The Guagua tribe had settled in this locale for quite some time, enduring the torment of the claw beasts every year during the season. They could never catch enough, nor could they consume what they caught. Hence, hearing someone proclaim the claw beast's tastiness was quite bewildering to Qingzhou. He had not been remiss in his attempts. Whether roasted over fire or buried in flames, it had never tasted good. With its unpalatable meat and scant quantity, no one was inclined to catch them for consumption. Indeed, it is truly delicious. Many females adore it, even exchanging skins with Ning Xi for claw beasts. By the way, Ning Xi is the new female. Qingyue recalled that stunning glance from the day before, involuntarily curling her lips into a sweet smile. Observing the shift in Qingyue's demeanor upon the mention of Ning Xi, Qingzhou chuckled knowingly, choosing not to breach the subject, and simply continued discussing the claw beast, arranging for each household to catch their own. "Very well. Should we offer some rewards to the young female? She has been of immense assistance to us, and the tribe's crisis appears to be on the verge of resolution." Qingyue spoke with a warm smile. Qingzhou raised an eyebrow. "So protective already?" He toyed with a strand of his long hair, his tone ambiguous as he remarked, "The tribe's storeroom still holds 2 bags of salt. You may decide what to do with them." "All right, I shall make the arrangements immediately." Qingyue nodded, turning to depart. Subsequently, the Guagua tribe busied themselves for 2 full days, devouring every last claw beast from the lake. After once more leaving empty-handed, there remained a lingering desire among the people, an insatiable feeling as they lamented, "Is this truly how it ends? I have yet to eat my fill." On that bright morning, with the sun shining and the air fresh, the moonlight within the wooden house dissipated, replaced by the sun's golden rays streaming in, while muffled voices drifted from outside. "Here?" came the voice of a strange male. "Yes," replied the deep, melodious voice of Meng Xian. Ning Xi drowsily opened her eyes, her gaze falling naturally upon the pillow beside her, where a delicate orchid lay. Remembering her partner's fervor from the previous night, her cheeks flushed crimson. "Lan has learned some mischief. I wonder where such new tricks originated." Just then, she heard Meng Xian's voice at the door. "Has Cici awakened? Another male has come to present gratitude and a welcoming gift for his partner. There's something quite intriguing to see." If it had captured A Xian's attention as something interesting, it must indeed be quite delightful and entertaining. Ning Xi accepted the clean teeth fruit, chewing thoughtfully before swallowing, her brows arching in a gentle smile as she softly replied, "What is it? Let us go take a look." She gazed at him with her autumn water-like eyes, her earnest expression suggesting that he was her entire world. Meng Xian's emerald eyes darkened as he averted his gaze, fearing that another glance would lead him to succumb to temptation. Unaware of Meng Xian's inner thoughts, Ning Xi followed him curiously outside. Upon a grand leaf, a myriad of items lay arranged neatly: pink snake skins, honey, various fruits, and countless chunks of fresh meat. The abundance of food, skins, and fruits astonished Ning Xi. How could there possibly be so much? Have the gifts not yet ceased after these 2 days? Not much. Do not worry, just accept it. Beautiful butterflies fluttered gracefully around Ning Xi, their voices gentle and melodious. With her partner's words ringing in her ears, Ning Xi felt no hesitation. She smiled, her eyes sparkling, and nodded obediently. "All right, I understand. Cici, come quickly and see this." Hu Chuan exclaimed excitedly, his eyes bright as he pointed at something on the ground. Ning Xi followed his finger downward, her curiosity piqued. What is that? Why does the flower seem to move?